At a depth of 80 meters on the seabed, various fish swam back and forth. At this moment, a man swam quickly without any diving equipment, his movements relaxed and natural, as if walking on land. Just then, a giant, ferocious oarfish, over 3 meters long, swam past the man. Ying Shaolong's eyes flashed. He decided to use this oarfish to test his newly acquired ability. He swiftly approached the oarfish. Upon getting close, he immediately unleashed his dragon's might and water control power, freezing the oarfish in place. Then, his gaze sharpened, and he used his water control technique to condense numerous water swords, continuously thrusting them towards the oarfish. The oarfish was frozen in place, unable to swim, and could only watch in terror as countless water jets hurtled towards it. Moments later, the oarfish was on the verge of death. Looking at the dying oarfish before him, Ying Shaolong was overjoyed, but at the same time, he couldn't help but recall the strange events he had experienced. He was originally just a poor boy from a poor family, but when he saved a woman on the beach, he unexpectedly awakened the Ancestral Dragon inheritance, and an ancient book with dragon patterns, the Ancestral Dragon Manual, suddenly appeared in his mind. After awakening the Ancestral Dragon's legacy, he possesses the power to control seawater and can unleash dragon might to suppress all marine life. More importantly, the Ancestral Dragon Manual records a method that can refine other creatures and transform them into the power of a divine dragon, thereby continuously evolving one's own body into that of a divine dragon. And the countless creatures in the ocean are perfectly suited for refining using the Ancestral Dragon Manual. Ying Shaolong decided to first use the Ancestral Dragon technique to refine creatures in this endless ocean, extract the power of the divine dragon to enhance his own strength, and then quickly rise to power to completely change his destiny. My strength is still a bit weak. If I were to encounter a shark now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be a match for it, Ying Shaolong thought to himself, then immediately swam to the oarfish and began to refine and absorb its essence. This time, it took a full 5 minutes to completely refine it. The first dragon scale on the back of his hand became more solid, and his overall strength increased once again. Ying Shaolong was delighted, and at the same time, he had a better understanding of his current strength. As long as I don't enter the deep sea, I shouldn't be in too much danger. With that thought in mind, he continued swimming forward. The deeper he went, the more fish he encountered. Despite overfishing, the oceans still teem with fish. It's worth noting that humans have explored less than 5% of the entire ocean. What's this? Before long, Ying Shaolong saw a series of brightly colored sea snakes. These sea snakes were at least 2 meters long and looked extremely fierce. The sea serpent might be poisonous, and my current strength is still too weak. It's best to make a run for it. Ying Shaolong decided to develop steadily in the early stages and not provoke any creatures with potent venom or powerful attacks for the time being. He then continued swimming forward, beginning to refine common sea creatures such as mackerel, grouper, cod, eel, sea bass, and salmon. Ying Shaolong had no idea how long he had been swimming in the ocean. He had already refined over 1,000 sea fish, with a total weight of at least 5,000 or 6,000 caddies. If these fish were converted into money, they would probably be worth 10 or 20,000 yuan. And the first dragon scale on his arm finally solidified completely. This made Ying Shaolong sigh. The cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon technique was really too difficult. He had absorbed 5,000 or 6,000 caddies of fish and only managed to condense 1 dragon scale. However, his strength is now much greater than before. His ability to control water has reached a range of 15 meters, and his entire body is filled with immense power. It must have been more than 10 hours already. I should head back. I can catch some seafood to sell while I'm at it, so I won't have to go to work every day anymore, Ying Shaolong thought to himself. Since he hadn't made any prior preparations, he couldn't stay in the sea for too long. The water here is now over 400 meters deep, which is considered quite deep for nearshore areas. Ahead is a rocky area with lush seaweed and abundant fish. Fishing is rarely done in such a rocky area, as it's easy to damage the nets. Ying Shaolong swam towards that area, his golden dragon eyes gleaming slightly. After condensing the first dragon scale, his overall strength improved, and the power of his dragon eyes also increased. The supreme dragon eyes can see into the heavens and the earth, and even into the depths of hell. Although Ying Shaolong's dragon eyes are still very weak, he can still vaguely see some rare treasures and the presence of talent and fortune. Whenever he observes an area teeming with life, fish tend to congregate there, and the area ahead, in his line of sight, is precisely such a place. After Ying Shaolong entered this area covered with reefs, seaweed, and coral, he swam for more than 10 minutes when his eyes suddenly lit up. A giant lobster. This is a spiny lobster. Ying Shaolong's eyes lit up as he saw a spiny lobster that weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. Ornate lobsters are relatively rare, especially the larger ones, which command higher prices. This type of lobster is considered top-tier seafood at the restaurant where he works. Ying Shaolong immediately swam over and used his water manipulation technique to conjure a water rope, which he used to tie the lobster to its body. This one can sell for about 4,000 yuan. Ying Shaolong was secretly pleased and continued searching the surrounding area. Soon, he found 3 more ornate lobsters, the largest of which weighed about 7 pounds. That 7-pound lobster was worth at least 6 or 7,000 yuan. The larger the lobster, the more outrageous the price. The 4 lobsters in his hand were worth at least 15,000 yuan. Let's look again, Ying Shaolong thought to himself, continuing to search the surrounding area. What's this? A moment later, he looked ahead, a look of surprise on his face. On the reef in front of him grew clusters of incredibly bright red coral. Some of these corals were half a meter tall, resembling small trees, and were exceptionally beautiful. Coral seems to be very valuable. Ying Shaolong didn't know much about coral, but he vaguely remembered that coral jewelry and coral decorations were very expensive. Let's see if we can sell one. Ying Shaolong took a beautiful coral tree from the pile and then prepared to leave. He couldn't carry too much, for lobsters, weighing over 20 pounds, plus a coral tree, were enough. He hadn't prepared anything this time, but he could bring a fishing boat next time. With that thought in mind, he quickly swam toward the shore. It took him a full 2 hours to finally reach the land. When he emerged from the sea, it was already the next morning. This time, he had stayed in the water for more than 10 hours. He hid his phone in a safe place. Ying Shaolong walked out with a lobster and coral tree. His body trembled slightly, and his water control technique immediately evaporated all the moisture from his clothes. He then picked up his phone and used the same water controlling technique to remove the water stains. After confirming that the phone could be turned on normally, he smiled and turned it on. The time was 6 a.m. Ying Shaolong then searched for information about red coral. Red coral is one of the world's 3 major gemstones. It is highly prized in Great Xia and throughout the world. Because it grows deep in the ocean, it is extremely rare. The highest quality red coral can fetch tens of millions of yuan at auction, while top quality aka red coral can reach 4,000 yuan per gram. Prices vary depending on size, with the finest aka red coral beads even reaching tens of thousands of yuan per gram. When Ying Shaolong saw the information, his eyes widened slightly. He looked down at the red coral in front of him. This coral was a pure blood red, and should be a top-grade aka red coral. 4,000 yuan per gram? And the red coral in front of him weighs at least 4 or 5 kilograms. Wouldn't that be worth tens of millions? Wow, it can't be that expensive, can it? Ying Shaolong muttered to himself, then shook his head. However, a glimmer of hope still lingered in his heart. Even if it wasn't worth tens of millions, surely it should be worth a few million? After all, there were quite a few red corals like this in that reef area. He immediately ran to the shore, found 2 bags, and quickly returned. After carefully packing the red coral, he picked up 4 spiny lobsters and headed towards the largest seafood market in the river and sea. Jianghai First Seafood Market is the largest seafood trading market in Jianghai City. Almost all major hotels and seafood restaurants in Jianghai City source their seafood from here. In front of the Jianghai First Seafood Market, there's an open space with a row of upscale stalls. These stalls generally sell high-value seafood. Every morning, the expensive seafood caught by various fishing boats is sold here. It's important to understand that top-quality seafood isn't readily available. For top-tier seafood restaurants, the competition is all about resources, and this society is never short of wealthy people. Ying Shaolong arrived at the market carrying 2 bags and stopped in front of a stall, placing the bags containing lobsters on the counter. There was a scale at the stall where he could weigh them directly. Ying Shaolong cultivates the Ancestral Dragon technique, and the Divine Dragon, as the king of the ocean, is born with the power to control water. For him, ensuring the lobster's survival is an easy task. He even planned to empower the aquatic creatures, giving them sentience and turning them into shrimp soldiers and crab generals, once he was stronger. First, I'll sell these 4 lobsters, then go back to the shop and resign, and then sell that red coral, Ying Shaolong thought to himself. Come on, make way, everyone, make way, and give up your stall. Just as he was thinking, a shout suddenly came from the side. 6 or 7 burly men walked over arrogantly and shouted at the people around them. Hey, it's Wang Lao-san. Has he gotten some good stuff again? Looks like it. Sigh. That bastard Wang Lao-san always manages to catch something good. It's so unfair. Some fishermen around whispered among themselves. Quick, quick, move aside, move aside. Didn't I tell you to move aside? Just as Ying Shaolong was still wondering, a burly man walked up to his stall and ripped the bag of lobsters off the counter. Bang! Several lobsters were slammed to the ground. The sudden change startled Ying Shaolong for a moment. Then a flash of anger crossed his eyes. He reached out and grabbed the arm of the burly man beside him. What are you doing? Why did you throw my seafood in? Ying Shaolong stared at the burly man, his eyes blazing with anger. Hiss! Ah! Ying Shaolong's immense strength caused the man to wince in pain, letting out an agonizing howl. Let go! Let go of me right now! Seeing his screams of pain, Ying Shaolong finally released his grip. His strength was now beyond what ordinary people could withstand. Damn it! This is a place that sells expensive seafood. Not a place for someone like you. Get out of the way! The burly man shouted at Ying Shaolong, his face grim as he shook his aching arm. Ying Shaolong remained silent with a stern face. He immediately opened his pocket and took out 4 succulent lobsters. When he saw that one of the lobsters had its shell broken and was on the verge of death, his gaze suddenly sharpened, and a golden glint flashed in his pupils. These lobsters of mine are already quite valuable. Why aren't I qualified to sell them here? You broke this lobster. What are you going to do about it? Ying Shaolong looked up at the burly man. The burly man was slightly taken aback when he saw the 4 ornate lobsters that Ying Shaolong had taken out. Hey, spiny lobsters. They're spiny lobsters, and they're all so big. Wow, these aren't cheap. They're definitely top-quality seafood. Hey, look, one of the lobsters is broken and might be dying. Some fishermen and purchasing staff from various hotels noticed the situation. They were slightly surprised when they saw the 4 rare ornate lobsters. Some people looked at the lobster that had been smashed and was barely alive with regret. You! The burly man who had dropped the lobster was clearly surprised that Ying Shaolong's tattered pocket contained such a precious lobster, and his expression immediately changed. What's going on? Just then, a burly middle-aged man walked over, his gaze falling on Ying Shaolong. He said coldly, Kid, are you trying to extort my brother? You're trying to take a dying lobster and claim my brother dropped it? My lobster was perfectly fine here. Everyone around saw him drop it. Ying Shaolong stared at the middle-aged man. He was 1.75 meters tall, handsome, and possessed an extraordinary aura thanks to the influence of the Ancestral Dragon technique. Facing the burly middle-aged man, he showed no fear whatsoever. Young man, your lobsters were in a bag. Who knows if they were already dying? The burly middle-aged man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Let me tell you, I've seen plenty of people like you. Trying to rip off my brother? Don't even think about it. How about this? I'll buy these lobsters for 10,000 yuan. Are you denying it? Ying Shaolong stared at him and asked coldly. Even if a lobster were killed by the fall, Ying Shaolong wouldn't really care. There were plenty of those in the ocean. But the other man's actions infuriated him. If he could produce evidence, Wang Lao-san, will compensate you. If you can't, kid, in this seafood market, no one dares to cheat me. Wang Lao-san lit a cigarette, slightly raised his head, and said disdainfully, Kid, you're still too green to cheat us. It was clearly your people who broke this. A cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Because of the conflict, a considerable number of people had gathered. Some were unaware of the situation and simply watched out of curiosity, while others were purely there for the spectacle. Hearing the sound, Ying Shaolong looked up. Standing before him was a woman dressed in professional office attire and wearing glasses. The woman possessed an extraordinary air. Her hair was styled in an updo, and her curvaceous figure accentuated her alluring curves, yet her face remained remarkably aloof. Beside her stood a female assistant holding an umbrella. Miss, you can't just say things like that. This lobster was already dying. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao-san immediately looked at the woman and raised his voice considerably. You say that my brother broke this lobster, then show me the evidence. Show me the evidence that your lobster was originally fine. Ying Shaolong looked at the shameless Wang Lao-san and sneered. He then looked at the woman and said, Thank you. Let's just forget about it. You little rascal, you think you can cheat me? Wang Lao-san, won't hold it against you. Upon hearing this, Wang Lao-san exhaled a smoke ring and said with a smile, as if to say, You're smart to know what's good for you. Ying Shaolong ignored him and glanced at the surrounding crowd. Selling brocade lobsters. He placed the lobsters on the scale and weighed them. One weighed 5.5 pounds, one 6 pounds, and one 7 pounds. As for the lobster that was about to die, he didn't weigh it. This size of spiny lobster is very rare. It's definitely considered top-grade seafood here. A 4-pound spiny lobster is about 3,500 yuan, and these 3 lobsters are 13,000 yuan. Young man, would you sell them? Spiny lobsters are high-end and rare seafood, and a hotel purchasing agent immediately quoted a price. As for the conflict between him and Wang Lao-san, no one around them got involved. Although many people could tell at a glance that it was Wang Lao-san's fault, Wang Lao-san was very famous in the seafood market and was a notorious fishing tyrant. 13,000 is too little. I'll offer 14,000. Young man, what about selling it to me? Soon, someone else raised the price. Ying Shaolong's heart stirred slightly. The price of these lobsters was higher than he had imagined. Although he was a little annoyed by what had just happened, 3 lobsters could sell for 14,000 yuan, which was a huge sum of money for him, who grew up in a poor family. 20,000 yuan, I'll take all 4 lobsters. Just then, that clear, cold voice rang out again. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, looked at the woman with an extraordinary air, and politely said, Sister, one of the lobsters is about to die, so I'll sell you these 3. No need, I'm not dead yet. I'll eat it myself anyway. The woman shook her head indifferently, then gestured to her assistant beside her. The assistant, who was holding an umbrella, immediately came over and said to Ying Shaolong, Mobile payment, please. This. Ying Shaolong hesitated for a moment, then nodded and thanked the woman. Some of the purchasing staff nearby, witnessing this scene, murmured in surprise. Ying Shaolong's phone received 20,000 yuan. The assistant, carrying the umbrella and lobsters, left with the aloof woman. We met a good person, Ying Shaolong murmured to himself. Then he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked to the side. Ha ha ha, come, everyone come and see. Giant mantis shrimp. Giant mantis shrimp weighing over 1,000 pounds. On sale today, 350 yuan a pound. Not far away, Wang Lao-san was shouting excitedly. No way, over 1,000 pounds of giant mantis shrimp? Is Wang Lao-san really that lucky? The mantis shrimp he caught last night must be worth over 300,000 yuan. A fisherman nearby exclaimed and walked over with a face full of envy. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly and walked over. Giant mantis shrimp, also known as large mantis shrimp, are each as thick as a child's arm and are extremely valuable. In major restaurants and hotels, this seafood is considered a top-tier ingredient, making it highly sought after by hotels and seafood shops. Soon, dozens of people gathered around, all looking in amazement into the basin. Boss Wang, you're really lucky this time, a hotel purchasing agent said with a smile to the smug-looking Wang Lao-san. Ha! Lucky, Wang Lao-san lauet fang. Ying Shaolong laughed at his smug look. He wouldn't admit to breaking his lobster and even accused him of cheating. Was he really going to let go like that? I used to be a nobody, and I could only swallow my anger when faced with such things. But now, those who bully me will repay me tenfold. Ying Shaolong murmured, his gaze fixed on the giant prawns in the basin. Control the water. Chapter 4, A Gift in Return. Ying Shaolong can now control the water flow within a 15-meter radius, condensing the water into needles that can kill silently. This time, his target is Wang Lao-san's wealthy shrimp. These shrimp are virtually powerless against his water control abilities. With a thought, Ying Shaolong caused the water in the basin to surge instantly, transforming into an invisible force that rushed into the shrimp's bodies. Several rich shrimp trembled violently in the water, their bodies being frantically destroyed by the water flow. In less than 10 seconds, the entire basin of shrimp had lost its life. After finishing that pot, he looked at the other pots of mantis shrimp and did the same. A few minutes later, all the mantis shrimp died silently, without any apparent abnormalities on the surface. By this time, a number of purchasing agents from hotels and seafood shops had gathered around. Mr. Wang, give me 50 mantis shrimp. I need 100. They sell very well at the market. Old Wang grinned from ear to ear and said loudly, Ha! Everyone, don't worry, I'll weigh them for you right away. Mantis shrimp are very hardy. Buying more won't hurt. Just as someone was about to make their selections, a purchasing agent suddenly frowned. Mr. Wang, why aren't the shrimp in this bowl moving? Wang Lao-san was taken aback, then immediately patted his chest and said, Don't worry, they're absolutely fresh. There's no way any of them are dead. Suddenly, the younger brother exclaimed, Third brother, look, these shrimp really aren't moving. Wang Lao-san quickly reached out and scooped one up, only to find it limp and lifeless. His expression changed drastically. He grabbed a few more to check, but without exception, they were all dead. How was this possible? He roared, his eyes bloodshot. His underling pointed to the other pots. Third brother, these pots are all dead too. Wang Lao-san's furious roar echoed from afar. Ying Shaolong heard it, a slight smile playing on his lips. I won't offend others unless they offend me. He glanced at his phone balance, which had increased from 300 yuan to 20,300 yuan, and his mood immediately lightened. Now that he had a new way to make money, there was no need to continue his restaurant job that paid 100 yuan a day. He was about to return to the restaurant to resign when he saw a familiar figure just as he reached the market exit. It was the woman who had bought his lobster. She was wearing high heels and a smart business suit. She was tall, had an outstanding presence, and her back view was gracefully curved. Ying Shaolong couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This was the most elegant and beautiful woman he had ever seen, surpassing even celebrities. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Ying Shaolong's pupils changed slightly, and a golden light appeared. The dragon's eyes can not only see the heavens and the netherworld, but also discern destiny. The ancients often spoke of dragon veins and dragon fortune. Whoever possesses the dragon vein gains the world. Emperors don dragon robes to invoke the dragon's fortune. In his vision, this woman was shrouded in a faint, foul aura. There will be bloodshed today, but it won't be fatal, just injuries, Ying Shaolong thought to himself. Because his strength was still weak, he could only vaguely see the omen of disaster, but couldn't see the specific calamity. After hesitating for a moment, he quickly caught up. Sister, thank you for what you did earlier. The woman turned to look at him, her tone indifferent. You're welcome. Ying Shaolong still said earnestly, I still want to thank you, but you might have some bloodshed today, so you'd better be careful. The woman paused slightly, then simply shook her head, ignoring him and continuing to walk forward. Her female assistant glanced at Ying Shaolong warily. Ying Shaolong felt a little embarrassed and could only manage a wry smile. Looks like she thought I was trying to pick her up. He wanted to repay the other person, but they didn't believe him, and there was nothing he could do. So he shook his head and continued walking towards the exit. Just then, a roar came from the road in the distance. A Porsche sports car was speeding towards them. Ying Shaolong glanced at it and suddenly frowned. The car was shaking, clearly having skidded due to an overly aggressive start. The next second, he suddenly looked at the woman in front of him. Watch out! Ying Shaolong's expression changed, and he shouted, rushing over instantly. However, his warning went unnoticed by the two of them. A screeching sound of tires suddenly rang out. The two women turned around and saw the sports car hurtling towards them out of control. Their faces turned deathly pale. Mr. Xiao, be careful. The female assistant tried to pull her away, but she was carrying things, and it was too late. In the nick of time, Ying Shaolong rushed forward, grabbed the woman, and pulled her aside. Bang! The car grazed Ying Shaolong, causing him to stumble. At the critical moment, dragon scales appeared on his palms, allowing him to use the car for leverage and regain his balance. After regaining his composure, his expression immediately changed, and he quickly opened the bag in his hand. Inside, the red coral tree was broken in two. Are you all right? Xiao Yuqing, still shaken, hurried over and asked with concern. When she recognized the person who had saved her, she was stunned. It was the same young man from before. Ying Shaolong looked at Hong Shanhu with a pained expression and said with a wry smile, Is this what they call spending money to avoid disaster? Hearing this, Xiao Yuqing stiffened slightly. She suddenly remembered what Ying Shaolong had said earlier, that there would be bloodshed today. If he hadn't rushed over just now, she would probably have been hit by a car by now. She stared blankly at the slightly immature yet handsome young man before her, a moment of disorientation washing over her. Just then, the sports car door opened. A young man got out, cursing. This car is too reckless. He walked to the front of the car to inspect it, and when he saw a scratch on the body, his face immediately darkened. Damn it, did you guys just scratch my car? This is a brand new car. The young man glared angrily at the group. Ying Shaolong looked at him coldly, holding up the broken red coral in his hand. It was your car that skidded and crashed into me, damaging my stuff. I haven't even asked you to pay for it yet, and you're already causing trouble? The young man glanced at the red coral, sneered, and suddenly swung his hand. Crack! The red coral was sent flying, breaking into several pieces. He pointed at his sports car, his tone extremely arrogant. What's your piece of junk? It's not even worth as much as one of my tires. See this? My new sport car is worth 1.5 million. Can you afford to pay for it after it's scratched like this? Chapter 5 The Red Coral Tree Worth 8 Million. Upon hearing the young man's words, Ying Shaolong not only wasn't angry, but instead smiled. He looked down at the red coral tree in his hand, which had been broken into 3 or 4 pieces. He knew in his heart that the value of this red coral tree was probably far more than that, at least 3 or 4 million. He looked up at the young man, his tone gradually turning cold. It was clearly your car that went out of control and crashed into us, and now you're turning around and blaming us? I can pay for the damage to your car, but you have to pay for my red coral tree too. In his opinion, the broken coral tree was no big deal. If the other party had been polite, he wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss. After all, Xiao Yuqing had helped him earlier, and he had taken the fall for her, which was a way of repaying a favor. He could find more coral like that in the sea, and even if it was broken, he could still sell it for some money. But this young man's attitude was just too arrogant. The young man cursed impatiently. How much is this piece of junk worth? My new car would cost thousands if it got scratched, even slightly. I'm so unlucky today. Xiao Yuqing frowned as she listened from the side and said coldly, It was clearly you who lost control of the vehicle, and now you want us to pay for it? As she spoke, she bent down and picked up the coral fragment from the ground. Upon closer inspection, her expression changed drastically. This is AKA grade red coral, and it was so intact, yet it broke. She looked up at Ying Shaolong, her tone full of apology. Young man, I'm so sorry. If it weren't for your help, Such a beautiful coral wouldn't have broken. Ying Shaolong waved his hand and laughed. It's all right, sister. You helped me before, so it's only right that I help you. Xiao Yuqing shook her head, her expression serious. Do you know the value of this red coral? Ying Shaolong thought for a moment and said, I know a little bit. This is an A level, right? It should be worth several million. At least 6 or 7 million. Xiao Yuqing sighed. It's a pity it's broken. Its value will drop considerably. She looked at the young man again, her heart filled with mixed emotions. At the seafood market, she had only spoken up for him because she couldn't stand seeing him being bullied. Buying the lobster for 20,000 yuan was just a casual favor. As for his claim of impending bloodshed, she had initially thought it was a clumsy attempt at flirting. But in that split second, when the car came hurtling towards her, it was this young man who unhesitatingly shielded her. He even destroyed a multi-million-dollar treasure to save her, yet he still seemed completely unconcerned. More importantly, this young man didn't look like someone from a wealthy family at all. Just then, the young man next to him was stunned. Wait, what did you say? This piece of junk is worth millions? Do you think I'm stupid? Xiao Yuqing regained her indifferent expression and looked at him calmly, saying, It's normal that you don't recognize top-grade red coral. This coral tree is worth about 4 or 5 your cars. She continued, I will ask a professional appraiser to assess it, and I will also contact the traffic police to determine liability. You'd better find someone knowledgeable to come and take a look as well. The young man's face changed and he shouted, Impossible! You're trying to scam us. But he couldn't help but take out his phone to check the price of red coral. When he saw the information online and then looked up at the coral in Ying Shaolong's hand, his face turned deathly pale. Xiao Yuqing ignored him and took out her phone to make a call. The young man panicked, his face turning pale. He tried to appear calm and said, Fine, I won't bother with you today. Consider it bad luck. He then turned to leave. Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly, preparing to stop him. But just as he reached out his hand, Xiao Yuqing gently pulled his arm and said with a smile, No need to stop him, he can't escape. Even if he leaves now, he still has to take responsibility. Her tone was calm and confident. Ying Shaolong looked at her, and a thought couldn't help but pop into his mind. This woman is very assertive. Her background is probably not simple either. Xiao Yuqing picked up her phone, took a few photos of the red coral tree, and sent them to a professional appraiser. Then she looked at Ying Shaolong and smiled. My name is Xiao Yuqing. Thank you for today. She looked him up and down and asked curiously, Young Master Shaolong, how old are you? 18 years old. I'm starting my freshman year at Jianghai University. Only 18. Xiao Yuqing was a little surprised and laughed. I'm already 28, and you're still a young boy. Ying Shaolong said helplessly, he's already an adult. Then he's still a child. Xiao Yuqing smiled. At this moment, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the message, looked up, and said, The appraiser has given the results. Your red coral tree is worth about 8 million. She turned to her female assistant and instructed, Xiao Han, have the finance department transfer 8 million to Shaolong's brother. Yes, President Xiao. The assistant nodded immediately. Ying Shaolong was stunned when he heard the number and quickly waved his hand. No need. Xiao Yuqing replied decisively. I have to pay. You broke your leg to save me, so I'll pay for it. As for the driver who hit us, he has to pay every penny he owes. Then she asked with concern, By the way, did the car hit you? No, I'm fine. That's good. She said directly. Stop refusing. Give me your card number. Ying Shaolong looked at her, remained silent for a few seconds, and finally gave her the bank card number. After transferring the money, Xiao Yuqing smiled and asked, Have you had breakfast? Want to grab something together? Ying Shaolong shook his head. No, Sister Qing, I have some things to do. He still had to go back to the restaurant to complete his resignation procedures. Xiao Yuqing nodded. Then let's add each other's contact information first. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Okay. After they added each other on WeChat, Ying Shaolong waved goodbye. Watching his departing figure, Xiao Yuqing's smile slowly faded, and she reverted to her usual, aloof demeanor. After a moment of silence, she suddenly chuckled softly. What a cute little brother. The female assistant beside her was stunned. It was the first time she had ever seen CEO Xiao smile like that at a boy. Ding! Ying Shaolong had just gotten into the taxi when his phone rang. A text message notification popped up. Your savings card ending in 2541 has received 8 million renminbi. Current balance is 8,020,350 renminbi. Seeing this number, Ying Shaolong couldn't help but clench his fist, a smile spreading across his face. Chapter 6 Resignation? Decision. Ying Shaolong never imagined that in just one day, his life would undergo such a dramatic change. He used to be a poor student earning only 100 yuan a day, but now he had a full 8 million yuan in cash in his account. This huge difference left him in a daze for a moment, as if it were all a dream. He took out his phone, intending to call his grandfather, but hesitated and put it down. He secretly thought, in a few days, he'd find a suitable excuse to call his grandfather and brother and transfer them some money along the way. From childhood, Ying Shaolong had always lived with his grandfather and brother. His grandfather was old and had difficulty walking. He'd even been hospitalized. His brother had gone to work after graduating high school, just to support the family and allow him to continue his studies. Thinking of this, Ying Shaolong felt a warmth in his heart, and a smile appeared on his lips. Everything will get better and better from now on. Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated. As soon as he answered, his manager's furious roar came through the phone. Ying Shaolong, where the hell have you been? It's already working hours. Do you even want your salary? Get your ass over here right now. After listening, Ying Shaolong remained expressionless and slammed down the phone. He was currently working a summer job at a seafood restaurant near Jianghai University called Tianhai Xingan. The restaurant was luxuriously decorated, and a meal easily cost 600 or 700 yuan, but the manager was a detestable fellow. This man frequently deducted wages and often harassed the female waitresses. Ying Shaolong had always disliked this kind of person, and now that he was preparing to resign, he was even less likely to tolerate him. It was only a little past 9:40 when he walked from the seafood market to the shop. The shop only served lunch and dinner. The mornings were mostly preparation time. Business hadn't been good lately, and the shop seemed rather deserted. As soon as he entered, the cashier immediately reminded him, "Shaolong, you're late. Go tell manager Wu right away and don't let him dock your pay." Ying Shaolong smiled and said, "Okay." He was the youngest in the store, and with his handsome appearance, his colleagues were all quite friendly to him. Ying Shaolong headed straight for the back office. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard voices inside. "Manager, what are you doing?" "Nothing, just showing you how to wipe the table." "Don't touch me." "Oh, it was just a touch of my hand. It's not like I'll lose a piece of flesh." "Menghan, don't be nervous." Hearing this, Ying Shaolong frowned and pushed open the door. Inside the office, the greeter, Sun Menghan, stood nervously in the corner, holding a rag. She was wearing a greeter's uniform and high heels, had a slender figure, and her face showed obvious unease. Manager Wu stood in front of her, looking lewd. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Manager Wu immediately flew into a rage. "Kid, who let you in without knocking? Don't you want to keep your job?" Ying Shaolong looked at him coldly. "I've heard you're no good, but today I've seen it for myself. I'm here to resign." Manager Wu's face instantly darkened. "Resign? Get out. Don't expect a single penny of your salary." Ying Shaolong replied indifferently, "I don't want the money, but you'd better watch your mouth." With that, he turned and left. His salary was only 500 yuan. He didn't care at all, considering it money given to such a person. Just as he stepped out of the office, he heard the rapid sound of high heels behind him. Sun Menghan chased after him. She stood before Ying Shaolong, her face full of gratitude. "Thank you so much for earlier." Ying Shaolong shook his head. "No need to thank me. I was planning to resign anyway." Sun Menghan looked guilty. "I'm the one who dragged you down, who didn't even get your salary." She hesitated for a moment, then took out 500 yuan from her pocket and handed it over. "Take this money. You're still young. Earning money isn't easy." Ying Shaolong paused for a moment, looking at the money she handed him. Sun Menghan was 1.65 meters tall, about 1.7 meters with heels, with delicate features that made her seem very approachable. Ying Shaolong smiled and waved his hand. "Really, you don't need it. I don't need the money right now. Keep it for yourself." The girl's kindness improved his impression of her considerably. Sun Menghan insisted, "You have to take it. Otherwise, I won't feel right about it." Then she whispered, "I'm also planning to resign. How about we look for other jobs together?" Just as the two were talking, an impatient voice suddenly rang out. "Hey, you two, come and pour some tea." The two were startled and looked over at the same time. Several middle-aged men sat in the hall, one of whom, wearing an expensive watch and smoking a cigar, had his legs crossed. Opposite him sat a bald man, none other than Mr. Zhang, the owner of Tianhai Grand Banquet. The cigar-smoking man smiled and said, "Mr. Zhang, I'll ask you one more time. Will you sell for 7 million? That's already a very high price." Mr. Zhang's face darkened, and he said, still smoking, 7 million is too low. I spent 5 million on renovations alone. The minimum is 8 million. The cigar-smoking man sneered. "Mr. Zhang, I've seen how your business is doing. 7 million is already a lot." He exhaled a smoke ring, his tone arrogant. "If this drags on any longer, 7 million won't even be worth it. If Fengxiang Seafood really competes with you, your business will be crushed sooner or later." Mr. Zhang's face grew increasingly grim. "Mr. Zhao, this is going too far." Mr. Zhao, however, laughed heartily, spreading his arms wide with a smug look on his face. Business is business, and strength reigns supreme. After saying that, he looked at Ying Shaolong and Sun Menghan, waving his hand impatiently. "Where are the waiters? Quickly pour some tea. Once this place becomes ours, you'd better be more discerning, or you'll be fired." Looking at the arrogant general manager, Zhao, and overhearing their conversation, Ying Shaolong's gaze gradually deepened. 7 million to buy a shop, and he currently had exactly 8 million. Thinking of this, a bold decision suddenly popped into Ying Shaolong's mind. Chapter 7: Buying the Seafood Restaurant. Who's going to get lost? Inside the luxurious Tianhai Shungan seafood restaurant, the atmosphere was tense. Ying Shaolong glanced at the arrogant and confident general manager Zhao, then at the bald general manager Zhang, a slight smile playing on his lips before striding over. This action stunned Sun Menghan, who stared at him in astonishment. Ying Shaolong walked over to Mr. Zhang's sofa and sat down without any ceremony. Mr. Zhao, who was smoking a cigar, was taken aback for a moment, flicked the ash, and said with a hint of disdain, "Mr. Zhang, your business isn't doing well. Not only is the seafood of mediocre quality, but even the waiters don't know the proper etiquette." Ying Shaolong glanced at him indifferently, his expression carrying a hint of disdain, then looked at President Zhang and said directly, "President Zhang, 8 million. Are you selling Tianhai Xingan?" Upon hearing this, President Zhang froze, staring at Ying Shaolong for a few seconds. "Young man, you're not joking, are you?" Ying Shaolong chuckled, took out his phone, and opened his bank balance. The screen clearly displayed 8.02 million. Seeing this number, Mr. Zhang's eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly offered him a cigarette. "Young man, are you really going to buy this shop for 8 million? Ying Shaolong waved his hand, refusing the cigarette, and said calmly, "Yes, are you selling or not?" Mr. Zhang nodded almost without hesitation. "Sell? Of course sell. We can sign a contract today." He was currently being heavily pressured by the neighboring Fengxiang seafood restaurant, and his business was already losing money. He was losing money every day he opened, so rather than being forced out of business by low prices, he decided to sell now. He had originally invested 8.5 million yuan, and he was already quite satisfied to sell at a loss of a few hundred thousand. Ying Shaolong nodded. "Then let's prepare the contract. But everything in the shop, including the account funds, will be transferred together." Manager Zhang immediately agreed. "No problem. This was originally meant for you." Meanwhile, Manager Zhao across from him was completely dumbfounded. He stared at Ying Shaolong, his face filled with disbelief. This young man who looked like a waiter was actually going to spend 8 million to buy this seafood restaurant? Mr. Zhao's face darkened, his tone threatening. "Kid, have you thought this through? Fengxiang Seafood is right next door. If you take over this shop, you're going against us. And few people who go against us end up well." Ying Shaolong glanced at him and chuckled. "I can buy it if I want. It's none of your business. As for whether we'll survive, you just have to wait and see." Mr. Zhao's face instantly darkened, and he slammed his hand on the table with a bang. "Kid, don't be so ungrateful." Before he could finish speaking, Ying Shaolong interrupted him, looking at Mr. Zhang. "Mr. Zhang, could you ask them to get out? It's a bit noisy." Mr. Zhang immediately stood up, pointing confidently at Mr. Zhao and his two companions. "You surnamed Zhao, get out of my shop right now." Mr. Zhao's face turned ashen with rage, his breathing rapid. He glared at Ying Shaolong and said, "Kid, you just wait." Ying Shaolong remained indifferent, calmly replying, "Stop barking and get out of here." These words infuriated Mr. Zhao and his two companions. Mr. Zhang added coldly, "Mr. Zhao, should I have someone throw you out?" Mr. Zhao snorted coldly, his face grim, and finally led the two men away in a dejected manner. After all, this wasn't their territory. Once they were gone, Mr. Zhang's mood immediately improved. He had been suppressed by Fengxiang Seafood for so long, and today he finally felt relieved. "Young man, I've already had my assistant prepare the transfer contract. It will be delivered soon," Mr. Zhang said with a broad smile. Ying Shaolong nodded. "Okay, please inform the staff at the store while you're at it." Actually, buying the seafood restaurant was something Ying Shaolong would never have dared to dream of before. But now things are different. He obtained the Ancestral Dragon manual, allowing him to fish for all sorts of precious seafood. Instead of selling to other hotels at wholesale prices, he might as well open his own store and sell the finished products. Just like today's spiny lobsters, a 4-pound lobster might only sell for a little over 3,000 yuan in the market, but in a high-end restaurant, one can sell for 6,000 yuan. Moreover, Jianghai City is a famous seaside tourist city, so there's no shortage of customers. Catching the lobsters themselves and selling them in the store is practically a business with no upfront investment. All they need to do is pay employee wages. Mr. Zhang was extremely polite to Ying Shaolong at this moment. In his opinion, someone so young who could produce 8 million in cash must have an extraordinary family background. He took out his phone and immediately called the store manager, ordering the staff to gather. Meanwhile, Sun Menghan was completely stunned. She still clutched the 500 yuan in her hand, her own words echoing in her mind. "Let's look for jobs together." Look for jobs together? And then, in the blink of an eye, that person bought the entire seafood restaurant for 8 million. It turned out she really was there to work, while they were just there to experience life. At this moment, Ying Shaolong walked up to her, smiled, and extended his hand. "Sun Menghan, how about I take back this 500 yuan, and you continue to work for me?" Sun Menghan stared blankly for a long time with her mouth agape, then stomped her foot and snorted. "Humph. I thought you were just an ordinary person working during the summer vacation, but I didn't expect you to be a young master." Ying Shaolong shook his head. I'm not some rich second generation. My family's financial situation is actually quite ordinary. Sun Menghan rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I believe that? She clutched the 500 yuan tightly and muttered softly. I'm not giving you the money. Ying Shaolong looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help but smile. Then how about this? You stay and help me manage the accounts? Consider my payment for helping you today. The shop will definitely need a trustworthy person in the future, and Sun Menghan is a good person, so he trusts her. Sun Menghan nodded immediately after hearing this, a happy smile spreading across her face. She has 2 dimples and a pair of small tiger teeth when she smiles, making her look exceptionally cute. Just then, Manager Wu walked over with his employees, calling out obsequiously, Come here, everyone, come here. Our boss Zhang has something to announce. However, when he got closer and saw Ying Shaolong, his face immediately darkened. Manager Wu pointed at him and coldly rebuked, You brat, you're late and leave early. You don't follow the rules. What are you still standing here for? Pack your things and get out. Chapter 8. Becoming the Boss. Refusing Xiao Yuqing's invitation. In front of all the employees, Manager Wu pointed at Ying Shaolong and angrily scolded, You brat, you're late and leave early. You're undisciplined. Pack your things and get out of here. The Tianhai banquet hall fell silent instantly upon hearing this. The employees all looked at Ying Shaolong, filled with sympathy, wondering how he had offended Manager Wu. But these words completely stunned Mr. Zhang, who was standing to the side. What was going on? The buyer he had just negotiated, the cash cow who was about to take over the restaurant, was being publicly ousted by his manager. The next second, Mr. Zhang stood up abruptly, his face full of anger, and rushed over. Slap! A crisp slap echoed throughout the entire restaurant. Mr. Zhang slapped Manager Wu hard across the face, yelling, What are you barking about? Do you know who you're talking to? The slap stunned Manager Wu. His face swelled instantly, and blood even seeped from the corner of his mouth. Mr. Zhang, Manager Wu covered his face, his expression full of grievance and shock, completely unaware of what he had done wrong. The surrounding employees were also stunned. The restaurant fell silent for a moment. General Manager Zhang straightened his clothes, glanced at the employees, and said in a deep voice, All employees, come here. Let me introduce your future boss. As he spoke, he pointed to Ying Shaolong. From today onwards, this brother of mine is the new owner of Tianhai Shingan Restaurant. He'll be fully in charge of this restaurant from now on. I'm no longer your boss. Upon hearing this, the employees gasped in shock. What? Ying Shaolong is the boss now. Isn't he one of our employees? Many were stunned, while the quick-thinking employees immediately shouted, Hello, Boss Ying. Ying Shaolong walked to the center of the hall, his gaze sweeping over everyone, a golden glint flashing in his pupils and an invisible aura emanating from him. In that instant, all the employees involuntarily stood up straight. Hello, everyone, Ying Shaolong said calmly. From today onwards, I will be in charge of Tianhai Grand Feast. In addition, everyone's salary will increase by 10%. Upon hearing this, the employees immediately showed expressions of surprise and joy. However, Ying Shaolong's tone changed, becoming serious. But the premise is that everyone must work diligently. If you don't do well, then you'll have to find another job. Yes, boss, the employees responded immediately in unison. Ying Shaolong nodded and continued to give instructions. The responsibilities of each position will remain unchanged for now, and operations will continue as normal. Sun Menghan will be responsible for overseeing the warehouse and finances. Upon hearing this, Sun Menghan was visibly taken aback. She had originally been just a part-time greeter, but now she was directly in charge of the restaurant's finances and warehouse, a position that was practically management. She looked at Ying Shaolong, this excessively young new boss, who calmly arranged everything. Thinking of this, her heart skipped a beat. All right, everyone get back to work. Ying Shaolong waved his hand, then his gaze fell coldly on Manager Wu. General Manager Zhang immediately understood and kicked him, yelling, Aren't you going to get the hell out of here? Manager Wu's face flushed red with shame and indignation, and he could only slink away. He knew very well that someone who could directly buy Tianhai Shingan was not someone he could afford to offend. Ying Shaolong, seeing this, simply smiled. Just then, a voluptuous woman dressed sexily walked over and said to President Zhang, the transfer contract has been printed. Good. Mr. Zhang quickly took the contract and handed it to Ying Shaolong. Brother, the contract is here, take a look. Ying Shaolong carefully reviewed it, and after confirming there were no problems, he signed it directly and transferred the money. After the formalities were completed, Mr. Zhang smiled and shook his hand. Mr. Ying, you are young and promising. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Tianhai Shingan will definitely be a hit in your hands. Thank you. Ying Shaolong also smiled and shook hands with him. Before leaving, Mr. Zhang lowered his voice and reminded him, I'm older than you, so I'll call you brother for the sake of it. Fengxiang Seafood isn't a good company, so be careful of their suppression. He then added, I'd be even happier if we could give them a good beating. Ying Shaolong nodded and smiled. Don't worry, come over for dinner anytime. After seeing Mr. Zhang off, Ying Shaolong immediately took over the restaurant. Sun Minghan, could you help me check the restaurant account balance, as well as the warehouse and seafood inventory? No problem, boss. Sun Minghan nodded with a smile and immediately got to work. Ying Shaolong then took a look around the restaurant and checked the warehouse and cold storage. The Tianhai Feast restaurant is luxuriously decorated, considered top tier even in Jianghai City. However, the seafood in its cold storage isn't particularly high-end. It only offers common, premium ingredients like king crab, Australian lobster, and caviar. For ordinary people, this is already top-tier seafood. But for the truly wealthy, these are commonplace. What's truly rare are exotic seafood like spiny lobster, large yellow croaker, bluefin tuna, and premium abalone. Tianhai Shungan, Tianhaishan, has almost no seafood available. This is the reason why the restaurant has been losing money recently. Especially a month ago, a new seafood restaurant called Fengxiang Seafood, Fengxiangshan, opened nearby. It's a long-established brand in Jianghai City with stable channels, and it can often get all kinds of rare seafood, attracting a large number of customers. In contrast, Tianhai Shungan, which lacks these channels, is naturally becoming increasingly deserted. Looks like I need to get some really good seafood, Ying Shaolong muttered to himself, already having a plan in mind. Besides, he'd spent all the money he'd just used to buy the shop, so he needed to earn some more. Tonight, I'll rent a fishing boat and go out to sea. Just then, his phone vibrated. Ying Shaolong took out his phone and saw it was a WeChat message from Xiao Yuqing. The message read, Little brother Shaolong, are you free the day after tomorrow? My best friend invited me to go sailing. You should come too, it's on me. Ying Shaolong frowned slightly after reading it and quickly replied, Sister Qing, I'm really not free the day after tomorrow. I'll treat you next time. Chapter 9, The Simp Goddess Xiao, back in the business world, in the heart of Jianghai City, atop the brilliant building. This is the headquarters of the Brilliant Jewelry Group, a company that ranks among the top 20 in Jianghai City, possessing considerable strength. At this moment, in a high-end office on the 36th floor, a short-haired woman, her face full of surprise, leaned close to Xiao Yuqing, desperately peering at her phone. Really? Our Jianghai's coldest female CEO actually took the initiative to ask a guy out? If her suitors knew, they'd probably be heartbroken for days. She said with a mischievous grin. Let me see what kind of handsome guy could make Goddess Xiao take the initiative to invite him out to sea. Xiao Yuqing looked at her helplessly. Qin Xian, don't overthink it. He's just a little brother. He helped me out today, and I owe him a favor. You insisted on taking me out to sea, so I just asked him to come along. Little brother? The short-haired woman immediately widened her eyes dramatically. You're calling him little brother? Goddess Xiao, you're like an old cow eating young grass. She laughed so hard she almost fell over. But it's good too. Little puppies are so obedient. With your charm, wouldn't any little brother follow you obediently with just a flick of your wrist? Xiao Yuqing rolled her eyes at her. Don't talk nonsense. It's not what you think. Just then, her phone suddenly rang. The short-haired woman immediately leaned over. Let me see. There was only a simple reply on the screen. Ying Shaolong, Sister Qing, I'm really busy tomorrow. I'll treat you next time. Upon seeing this message, both of them were stunned. Xiao Yuqing looked slightly taken aback. She hadn't taken Ying Shaolong's invitation to lunch that morning to be rejected, but she hadn't expected that her invitation to go out to sea 2 days in advance would be rejected again. Keep in mind, this was the first time she had ever asked a guy out. If you included the one that morning, she'd already been rejected twice by the same guy. The short-haired woman couldn't help but exclaim, No way. Someone actually rejected our goddess Xiao. Xiao Yuqing shook her head, pretending not to care, but she was somewhat disappointed inside. However, thinking about how they met, she quickly felt relieved. That boy was indeed different from ordinary people. She lowered her head and replied, Then tell me when you have time. The short-haired woman's eyes widened instantly upon seeing this reply, and she couldn't help but shout, Simp! In truth, Ying Shaolong wasn't intentionally refusing. He had just bought the Tianhai Shing'an restaurant, and his money was almost gone, while the restaurant was still losing money every day. To turn things around, he had to go fishing at sea again, and that would take at least 1 or 2 days. Seeing Xiao Yuqing's reply, Ying Shaolong felt a little embarrassed. After all, she had invited him twice already and had even spent 8 million to buy his red coral. He could only reply, Okay, next time for sure. Just after sending the message, Sun Minghan walked into the office, notebook in hand. Boss, the finance department has finished the inventory. Ying Shaolong looked up. Sun Minghan was wearing a Chong Sam and high heels, her figure very prominent. Manager Wu's character was questionable, but her taste was good. This outfit really suited her. Let me see. Ying Shaolong took the ledger and flipped through a few pages. Sun Minghan explained from the side. Boss, the shop is losing about 2,000 a day right now. Most of the customers in the neighborhood have been taken away by Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant. If we want to bring the business back, we have to stock up on some high-end seafood. Ying Shaolong nodded. I'll go to the sea this afternoon to take a look. He took out his phone. Let's add each other on WeChat. Feel free to contact me anytime. Okay, boss. The two quickly added each other on WeChat. When Ying Shaolong opened her moments, he suddenly paused and looked up at her. Are you a student at Jianghai University? Sun Menghan nodded. Yes, I'm a sophomore this semester. Ying Shaolong smiled. That's quite a coincidence. I'm a freshman this semester. No way. Sun Menghan covered her mouth in surprise. Boss, you're only a freshman? She was a little dazed, not expecting that the young and wealthy boss in front of her was actually her junior. Ying Shaolong laughed and said, why would I lie to you? Since we're alumni, I'll feel more at ease in trusting the store's accounts to my senior from now on. Sun Menghan blushed slightly and whispered, Boss, please just call me Menghan. Ying Shaolong thought for a moment, then smiled and said, then let's call her Senior Menghan. Sun Menghan revealed two dimples, nodded her head, and looked exceptionally happy. The two chatted about the shop for a while longer. Ying Shaolong decided to change the restaurant's name. He didn't like Tianhai Shungan, Heavenly Sea Feast, and planned to change it to Long Xian Jalo, Dragon Fresh Pavilion. Long represents the mythical dragon, and Xian represents seafood. He left the renaming to Meng Han, his senior. In the afternoon, he briefly explained some arrangements to the staff before leaving the restaurant. This time at sea, he not only wanted to catch more seafood, but also wanted to see if he could further improve his strength. After all, in this world, strength was the most important thing. Jianghai First Port is the city's largest port for navigating the sea, and the first seafood market is right next to it. Most fishermen set sail from here. Various fishing boats can also be rented here. Ying Shaolong took a taxi to the port and, seeing the fishing boats moored on the sea, asked an old man where he could rent a boat. He quickly arrived at the boat rental point. A 10-meter fishing boat, only for nearshore operations, no refrigeration, comes with fishing nets, fuel costs extra, $5,000 a day. A 15-meter fishing boat, with a refrigeration room, $12,000 a day. After hearing the quotes, Ying Shaolong realized that renting a boat wasn't cheap, especially with the deposit. Fortunately, he was prepared and took the last 100,000 yuan from the restaurant's funds. In the end, he rented a 15-meter fishing boat, and with the deposit and fuel costs, he was almost broke. Looking at the fishing boat in front of him, Ying Shaolong felt somewhat helpless. The boat was clearly old and outdated, completely incomparable to the large ocean-going fishing vessels in the port. Those modern ocean-going fishing vessels cost 2 or 3 million yuan each, with the top-of-the-line ones even costing over 100 million yuan, capable of catching thousands of tons of fish in a single voyage. The one he had rented for a little over 10,000 yuan was just an ordinary small fishing boat. Chapter 10: A Narrow Escape. Driving a fishing boat requires skill. Although Ying Shaolong didn't know how to drive a boat, with his current abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to learn. The boat rental owner, hearing that someone knew how, didn't ask any further questions. After all, no one would risk their life. After renting the boat, Ying Shaolong bought some food and bottled water. He planned to stay at sea for 2 days to catch more seafood and improve his skills. After making all the preparations, he carried the supplies back to the dock. Just as he was about to board the ship, a mocking voice suddenly rang out. Hey, isn't this the sucker who bought Tianhai Shungan? I didn't expect to run into him here. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction of the voice, immediately revealing a hint of surprise. Standing opposite him were all acquaintances, General Manager Zhao of Fengxiang Seafood, and Wang Lao-san and his group of men. What a small world. Wang Lao-san sized Ying Shaolong up and down, frowning as he said, President Zhao, you said this is the kid who ruined our plans and caused us to buy Tianhai Shungan? General Manager Zhao nodded, his eyes turning cold. That's right, it's this reckless brat. If it weren't for him, we would have already devoured Tianhai Feast, and all the high-end seafood restaurants near Jianghai University would belong to Fengxiang. Hearing this, Ying Shaolong sneered, too lazy to pay them any attention, and jumped directly onto his fishing boat. I ran into a dog, what bad luck. These words instantly darkened Mr. Zhao's face, and he let out a cold snort. Looking at the 15-meter fishing boat, Wang Lao-san couldn't help but sneer. Boss Zhao, look at this kid, he thinks he can go out to sea in this broken boat? Does he think he can catch top-quality seafood and compete with our Fengxiang seafood? Mr. Zhao couldn't help but laugh. Just an ignorant kid. He lowered his voice and said to Wang Lao-san, Brother Lao-san, since this kid wants to go out to sea, should we teach him a lesson in the sea? Our big ship, which is over 30 meters long, can easily capsize his little wrecked boat. Wang Lao-san narrowed his eyes, but shook his head. Mr. Zhao, I just bought this boat for 6 or 7 million. Hitting his small boat will only dirty my boat. If you really want to get rid of him, I can think of other ways. After thinking about it, General Manager Zhao agreed and laughed loudly. Forget it, this kid isn't worthy. Let him go for now. Inside the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong, who had just finished loading his things, paused slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. They thought they were speaking softly, but after cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique, Ying Shaolong's hearing was now far superior. Every word of their conversation reached his ears. Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes and glanced in their direction through the cabin. Soon, Wang Laosan and his men boarded his fishing boat. It was a 35-meter ocean-going fishing vessel, far superior in size and equipment to the small boat that Ying Shaolong had rented. The difference is quite obvious. Ying Shaolong glanced at it a few times, then started the fishing boat and slowly sailed out to sea. Gazing at the vast ocean in the distance, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Just then, a loud roar came from the side. Wang Laosan and his crew's large ship also started up. Although Ying Shaolong's boat was small and its equipment was rudimentary, it wasn't much slower. He maneuvered his fishing boat, maintaining a safe distance, and quietly following behind the other party. The fishing boat wasn't moving very fast, only about 20 kilometers per hour. Ying Shaolong was hanging in the air at a distance, but the other side didn't seem to care at all. In the eyes of Wang Laosan and his gang, a 15-meter boat was no match for their 35-meter boat. Time passed slowly, and darkness gradually fell. Many fishing boats choose to operate at night, because at night, large schools of fish rise to the upper and middle layers of the sea, making them easier to catch. Inside the wheelhouse of the Tianwang fishing boat, Wang Laosan surveyed the sea and gave a deep order. Drive in that direction and activate the sonar equipment to detect. He started fishing at sea with his father when he was a teenager. He was very familiar with the wind direction, temperature, and fish habits. In addition, the advanced sonar fish-finding equipment on the boat allowed him to return with a full catch almost every time he went out to sea. He was quite well known among the fishing boats in this area. The middle-aged man piloting the fishing boat quickly smiled and said, "Don't worry, boss. This time it's sure to be another bumper harvest." Old Wang chuckled, his face full of confidence. "Catch more fish, show our strength, and try to reach a cooperation agreement with that foreigner. If the cooperation goes through, we'll have more money than we can spend. Don't worry, boss. We can definitely do it." Just then, the driver suddenly shouted excitedly, "Boss, we've detected it. The sonar has found a school of fish, and there's a huge number of them." "Real?" Wang Laosan's eyes lit up, and he burst into laughter. "Ha! I'm so lucky. I've only been out at sea for 4 hours, and I've already encountered a school of fish." The boss is very experienced. He can spot the fish at a glance. "Everyone get ready. Begin setting the nets." The Tianwang immediately stopped, and the crew members were all excited, quickly starting to cast their nets to catch fish. On the sea not far away, Ying Shaolong also stopped his boat. Although night had fallen, it did not affect his vision. He could clearly see that the other fishing boat had stopped. Ying Shaolong has always adhered to one principle. I will not offend others unless they offend me. But if someone tries to harm him, he will never sit idly by and wait for his doom. A meaningful smile appeared on his lips. "Hee, I'd like to see how many fish you can catch for me." As soon as he finished speaking, he took off his shirt, leaped into the deep ocean. Target, the Tianwang fishing boat ahead. Chapter 11, The Fisherman's Game. Splash. The sea at night, with the sound of waves crashing against the shore, offers a scene unlike anything found in the city. This place is already close to the open sea. If Ying Shaolong hadn't been following Wang Laosan's fishing boat, he wouldn't have come to such a far place. The seawater here is 300 or 400 meters deep. When he jumped into the ocean, he felt like a dragon swimming in the sea. Ying Shaolong stared ahead with a cold smile on his face and swam quickly towards a goal. Fishing methods are limited to a few types: trawl fishing, drift net fishing, and fixed net fishing. Regardless of the method, the fishing net needs to be left in the sea for several hours before being pulled up. This gave Ying Shaolong a lot of room to maneuver. As Ying Shaolong approached Wang Laosan's Tianwang, he immediately saw a large fishing net being laid out on their fishing boat. "This is a trawler." Ying Shaolong looked at it, his eyes gleaming. The so-called trawling net was simply a large net placed into the sea. The fishing boats tow the nets, and wherever the nets pass, all the fish and seafood are covered by the nets. The world's largest fishing vessel is the trawler, which is over 100 meters long. This fishing boat's trawl net can harvest 300 tons of fish at a time. What does this mean? If Ying Shaolong could obtain so many fish and refine them, he could directly condense 108 dragon scales. I hope Wang Laosan will have a good harvest. Ying Shaolong arrived below the Tianwang fishing boat and watched as the fishing net was lowered little by little. "Let's go. We must catch this school of fish in one fell swoop." On the Tianwang, Wang Laosan looked at the school of fish detected by the sonar, waved his hand, and gave an order. "It's the boss." The staff immediately responded, and the fishing boat began to start. Ying Shaolong followed below the fishing boat, and soon his eyes lit up as he looked towards the front of the boat. Through his golden dragon eyes, he could vaguely sense that there was a school of fish ahead. As for what kind of fish it was, he couldn't tell. His current strength was still too weak. This Wang Laosan really does have some skill. Ying Shaolong was slightly surprised, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Currently, even with Ying Shaolong's strength, When encountering a school of fish, he can only suppress the area within a radius of 15 meters with his dragon might. As for the fish further away, they will escape. But now, once the fish are caught in the fishing net, wouldn't I be able to refine and absorb them at will? His eyes gleamed as he followed behind the fishing boat. Soon, the school of fish came into his sight. This is a school of Spanish mackerel. Spanish mackerel are not very valuable, but they still cost around 30 yuan per kilogram. The school of mackerel in front of us is exceptionally spectacular, with countless mackerel gathered together, forming a fish storm. They range in weight from 2 or 3 pounds to 7 or 8 pounds, and the quantity is extremely large. Ying Shaolong looked at the school of fish with envy. Soon, the huge trawl net began to cover the entire school of fish in his line of sight. Some mackerel were provoked and frantically tried to escape, but many more mackerel were trapped inside the fishing net. Upon seeing this, Ying Shaolong moved swiftly and swam into the trawl net. He was very fast, about 15 meters per second, and when he swam at full speed, it was equivalent to 100 kilometers per hour. It is 5 times faster than a fishing boat. Ying Shaolong easily entered the trawl net, looking at the densely packed mackerel around him, his eyes revealing excitement. Refine, refine. He used the Ancestral Dragon technique to rapidly refine the surrounding fish, and the mackerel turned into energy that entered his body. New dragon scales begin to condense. Currently, at Ying Shaolong's speed, he can refine about 300 caddies of fish in 5 minutes. The school of mackerel in front of us weighs at least tens of thousands of kilograms. Ying Shaolong was inside the fishing net, and his surroundings were quickly filled with mackerel, which excited him greatly, and he quickly began to refine them. After the fishing boats lowered their trawl nets, their speed decreased significantly. A typical trawling operation takes about 2 hours, and even in the fastest cases, it takes at least an hour and a half. This gave Ying Shaolong plenty of time. After staying in the trawl net for a full hour, a dragon scale solidified on the back of Ying Shaolong's other hand. His eyes shone brightly, and he felt full of power. The increase in his strength more than doubled his refining speed. There was still more than half of the mackerel around, and Ying Shaolong did not stop, continuing to refine them. 40 minutes later, he had completely refined all the mackerel in the fishing net. He also completed the refining of the 3rd dragon scale. In a short period of time, he processed approximately 10,000 kilograms of fish. If Ying Shaolong were to find and refine fish in the ocean himself, it would take at least several days. I'll stay here. Although he had refined all the mackerel, fish were still being caught in the massive trawl net every moment. This is also much faster than him searching in the sea himself. On the Tianwang fishing boat, Wang Lao-san sat in the wheelhouse, smoking a cigar and crossing his legs. What's the current situation? He looked at the fishing boat driver and asked casually. Boss, according to sonar detection, the fish have disappeared. They should have been caught in our trawl nets. The fishing boat driver looked at the information on the sonar and said excitedly. The sonar fish finders on their fishing boats can detect fish over lengths of up to 1,000 meters and depths of up to 30 meters. The trawl net extends more than 100 meters into the water, so that fish entering the net cannot be detected by the sonar detector. However, the fish have already disappeared. If they weren't dragged into the net, where else could they have gone? Haha, good, it's been almost 2 hours. Let's haul in the net and see what kind of fish we caught. Wang Lao-san happily got up and walked toward the deck outside. Start setting up the net. The fishing boat came to a stop, and the driver took out his walkie-talkie and shouted, Raise the net. Under the lights, a dozen or so workers began to collect the nets. The machinery roared and began to turn. Wang Lao-san stood aside, ready to admire the fish catch. Are they setting up the net? Ying Shaolong sensed the movement of the fishing net and looked over. He swam quickly toward the exit. The 3rd dragon scale has been completed, and the 4th has begun to form. Currently, his speed in the water has reached about 18 meters per second. A few seconds later, he crawled out of the net. The empty fishing net was quickly pulled up. Ying Shaolong stood beside the fishing boat, watching with a broad smile. Above, Wang Lao-san was also watching with a big smile on his face. Even with his ability to identify fish in the sea, Wang Lao-san could only encounter one school of fish by chance. Every time I encounter a school of fish, I make a fortune. Even if this fish isn't very valuable, its abundance makes it worthwhile. However, as the trawler was pulled in, Wang Lao-san's smiling face gradually disappeared. He had hauled in about 600 meters of his 1,000-meter-long trawl net, but hadn't caught a single fish. Even at the very bottom, within the 400-meter-long fishing net, it should be able to hold 6 or 7,000 kilograms. He tried to comfort himself, but as time passed and the fishing net was gradually brought in, his expression changed. On the fishing boat, the workers were also completely bewildered. Where's my fish? An incredulous roar erupted from Wang Lao-san's mouth. Chapter 12. The giant yellow croaker appears, and the power of the divine dragon is utilized. Where's my fish? The sonar detection clearly indicated a school of fish. Now, there are no fish at all, not even a single fish in the net. Angry voices rang out from the tent. The entire trawl net was pulled up. There were no fish in it, not even a single fish hair. This was the first time in his more than 20 years of fishing career. Even without schools of fish, there would still be other fish in the catch after nearly 2 hours of fishing. Now, there isn't a single one. Yes, not a single one. This made Wang Lao San's eyes widen, and he roared in disbelief. His trip to sea this time was not only for catching fish, but also to demonstrate their strength, so as to cooperate with a foreign seafood company. He said on this voyage that he wanted to get some rare seafood to show that foreign company. What's the result now? I didn't see a single fish hair. Boss, we checked the fishing nets, and they're not damaged. There's nothing wrong with them. An employee, inspecting the fishing nets, saw the angry Wang Lao San and reported in a low voice. Perhaps due to some special reason, the fish here escaped to other places? That was the only consolation one employee could offer. This is really weird. Let's go somewhere else. Wang Lao San's face was extremely gloomy, and he cursed angrily, set sail, and find another place. As the fishing boat started moving, the crew trembled and dared not utter a word. They knew all too well what Wang Lao San's volatile temper was like. Interesting. Below the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong heard the voice above, and his face was full of smiles. Neither Wang Lao San nor that boss Zhao are good people. If they want to harm him, Ying Shaolong won't hesitate to take drastic measures. He moved swiftly, swam to his own fishing boat, and continued to follow Wang Lao San's Tianwang fishing boat from a distance. The Tianwang fishing boat continued sailing for another 2 hours before stopping in a certain area of the sea. Boss, the sonar has detected a lot of fish in this area. We can set up the net. Inside the driver's cab, the driver looked at the information on the sonar and spoke to Wang Lao San. Oh, fine. Wang Lao San nodded, and this time he went directly to the deck and watched his men throw down the trawl net. He stopped again. Looks like he's going offline. Upon seeing this, Ying Shaolong's eyes lit up, and he stopped his fishing boat far away and jumped directly into the sea. Bump! Ying Shaolong swam quickly toward the Tianwang fishing boat. The fishing net was set up, the fishing boat started again, and Ying Shaolong entered the net to reap the benefits. They can simply sit back and reap the benefits without lifting a finger. Soon, fish were caught in the fishing net, and Ying Shaolong easily began refining them. Time passed quickly, and the fourth dragon scale gradually formed. Huh? What's this? Just then, as Ying Shaolong was refining the fish, he paused slightly, his gaze turning in surprise to the 5 fish in front of him. 5 fish with golden bodies. The smallest weighs 3 pounds, and the largest weighs about 5 pounds. Large yellow croaker. Excitement gleamed in Ying Shaolong's eyes. A large yellow croaker. It's a large yellow croaker. The value of the large yellow croaker is beyond doubt. It's known almost everywhere online. The heavier the wild yellow croaker, the more valuable it is. Not to mention anything else, a 3-pound wild yellow croaker is worth at least 10,000 yuan. If this were served in a hotel, it would cost at least 20,000 yuan to eat. As for those weighing 4 or 5 pounds, the price is even higher. These 5 large yellow croakers alone cost no less than 100,000 yuan. Tisk tisk, this Wang Lao San is really my lucky star. Ying Shaolong smiled and did not refine the large yellow croaker. Instead, he suppressed it with his dragon might and controlled it with his water control technique. Alright, the Ancestral Dragon manual mentions that if I become powerful, I can enlighten the aquatic creatures, enabling them to gain intelligence and increase their strength, making me their king. If I were to inject energy into the big yellow croaker now, what would happen? Ying Shaolong had an idea. At this moment, more than a dozen fish were caught in the net again. He used his water control power to pull them over and then began to refine them. He didn't absorb the refined energy. Instead, he injected it into the 4-pound yellow croaker. The energy was slowly absorbed by the large yellow croaker, and then, visibly, the 4-pound croaker began to grow larger, at least 2 centimeters. This? Ying Shaolong was excited and quickly refined more than a dozen fish. These dozen or so fish, weighing a total of 40 or 50 pounds, had all their refined energy injected into the large yellow croaker. Soon, the yellow croaker, which originally weighed about 4 pounds, became almost twice the size of the largest one, which weighed 5 pounds. My weight is around 10 pounds now. Ying Shaolong's breathing became slightly rapid. He seemed to have discovered a way to make money. Although this method may hinder the improvement of my strength, there is no problem selling this 10-pound yellow croaker for 110,000 to 120,000 yuan. Ying Shaolong muttered, in the long run, this method is not conducive to improving one's own strength, but I can use it only to improve precious fish, such as large yellow croaker and abalone. His eyes flickered as he looked at the other 4 large yellow croakers. Then he refined a fish that had entered the net, increasing all 10 large yellow croakers to about 10 pounds. Most importantly, the higher you go, the more energy you need to upgrade, making it sometimes not worthwhile. It wouldn't be too much for me to sell this big yellow croaker for 166,000 yuan in the store in the future, would it? Looking at the 5 large yellow croakers, each weighing 10 pounds, beside him, he grinned. With Wang Lao San's Tianwang fishing boat working for him, refining fish was too easy for him. This is equivalent to bringing food directly to your mouth. 2 hours passed quickly, and the fishing nets were brought in. The 4th dragon scale also solidified completely. Their strength has been enhanced once again. With a swift movement, he swam quickly out of the fishing net. What the hell is going on? There's not a single fish again. Huh? How is this possible? How is this possible? Quickly check my fishing nets, see if there's anything wrong with them. Hurry up and check them for me. Boss, the fishing net has been inspected. There are no problems, no holes. Damn it, what's going on? What the hell is going on? Soon, another furious roar came from the fishing boat. Ying Shaolong's lips curled up slightly as he brought 5 large yellow croakers, each weighing 10 pounds, to his fishing boat and froze them. Half an hour later, the Tianwang started up again and resumed fishing. Seeing that the leaks continued to grow, Ying Shaolong immediately followed from a distance. 4 hours later, as dawn broke, Wang Lao San stood wearily and dejectedly on the deck, constantly smoking cigarettes. His gaze was blank and unfocused. Had I been abandoned by the sea god? How could I be so incredibly unlucky? I've cast my net 4 times already and haven't seen a single fish. Boss, could it be that there's something wrong with our sonar? The fishing boat driver made a cautious guess. I spent $1 million to buy this sonar. There won't be any problems. Keep going. I refuse to believe we can't catch a single fish. Wang Lao San didn't believe it and roared with red eyes. He didn't believe it. He couldn't believe he couldn't catch a single fish. Chapter 13: The Collapse of Wang Lao San, Giant Abalone. The 5th dragon scale has solidified. The fiery red sun rose from the sea, reflecting off the shimmering waves. Ying Shaolong stood leisurely on the deck, a broad smile on his face. The improvement in his strength did not make him feel tired in the slightest. In addition, there are 3 blue grouper with a market price of 600 yuan per caddy, 5 E-star grouper with a market price of around 300 yuan, and more than a dozen stone grouper. In short, Ying Shaolong gained a lot from this experience. Seeing the leaks make another move, he immediately followed. Because it was bright outside, he gave up using a fishing boat to follow them, fearing that they would discover him. Leaving the fishing boat here won't cause any trouble. Jump into the sea and quickly follow. 2.5 hours later, Wang Lao San looked at the empty trawl net and fell silent again. Keep going, damn it. I've been fishing for over 20 years, and this is the first time I've encountered a situation where I can't catch a single fish. This is impossible. Keep going, damn it. He roared angrily. 3 hours later, Wang Lao San's face was contorted with rage, his eyes bloodshot, as he roared, "Continue. I don't believe it. I don't believe it." 2.5 hours later. What the hell? Am I seeing a ghost? Huh? 3 more hours passed, and the sun began to set. Wang Lao San stared blankly at the empty trawl net, his mind somewhat dazed. He broke down, completely broke down. He hadn't rested for a day and a night. The repeated failures were pounding on his soul. He felt a little dizzy. Boss, are you alright? Boss, should we go back and rest first? Some of his subordinates offered words of advice out of concern. Rest. Wang Lao San spoke weakly, breathing heavily. If this continues, he'll either die suddenly or die of anger. It's boring. Below the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong heard the voice coming from above, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He stretched out his arm, on which 7 solid dragon scales shimmered. Dragon scales can cover any part of the body, giving it incredible defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Ying Shaolong's current speed in the water has reached a terrifying 33 meters per second. Even on land, 20 meters per second is not a problem. His strength has increased dramatically, giving him the feeling that he can fight a shark with his bare hands. At least if it encounters a regular shark, it could take it down on the spot. With the leaks, victims, running away, Ying Shaolong is about to take action on his own. The current results are still far from satisfactory for a seafood restaurant. For example, we need to catch some lobsters, fish that cost a couple hundred yuan per kilogram, and crabs. Ying Shaolong is preparing to go to the coral land, which he visited for the first time. That area is home to spiny lobsters and red coral. Red coral is more valuable, and he plans to get some to see if he can find buyers and sell some red coral. With these thoughts in mind, Ying Shaolong steered the fishing boat toward the place he remembered. Night fell again, and despite not having slept for over 30 hours, he did not feel tired. 5 hours later, Ying Shaolong arrived at the coral reef area. With a swift movement, Ying Shaolong immediately jumped into the ocean. In a flash, it appeared more than 30 meters away, its golden dragon eyes shining brightly. It quickly spotted a mackerel and refined it directly. A dozen seconds later, Ying Shaolong arrived at the seabed and scanned his surroundings, focusing on the area of underwater reefs and corals. With his sharp dragon eyes scanning the surroundings, Ying Shaolong began searching for the splendid lobster. Found one. His terrifying speed and exceptional eyesight allowed him to spot a 3-pound ornate lobster in less than 5 minutes. There's no need to swim over. With a wave of the arm, the seawater condenses into the shape of a dragon's claw, grabbing it. Continuing the search, Ying Shaolong focused on preparing the lobsters for the next few hours. 10 hours later, they had caught more than 50 of them. The largest one weighs about 8 pounds. Midway through, he unexpectedly discovered a precious seafood, a butter crab. The butter crab can definitely be called the king of crabs, and it is much more expensive than the so-called king crab. A yellow butter crab weighing 5 or 6 ounces would cost at least 1,000 yuan in a restaurant. If it could weigh a pound, it could easily sell for 2 or 3,000 yuan. It definitely belongs to the category of top-grade seafood. Ying Shaolong caught more than 100 of these yellow butter crabs, more than twice as many as spiny lobsters. Of course, the price of a single yellow butter crab is much cheaper than that of spiny lobster. Splash! Emerging from the sea, Ying Shaolong found that the sky had brightened again. He smiled and said, "The sea truly is full of treasures. Go catch some more abalone, then leave." Ying Shaolong came aboard the fishing boat, stretched, and prepared to catch some abalone. Abalone is known as the golden dish and the crown jewel of seafood. Nowadays, abalone can be farmed, and the price of ordinary abalone is not too high. The truly expensive ones are the top-quality large abalone. Based on current market prices, half a frozen abalone costs around 100,000 yuan. In the West, there's a type of abalone that is much larger and costs 1,000,000 yuan. This type of abalone is extremely rare in the world. Not to mention others, even half-head abalone is extremely rare in China. Ying Shaolong naturally didn't think he was lucky enough to pick up half an abalone by chance. But he can get some ordinary abalone and then cultivate it with the power of the dragon. If an abalone sells for 1,000,000, then consuming some of the dragon's power is nothing. Abalone live in shallow waters, so we can catch some on the way back. Ying Shaolong maneuvered the fishing boat to the shallow waters and plunged into the ocean. Half an hour later, he finally encountered abalone, but the abalone were not very big. 5 or 6 of them together weigh about 1 pound. Find some fish, refine them into energy, and inject them into the abalone's body. 5 minutes later, the abalone weighed about 3 pounds. It takes 100 pounds of fish to grow an abalone to 3 pounds. Abalone grows slower than other seafood, but this abalone is worth 100,000 yuan. It's very worthwhile. Ying Shaolong murmured, his eyes shining. Continue. He searched for ordinary sea fish, injected energy into abalone, and spent 3 hours until there were 10 large abalone in front of him. 5 of them weigh about 10 pounds each, and the other 5 weigh between 2 and 8 pounds. The cheapest one, weighing 2 kilograms, can sell for 100,000 yuan in the store. For every additional kilogram, the price increases by 100,000 yuan. Scarcity increases value, so Ying Shaolong doesn't plan to cultivate too many abalone. If there are too many of them, they become worthless. Ying Shaolong boarded the ship, looked at his haul, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. These finds, excluding the red coral, are worth at least 7 or 8 million. Enough for the restaurant to sell for a while. Ying Shaolong smiled and said, "Go back and get some rest." We got into the driver's seat and began our return journey. As the fishing boat sailed closer to the nearshore waters, more and more vessels appeared ahead. However, these are not ordinary ships but yachts. Jianghai is a popular seaside tourist destination, with many yachts setting sail every day. Ying Shaolong looked around and saw many handsome men and beautiful women on the yacht, wearing swimsuits and showing off their figures. He wasn't envious. It wouldn't be long before he could afford a yacht too. Suddenly, as Ying Shaolong glanced at a rather luxurious yacht, his sharp gaze caught sight of a familiar figure. This figure was quite eye-catching. Everyone else was wearing swimsuits or something similar, but this figure was wearing a long dress. Xiao Yuqing. Chapter 14. Fine wine should be paired with top-quality seafood? Ying Shaolong was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected to run into Xiao Yuqing while fishing at sea. However, remembering that Xiao Yuqing had invited him to go out to sea today, he understood why. He thought for a moment, then took out his phone and sent a message to Xiao Yuqing. "Sister Qing, I saw you. The Yuan is a luxury yacht worth tens of millions of dollars. There are only about a dozen of these luxury yachts in the entire Jianghai city." Xiao Yuqing stood on the deck, her arm resting on the railing, gazing idly at the sea ahead. Yachts, the ocean, fine wine. This isn't the kind of life she longs for. In other words, she's grown tired of this kind of travel. In addition, the most important thing about traveling is to be with close friends to have a good time. This time, her best friend dragged her on a sea trip, and she couldn't resist, so she agreed. She originally thought it would just be her best friend and a few other friends. Unexpectedly, some of her female friends brought their boyfriends, and even their boyfriends brought their friends. The constant attention from boys annoyed her, and she began to regret coming out. Buzzing. At that moment, her phone vibrated. Xiao Yuqing opened it and looked at the contents, her face showing astonishment. Xiao Yuqing, what do you mean, Shaolong? You saw me? Buzz. Ying Shaolong. Yes, I'm on a fishing boat in front of you. What a coincidence, Sister Qing. Xiao Yuqing's face was filled with surprise. She immediately looked ahead and saw a figure waving at her from the cockpit of his somewhat simple fishing boat. Xiao Yuqing, did you go fishing? Ying Shaolong. Yes, I just got back from a trip at sea. Xiao Yuqing, so you're free now? You can't refuse to come here and play for a while, can you? We have jet skis on our yacht that can pick you up. After sending this message, Xiao Yuqing smiled slightly. I was bored right now, so I called this little brother over. When Ying Shaolong saw Xiao Yuqing's invitation again, he was taken aback, but he couldn't refuse again. Ying Shaolong. Okay then, I'll stop the fishing boat. Qian. Upon seeing the message, Xiao Yuqing turned around with a smile and called out to her best friend inside. Qian, I'm going to take a speedboat out to sea to pick someone up. What? Upon hearing her words, Qian walked out arm in arm with her boyfriend, accompanied by 7 or 8 other people. She looked at him with a puzzled expression. Going to the sea to pick someone up? Pick up what kind of person? It was a younger brother who helped me. It was a coincidence. He had just returned from the sea and was on the fishing boat ahead. Xiao Yuqing smiled and pointed to the fishing boat ahead. Wow, no way. Is that the cute puppy you invited the day before yesterday? I can't believe I ran into him. Quick, call him over so I can see him. Qian walked up to her excitedly, her eyes shining. I want to see what kind of handsome guy has made our goddess Xiao invite him so many times. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yuqing rolled her eyes at her. Watch your mouth, it's not what you think. Okay, hurry up and bring him over. Qian giggled and urged, let me see. Goddess Xiao, I'll go down and get her. A shirtless young man with 8-pack abs, wearing a fawning smile, said, it's better if I take the jet ski to carry people. No. Xiao Yuqing shook her head. I'll go by myself. This is a bit inconvenient, isn't it? The young man with 8-pack abs frowned slightly and said. Xiao Yuqing ignored him and walked straight towards where the motorboats were stored. This made the young man with the 8-pack abs look rather embarrassed. Sister Qian, who did Goddess Xiao go to pick up? A fisherman. Seeing Xiao Yuqing leave, the young man walked up to Qian and couldn't help but ask. Yes, how could someone like Goddess Xiao know a fisherman? A young man next to her asked with a face full of curiosity. I don't know either. Qian saw everyone looking at her and shook her head. I knew it. This younger brother helped Yuqing before, and Yuqing has some feelings for him. No way. Qian's boyfriend also looked surprised. A fisherman. He's from a completely different world from Xiao Yuqing. Yeah, and he's even driving a beat-up fishing boat. Looks like he got incredibly lucky to meet Yuqing. Another girl chimed in. Xiao Yuqing is a famous beauty in Jianghai City. Not only that, she's also the only girl among the top 10 outstanding youths in Jianghai City. He's struggling to make a living on a fishing boat, while we're enjoying life on a cruise ship. We're not on the same level at all. A young man held a glass of red wine, chuckling as he swirled it. I guess Goddess Xiao is also a bit excited about this. After all, Goddess Xiao's lifestyle is such that a sip of red wine costs hundreds of dollars, and any piece of jewelry is something that a fisherman can't afford. The young man with 8-pack abs forced a smile, as if he were comforting himself. Qian frowned slightly when she heard their words, but she didn't say anything. We can't go empty-handed. On the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong saw Xiao Yuqing driving a motorboat over. After thinking for a moment, he took a 10-pound abalone. Abalone can be mass-produced using energy, so you don't feel bad about eating them. The main reason is that Ying Shaolong felt that Xiao Yuqing had helped him. Putting everything else aside, the 8 million red coral tree was bought with Xiao Yuqing's own money. Even if the abalone in his possession was worth millions, he would not hesitate to spend it. After packing the seafood into a black bag, Ying Shaolong went to the spot where he would set up the fishing net. Xiao Yuqing rowed over on a motorboat, her curves fully exposed in the wind. The motorboat pulled up in front of the fishing boat. Xiao Yuqing smoothed her hair and waved at him. Are you ready to get off? No problem. Ying Shaolong smiled slightly, grabbed the fishing boat, and lightly leaped downwards, landing precisely on the motorboat. Young Master Shaolong, what a coincidence today. Xiao Yuqing turned to him with a smile. Hold on tight. We're going to the yacht. Hee, it's quite a coincidence. Ying Shaolong smiled and gripped the bottom of the motorboat. I just happened to see you, Sister Qing. Xiao Yuqing smiled and led him to the yacht. The luxury yacht had a place to put the motorboat. Yuqing, is this the young Master Shaolong you're talking about? Not bad, quite handsome. As soon as they arrived, a group of people came to greet them. Qian looking Shaolong up and down and commented with a smile. Speaking of which, you rejected Yuqing at the beginning. I didn't expect to meet you in the sea. What a coincidence. Thanks. Ying Shaolong looked at the girl and smiled shyly. Hello. Qian, stop talking nonsense. Xiao Yuqing glared at her best friend and looked at Ying Shaolong. Brother Shaolong, this is my best friend Zhou Qian. She's a big mouth, just ignore her. Is this young man a fisherman? Did you just come back from fishing? The young man with 8-pack abs looked Ying Shaolong up and down without restraint and asked casually. I guess so. Upon hearing his words, Ying Shaolong also looked at the young man. The young man clearly looked down on him, his gaze sweeping over the group, where most people were sizing him up. Some were swirling their wine glasses, while others wore expressions of curiosity. Different postures, but all conveying a sense of superiority. Have you had lunch? Xiao Yuqing straightened her skirt. Her mind focused on Ying Shaolong and didn't notice the expressions of those around her. She asked, It's noon now. Shall we get something to eat? Sure, I brought some seafood. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded, gesturing with his hand. Xiao Yuqing smiled and nodded. I got some fine wine from my father, white wine from Chateau Lafite Rothschild. A bottle costs over 30,000 yuan. I didn't dare to take anything too expensive. Haha. There are 3 bottles, but that should be enough for everyone to enjoy. The young man with 8-pack abs was a little annoyed to see Xiao Yuqing being so attentive to Ying Shaolong, and said, Perfect, fine wine with seafood. After he finished speaking, he nudged the young man beside him and gestured with his eyes. Brother Hao is good, but such fine wine should be paired with top-quality seafood. The young man who was bumped into rolled his eyes, laughed, and said, then looked at Ying Shaolong. Young man, have you caught any king crabs, emperor crabs, or Australian lobsters when you went out to sea? These kinds of seafood are not found in the surrounding waters. Ying Shaolong looked at him and shook his head. That's such a shame. No top-quality seafood. It doesn't go well with Brother Hao's fine wine. The young man shook his head regretfully, a slight smile on his face. Hao, who had 8-pack abs, smiled slightly and patted the young man next to him on the shoulder. The implication in their words was clear. Ying Shaolong seafood was not worthy of being served with their fine wine. Chapter 15, $1 million top-tier seafood. Fine wines do indeed deserve top-quality seafood. I brought some caviar, so please feel free to try it. On the yacht, some people understood Jiang Hao's intentions. They all understood that Jiang Hao was pursuing Xiao Yuqing, but had not been successful. Now Xiao Yuqing suddenly has a so-called younger brother, which clearly indicates a competitive relationship. Jiang Hao wanted to suppress him. A woman who was on good terms with Jiang Hao smiled slightly and added a sentence, clearly speaking up for Jiang Hao as well. They are from the same circle. As for the fishermen, they don't deserve to be in their circle. The intelligent Xiao Yuqing immediately understood the implication of their words, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Sister Qing, is Australian king crab considered top-grade seafood? Before Xiao Yuqing could speak, Ying Shaolong's eyes flickered slightly. He glanced at the 2 young men who wanted to step on him. Then his gaze fell on Xiao Yuqing, and he asked, I guess you could say that, but one of them can sell for 2 or 3,000 yuan. Xiao Yuqing was slightly taken aback and looked at Ying Shaolong with a puzzled expression. Of course, it's a level below the splendid lobster you caught a few days ago. I don't think it counts. Ying Shaolong shook his head. If these are all considered top-grade seafood, then they are far too cheap. As he spoke, a smile appeared on his face, and he took out a large abalone from a bag. Sister Qing, I'm treating you to top-quality seafood today. When Ying Shaolong took out the abalone, Xiao Yuqing was clearly stunned for a moment. Then her red lips parted slightly, and she looked at the abalone with a face full of surprise. This is abalone? Uh-huh. Ying Shaolong smiled and gestured. A 10-pound abalone can be considered a top-grade seafood. It's hard to buy even if you have money. This really is abalone? Even though Xiao Yuqing came from a wealthy family, she had never eaten such a large abalone. It's not that she can't afford it, but that this thing is priceless and unavailable in the market. Wow, my goodness, no way. This is abalone? It's so big. Qian, who was standing next to her, also exclaimed in surprise and leaned over to examine it closely. Isn't such a big abalone very expensive? A frozen abalone with 1.5 heads, which is about 2 kilograms, costs around 100,000 yuan. Ying Shaolong smiled and said, this one weighs 10 pounds, so the price will be at least 10 times higher. No way, it's so expensive? Qian exclaimed in surprise. Such expensive abalone was not cheap, even for the children of wealthy families like them. The people around were somewhat bewildered. Jiang Hao, in particular, stared at the giant abalone, his expression changing. Such a big abalone? This is too valuable. Shaolong, you should keep it and sell it yourself. Xiao Yuqing's expression also changed slightly. This abalone looked very valuable, and she also knew that Shaolong was not that rich. It's all right. I brought it for you, Sister Qing, to eat anyway. Ying Shaolong shook his head dismissively. This time the harvest was good. We still have a few of these abalone. No, this is too expensive. Xiao Yuqing continued to shake her head. Even after hearing Ying Shaolong say that he had a few more, she still couldn't believe that such $1 million abalone will be brought directly to her to eat. If someone has 5 or 6 million in their hands, but they directly give away 1 million, who wouldn't be moved by such an act? Since I've already taken it, I'll turn it into a delicious meal later, Ying Shaolong insisted. Xiao Yuqing glanced at him with a slight flicker in her eyes, hesitated for a few seconds, and nodded. Okay, the only pity is that there's no good wine to go with it. Haha, if we don't have good wine, ordinary wine will do. Ying Shaolong smiled when he heard this. Sister Qing is very perceptive. She did it on purpose. Come on, this is the first time I've ever eaten such rare and precious seafood. Let me help you. Xiao Yuqing looked at the abalone with excitement and anticipation. Let's go to the kitchen. There's plenty of ingredients there. I'll go too. Qian Qian came over excitedly and said, Young Master Shaolong is so generous. He brought us abalone worth millions to taste. We're so lucky today. We went over to help too. This is an abalone worth millions. It's the first time I've ever seen one. Some girls immediately followed, their eyes also filled with excitement. Jiang Hao and his group of boys looked at each other in bewilderment. Who would have thought that a fisherman's son could produce abalone worth millions? Snort. Jiang Hao gave a cold snort, his face somewhat unpleasant. Instead of getting a good look at the fisherman, Xiao Yuqing ended up helping him get back at him. This made him feel extremely frustrated. Don't mind his Z. He's just a lucky kid. Kinkin's boyfriend patted Jiang Hao on the shoulder and said, A fisherman is a fisherman after all. We're not on the same level. Jiang Hao nodded with a gloomy face, his gaze sweeping over the figure in front of him with a dark look. Young Master Shaolong, how do you cook such a big abalone? The luxury yacht has a kitchen. Looking at the huge abalone in Ying Shaolong's hand, Xiao Yuqing said, This one abalone could feed 4 or 5 people. There's not much left after removing the shell. Ying Shaolong shook his head. How about making some abalone sashimi to taste the original flavor of abalone? Making some abalone porridge, and also braised abalone. You can cook. Xiao Yuqing's eyes lit up, and she looked at him in surprise. Yes, my grandfather ran a small restaurant, and I learned how to cook it when I was little. Ying Shaolong nodded. Leave it to me. I'll help you. Xiao Yuqing said immediately. Hey, you two, stop chatting. We're here too, Shaolong. Is there anything we can do to help? Qian Qian, who was behind, leaned over and said loudly. Qian Qian, you guys go prepare the rest of the food. Xiao Yuqing looked at her and said, Let's prepare this abalone. Hee okay. Qian Qian nodded. I'm in for a treat today with you, Yuqing. Qian Qian happily led the other girls to prepare other food. Xiao Yuqing has always been very aloof, but she was always smiling in front of that boy, wasn't she? No way. Yuqing has never had a boyfriend before. Could she really have fallen for this boy? Some girls glanced at Ying Shaolong every now and then, whispering among themselves. 5 boys also walked over and frowned slightly when they heard the girls' discussion. Jiang Hao, in particular, trembled with anger. Jiang Hao looked inside and saw the despicable figure cooking there, while his goddess assisted him. This scene made him even more jealous. Wow, Shaolong, your knife skills are amazing. Xiao Yuqing looked at Ying Shaolong preparing the abalone with surprise, then walked towards another room. I'll go get a plate. Ying Shaolong smiled and continued processing the matter. Kid, I'm warning you, know your place. You're just a lucky little guy. Don't have any ideas about Xiao Yuqing. She's not someone you can reach. Don't even think about it, or else. At this moment, Ying Shaolong, who was processing abalone, sensed a figure approaching. He looked up and saw Jiang Hao staring at him coldly. I can tell fortunes. Do you know that you're destined for bloodshed? Ying Shaolong said calmly. Chapter 16 Ying Shaolong Fishing. Those who are willing to take the bait. You little brat. Upon hearing Ying Shaolong's words, Jiang Hao's gaze sharpened, and a fierce glint appeared in his eyes. Is this a threat to him? However, at this moment, he saw Xiao Yuqing walking over, so he quickly composed himself, glared fiercely at Ying Shaolong, and turned to leave. Oh! Ying Shaolong looked at him, a cold glint in his eyes. The faucet next to me was running water. A strange scene unfolded. Streaks of water fell onto the ground and flowed towards Jiang Hao. Young Master Shaolong, did he say anything to you? At this moment, Xiao Yuqing walked over, glanced at Jiang Hao who had left, and frowned. That guy's rather annoying. If I had known he was coming, I wouldn't have come today. Indeed annoying. Ying Shaolong nodded, then smiled and said mysteriously, However, this guy's going to have a bloody disaster today. A bloody disaster? Xiao Yuqing looked at him with a skeptical expression. Bomb. Suddenly, a fall and a scream came from the side. Xiao Yuqing looked in astonishment and saw Jiang Hao lying on the ground in front of her, his arm hitting the ground hard, indicating that he had fallen quite hard. She stared wide-eyed at Ying Shaolong. Brother Shaolong, you really can tell fortunes? This reminded her of the first time she met Ying Shaolong, when he said he was going to have a bloody disaster, and that he had even foreseen it. What is this now? It's very simple, it depends on luck, but sometimes it's not accurate. Ying Shaolong grinned. Jiang Hao is indeed in danger of bloodshed because he has offended him, so he gave him a simple punishment. Ying Shaolong has now condensed 7 dragon scales, greatly enhancing his power to control water. He is capable of condensing water into a knife, easily killing people. The other person fell down even more easily. So amazing. Then, Shaolong, could you give me a proper look? Xiao Yuqing stared at him and asked expectantly. My skills aren't good enough. I can't see anything. A flash of golden light passed through Ying Shaolong's pupils, but he didn't see anything. He was too weak at the moment. He laughed and said, I can only tell that Sister Qing is in for a treat today. You're really lucky to have such a delicious meal, Xiao Yuqing smiled. The two chatted as they cooked, and their relationship had clearly grown much closer. Outside, Jiang Hao had a scraped arm and a swollen leg, both covered with bandages and ice packs. He winced in pain, but he didn't think of Ying Shaolong when he fell. Come on, try some top-quality abalone. A dozen minutes later, Ying Shaolong and Xiao Yuqing finished preparing the abalone and carried it out. The ingredients that Xian and the others had prepared were also brought over. I'm in for a treat today, thanks to brother Ying Shaolong. Thank you, brother Ying Shaolong. You are both handsome and generous. Since they had accepted the food, they felt obligated to thank the other girls as well. Despite their privileged backgrounds, they even took out their phones to take pictures during the meal as a memento. This meal is worth millions. Wow, this is the most expensive meal I've ever had. Kinkian's family is very well off. This yacht belongs to her family. Even so, this is the first time she has ever eaten a meal that costs millions. As I said before, it's not that we can't afford it. It's that we can't buy it even if we have the money. First, rinse your mouth with wine, then take a bite of abalone sashimi to taste the original flavor of abalone. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Xiao Yuqing poured some white wine, spoke to everyone, and then poured a glass for Ying Shaolong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao, who was already in pain from the fall, felt even more pain now. Rinse your mouth with his wine? Eat. Xiao Yuqing picked up a piece of abalone and put it in Ying Shaolong's bowl. Sister Qing, I could do it myself, Ying Shaolong said quickly. Wow, Yuqing, I'm jealous. Xian exclaimed, earning a glare from Xiao Yuqing, who then put a piece on her plate as well. Ying Shaolong took a bite and wondered if it was because the abalone was cultivated with energy, but even without any seasoning, the abalone sashimi was exceptionally delicious. This was the best food he had ever eaten. Wow, is this the abalone worth millions? It tastes so good. Yes, it tastes amazing. Several girls took a bite and were filled with amazement, some even disregarding their image. A million abalones, truly deserving of the name. Xiao Yuqing ate politely, and after the meal, everyone was very satisfied. Even Jiang Hao and the other young men who had a problem with Ying Shaolong were still a little unsatisfied. They ate very little and were too embarrassed to compete with the girls. Young Master Shaolong, thank you so much. You got us so much trouble today. After dinner, Xiao Yuqing called him to the deck, where the sea breeze was blowing, and thanked him. Sister Qing, you don't need to thank me. In my opinion, you helped me, so it's only right that I do it. Anyway, it didn't cost me any money. Ying Shaolong shook his head. Okay, Shaolong, you're such a nice guy. Do you have a girlfriend? Xiao Yuqing looked at him and asked in confusion. No, not yet. Ying Shaolong shook his head. I'll only be a freshman when school starts. That's true. You're still too young, but you can consider getting a girlfriend after you go to college. Xiao Yuqing smiled. Yuqing, want to go fishing? Zhou Qingqian's voice came from the side. Ying Shaolong and the others looked over and saw a group of people walking over with sea fishing and lure equipment. Do you have any tools? Just one fishing rod for me, and Shaolong will be fine, Xiao Yuqing said to her. Yes. Zhou Qingqian nodded and walked over. Got it, Xiao. Do you know how to fish? Let me teach you. Jiang Hao, with a bandage on his arm, walked over with a fawning expression. If we team up to fish, we'll definitely catch a lot. Xiao Yuqing ignored him completely and turned to Ying Shaolong. Brother Shaolong, do you know how? I've never done sea fishing. Ying Shaolong shook his head honestly. He had never actually done sea fishing before, and he had never used such a high-end sea fishing rod before. However, fishing is very simple. Ying Shaolong continued. Even if I don't know how to use a surf rod, as long as I can catch fish, that's fine, right? Easy? Try it and you'll see how easy it is. Jiang Hao's expression darkened when he saw that Xiao Yuqing was completely ignoring him. Hearing Ying Shaolong's words, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He walked over with a sea fishing rod and handed it to him. This is a set of sea fishing equipment I bought. It's worth over 100,000 yuan. You can give it a try. He handed over the fishing rod, not out of kindness, but to deliberately embarrass Ying Shaolong. Sea fishing is different from ordinary river fishing, especially in terms of equipment, which is much more expensive and more complicated to operate. Ying Shaolong glanced at him, smiled faintly, and took the fishing rod directly. Young Master Shaolong, give it to me. I want to try fishing and learn a thing or two. Xiao Yuqing saw through Jiang Hao's intention, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. Sister Qing, what's there to learn? Just lay the line. Ying Shaolong shook his head, looked at the fishing rod, tried it out, and saw that there was bait on it. He then cast the line directly into the sea below. Oh, Jiang Hao laughed when he saw this, his face full of sarcasm. Young Master Shaolong, sea fishing is different from fishing in a small pond. It's not the same method you use. Watch closely. You need to cast your line first. Learn from me, otherwise people will laugh at you if you go fishing like this in the future. As he spoke, a slight smile played on his lips. He took the fishing rod from the young man next to him and cast it forward with a flourish. Have you learned it? The bait, along with the fishing line, forms a perfect parabola. Jiang Hai looked at Ying Shaolong and asked in an educational tone, "You've wasted your time learning." Ying Shaolong said calmly and began to reel in the line. Splash! From below, a stirring sound came. The group of people were slightly taken aback and looked over in surprise. What? You caught a fish? Chapter 17 Luck, the Golden Legend. Hey, you caught a fish? Ying Shaolong began reeling in the line. It was a sea bass, weighing about 3 pounds. Xiao Yuqing looked at the fish that had been pulled up with a face full of surprise and delight. Young Master Shaolong, you're so lucky, she said with a smile as she watched the base being pulled up. It was good luck. Ying Shaolong smiled faintly and removed the base from the hook. It really was luck. Jiang Hao opened his mouth, his expression blank for a moment, and then said. Ying Shaolong glanced at him and casually cast the fishing line back into the ocean. As soon as the hook was lowered into the water, the fishing line started moving, and another fish took the bait. Hey, there's a fish. Xiao Yuqing said excitedly as she stood beside her and saw another fish take the bait. Yes. Ying Shaolong nodded and started reeling in a line. A grouper weighing about 5 or 6 pounds was caught. A grouper? No way, Shaolong. Someone's hanging a fish for you down there. When Zhou Qianqian saw a grouper being caught, she was also stunned. A fish this big would probably cost 600 or 700 at a hotel. I was lucky. Ying Shaolong continued speaking calmly, glancing at Jiang Hao beside him with a hint of mockery on his face. You taught me how to fish. Did you catch anything? Jiang Hao opened his mouth, looking at Ying Shaolong's mocking and aggressive gaze. His face turned somewhat ugly, but he stubbornly continued. Let me see you catch another one. Ying Shaolong smiled, and then put the fishing line back into the ocean. He has never done sea fishing, but he can make the fish bite directly. Now that he has condensed 7 dragon scales, he can control the seawater within a 35-meter radius. In this shallow sea area, the water depth is only 50 or 60 meters. He can control all the fish swimming within a radius of 35 meters. A 35-meter area is not small, so it's normal to have a few fish there. When Ying Shaolong cast the fishing hook into the ocean again, he controlled the fish to swim to the hook and get itself hooked. This is what is known as Ying Shaolong fishing, where willing fish take the bait. Pull the fishing line out again. There's a rockfish hanging from it, a common type of sea fish. This? Everyone around was stunned. What? What is this? You throw the fishing line directly into the sea and catch a fish in less than 10 seconds? That's not scientific. Luck? Young Master Shaolong, you're amazing, Xiao Yuqing exclaimed, looking at Ying Shaolong in disbelief. At this moment, Ying Shaolong's gaze suddenly sharpened. Under his water-controlling senses, there was a fish about 30 meters below. This fish is quite large, probably around 2 meters long. Ying Shaolong immediately looked into the ocean, his pupils gleaming with golden light. Ignoring the obstruction of the seawater, he saw what the fish looked like. This is a fish that is about 2 meters long and has a golden sheen all over its body. It is similar to the large yellow croaker, but also different. Large yellow croakers don't grow to this size. Yellow croaker? A burning desire flashed in Ying Shaolong's eyes. This was a yellow croaker, which could almost be considered one of the world's top fish. The only fish that can rival it is the bluefin tuna. In particular, the mauve yellow croaker is said to be worth over 1,000,000 yuan per kilogram. What does this mean? It's much more expensive than gold. He never expected to be so lucky on this yacht, encountering such a rare fish. The most recent recorded case of a yellow croaker was a few years ago, when a 120-pound yellow croaker sold for more than 3.4 million yuan. Without the slightest hesitation, Ying Shaolong unleashed his full power to control the water, creating a large net that swept towards the yellow croaker. The yellow croaker struggled frantically. If it were before, from such a distance, Ying Shaolong would have had to travel a long distance to capture it. But now, with his increased strength, he used his water manipulation technique to control the yellow croaker. What's wrong, Shaolong? Xiao Yuqing saw him and exclaimed in surprise, then looked at the ocean and asked in confusion. I just remembered something, Sister Qing. I need to go back first. I still have some things to take care of. Ying Shaolong snapped out of his daze and spoke directly to her. This surprised Xiao Yuqing again. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll take you there. Good. Ying Shaolong nodded and followed her forward. As he passed by Jiang Hao, he paused, looked at him, patted him on the shoulder, and said, Your posture is very cool. Keep fishing and try to catch a few fish too. After he finished speaking, he continued walking forward. Jiang Hao's expression changed as he looked like he wanted to say something, but seeing that Ying Shaolong had already left, He didn't say anything. Xiao Yuqing looked at Jiang Hao, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Young Master Shaolong, I'm so sorry about today. I originally came to invite you to have some fun. The two sat on the motorboat, and Xiao Yuqing suddenly said to him, I didn't expect those guys to be so disrespectful. In Xiao Yuqing's opinion, Ying Shaolong's sudden departure must be related to Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao has been targeting Ying Shaolong ever since Ying Shaolong arrived. This made Xiao Yuqing feel somewhat guilty and apologetic. Ying Shaolong was taken aback, then shook his head. It's nothing, Sister Qing, it's a small matter. Jiang Hao and his group really annoyed Ying Shaolong. These guys are all rich kids. They're different from ordinary people. Ordinary people might want to put someone down or dislike someone, and might just call them trash. But these rich kids are very clever. They won't directly mock you, but they will subtly belittle your status with their words and suppress you in secret. They are extremely insidious. If it weren't for Xiao Yuqing's sake, Ying Shaolong would have made them pay a price long ago. Ying Shaolong was very unhappy with their arrogant attitude, thinking that his circle was high class. However, Ying Shaolong's departure was not due to these few guys. Jiang Hao was insignificant to him, and it would be easy for him to deal with him. The main reason is that there's a yellow croaker in the sea. Xiao Yuqing drove the jet ski without saying anything more, but her expression was rather unpleasant. Goodbye, Sister Qing. Ying Shaolong waved to her, and then jumped onto the fishing boat. Xiao Yuqing waved at him. Ying Shaolong arrived on the fishing boat and immediately went to the other side, where he lifted the yellow croaker, which he had been controlling, onto the boat. Wow, this thing weighs at least 180 pounds. Isn't that worth over 4 million? Ying Shaolong was quite excited, thanks to meeting Sister Qing here. Speaking of which, I've always been pretty lucky whenever I run into Sister Qing. This time we've gained so much, let's go back. Ying Shaolong steered the fishing boat back to the dock. Xiao Yuqing rowed a motorboat back to the yacht. On the yacht, Zhou Qianxian and her group did not go fishing anymore, but sat on the sofa listening to music and chatting. Yuqing, come here, oh. When Zhou Qianxian saw her return, she immediately waved, but then she noticed that her best friend's expression was not good, so she immediately went over and asked, Yuqing, what's wrong? Qianxian, I want to go back. Xiao Yuqing looked at her best friend and said directly, Huh? What's wrong? Zhou Qianxian was taken aback and quickly asked, Goddess Xiao, what's going on? Want to join us? Jiang Hao immediately came over. That damned fisherman was gone, and he wanted to make a good impression. You disgust me, Qianxian. From now on, with Jiang Hao and the others around, don't call me. Xiao Yuqing looked at Jiang Hao and said without any attempt to hide her feelings. These words left Jiang Hao somewhat stunned, his expression changing drastically. Although Xiao Yuqing had been indifferent to him before, this was the first time she had so openly expressed her dislike and disgust for him. Zhou Qianxian, who was standing next to her, was stunned. Seeing her angry best friend, she immediately took her hand and said, Yuqing, I'm sorry. I didn't expect my boyfriend to call Jiang Hao and the others over. I didn't expect them to be so shameless and disrespectful to Shaolong. Zhou Qianxian spoke directly without any attempt to conceal her thoughts, and Jiang Hao in front of her, as well as the group of young people behind her, all heard her. This made them feel extremely embarrassed and furious. I'm sorry, Qianxian, Xiao Yuqing said with a slight apology when she saw her daughter apologize directly. I should apologize. Shaolong is such a good person. He even brought us things. It's just that some people went too far. They didn't give you any face, and they didn't give me any face either. I'll ask Xiao Hai why he brought people here today. If he can't give me an explanation, I'll dump him. Humph, we sisters are the ones with the deepest bond. Zhou Qianxian continued to speak recklessly. She and Xiao Yuqing went to school together and grew up together. The two had a very good relationship. Zhou Qianxian comes from a wealthy family and speaks recklessly. His words caused Xiao Hai, who was inside, to change his expression drastically, and he quickly came over. Chapter 18 Promotion. The boss lady is really beautiful. Ying Shaolong had no idea that after he left, Xiao Yuqing turned against a group of people for his sake. The fishing boat was moored at the dock, and the Lalamove truck he had rented online in advance was already parked not far away, waiting. Boss, shall we move all this seafood into the car? The staff came aboard the ship and asked Ying Shaolong. Yes. Ying Shaolong nodded. Be careful, these are all expensive seafood. Don't worry, boss. The two workers nodded, and soon exclaimed in surprise. Wow, boss, this is your catch. That's amazing. Ying Shaolong smiled and said that apart from lobsters and crabs, he had frozen and preserved all the other seafood. Most sea fish are frozen immediately after being caught because they die quickly after being taken out of the water. Ying Shaolong wrapped them in the power of the divine dragon, so they didn't lose their freshness. He had concealed the valuable fish, but even so, the two workers were still shocked when they saw the ornate lobsters and butter crabs. Seeing the two workers carrying boxes one by one, he lent a hand. Now, he feels he possesses explosive power. With one punch, he could pierce through steel. Oh, what a coincidence! Then he saw a familiar fishing boat docking, and a familiar figure. The fishing boat Tian Wang was moored to the side, and Wang Lao-san and his men disembarked from the boat. Mr. Zhao, the general manager of Fengxiang Seafood, was there to greet us. Wang Lao-san had a sullen face, clearly in a very bad mood. After saying a few words to Boss Zhao, the group walked forward. Mr. Zhao, how was your harvest? Ying Shaolong saw them pass by, a slight smile playing on his lips, and asked a question he already knew the answer to. Wang Lao-san looked at Ying Shaolong with a gloomy expression, and President Zhao also looked over with a frown. However, when they saw the bowls of expensive, spiny lobsters and butter crabs in front of Ying Shaolong, they were slightly taken aback. Their gazes then swept over Ying Shaolong's dilapidated fishing boat at the dock, and they showed expressions of disbelief. Ying Shaolong gave another mocking laugh, then turned and followed the Lalamu vehicle away. Damn, how did this guy manage to get so many spiny lobsters and butter crabs? These are top-quality seafood. Mr. Zhao watched the departing vehicle with a gloomy expression, a bad premonition suddenly rising in his heart. How did he manage to get such top-quality seafood with that beat-up fishing boat? Old Wang said with a grim expression. His trip to sea this time had been a complete disaster. He broke down after a series of empty nets at the beginning. Fortunately, after resting, they caught some seafood after casting the net. But this time the catch was less than the cost of the fishing boat's fuel. With so much top-quality seafood, that guy's shop will attract a lot of customers. Mr. Zhao continued with a stern face. Just lucky. We don't need to worry about this guy. It's easy to bring him down. Right now, our most important thing is to cooperate with that foreigner. Wang Lao-san snorted lightly, not taking Ying Shaolong seriously. He's just a lucky kid. Unload the cargo, put these seafood items into the freezer, and store them properly. Keep these lobsters and crabs alive. Ying Shaolong arrived at his shop. He hadn't been there for 2 days, and the shop's name had changed to Longxian Pavilion. Sun Menghan is quite efficient. Amidst gasps of surprise from the kitchen staff, one by one they stood dumbfounded as they carried the seafood. They were somewhat shocked that their new boss had managed to procure so much top-quality seafood. Especially the abalone, the large yellow croaker, and the yellow croaker, they were simply terrifying. Boss, you're amazing. Sun Menghan registered all the seafood and looked at him with admiration. I was lucky. Ying Shaolong smiled and asked, Senior Sister Menghan, how's business these past few days? We are still operating at a loss, losing about 2,000 yuan every day. As Sun Menghan spoke, she continued, Boss, you brought so much top-quality seafood this time. I think we can do some promotion. Also, now that your store has been taken over and renamed, we could hold another grand opening ceremony, for example, like ours. Sun Menghan kept talking for several minutes before stopping. This surprised Ying Shaolong, who looked at her and said, Senior Menghan, you're amazing. You know a lot. It's all right. After all, Jianghai City has a top-tier university, and I studied marketing management. Sun Menghan smiled shyly. So, how should we proceed with this activity? Ying Shaolong asked, not ashamed to ask, looking at her. I think we can set an opening date and do some promotion. We'll operate as usual for the next couple of days, offering some spiny lobsters and butter crabs at a discount. Sun Menghan spoke eloquently about her plans. Senior Menghan, I really need to give you a raise. Ying Shaolong said to her with a smile. Go ahead and raise the price, since you have money anyway, boss, Sun Menghan said with a smile. Ying Shaolong smiled and discussed promotion and publicity matters with Sun Menghan, including plans for online and offline promotion. After discussing it for an afternoon, we finalized the plan. Ying Shaolong slept in his office that night, and Sun Menghan arrived early the next morning. Let's begin. Ying Shaolong got up, washed up, and looked at Sun Menghan, who was wearing high heels and a cheongsam, and said with a smile. Sun Menghan nodded. According to Sun Menghan's plan, online promotion should be carried out first, as online promotion is very powerful now. Make and post videos on Douyin. She initially wanted Ying Shaolong to direct the film himself, to create the image of a young and handsome boss. But Ying Shaolong refused, and then thought of Sun Menghan and asked her to appear in the video. Of course, this video is just to introduce Longxian Pavilion and the variety of seafood in the restaurant. Sun Menghan initially wanted to refuse, but Ying Shaolong pulled her along, so she reluctantly agreed. Ying Shaolong took out his phone and filmed several videos. The video shooting was decent, but Sun Menghan is very beautiful, and the inclusion of top-quality seafood like spiny lobster and yellow crab made the video very appealing. Boss, let me see. Please don't take a bad picture of me. Sun Menghan leaned closer to watch the video. You're so beautiful, Senior Menghan. You must be the most beautiful campus belle at Jianghai University. Ying Shaolong praised him sincerely. No way. Sun Menghan shook her head, her face slightly flushed. There are plenty of goddesses in university. Ying Shaolong and Sun Menghan chatted and laughed. Before long, Ying Shaolong saw that the newly registered DN account of Longxian Pavilion had received many more comments and likes. The video went viral, Ying Shaolong said with delight. Let me see. Sun Menghan immediately moved closer to him, and Ying Shaolong opened the video comment section. In just over 10 minutes, there were dozens of comments. Honest man, wow, this waitress is so pretty. Where's this seafood restaurant? I want to go eat here, Doge emoji. Chasing the wind in the wind. The waitress can't possibly be that pretty. She's probably the boss's wife. Diamond Bachelor. Boss lady? Wah, I want to be friends with this boss. In the comment section, several comments with a lot of likes caught her eye, causing Sun Menghan's face to turn red instantly. Cough, cough. Ying Shaolong coughed, gave an awkward smile, and quickly changed the subject. Senior Menghan, if you become an internet celebrity, you will definitely become famous. I don't like making those kind of videos. Sun Menghan patted her blushing face cutely and whispered. A girl as beautiful as her could easily make quick money, but she has her own bottom line. They possess their own cultivation and qualities. Chapter 19 Gifts, Business Improves. Perhaps the comments from netizens were too embarrassing, which made the shy Sun Menghan leave the office without staying any longer. Ying Shaolong watched her figure and smiled. Senior Menghan is a very nice person, kind-hearted, hard-working, and very beautiful. Ying Shaolong is now a young man full of vigor, not to mention that he is currently cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique. The firepower is strong, energetic. Shaking his head, Ying Shaolong went to the kitchen, took out a butter crab and a 4-pound spiny lobster, and ordered the chef to cook them. Senior Menghan, come on, have some breakfast. After finishing, Ying Shaolong came to the front desk and waved to Sun Menghan. No, boss, I've already had breakfast. Sun Menghan shook her head. You eat it yourself. It's okay, seafood won't make you fat, come here. Ying Shaolong shouted again, and Sun Menghan saw that some of the employees around her were looking at her. She had no choice but to follow him. Could our boss have taken a liking to Menghan? It's very possible. Menghan and the boss are a perfect match. We should try to win Menghan over now, because she might become our boss's wife in the future. Sun Menghan hadn't gone far when she heard some employees whispering among themselves, which made her face, which had just recovered, turn red again. Even his neck turned red. Ying Shaolong naturally heard the employees' discussion, and chuckled as he looked at Sun Menghan, whose neck was flushed red. Try it. The two arrived at the office, and Ying Shaolong handed her a pair of chopsticks as a gesture. This. Sun Menghan was slightly surprised when she saw the two seafood dishes, the spiny lobster and the butter crab. Boss, this is too expensive. You should eat it. She knew the prices of spiny lobster and butter crab. Currently, the price of the dish in the store, which includes the butter crab and spiny lobster, is over 6,000 yuan. He couldn't even imagine spending over 6,000 on breakfast. Each person gets half, and you must finish it. Ying Shaolong placed half of his food in front of her and said with a smile, don't talk while eating or sleeping, just focus on your meal. Sun Menghan stared blankly for a moment, her eyes reddening, and then silently began to eat. Smack! In the CEO's office on the 36th floor of the brilliant building, Xiao Yuqing was taking notes with a pen in her hand. Suddenly, she put the pen down, and a look of worry appeared on her face. She took out her phone, hesitated for a moment, opened WeChat, found Ying Shaolong, and sent him a message. Little brother Shaolong, what are you doing? After sending it, she looked at it quietly. What happened yesterday made her feel guilty, as if she owed something to someone. Especially when Ying Shaolong brought her abalone worth millions to eat. It made her feel even more uneasy. So, I couldn't help but send a message. Ying Shaolong, who was eating, saw his phone ring and saw Xiao Yuqing's message. He immediately replied, I'm busy at the store, Sister Qing. Xiao Yuqing smiled when she saw Ying Shaolong's immediate reply. Xiao Yuqing, inside the store? What store? You seem very busy every day. Ying Shaolong, Sister Qing, I'm indeed quite busy. I bought a seafood restaurant, and we're going to do some promotion and reopen it soon. Xiao Yuqing, oh? A seafood restaurant? Reopening for the second time? Where's your restaurant located? I'll come and support you sometime. Ying Shaolong. Okay, Sister Qing, I'll send you the store information. Xiao Yuqing received Ying Shaolong's message, checked it, and pondered for a moment before finding her best friend Qingqin's WeChat. Xiao Yuqing. Qianqian, what's a good gift to give as a gift for the opening of a friend's seafood restaurant? Qianqian. Huh? Who opened a seafood restaurant? Sending flowers for the grand opening. Xiao Yuqing. Shaolong. He bought a seafood restaurant and is about to open it. The flowers are too cheap. Qianqian. Shaolong. How much money are you planning to spend on this gift? Xiao Yuqing. He can casually give me 1 million worth of seafood, so naturally I can't be stingy. 2 or 3 million, I guess. Qianqian. Boys all like watches and sports cars. 2 or 3 million is enough to buy a supercar. Give him a supercar. Goddess Xiao waved her hand and said, you can just take care of him. Xiao Yuqing. Pa, don't talk nonsense. Isn't a watch and a supercar a bit tacky? Qianqian. With 2 or 3 million, Besides supercars and watches, what else is tasteful? Xiao Yuqing, let me think about it. I'm not counting on you anymore. Qian, why don't you just give yourself to him? Evil grin. Xiao Yuqing, image get lost. Qian, by the way, are you going to the class reunion this time? After Xiao Yuqing finished chatting with Zhou Qian, she leaned back in her chair, thought for a while, and then immediately dialed her assistant's number after deciding what to give her. Xiao Yuqing, to thank you for treating me to abalone yesterday, little brother Shaolong, I'm giving you a gift today. I'll receive it at the store. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yuqing sent another message to Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong, who had already finished eating, saw the message and looked puzzled. He asked about it, but Xiao Yuqing didn't tell him. Tell him he'll find out this afternoon. Time flew by, and it was afternoon when Xiao Yuqing's gift arrived. Ying Shaolong looked at the luxurious fish tank with a cabinet in surprise, and there were 2 arowanas in the bathtub, a golden arowana and a crimson arowana. The 2 arowanas were full of energy and extremely beautiful and majestic. Xiao Yuqing didn't come. The one who delivered the dragonfish was the assistant he met on the first day. Bossing, this is a gift from our general manager Xiao. It's an arowana, symbolizing good fortune and wealth. We wish you a prosperous business. The female assistant said to Ying Shaolong, these are some precautions for feeding arowanas. Bossing can find someone to feed them professionally. These arowanas are quite valuable. Okay, thanks. Ying Shaolong nodded, took out his phone, and thanked Xiao Yuqing again. This large fish tank, along with its luxurious cabinet, is perfectly placed in front of the hotel entrance, giving it an impressive and grand appearance. I don't know much about this ornamental fish, the Eurasian dragon, but I do know that it's not cheap. Ying Shaolong was extremely fond of these 2 dragonfish, and even fed them a little bit of the power of the dragon. Having absorbed the energy, the 2 dragonfish became even more energetic, and their scales shone even brighter. That evening, the effects of the online promotion became apparent, and Longxian Pavilion's business picked up. There were 5 or 6 more tables of customers than a few days ago, and some customers even ordered spiny lobster and butter crab. This top-quality seafood has no cost. Selling one is equivalent to making a profit. Boss, after deducting all labor costs, our store still made a profit of 7,000 yuan today. That evening, Sun Minghan said to him with delight, oh, I forgot about the cost of the seafood you brought, boss. But you should still be making a profit, right? Yes, it's profitable, so it's not a loss. Ying Shaolong smiled. His seafood had no cost. That is equivalent to earning 7,000 yuan. This is a good start. Over the next 2 days, thanks to the top-quality seafood and the promotion through Douyin, TikTok, the restaurant's business improved significantly. The next day, I earned 15,000. On the 3rd day, I earned 33,000. Chapter 20 Playing Dirty Tricks? I'm better at it. Boss, in the past 3 days, we've sold 8 butter crabs and 3 spiny lobsters. Our spiny lobsters and butter crabs have become our signature dishes. Many of the customers who are currently eating butter crab and spiny lobster come here, specifically because of its reputation. When we hold our grand opening ceremony the day after tomorrow and bring out our top-quality abalone, yellow croaker, and yellow croaker, it will surely cause a sensation. Business at the store has improved. Sun Minghan seemed even happier than Ying Shaolong, looking at the data she had recorded and speaking with a smile as bright as a flower. Butter crabs and spiny lobsters are very valuable. Selling just 1 or 2 can bring in several $1,000s. Needless to say, the large ornate lobsters are another story. However, the restaurant's truly top-quality seafood was not yet served. It would be unveiled on the grand opening day. Okay, sure. Ying Shaolong smiled broadly and gestured for her to sit down. Come on, let's eat. Sun Minghan looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, squinted her eyes, and sat down. She's been getting used to Ying Shaolong dragging her to eat with him these past few days. Even though some employees said behind her back that she would become the boss's wife, she had gotten used to it after the initial discomfort. After finishing their meal, the 2 chatted for a while before Sun Minghan went to work at the warehouse. Ying Shaolong naturally couldn't let her do the welcoming work. Sun Minghan was basically doing the work of an assistant now. Business was much better at lunchtime than usual. Today we sold 2 spiny lobsters and 6 butter crabs. These alone amount to an income of over 16,000. This restaurant will bring him a considerable amount of money in the future. Around 5 p.m., customers started arriving at the store. Ying Shaolong walked around the store for a while before returning to his office. Boss, something's happened in the living room. A customer said they found a bug in their food. However, around 7 o'clock, the lobby manager's voice suddenly came through the walkie-talkie. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong frowned and immediately walked outside, saying, I'll go over there. Old man, mind your own business. You 2 little brats deliberately put insects in the food. I saw it, and naturally I won't let such despicable people get away with it. To Ying Shaolong's surprise, when he first entered the hall, an elderly man in a Tang suit stared coldly at the 2 young men. Beside the old man were the manager promoted by Ying Shaolong and 2 waiters. What's going on? Ying Shaolong walked over and asked the supervisor. Boss. Manager Lu came over and immediately reported. Boss, these two guests said there were bugs in our food. This elderly gentleman happened to see them put the bugs in the food and stood up to speak for us. Ying Shaolong glanced at the two young men, a cold glint in his eyes, and asked Manager Lu, Is there surveillance footage? Boss, this is a blind spot for the surveillance cameras, Manager Lu said immediately. The other party must have come prepared. Thank you for being our witness, sir. Ying Shaolong nodded silently and thanked the old man. It's nothing, I just saw it and said it. The old man shook his head dismissively. Boss, you can call the police and have these two arrested. Old man, don't make false accusations. A flicker of panic crossed the eyes of the two young men, who pointed at the old man and roared. Get out of here right now, and we won't hold it against you this time. Ying Shaolong looked at the two youths and said coldly, Otherwise, we will pursue this to the end. We're not going to bother with you. The two young men exchanged a glance, snorted coldly, and left. The old man glanced at it, but said nothing. Grandpa, I'll have the kitchen send you a serving of spiny lobster and butter crab as a token of my gratitude, Ying Shaolong said to the old man. No need, I'm full. The old man shook his head. I'm about to leave too. I can't eat this much tonight, haha. Then this meal is on the house, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. He was very grateful that the old man had offered his help. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. The old man did not refuse and walked outside. Ying Shaolong followed beside the old man, saying, Sir, let me see you off. Hee, it's quite impressive that you could be a boss at such a young age. The old man in the Tang suit glanced at Ying Shaolong, then looked at the dragonfish at the entrance of Longxian Pavilion. These two dragonfish are quite beautiful. They must cost 2 or 3 million, right? It was a gift from a friend, and I don't know the price. A hint of surprise flashed in Ying Shaolong's eyes. He hadn't expected that the dragonfish Xiao Yuqing had given him would be worth 2 or 3 million. Your friend has good taste. The elderly man in the Tang suit praised the gesture and waved his hand, saying, No need to see me off. Take care, sir. We'll give you a free meal next time you come, Ying Shaolong said politely as he saw the old man off. Then he looked at Manager Lu beside him and said, Fix the security cameras in the blind spots of the store. Yes, boss. Manager Lu replied immediately. Ying Shaolong took a bottle of mineral water from the store, opened it, walked out of the store, and looked in one direction. The darkness of the sky could not obstruct his vision. Ahead, the two young men who had just come out of the store hadn't gone far. Two young men, one of whom is on the phone. Ying Shaolong quickened his pace to get closer. Mr. Zhao, it's our fault. We didn't handle things well. We also didn't expect some old man to suddenly appear and see us releasing the insects. The young man's voice on the phone reached Ying Shaolong's ears. This caused a fierce glint to flash in Ying Shaolong's eyes. Mr. Zhao, Ying Shaolong has no enemies. Someone deliberately came to Longxian Pavilion and used such despicable means. It is obviously a competitor. Mr. Zhao? Without a doubt, it's Fengxiang seafood. You're really asking for it. I didn't want to bother with you, but now I'll make you pay the price. A golden glint flashed in Ying Shaolong's eyes. Playing dirty tricks? The bottled water in his hand flowed out automatically, landing on the ground and quickly flowing towards the two young men in front of him. The water did not flow downhill, but instead rose uphill. It was already dark, and no one noticed a stream of water flowing rapidly. The water flowed in front of the two youths, and the moment they took a step, the water transformed into a palm, blocking their path. Completely unaware, the two youths stumbled and fell forward. They tried to take control of their bodies, but suddenly they were startled, as if they were being watched by an ancient beast. Their hair stood on end, and they felt an instinctive fear. In an instant, they lost control of their bodies and fell directly to the ground. In their line of sight, there were 2 wet stones in front of them. 2 screams rang out as their faces slammed heavily onto the stones, blood streaming down their faces. The sudden scream startled the passers-by, who immediately looked over. Ying Shaolong watched coldly from behind. His dragon might combine with water control, easily injuring the two youths. These 2 men didn't deserve to die, but he didn't hold back either. Their faces slammed into the sharp stones, and they were seriously injured. He glanced at it coldly, ignored it, and walked towards Fengxiang Seafood. Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant is very close to Longxian Pavilion, only about 100 meters away. As a time-honored brand that has been operating in Jianghai for over 30 years, even though the store here has only been open for a short time, business is still booming. Even Longxian Pavilion, whose business has improved, can't compare. Welcome, gentlemen. Upon entering Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant, guests are greeted with a welcoming speech. May I see the menu? Ying Shaolong asked the greeter as he walked in. Yes, sir. The greeter nodded and went to get a menu. Ying Shaolong entered the Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant and scanned his surroundings, but did not see General Manager Zhao. He frowned slightly and looked at the tank where the seafood was stored. Seafood restaurants, especially high-end ones, display fresh seafood for customers to select and weigh. Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant offers a wide variety of seafood, including Australian lobster, king crab, emperor crab, mantis shrimp, swimming crab, grouper, and more than 20 kinds in total. With a thought, Ying Shaolong used his water manipulation technique, which transformed into sharp spikes from a distance of more than 20 meters, piercing through the seafood and fish. Winning Shaolong has no objection to fair competition. But you're playing dirty tricks? Great, I'm better at that. The most expensive dish in Chapter 21. Ying Shaolong entered Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant and walked out immediately after only a few dozen seconds. His gaze swept across the bustling street, a faint smile appearing on his face. This street is very bustling. It's called Jianghai University Street. Even at midnight, it's still very crowded. Not only students from Jianghai University, but also tourists from all over the country. The streets were paved with stone bricks like those in an ancient town, uneven underfoot. Ying Shaolong went straight back to Longxian Pavilion. Hey waiter, why aren't these seafood pieces moving? Why are they all dead? Inside the Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant, a group of 5 people came to the seafood area to select fresh seafood, only to see that the fish were already turned belly up. Looking at the king crabs and swimming crabs that were not moving, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. It shouldn't be the case. All the seafood at our Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant is always kept fresh. The waiter was slightly taken aback when he saw the seafood, but he still explained and went over to pick up a king crab to examine it. But when he picked it up, he found that the king crab claws were limp and motionless. The waiter was slightly startled and quickly looked at the other king crabs. This is impossible. They were just alive and well a moment ago. Manager, all the seafood here is dead. She immediately contacted the manager to report the news. The manager arrived quickly after receiving the information, and his expression changed drastically upon seeing that all the seafood was dead. This seafood might have just died. How about we give you a discount and sell it to you cheaply? The manager looked displeased and spoke to the customer beside him. Are you kidding me? Selling dead seafood? Especially crabs and the like. How can you eat dead ones? It's not like we can't afford it. Let's go to another place. Everyone says Fengxiang Seafood is a well-established brand, but I didn't expect them to sell dead seafood. The customer immediately became unhappy and said coldly, and the 5 customers left. This made the manager of Fengxiang Seafood look rather unpleasant, and he quickly dialed General Manager Zhao's number to report the situation. Huh? What did you say? All the seafood in the store is dead? What did you do? Soon, a scolding voice came from the phone. The manager, looking aggrieved, quickly began to explain. Make a note of the losses and have another batch sent over tomorrow. The wealthy and powerful general manager, Zhao, didn't take it to heart or think much of it. Boss, the sales figures are in. We had 5 or 6 more tables today than yesterday. Not counting the cost of the seafood you brought. We made a profit of 60,000 yuan today. Back at the shop that evening, Sun Minghan happily reported on the day's earnings. By the way, boss, tonight I heard from some customers that the seafood at Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant is all dead and not fresh. They said our seafood restaurant is very good and they'll come here to eat from now on. Yeah. Ying Shaolong raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing Sun Minghan's words. It seems that ripping off Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant can really bring in a lot of revenue for the restaurant. No wonder President Zhao was so determined to destroy their Dragon Fresh Pavilion. Congratulations, boss. Sun Minghan smiled. Boss, I'm gonna go home and sleep now. Go on. Ying Shaolong watched the beautiful figure leave happily, a broad smile on his face. The next day, Ying Shaolong stayed in the store during the day. Around 6 p.m., he walked around the entrance of Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant. Without even going inside, he simply scanned the area with his dragon eyes, remotely controlling the water to kill all their seafood. Since the other party has resorted to underhanded tactics, Ying Shaolong will not hold back. Back in the store, around 7 o'clock, business was better than yesterday. In the Jianghai University Street area, there are only 2 high-end seafood restaurants, Fengxiang Seafood and Longxian Pavilion. If all the seafood in one restaurant dies, Longxian Pavilion's business will definitely improve significantly. Boss, business is booming today. We'll have our grand opening tomorrow, and I'm sure business will be even better after that. Sun Minghan was delighted to see that the store's profits had increased significantly. Yes, we will. Ying Shaolong nodded. Tomorrow, when they bring out all the top-quality seafood, they will launch another round of promotion, which will surely cause quite a stir. What happened? The fresh seafood that was just delivered today. How come it's all dead again? Compared to Longxian Pavilion, which is thriving. Inside the Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant, General Manager Zhao stood there with his hands on his hips, looking at the seafood tanks in front of him with an unpleasant expression. Yesterday, the seafood died for no apparent reason. Even if it resulted in a loss of tens of thousands of yuan, he could afford that loss. Did all the seafood die today? Not only will they lose tens of thousands of yuan, but if things continue like this, their business will be ruined. Mr. Zhao, we don't know either. We stored them the same way as before, and we don't understand why they all died, the manager said with a mournful face and helplessness. Damn it, get someone to keep an eye on him tomorrow. If he dies again, you're fired, I said with a gloomy face. Yes, the manager nodded repeatedly. I heard that the Longxian Pavilion, which recently changed its name, is doing quite well. General Manager Zhao looked at the manager and asked coldly, Mr. Zhao, they somehow managed to get their hands on top-quality spiny lobsters and butter crabs, and they've been advertising them online, attracting a lot of business. They're even planning a second opening event tomorrow. The manager replied weakly, but don't worry, Mr. Zhao, they're no match for us. Mr. Zhao took out a cigarette, slowly lit it, took a puff, and pondered. When he saw Ying Shaolong catching so much seafood at the dock, he guessed that Longxian Pavilion's business would be good. So he sent people over yesterday to try and use some tricks, but to his surprise, his two idiot subordinates not only failed to accomplish anything, but also tripped and fell. The injuries were quite serious, and he was hospitalized immediately. This annoyed him somewhat. Trying to become famous by promoting online and holding events? Wishful thinking. Suddenly, Mr. Zhao thought of a solution. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at his subordinate beside him. This Longxian Pavilion wants to promote itself and become popular. Let's give a hand and call over Feng Shuo, a famous food blogger from Jianghai City. It's General Manager Zhao. The subordinate beside him immediately responded. In addition, we will do a promotion here. We will have someone take a picture of our store's treasures, a 7-pound yellow croaker and a frozen half-head abalone, and then create a fake bill and post it online to attract customers to check in and attract wealthy people to spend money. Mr. Zhao continued to give instructions, as he was very experienced in marketing. The most powerful marketing is hype, bringing out the top-quality seafood that Fengxiang Seafood has always treasured and considered its signature dish. Print another fake invoice and post it online. At that time, it will surely cause a public outcry and a sensation. Naturally, the prestige of their Fengxiang Seafood will be elevated, attracting people to visit and even more wealthy individuals. It's Mr. Zhao, you're really amazing. The manager quickly flattered him. Chapter 22, the most expensive dish. Today's profit is 80,000 yuan. Another day has passed, and Ying Shaolong looks at his earnings with a satisfied expression. An income of 80,000 yuan is not a lot, but it is definitely not a small amount either. You should know that this 80,000 yuan is profit. Tomorrow, Longxian Pavilion will be holding an event featuring all three of its signature delicacies: abalone, large yellow croaker, and yellow croaker. They expect to earn even more money that day. A new day is coming soon. Today is the first day of the new store's promotion. At the entrance of the shop, there were rows of fresh flowers. Ying Shaolong looked around the shop and nodded in satisfaction. This is Shaolong's restaurant. It looks pretty good. At 11:30 a.m., two beautiful figures arrived at the entrance of Longxian Pavilion. Zhou Qianxian looked at the restaurant's entrance and commented with a smile. This is my first time here too. It just so happens to be the opening day. Xiao Yuqing looked over. That's quite a coincidence. Liang Cheng came back from abroad and insisted on inviting his classmates to a reunion. This guy was very boastful back in college, so it seems he's made a name for himself and is ready to show off. Zhou Qianxian linked arms with Xiao Yuqing and walked towards the restaurant. Speaking of which, Liang Cheng used to pursue you. Oh, our Yuqing is so popular. Stop talking nonsense. If she hadn't come today, I wouldn't have wanted to attend this kind of class reunion either. Xiao Yuqing shook her head. We haven't seen he/she for 3 years, right? I heard she's getting married soon and brought her boyfriend over today. Zhou Qianxian said with a smile, but it's perfect timing. I'll support Shaolong today. The two chatted and laughed as they entered the restaurant. Hey waiter, call your boss over here and tell him that Sister Qing is here. Upon entering the store, Zhou Qianxian spoke directly to a waiter. The waiter was taken aback, nodded, and took out his walkie-talkie to report. Ying Shaolong, who was in his office, was slightly taken aback when he received the report from the receptionist and immediately went out. Seeing Xiao Yuqing and Zhou Qianxian, he greeted them with a smile. Sister Qing, why didn't you tell me you were coming? Aren't you afraid of bothering me? Xiao Yuqing smiled and shook her head. Come here, Shaolong. I heard you just bought this restaurant. It's opening today, so I'm giving you an opening gift. Zhou Qianxian prepared a gift and handed it to him. Thank you for the abalone that Brother Shaolong treated me to a few days ago. Thank you, Sister Qian. Ying Shaolong quickly thanked him and gestured for them to go inside. Sister Qing, please come in and sit down. I'll have the kitchen prepare some food. No need. We have a class reunion today, about 13 of us. The rest of us haven't arrived yet, so we'll wait here. Xiao Yuqing shook her head. Do you have any private rooms here? Yes, there's a large private room, big enough for 13 or 14 people. Ying Shaolong nodded. Okay, Shaolong, you go ahead with your work. Xiao Yuqing nodded. Sister Qing, there's nothing in the shop that I need to do. Ying Shaolong smiled. Young Master Shaolong, how's your business? Zhou Qianxian asked from the side. It's all right. Ying Shaolong replied. This is the Dragon Fresh Pavilion that Xiao Yuqing and the others were talking about. Just then, a sound came from the doorway, and about 10 people walked in. 11 young men and women, led by a slightly handsome young man. The young man held his head high, and when he saw Xiao Yuqing, his eyes lit up. He immediately walked over and extended his hand. Yuqing, it's been 5 years. You've become even more beautiful. Hello, Liang Cheng. Xiao Yuqing nodded when she saw the young man, but did not extend her hand. Hee. Yuqing is still as aloof and charming as ever. Liang Cheng didn't feel embarrassed at all and continued to praise her shamelessly. Yuqing, Qianqian. Just then, another woman walked over and called out to the two of them. It's been a long time. Xiao Yuqing and Zhou Qianqian looked at the woman and smiled. The three of them were quite close when they were in school. This is my boyfriend, Miao Xinyi. She introduced the man beside her. Hey, Yuqing, why did you choose this place? It's our class reunion, and I was thinking of finding a 5-star hotel, a high-class place. Liang Cheng leaned closer and said with a smile. This place is quite nice. Xiao Yuqing glanced at him, then looked at the group of classmates. This meal is on me. Hey, how can this be? Yuqing, I organized this class reunion, so I should be the one to treat everyone. I can't let you, a girl, pay for it. Liang Cheng immediately said, leave all the expenses to me today. I made some money this time when I came back from abroad. Haha, Brother Liang Cheng is so generous. I really envy Brother Liang Cheng. He already came from a well-off family, and now he has built a successful career on his own. Liang Cheng is now a highly eligible bachelor, very rich, and drives a Bentley worth 3 million. The surrounding classmates were either flattering or envious. Haha, it's not much money, but it's enough to treat everyone to a meal. Liang Cheng's arrogance was evident in his words. Let's go, let's sit in the private room and chat. Sister Qing, why don't you come to the seafood section and see what you'd like to eat? Ying Shaolong glanced at them and asked Xiao Yuqing. Okay. Xiao Yuqing nodded. Then I'll trouble you, Shaolong, to take us to see it. You're the owner here. Liang Cheng looked at the handsome and extraordinary Ying Shaolong, his eyes flickering slightly. Yes. Ying Shaolong nodded. No need to look anymore. Bring out all the best and most expensive seafood in your store. Liang Cheng waved his hand and gave the order with great arrogance. Liang Cheng is so generous. Xiao Yuqing and her classmates said with smiles. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, then smiled and said, the seafood here is very expensive. Top-grade abalone, fish maw, and large yellow croaker are not cheap. What do you mean? We've all come here to eat, and we've already asked you to serve the food. You can just cook it directly. Liang Cheng looked at him and said calmly, I often eat at 3 Michelin-starred restaurants abroad. Quickly, order the best dishes. Be fast. You people in the catering industry must keep up with the service. It's a pity that Jianghai doesn't have any 3 Michelin-starred restaurants. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here to eat, and I would have taken you to eat top-notch food directly. As Liang Cheng spoke, he turned to the group of classmates and continued. I think we shouldn't call each other Brother Liang anymore. We should call each other General Manager Liang. Mr. Liang, please make do with this today. A group of young men and women behind him were speaking ingratiatingly. Ying Shaolong found Liang Cheng's arrogant attitude somewhat amusing, and he glanced at Xiao Yuqing and Zhou Qianqian. Xiao Yuqing frowned slightly, but then smiled at Ying Shaolong and said, Brother Shaolong, my classmate here wants to treat us, so he's in charge. Can. Ying Shaolong nodded and looked at Liang Cheng. How many top-grade abalone? How many ounces of top-grade fish maw? Stop. No need to ask. 1 abalone for each person, and bring more of everything else. Bring out all the good dishes from your restaurant. Make sure there's plenty, not a little less. He was interrupted by Liang Cheng before he could finish speaking. You can't finish all the abalone, so order 4. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded. I'll take you to the private room. I said 1 for each person, so 1 for each person. Can't you understand what I mean, boss? You'll get your money back. Liang Cheng looked at him unhappily. Our boss Liang is treating today, so just go ahead and serve, boss. There's no need for all this talk. A young man also spoke up, taking out a cigarette and handing it to Liang Cheng. Here you go, boss Liang. Liang Cheng smiled, clearly pleased. I'll make sure everyone eats well, drinks well, and has a good time today. Okay. Ying Shaolong shrugged, kindly reminding him not to, then forget it. Zhou Qianqian, standing to the side, watched this scene with a strange expression before walking towards the private room. Hey, there's a really generous boss over there. Family, let's be generous today too. Waiter, bring out your best dishes. Ying Shaolong led his men toward the private room when they heard a voice from behind. Startled, he glanced back and saw an internet celebrity holding a phone, live streaming, and speaking with great gusto. He raised an eyebrow. Today is a good day. Chapter 23, The Exorbitant Bill. Fong the Foodie is the top food critic in Jianghai City, but this name is just an online pseudonym. He has over 2 million followers on Douyin, making him a big internet celebrity in Jianghai. He mainly focuses on exploring restaurants and introducing various delicacies in Jianghai City. After becoming popular and gaining a large following, he started taking on advertising jobs. Now, he earns 80,000 yuan for a single advertisement. Fong, the foodie, has a good relationship with General Manager Zhao. It's not so much that they have a good relationship, but rather that General Manager Zhao has collaborated with him several times. He was simply getting paid to praise Fengxiang's seafood and advertise it. In addition, he also accepted an advertisement from Boss Zhao to smear the competitors. Mr. Zhao is very generous with money, giving him 150,000 yuan each time. To him, Mr. Zhao was a sugar daddy. This time, Boss Zhao asked him to smear his seafood restaurant. If he does a good job, he'll give him 200,000 yuan. Fong, the foodie, agreed without hesitation. Smearing a restaurant was a simple matter. This time, in order to please President Zhao, he even started a live stream. As soon as they entered the hotel, they heard Liang Chenjiao's boastful words. Fong, the foodie, waved his hand and told the waiter to bring out the best seafood. The person who hosted the foodies was Manager Liu. As someone who works in the catering industry, Manager Liu saw that someone had come in with a live stream on their phone, so he personally came over to serve them. However, upon hearing his words, she was taken aback. Sir, our top-grade seafood is quite expensive. Why don't you go and check the prices first before making your selection? Stop. Before Manager Liu could finish speaking, Fong the foodie interrupted. I said those customers who went in to eat just now kept saying the prices were too high. Does your restaurant look down on people? The service is terrible. If we ask you to bring out your best and most delicious dishes, just bring them out. What? Are you afraid I won't pay? Are they family members? After he finished speaking, he looked at the live stream comments on his phone. At this moment, there were several thousand viewers in his live stream, which was quite a large number. Xiao Wang, who loves eating lobsters. You foodie, this restaurant is clearly looking down on you. Waking up to handsome looks every day. You look down on me. The foodie brother? My custom Harley motorcycle is worth over 1.5 million. Lang, this place called Longxian Pavilion has terrible service. I love seafood, but I hate this kind of place. I told them to just bring it to me, as if they thought I couldn't afford it. The live stream chat was filled with comments from viewers. Fong, the foodie, saw this and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had said that on purpose. They're deliberately stirring up trouble, saying that Longxian Pavilion's service is bad. Oh well. Manager Liu looked somewhat helpless, but still continued enthusiastically. Sir, our top-tier dishes here include abalone, fish maw, and large yellow croaker, all of which are quite expensive. 1 abalone, 2 of the best abalone, 1 serving of fish maw, 1 large yellow croaker, and some of your specialties. Before Manager Liu could finish speaking, Fong, the foodie, interrupted him again. Take me to a seat and hurry up with the food. Sir, our abalone is very large. You can't finish just 2. You've ordered so many dishes by yourself. You won't be able to finish them all. Upon hearing this, Manager Liu frowned and reminded him again. Hey, I have to say, your service is really bad. Can't you understand human language? Fong, the foodie, looked impatient. If I can't finish it, I'll pack it up and give it to the street sweepers. You don't need to worry about that. Family members, this store is not good. The service is subpar. This is the service you get for a new store opening. I don't recommend coming here. After he finished speaking, he addressed the viewers in the live stream. They even deliberately said they would give the leftovers to the workers. Fong Gongzi, foodie bro, positive energy, support. Sweet and sour doghead. Foodie bro said this place is no good, so I won't eat here anymore. Doghead. The grumpy young man said, the waiter is so nagging. Foodie, let's go to another restaurant. This one is obviously no good. If I can't finish this, I can pack it up and give it to someone who's not well. Viewers interacted during the live stream. Seeing the result he wanted, Fong the foodie's lips curled up slightly, revealing a satisfied expression. Yes, sir. We will bring the food up as soon as possible. Upon hearing what this foodie said, Manager Liu's expression darkened, and he stopped introducing the foodie and spoke directly. Hurry up. Fong the foodie waved his hand. Boss, tell your waiters to bring the food quickly. In a private room at Longxian Pavilion, Ying Shaolong brought Xiao Yuqing and her group over. Liang Cheng waved to Ying Shaolong and continued giving instructions. Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded. Let's go as he says. Xiao Yuqing patted Ying Shaolong on the shoulder and said something. After Ying Shaolong was looked down upon by Jiang Hao and the others last time, Xiao Yuqing decided that anyone who looked down on Ying Shaolong in the future would look down on her. Liang Chenggang just returned from abroad, his face full of arrogance, and he even looks down on Shaolong's younger brother's restaurant. Then she didn't say anything. Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded and left the private room. Mr. Liang, now that you're back, are you taking over the family business or starting your own? I have several million yuan in my own hands, plus 15 million yuan from my family, and I'm preparing to start my own business. Wow, Mr. Liang, you're directly putting up 20 million to start a business. That's impressive. What's with this, Mr. Liang? Can I work for you? Mr. Liang, are you still looking for a driver? Inside the private room, words of flattery and obsequiousness rang out. Xiao Yuqing and Zhou Qianqian exchanged a glance, slightly helpless. Their former classmates had all changed after entering society. Boss, a social media influencer, came to our store and started a live stream. He said he wanted 2 top-grade abalone and all the other top-grade seafood. I tried to give him advice, but he kept interrupting me. He even said in the live stream that our store's service was bad. As soon as Ying Shaolong stepped out of the private room, Manager Lu approached him, his face grim, and reported. Oh, Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow. Since he wants it, just give it to him. Yes, boss. Manager Lu nodded. I didn't expect to have so many customers on the first day of the event. Ying Shaolong smiled at that moment. Liang Chung actually compared Longxian Pavilion to a so-called 3 Michelin-starred restaurant. How could that internet celebrity be so arrogant? He walked straight toward where the seafood was stored. There are only 4 abalone weighing 10 pounds each, and they're priced at 1.18 million yuan each in the store. Yes, these are the prices listed in the store. They are clearly marked. Ying Shaolong thought these 4 abalones would last a long time, but he never expected that they would be gone today, and not even enough. He took 2 bags, filled them with 6 small abalones he had purchased from the store, and then, disregarding the consumption of the dragon's energy, began to nurture and enhance them. Soon, 6 more abalone weighing 10 kilograms each appeared in the store. Although it made the 7 dragon scale a little dimmer, it was worth it for Ying Shaolong. Take the abalone to the kitchen, find a head chef, and make 6 for the private room, 2 for the internet celebrity, and keep 2 for the rest of the restaurant. As for Liang Chung saying that each person should have 1, Ying Shaolong is kind-hearted, and they really couldn't finish eating just 1 each. You should know that the finished product made from this abalone is enough to feed 3 or 4 people. However, there can be no fewer than 6. Ying Shaolong also needs to make money. Chapter 24, Under the Exorbitant Bill. The seafood restaurant, Longxian was doing brisk business at noon today. After several days of promotion and positive word of mouth, many customers came after hearing the news. This resulted in even more customers at noon than the previous evening. Wow, my goodness, this abalone is huge. 1 abalone is enough for 3 or 4 people, right? But the price is 1.18 million each. Wow, my goodness. How did Longxian Pavilion manage to get such huge abalone? 1,118,000 each. That's really expensive. Not only that, look at this big yellow croaker. My goodness, this one must weigh 10 pounds, right? 200,000 yuan apiece. And what is this? Yellow croaker. The fish meat costs 5,000 per serving, but this fish maw costs 1.5 million per caddy. My God. Some guests entered the seafood selection area and were amazed to see the extremely expensive seafood. They gasped in surprise, and almost everyone was taking pictures with their phones. Such a large abalone, such a precious yellow croaker, such a large yellow croaker are extremely rare. This seafood restaurant is so noisy and chaotic. Fong, a foodie sitting in a restaurant, was live streaming when he heard the faint sounds of people selecting seafood. He then deliberately spoke up in the live stream. He was quite far from where he was selecting seafood, so he couldn't hear clearly. But that doesn't stop him from having a black dragon in his pavilion. Family members, please do not come to Longxian Pavilion Seafood Restaurant for meals in the future. It's too chaotic. Fong, the foodie, continued in the live stream. Longxian Pavilion is positioned as a high-end seafood restaurant, but it's so messy and rubbish. It ruins my mood while I'm eating here. To be honest, I regret coming here to eat. Moreover, his family is slow to serve food. I've been waiting for over 20 minutes, and the food still hasn't arrived. It's really not good. He shook his head as he spoke. Zhangguang Jianghu. Foodie bro, you're too outspoken. Don't get beaten up by the restaurant staff. Haha. Invincible foodie. I love foodie bro's personality. Good is good, and trash is trash. Haha. Any restaurant that gets such a high rating from foodie bro is no good and will probably go out of business. Monkey stealing peaches. Speaking of which, the last seafood restaurant that foodie bro rated as not good seems to have closed down. Haha. I guess this one won't be far behind. Fans in the live stream were interacting with him. Fong, the foodie, smiled broadly. For him, smearing a restaurant was incredibly easy. Buzz. Just then, his other phone vibrated. Mr. Zhao had sent him a message. Fong, the foodie, opened the app, glanced at it, his eyes flickered slightly, and immediately replied. Immediately, he looked at the live stream and said in a shocked tone, Family members, I just received the latest news. As you all know, our foodie has extensive connections in Jianghai. A wealthy friend of mine just sent me a message. Let me show you something and broaden your horizons. As he spoke, he pointed his phone at the live streamer. This is a meal that 8 mysterious tycoons had at the Fengxiang seafood restaurant. Can you tell how much they spent? 41,000. A full 41,000. My goodness. Half a frozen abalone is worth 120,000, and this big yellow croaker weighing more than 7 kilograms is worth nearly 170,000. My God. One meal cost 41,000. That's really rich. Fengxiang Seafood is a long-established brand in Jianghai. They have a lot of top-quality seafood. I often go there to eat. Wow, I wish I'd gone to Fengxiang Seafood today. It seems that Fengxiang Seafood has also opened a store nearby. Longxian Pavilion and Fengxiang Seafood are not even in the same league. Fong, the foodie, kept talking, his facial expressions rivaling those of an award-winning actor. Passerby, hey, holy crap, is this bill real? No way. 410,000 for one meal? I can't believe it. The village's #1 handsome guy. Wow, my god, that's awesome. 410,000 for a meal? Is this the world of the rich? Eating peach. Holy crap, this meal cost the equivalent of a Mercedes-Benz or BMW. Fengxiang Seafood is amazing. Fengxiang Seafood is indeed impressive. But look at this menu. It's all top-quality ingredients. A large yellow croaker weighing over 7 pounds would normally sell for over 10,000 yuan. Half a frozen abalone, equivalent to 2 pounds, is also worth the price. It truly deserves to be the most impressive seafood restaurant in Jianghai, able to offer so many top-quality seafood. Fong, the foodie, also chimed in with praise. I bet this news will make the news soon and go viral online. The viewers in his live stream were also shocked, flooding the chat with comments and exclamations of amazement. Sir, your food has arrived. At this moment, Manager Liu pushed a cart loaded with seafood and personally delivered it over. All done? Hurry up, you guys are too slow. Your efficiency is terrible. Fong the foodie said without turning his head, looking at his live stream. I'm sorry, sir, because the seafood you ordered is our restaurant's top-grade seafood. It will take a little longer to prepare. Manager Liu spoke enthusiastically, with 4 large plates on the cart, each plate as big as a basin. There were 4 plates, each containing only 4 dishes, including 2 identical servings of abalone, 1 large yellow croaker, a serving of yellow croaker maw, and fish meat. Sir, here are the 2 top-grade abalone you requested, as well as our top-grade fish maw, yellow croaker meat, and a 10-pound yellow croaker. We don't have any other seafood for you. Manager Liu personally brought the dishes to the table. Please enjoy them. If you can't finish them, let us know and we'll pack them up for you. As Manager Liu spoke, 4 large portions of top-quality seafood were placed in front of him. Fong, who was live streaming, was stunned when he heard this and looked over in surprise. There were 4 large, exquisite plates on the table. 2 abalone platters. Although the abalone is prepared in 3 different ways, it is placed on the same plate to present the integrity and size of the abalone. This plate is further divided into individual spaces. This allowed him to clearly see the size of the abalone. It was still that big yellow croaker, a 10-pound big yellow croaker. A serving of yellow croaker meat with fish maw. It was placed right in front of him. However, he was a little confused at this moment. Putting everything else aside, everyone knows the value of that big yellow croaker. Just now, he also mentioned that a fish weighing over 7 kilograms sells for 170,000 yuan in Fengxiang. The one in front of him weighs 10 pounds? His expression changed, and he quickly looked at Manager Liu. Waiter, you mean this large yellow croaker weighs 10 pounds? Yes, it's a wild yellow croaker, weighing 10 pounds. We have video footage of it in our store, so you can rest assured that it won't be shortchanged. This yellow croaker isn't expensive in our store. It's 200,000 yuan per serving. Manager Liu looked at his expression, a hint of mockery flashing across his face, and said, What? 200,000 per share? Upon hearing this, Fong the foodie immediately stood up, his eyes wide. But soon, he looked at the 2 enormous plates of abalone and had a bad feeling. How much is this abalone per serving? Fresh, top-grade abalone, freshly killed, weighing 10.5 gene, 1.18 million each. Sir, you ordered 2.36 million. Manager Liu continued. Upon hearing this, Fong the foodie staggered, his mind reeling, and he growled in a low voice. What? You said these 2 servings of abalone cost 2,360,000. Yes, sir. Such a large abalone is extremely rare in the world, and 2.36 million is not expensive. Manager Liu nodded and continued. In addition, half a caddy of yellow croaker maw and half a caddy of fish meat, totaling 750,000 yuan per serving. These 3 seafood items are the signature dishes of our Longxian Pavilion. 750,000 per serving. Fong the foodie's teeth started chattering, and he felt a little dizzy. However, at the same time, his live stream room also erupted in excitement. One by one, netizens were posting, What? No way. No way. Abalone is 1.18 million per serving, and this yellow croaker and fish maw is 750,000 per serving. Wow, is this for real? Or is it just for the show? Putting everything else aside, if this large yellow croaker really weighs 10 pounds, it seems cheaper than Fengxiang Seafood. Fengxiang Seafood sells for 170,000 for a 7-pound croaker, while Longxian Pavilion only sells it for 200,000, which is considered cheap. My god, does that mean this foodie spent over 3 million in one meal? Unbelievable. Fong's foodie livestream room erupted in excitement. The audience was somewhat incredulous. Compared to that, what is that bill of 410,000 for a meal? Chapter 25 goes viral online. Gulp. Inside the Longxiang pavilion, Fong the glutton broke out in a cold sweat, swallowed hard, and his eyes were slightly red. Waiter, are you kidding me? This seafood is worth over 3 million. He couldn't help but growl in a low voice, questioning. We not only have clearly marked prices, but our seafood is also worth a price. The prices are listed in the seafood section, and you can see them. We welcome any supervision. Manager Liu replied casually. Besides, I kept reminding you at the beginning, but you said you didn't need to be reminded and wanted the best. I suppose you're a wealthy person. You're currently live streaming, so you can watch the replay. Your prices are way too expensive. Fong, the foodie, felt his hands and feet were ice cold and his voice was trembling. You can go to the seafood section and see if that's the price. Manager Liu looked at him and continued speaking, his face turning cold. Sir, you're not going to renege on your promise, are you? That won't do. You? Fong, the foodie, clenched his fist and said, I'll go check out the seafood section. As he spoke, he grabbed his phone and rushed over immediately. A meal costing over 3 million yuan. That's over 3 million yuan. He only became popular as an internet celebrity this year. The money I earned was only 3 or 4 million. Now he spends over 3 million on a single meal? He couldn't accept it at all. Wow, over 3 million for one meal? That's terrifying. Just now, the foodie said that 410,000 yuan for a meal at Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant is an exorbitant price. Compared to that foodie, it's nothing. Haha, Fong the glutton is probably going to be in trouble today. When he first came, he was very arrogant and boasted that he wanted the best seafood, including 2 servings of abalone. Now he's completely dumbfounded. Indeed, the waiter kindly reminded him several times at the beginning, but he interrupted each time. More than 3 million for a meal, this restaurant is too powerful. It can actually get such top-quality seafood. In Fong's foodie livestream, the audience erupted in excitement, discussing the topic amongst themselves. The number of viewers in the livestream was also steadily increasing, quickly reaching tens of thousands. Fong, the foodie, was dumbfounded. The audience was also stunned. At this moment, it wasn't just Fong the foodie who was bewildered. After all the dishes were prepared, Ying Shaolong followed the waiter to Xiao Yuqing's private room. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce our signature dish at Longxian Pavilion, a 10-pound abalone, prepared in 3 different ways, served in 6 portions. Such a large abalone is among the most premium and rarest in the world. A wild yellow croaker weighing 10 pounds is something you can't find in the whole country for 10 years. 4 caddies of yellow croaker meat and 2 caddies of fish maw. In my country's waters, only 1 yellow croaker can be found every 4 or 5 years. The fish maw is more expensive than gold. It is said to be extremely beneficial to pregnant women and is a life-saving substance. 2 lobsters, one weighing 8 pounds and the other 6 pounds. Butter crab. Dishes were served one by one, and the waiter introduced them one by one. Wow, this abalone is huge. That's amazing. A young man saw this and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. However, some knowledgeable people around were stunned. Liang Chung was also stunned, looking at the enormous abalone and the 10-pound yellow croaker, and listening to the waiter talk about the fish maw that was more expensive than gold. He pursed his lips. At this moment, even Zhou Qianxian and Xiao Yuqing were filled with astonishment. They knew that Ying Shaolong had abalone worth millions, but they didn't expect that he had so many. Moreover, it seems that it's not just the incredibly precious abalone. Wow, boss, your restaurant is amazing. Such huge abalone and lobsters, incredible. The clueless young man continued to exclaim in surprise, even giving a thumbs up. Why is this abalone so big? How much is a serving? Liang Chung had a bad feeling and couldn't help but ask. You want 13 of the world's finest abalone. I was afraid you wouldn't be able to finish them, so I only made 6 for you. Each abalone costs 1.18 million. Ying Shaolong said calmly. In addition, yellow croaker and fish maw are quite expensive. 1 pound of fish maw costs 1.5 million, and the fish meat costs 5,000 per pound, but I can give them to you for free. The large yellow croaker is slightly cheaper, at 200,000 yuan each, while the others together are around 40,000 to 50,000 yuan. He spoke casually. However, everyone else was no longer calm. Liang Chung was completely stunned. What? How is this possible? Boss, are you ripping us off? These things are so expensive. This meal must cost tens of millions. A girl stood up and said incredulously. It definitely requires tens of millions. Ying Shaolong nodded. You can check online or go to the fresh seafood section in our store. We have clearly marked prices, and the prices are reasonable. We welcome any questions. In fact, this brother wants 13 abalones. 13 abalones are worth nearly 15 million. Here is the bill. You can take a look. Also, I can take you to the seafood section to have a look. The prices are clearly marked and reasonable. As he spoke, he handed them the bill. Quiet. The entire private room fell completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Liang Cheng's forehead instantly became covered in cold sweat. He blankly took the bill and saw the amount of 10.12 million. His mind went blank. What the hell? What kind of international joke is this? Boss, what are you talking about? Liang Cheng couldn't help but stare at Ying Shaolong, his face extremely ugly as he spoke. Mr. Liang, I reminded you before that our restaurant's top-grade seafood is very expensive. It's world-class. Ying Shaolong looked at him calmly. Besides, the ingredients in our restaurant are not comparable to any foreign garbage 3-star Michelin-starred restaurants, nor to 5-star hotels. They can't get our kind of ingredients there. Take me to your seafood section. Upon hearing this, Liang Cheng's breathing became somewhat rapid. Even though he was a rich second-generation heir and had money, he still felt breathless when faced with a meal costing tens of millions. Damn it, a meal cost 10 million. However, he forced himself not to break down, and he forced himself not to lose face. He was going to verify it. Okay, come with me. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded, leading them toward the fresh seafood section. Inside the private room, Liang Cheng, Xiao Yuqing, Zhou Qianxian, and everyone else followed. Wow, this abalone is huge. It costs 1.1 million each. Only the rich can afford it. Such a large and rare abalone. There might actually be a wealthy person buying it. If I had the money, I would really like to buy it and try it. I heard that yellow croaker maw is a life-saving treasure for pregnant women with bleeding. Is that true? But I heard from the waiter that more than half of the maw has been sold. Tisk tisk, there are still many rich people. Today has been truly eye-opening. These world-class seafood, though expensive, are definitely worth the price. As soon as Liang Cheng and his group arrived, they heard the voices of the guests in front of them discussing something. Because the seafood is so precious and rare, many guests gathered here to take pictures, discuss, and marvel. When Liang Cheng heard what they said, he went inside and looked around and felt as if the world had gone dark. That's definitely the price. Wow, it really is that price. So our meal really cost over 10 million. One of Xiao Yuqing's male classmates said in shock. Those around them heard this and looked at them in shock. 10,120,000. I can round it down for you, Mr. Liang, so 10 million will do. Can you afford that? Ying Shaolong looked at Liang Cheng beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips. Liang Cheng stood there, his expression shifting dramatically, his breathing becoming rapid. He took a deep breath and said, I can't afford it. It's only 10 million. I can still afford it. Now all he can do is grit his teeth and swallow it down. He's already bought the groceries. He has to pay whether he wants to or not. We have no choice but to grit our teeth and persevere to the end. Wow, my God. They spent tens of millions on one meal. No way. What kind of super rich are they? Customers around gasped in disbelief. Fong, the foodie, recognized Liang Cheng as the dashing young man he had seen when he first entered the restaurant. Their bills are in the tens of millions? He glanced at the bill the waiter handed him. It was discounted, and the amount was 3,300,000. He has no choice but to accept this bill. He was live-streaming it, and thousands of netizens were watching. He denies it, but Longxian Pavilion also has evidence. Didn't you see that young man next to you? Does he really have to accept a bill of over 10 million? His face was filled with despair and dejection. On the phone he was holding, the viewers in the live stream became even more excited upon hearing about the multi-million-dollar bill. Chapter 26. The Assassin's Seafood Restaurant makes a fortune of millions. It exploded. It completely exploded. Fong the foodie kept live streaming, and all the viewers were watching. Later, the number of viewers even reached hundreds of thousands. 3,300,000 for a single meal? How can this not be shocking? And this meal was witnessed by netizens. That's not even the most shocking part. The most shocking thing is that some people's bills have reached tens of millions. This incident instantly caused a sensation online and topped the trending searches on various platforms. Fong's foodie livestream was also edited and posted online. Netizens who witnessed the whole process were all amazed, saying that this foodie had learned a harsh lesson from the restaurant owner. They looked down on Longxian Pavilion, but it turns out they have top-quality seafood, and a single abalone can cost over $1 million. Fong, the foodie, has become a clown. As for the rumored exorbitant menu of 410,000 yuan circulating at Fengxiang Seafood, does it even compare to Longxian Jalo? This Dragon Fresh Pavilion is like an assassin's pavilion. It's too powerful. Even Jack Ma would have to use Alipay to get out. This assassin's pavilion is amazing. A single meal can cost hundreds of millions. It's probably the world's most top-tier seafood restaurant, bar none. Haha, you can't call it the assassin's pavilion. They have clearly marked prices, and their seafood is worth the price. Online users call Longxian Pavilion the assassin's pavilion, saying that even wealthy people who go there have to wash dishes for days before they can leave. Of course, this is just a joke, a meme among netizens. There's no doubt that Longxian Pavilion became an instant hit online. Fong, a foodie, had a bill of 3.3 million yuan, while another mysterious tycoon had a bill of tens of millions of yuan, which ignited the entire internet. What? You don't have enough money, so you're using your watch as collateral? Inside Longxian Pavilion, Ying Shaolong stared in astonishment at Liang Cheng, who had come to pay the bill. I'm having cash flow problems right now. The watch is brand new, I haven't worn it yet. It's worth 3.4 million yuan, and I still have the invoice. Liang Cheng looked embarrassed and awkward, holding a watch box in his hand. A lunch costing 10 million yuan, but he only had a little over 6 million yuan. He couldn't possibly ask his family for money. What reason could you give? Tell your parents that you spent 10 million on one meal? Fine, since you're Kingja and Kingja's classmate, I'll allow you to use your watch as collateral for 3.4 million. The remaining 6.6 million, will you pay by card or transfer? Ying Shaolong waved his hand, not making things difficult for him. This is the last time. Liang Cheng's face darkened. This is the last time? He vowed never to eat at that restaurant again. This time, it was incredibly painful for him. Ying Shaolong took the watch from his hand, looked at the invoice, and then checked it online. He didn't know much about Richard Mille watches, but they were very beautiful, and he could wear them. Liang Cheng paid the remaining 6.6 million by credit card. I've already paid the bill. Enjoy your meal, everyone. A friend just called me, so I have something to do this afternoon and can't join my classmates. After paying, Liang Cheng returned to the private room, forced a smile, and began to speak before starting to eat. He needs to eat more. This is the most expensive meal he's ever had in his life, and if he eats more, he can get his money's worth more. Xiao Yuqing and Zhou Qianxian exchanged a glance, finding it somewhat amusing. The rest of the group also started eating like crazy. Each bite cost tens of thousands of yuan. Today, their average spending is 7 or 800,000 yuan per person. Although the atmosphere was a bit awkward, it didn't stop them from eating. What? At the cashier's counter in Longxian Pavilion, Ying Shaolong's face once again showed a look of astonishment. Just now, that foodie came to the front desk and said he didn't have enough money and wanted to pawn his motorcycle to pay for his meal. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. Just now, Liang Cheng pawned a watch, and now someone else is pawning a motorcycle. Boss, I just bought this motorcycle 2 days ago. It was custom made from overseas and cost 1.5 million. I haven't even registered it yet. Can I mortgage it for 1.4 million? Fang Shuo's face turned a little pale, and he continued, if that doesn't work, I can only write an IOU. I really don't have that much money on hand. A mortgage is fine, 1.3 million. After all, this is a second-hand property. Pay another 2 million. Ying Shaolong looked at him and said directly, of course, if you say that someone instructed you to smear our Longxian Pavilion, I can give you a mortgage of 1.4 million. He had just watched the replay of this foodie's live stream, and it was clear that the guy was deliberately trying to smear them. Although Ying Shaolong had a guess about who the other party was, he still wanted to confirm it. Nobody's here, so 1.3 million it is then. Fang the glutton gritted his teeth and didn't reveal Zhao's identity. Ying Shaolong shrugged, not paying any attention, and let manager Lu take over Fang Shuo's motorcycle. Boss, that foodie's motorcycle is a Harley. It's really cool. Not long after, manager Lu came over and said to him with a smile, okay, manager Lu, could you see if you could give me a motorcycle permit? Also, could you check all the information about the owner and shareholders of Fengxiang Seafood? The more detail, the better. Ying Shaolong nodded. I'll transfer you 50,000 yuan. Keep the rest for yourself. Yes, boss, manager Lu said quickly, his eyes lighting up. Ying Shaolong looked around the store, then returned to his office. He tapped the table lightly, a fierce glint in his eyes. Although Longxian Pavilion is doing very well now, Fengxiang Seafood is a potential problem. This guy has tried to sabotage their Dragon Fresh Pavilion time and time again, and he's always used underhanded tactics. I was lucky the day before yesterday. An old man helped me out of a predicament, and today I'm strong enough to resolve the situation again. But Longxian Pavilion can't always be so lucky, so he has to get rid of this hidden danger. Take care of Fengxiang Seafood, and take care of Boss Xiao and Wang Lao San. Around 1 p.m., Xiao Yuqing and her group left, and Ying Shaolong saw them off. Xiao Yuqing was a nice older sister to him, and the 2 dragonfish gifts were worth 2 or 3 million. Kingja's best friend is also a nice person. The gift I gave him today is a golden lucky cat, which is worth 2 or 300,000 yuan. Because of the popularity of Longxian Pavilion online, its business is booming, with customers coming and going all afternoon. Sun Minghan was very happy and kept coming to the office to report news, such as how many lobsters and how many butter crabs were sold. Ying Shaolong was also quite excited. Today's earnings had exceeded his expectations. Boss, we sold out of Yellow Croaker Mall last night. Just now, a wealthy man came and bought a 10-pound abalone. At midnight, after the last table of guests left, Sun Minghan reported to Ying Shaolong with a happy expression. Oh, really? Ying Shaolong was also surprised. There were more wealthy people than he had imagined. Boss, guess how much money we made today? Sun Minghan looked at her with a happy smile on her face and asked playfully. Today, our store's total revenue is 12.03 million. Before Ying Shaolong could guess, Sun Minghan couldn't help but blurt it out herself. Chapter 27 Rewards, Men's Competitive Spirit. After removing the more than 3 million yuan worth of watches that were pledged as collateral, there was a motorcycle worth 1.5 million yuan. They also earned over 12 million. Of the more than 12 million, about 12 million would end up in Ying Shaolong's hands. After all, his seafood was free. Senior Minghan, thank you for your hard work these past 2 days. I'll send you a red envelope later. Looking at the happy Sun Minghan, Ying Shaolong smiled as well. Also inform the employees that they should work hard these next few days. Everyone's salary will be doubled this month. Hee okay. Sun Minghan nodded and said happily, then I won't stand on ceremony with you, Junior. You're welcome. By the way, you don't need to get up early tomorrow. I'm going to buy some clothes. Senior Minghan, could you help me choose? I'll pick you up in the morning, Ying Shaolong continued. He came to Jianghai City with only 2 sets of clothes, but that's not important. What's important is that his clothes were both old. Now, as the owner of a high-end seafood restaurant, many of his customers are wealthy people. As the owner, he always has to pay attention to his attire and image. Although he is very handsome and has an extraordinary temperament after cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique, he is still very handsome. However, Ying Shaolong admitted that he had poor taste, so he brought Sun Minghan along to help him choose. Moreover, having a beautiful woman with him made him feel more cheerful. Is it really that boring for a man to go shopping alone? Okay. Sun Minghan squinted her eyes and didn't refuse. Then I'll go back and rest first. Ying Shaolong nodded and watched him leave. Sun Minghan lives in the school dormitory, which is very close to the store, only a few minutes away. Ying Shaolong checked the money in the account, and then found Sun Minghan's bank card number. As employees of Longxian Pavilion, we all keep our bank cards. He transferred 500,000 yuan to him directly. Having earned over 10 million himself, he wouldn't be stingy with Minghan, his senior. These past few days, senior sister Minghan has been busy running around, even more diligent than him, and she's also been handling all the publicity work. A red envelope of 500,000 yuan isn't much. On the streets of Jianghai University, Sun Minghan skipped and hopped lightly towards the school. She's been very happy lately, running a seafood restaurant with a junior from her school. Seeing the business doing well makes her very happy. Moreover, that handsome junior was very kind to her, always inviting her along when they ate delicious food and not letting her do any heavy work. She was filled with gratitude for the junior who had helped her from the very beginning. Buzz! Just then, her phone rang. A message had arrived. She picked it up and glanced at it, her body instantly freezing. Upon seeing the notification that 500,000 yuan had been deposited into her bank account, she slightly opened her mouth and quickly sent a WeChat message to Ying Shaolong. Sun Minghan, boss, did you transfer the money to me? Why did you transfer so much to me? This is too much. Her hands trembled as she typed. 500,000. This was something she couldn't even imagine. Ying Shaolong, not much. Senior Minghan, you should go to sleep early. I'm going to sleep too. See you tomorrow. Upon seeing the reply, Sun Minghan's eyes instantly reddened, and tears welled up in her eyes. She held her phone, wanting to reply, but for a moment she didn't know what to say. She wiped away her tears as she walked towards her dormitory. Hey, Sun Minghan, you're here. Do you think my clothes look good? My boyfriend bought them for me. They cost 3,000 yuan. He said he's going to take me to buy a designer bag tomorrow. As soon as Sun Minghan entered the dormitory, a girl dressed provocatively and flamboyantly showed off to her. It looks good. Sun Minghan glanced at it, said perfunctorily, and went to wash up with a heavy heart. Snort. The girl was a little annoyed by his perfunctory attitude, gave a soft snort, and continued to look in the mirror and admire herself. Sun Minghan didn't sleep well that night, watching the balance in her bank card fluctuate, her mind filled with all sorts of thoughts. At 10 o'clock, she was awakened by the sound of her phone. Sun Minghan opened the message and saw Ying Shaolong's message, immediately snapping back to reality. Ying Shaolong, Senior Minghan, are you up? Send me your location. I'll come find you. Sun Minghan, sorry boss, I overslept. I'm awake now. You don't need to pick me up, I'll be right there. Ying Shaolong, I'm on my way there. Also, Senior Minghan, don't call me boss outside. What if people think I'm doing something underhanded? Hee, just call me Junior outside. Sun Minghan blushed upon seeing the reply. Okay, boss inside, Junior outside. Alright, I'll listen to you, boss. She got out of bed, looked at her clothes, and began to feel conflicted. I'm going shopping for clothes with my boss today. Should I dress up nicely? But I don't have any nice clothes. She didn't have many clothes, and after hesitating for a moment, she put on her favorite outfit. This is the girls' dormitory. Ying Shaolong rode an employee's electric bike to the location that Sun Minghan had given him. He doesn't own a car or have a driver's license, so he simply borrowed an electric scooter from one of his employees. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ying Shaolong currently has over 10 million yuan in cash and owns a store worth 8 million yuan. But he has neither a car nor a house. Alright, there's a motorcycle and a Richard Mille watch worth over 3 million. he did with a watch on his wrist, which complemented his clothes and shoes, which were all worth only 100 yuan each. Arriving in front of Sun Menghan's dormitory, Ying Shaolong glanced around. There were also some vehicles parked around, including Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Porsche, with even the cheapest car costing over 200,000 yuan. It's summer vacation now, and vehicles can freely enter and exit the school. Young people were waiting inside or beside the car, and some were even holding flowers. They were all young men from outside the university who wanted to pursue girls from Jianghai University. Nowadays, girls care a lot about material things, so it's not easy to win them over if you don't have money. Ying Shaolong, riding an electric scooter, parked to the side, looking rather out of place. Ha, bro, you think you can pick up girls on an electric scooter? Beside him, a young man parked in front of a Porsche 718 sports car, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, idly sized up Ying Shaolong, then slightly raised his head and asked with a smile. Ying Shaolong glanced at him and replied indifferently, I'm here to pick someone up. Pick someone up? Oh, so you mean be a simp? Simping isn't a good idea, bro. The young man chuckled. Making more money is the right way, but if you don't have money, being a sycophant is fine too. Who knows, you might get lucky. Some young people who had driven up nearby heard what was happening, looked over with smiles, and exuded an air of superiority. Ying Shaolong ignored him. He was just showing off in front of him, driving a car worth 7 or 800,000. At that moment, his eyes lit up. A graceful figure walked over. Today, Sun Menghan wasn't wearing high heels or a cheongsam. Instead, she wore a white short-sleeved shirt and a black skirt, looking exceptionally pure and beautiful. She smiled, revealing her adorable dimples, and waved to Ying Shaolong as soon as she saw him. Sun Menghan, you found a boyfriend. Beside Sun Menghan was a woman with a hot figure and a pretty face, but she had a worldly air about her, especially when she stood next to Sun Menghan. The difference in their appearance was obvious. She saw Sun Menghan waving ahead and looked over in surprise. He's not my boyfriend, Sun Menghan quickly explained after glancing at her roommate. It's okay, I found a boyfriend, but you have bad taste. You found someone who rides an electric bike, tisk tisk. The girl saw that Ying Shaolong was very handsome, but he was riding an electric scooter. She immediately shook her head in disdain. She noticed her boyfriend leaning against the Porsche, waved, and shouted happily, Darling. Sun Menghan didn't pay attention to her roommate's words. She knew her roommate very well. She walked happily toward Ying Shaolong. The young man leaning against the Porsche saw his girlfriend, Su Ru, but he was immediately drawn to the figure beside her, and couldn't help but look over. Snort! Su Ru walked up to her boyfriend, and saw him looking at Sun Menghan. She gave a jealous snort and said, What are you looking at? Heh. No. The young man quickly turned his head, shaking his head with a grin. Senior Menghan, please have a seat. Beside him, Ying Shaolong looked at the beautiful and innocent Sun Menghan and patted the seat behind him to signal her. Okay, thank you for picking me up, junior brother Shaolong. Sun Menghan looked at him with a strange glint in her eyes, gave him a sweet thank you, and sat down directly behind him. No trouble at all. Today, I'm the one who needs your company, Senior Menghan. Ying Shaolong shook his head and looked at her. Hold on tight. It's my honor to accompany junior brother Shaolong. Sun Menghan said with a smile, hesitated for a moment, and then placed her hands on his waist. Ying Shaolong felt a surge of excitement as he felt the delicate hands. He glanced at the young man driving the Porsche beside him, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said casually, You're not good enough either. You're far from it, After he finished speaking, he rode off on his electric scooter, with Sun Menghan on the back. Behind him, the young man's face immediately darkened when he heard Ying Shaolong's taunts. He glanced at his girlfriend, then at that innocent-looking figure, and felt they were on completely different levels. This made him feel extremely frustrated. Wow, this guy drives a beat-up electric scooter and has such a beautiful girlfriend. Around them, some young people driving cars looked on with envy and jealousy. Chapter 28. Being low-key is the best way to show off. Men's competitive nature often manifests as comparing whose car is better or whose girlfriend is prettier. Looking at the beautiful Sun Menghan, Ying Shaolong couldn't help but mock the young man. Sun Menghan was holding onto Ying Shaolong's waist. It was the first time she had been so close to a boy, and her mind was in a mess. She didn't notice what Ying Shaolong was saying at all. Everyone's gone. Why are you still looking? Su Ru looked at her boyfriend, who was still staring at Sun Menghan, and her face showed displeasure. Do you want me to introduce you to him? You know her? The young man looked at her and couldn't help but ask. What do you mean? Am I not pretty? Hearing this, Su Ru became even angrier and glared at him. No, that's not what I meant. The young man quickly grabbed her hand and coaxed her. I just think that girl has bad taste, choosing such a poor guy. I'm just curious. My favorite is still Yururu. Come on, I'll take you to buy a bag. That's more like it. Su Ru stopped arguing about the bag and got into the car. Boss, you paid me too much money. I didn't do anything. I'll return the money to you. Ying Shaolong rode his electric bike toward the city center. Sun Menghan sat in the back, hesitated for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. Senior Meng Han, this is what you deserve. Ying Shaolong turned to look at her. Besides, we'll need you to take care of things at the store from now on, so don't mention money to us. This, Sun Meng Han frowned. Stop talking, senior. Hurry up, I'm gonna speed up, hee charge. Ying Shaolong laughed and said loudly, and the car's speed increased immediately. Sun Meng Han lost her grip, and her body pressed directly against him. This made Ying Shaolong's heart flutter, and he considered whether he should brake suddenly and then accelerate. Sudden stop, then acceleration. Sudden stop, then acceleration. Of course, he was just thinking about it. He was a gentleman. Sun Meng Han blushed, grabbed him tightly, and stopped talking. The city center isn't far from here. It only takes about 20 minutes by electric scooter. The advantage of electric vehicles is that they avoid traffic jams, which can be very convenient at times. The largest shopping mall in downtown Jianghai is called Beijing Shopping Mall, which has all kinds of luxury goods. Let's go. Let's buy some decent clothes, Meng Han. Can you help me choose? Ying Shaolong stopped the electric scooter and looked at Sun Meng Han beside him. Also buy some for you, senior. I don't want that. You can buy your own. Sun Meng Han quickly shook her head. Ying Shaolong didn't say anything. He'd just buy it when the time came. Sun Meng Han is working for me now. She dresses beautifully, and Ying Shaolong is pleased to see her like that. You old late chick. The two entered the magnificent shopping mall and glanced around at their surroundings. The first floor of the mall is a high-end luxury area, filled with international brands at a glance. Look for men's clothing. They don't understand any of these English brands. Sun Meng Han glanced around and spoke. Ying Shaolong also looked around, but instead of seeing men's clothing, they saw two familiar faces. The two people ahead also saw Ying Shaolong and Sun Meng Han. Huh. The young man looked at them with a surprised expression. How did they get here? Suru noticed Sun Meng Han and the others, raised her eyebrows, and walked towards them. Sun Meng Han, I didn't expect to run into you here again. Suru walked up to them, crossed her arms, and asked casually, Are you here to do summer jobs or looking for work? We're here to buy things. Before Sun Meng Han could answer, Ying Shaolong looked at the arrogant girl, frowned slightly, and asked indifferently, Are you here to look for a job? You're buying things? What are you buying? Let's buy together. Suru laughed at Ying Shaolong's words, looking at them mockingly. Even a short-sleeved shirt here costs several thousand yuan. Can you afford it? Hell, what can't afford it? Ying Shaolong looked at the snobbish girl and chuckled disdainfully. The young man standing to the side looked at Ying Shaolong with a hint of jealousy in his eyes. He couldn't understand why this kid was so lucky. He looked at Sun Meng Han with a hint of passion, then his eyes darted around before he raised an eyebrow. I want to buy Ruru a bag. Since this beautiful lady knows Ruru, let's go shopping together. Yeah, didn't you guys say you were going shopping? Let's go shopping together. Suru's lips curled up slightly as she said smugly, My darling is going to buy me a bag. Sun Meng Han, why don't you ask your boyfriend to buy one too? Sun Meng Han opened her mouth, wanting to refuse. Okay, let's go together then. Ying Shaolong interrupted her and agreed immediately. Junior brother Shaolong, she'll listen to me today. Sun Meng Han opened her mouth and tugged at his clothes. Ying Shaolong looked at her and said in a low but forceful voice. This made Sun Meng Han lower her head slightly. Her face flushed, and she seemed a little flustered. Good. Suru sneered, then immediately grabbed the young man's arm, pointed to a store, and said coquettishly, Darling, I want a Chanel bag from that store. Their bags are so pretty. Can you buy me one? The young man's lips twitched upon hearing this. A Chanel bag was practically a top-tier bag. The cheapest and smallest bag costs over 20,000 yuan. Originally, such an expensive bag was not even on his radar. However, seeing Sun Meng Han's extremely beautiful face, he had an idea. Show off your wealth to humiliate this lucky poor guy, then find an opportunity to add her on WeChat. If you can win over such a beauty, spending more money is no problem. As for Suru, there's no comparison. She can be dumped anytime. The young man raised his head slightly and said with an air of domineering arrogance, My woman, I will satisfy whatever she wants. That's great, darling, thank you. Suru was overjoyed. She took the young man's hand and looked at Sun Meng Han defiantly. Let's go. Let's go. Ying Shaolong pulled Sun Meng Han's arm and followed them into the store ahead. Sun Meng Han looked at Ying Shaolong helplessly and at a loss, then followed behind. Welcome. As soon as Ying Shaolong and his group entered the store, a salesperson greeted them enthusiastically. The saleswoman glanced at the four of them and immediately walked towards Ying Shaolong. Sir, what would you like to see? The young man who came in with Suru was slightly taken aback and looked at the female saleswoman in surprise. What's going on? Are we just going to greet some poor kid and ignore them? Take a look at bags and clothes, Ying Shaolong said, slightly surprised as he looked at the saleswoman. Yes, sir. Is this your girlfriend? She's very beautiful, the saleswoman said with a sweet smile. Come with me, sir. Let me introduce you properly. Hey, salesperson, I want to buy a bag. Seeing this, Suru looked at the female salesperson with great displeasure. You're buying a bag too, right? The saleswoman smiled at them, then looked around and said, "There are no salespeople now. Since you four came together, you can all look around together. I'll introduce this gentleman first, and then I'll introduce you to the others. Introduce yourself to us first." Suru's expression was unpleasant, and she spoke directly to the salesperson. "I'm sorry. I need to introduce this gentleman first before I can serve you." The saleswoman politely declined with a smile. "Do you have any taste? Do they look like people who can afford this?" Suru was a little angry and said coldly, "Treat us well and serve us well first, and I will buy it today." "You're not very good at judging people as a salesperson." The young man took out his Porsche keys and twirled them in his hand, feeling annoyed. He said casually, "You won't be able to achieve high sales figures like this." The saleswoman paused for a moment, then smiled and said, "Sir, please put away your Porsche 718 keys. I need to serve this unassuming gentleman first." "Oh." The saleswoman's words surprised Ying Shaolong, who looked at her with a puzzled expression. Hearing Ying Shaolong's surprise, the saleswoman looked at his wrist and said, "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the watch on your wrist is a Richard Mille Men's RM035, a limited edition worldwide, priced at around 3.5 million. Chapter 29 Consumption, Fish Pond. "Sir, if I'm not mistaken, the watch on your wrist is a Richard Mille Men's RM035 model, a limited edition worldwide, priced at around 3.5 million. When the saleswoman finished speaking, Suru and her boyfriend were instantly stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. "What? This guy riding an electric bike, dressed in cheap clothes, has a watch on his wrist worth over 3 million? How is this possible?" "More or less. I don't know much about it either." Ying Shaolong smiled in surprise that the saleswoman even knew the model of the watch on his wrist. We poor people just know a little more." The saleswoman made a self-deprecating joke and continued, "You have money, so you don't need to know anything. Just buy it if you like it. Give me 2 outfits and 2 bags." Ying Shaolong smiled, somewhat surprised by the female salesperson. As expected of a salesperson for a top luxury brand, he has a sharp eye. He thought that people dressed like them would be ignored. Unexpectedly, his watch was enough for the other party to recognize him so easily. "Yes, sir, I'll get your girlfriend a set right away." The saleswoman's face lit up with excitement. Their Chanel women's clothing and bags were among the top international brands. Even just 2 outfits, the summer clothes alone, would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. She looked at Sun Menghan and said ingratiatingly, "Sir, your girlfriend is so beautiful. She's a perfect clothes hanger." "Friends, just friends." Ying Shaolong shook his head and explained. The saleswoman smiled slightly. "Your friend is very beautiful." Sun Menghan was in a daze. The saleswoman had just been calling her girlfriend, and now Ying Shaolong was going to buy her such expensive clothes, which made her feel disoriented. "Don't say anything. Anyway, when you wear nice clothes in the future, I, as your boss, will also be able to appreciate them." Seeing her bewildered expression, Ying Shaolong patted her shoulder and whispered something. Sun Menghan looked at him in a daze, and the saleswoman enthusiastically pulled her to choose clothes. This left her stunned, and Ying Shaolong found her appearance quite adorable. Suru and her boyfriend were still in shock and confusion. How much money does someone have to wear a watch worth over 3 million? In comparison, his Porsche 718 was just a worthless little toy. The young man let out a heavy sigh, his face extremely pale. Damn it, does he have to be so pretentious? He was indignant, his body trembling, but there was nothing he could do. "I'm not even in the same league as that boy." With a dark expression, he turned and left. Suru also looked embarrassed and quickly followed behind. "Sir/Madam, please take care." 10 minutes later, Sun Menghan, dressed in a fairy dress and carrying a bag, walked out with Ying Shaolong. At that moment, her face was flushed and she looked nervous. She bought 2 outfits, 2 pairs of shoes, and 2 bags, totaling around 200,000 yuan. 200,000 is another astronomical figure for her. "Hey, is there a high heel shop over there? How about we buy a couple of pairs?" Ying Shaolong was carrying Sun Menghan's bag when he spotted a high heel shop next door, and his eyes lit up. It is said that high heels are men's attack speed shoes, and Ying Shaolong prefers this kind of shoe. "That's enough. No more. You've already bought me enough." Sun Menghan quickly refused, shaking her head at him repeatedly. "Let's go buy you clothes instead." This, Ying Shaolong said helplessly, but he didn't insist. Reluctantly, he shifted his gaze and went to the men's clothing store. He didn't like clothes with logos, so he randomly picked an unfamiliar brand and bought 2 outfits. Men's clothes are cheaper than women's clothes. The 2 sets together cost no more than 40,000 yuan. Clothes make the man, and Ying Shaolong, dressed in new clothes, with his handsome face and special temperament, looked like a refined gentleman. Beside him, Sun Menghan was shy and innocent, like a princess. They were a perfect match. After having lunch in a mall, Ying Shaolong took her back to the store on his electric scooter. Today, the store is extremely busy. Inside the store, Sun Minghan would occasionally glance at Ying Shaolong and give him a silly grin. When Ying Shaolong looked at her, she blushed and quickly lowered her head. Does Senior Minghan like me? Ying Shaolong, who had never been in a relationship, thought to himself with a touch of narcissism. Boss, business is very good today. We've sold out both 8-pound and 10-pound abalone. Now we don't have many spiny lobsters and butter crabs left. At this rate, they won't last many more days. That evening, Sun Minghan came to his office and softly reported, today's turnover is 2.11 million. Okay, I'll go find some top-quality seafood tomorrow. Ying Shaolong nodded. I'll leave you with some trouble while I'm gone these past 2 days, Senior Minghan. I'm not tired. Sun Minghan shook her head and said softly, Boss, you're so good to me. I don't know how to repay you. No need for repayment. No need at all, Ying Shaolong said quickly, looking at her shy and adorable appearance. Sun Minghan lowered her head slightly. She wanted to say, I can repay you, but it was too embarrassing. Senior Minghan, you should go and rest first. You must be tired after a long day. After exchanging a few words, Sun Minghan left. Boss. As soon as Sun Minghan left, Manager Lu knocked on the door and came in. Boss, I've done everything you asked me to do. As he spoke, he brought over a motorcycle driver's license and even a car driver's license. Oh, Ying Shaolong's face lit up with satisfaction. Very good. What about Fengxiang Seafood? Boss, I've investigated Fengxiang Seafood. They have 2 main shareholders. One is Mr. Zhao, whom you've met before, and the other is known as Wang Lao-san, who is a local tyrant. Manager Lu continued. General Manager Zhao is in charge of the operation of the seafood restaurant, while Wang Lao-san is in charge of catching top-quality seafood. The other 2 also jointly run a fishing company, with 8 fishing boats worth about 40 million yuan. I have also received information that Mr. Zhao and Mr. Wang are currently in talks with a well-known foreign brand company about cooperation. They have basically reached an agreement. According to my investigation, the cooperation involves the import and export of high-end seafood and seafood processing. Now Mr. Zhao and Mr. Wang have purchased a large quantity of fresh seafood and placed it in a breeding farm. In addition, they have also purchased a large quantity of farmed seafood, ready to be processed at any time. Manager Lu explained everything one by one. A breeding farm? What does that mean? Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback when he heard this and looked at him. Boss, many kinds of seafood can be farmed. There is a large aquaculture base 2 kilometers away from the first market. Many people have contracted fish ponds to raise fish. Mr. Zhao and Mr. Wang have bought a lot of wild sea fish and are temporarily keeping them in the pond. In addition, they have also bought 3 aquaculture ponds. They cooperated with that foreign company to process and sell the seafood. That foreign company is a high-end seafood export company with distribution channels. Manager Lu explained. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong's eyes flickered slightly, and he gently tapped the table. Ocean aquaculture tanks full of seafood? An idea suddenly popped into his head. Chapter 30, An Unexpected Joy. Strength increases drastically. Fengxiang Seafood. Ying Shaolong must be eliminated. After receiving specific information from Manager Lu, he had a plan in mind. We finally got those foreigners on board. The initial cooperation has been finalized. Our annual revenue will reach hundreds of millions in the future. At this very moment, not far from Longxin Pavilion, inside Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant, Boss Zhao, Wang Lao-san, and their companions were drinking and talking happily. I've also sorted out the seafood acquisition. This time, we bought a total of 80 million worth of fish. We've invested all our money and even took out a loan of 20 million. Wang Lao-san puffed on a cigar and looked at Boss Zhao. Old Zhao, we can't neglect our Fengxiang Seafood Restaurant either. Your plan failed last time, so what's next? This Dragon Fresh Pavilion is quite powerful. I wonder where they get their top-quality seafood from. Mr. Zhao narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Wang Lao-san. Lao-san, even you can't get such top-quality seafood, but that kid can. Do you remember the last time that kid went out to sea on his fishing boat? I suspect that kid found a treasure trove in the sea. That's possible. Such top-quality abalone is extremely rare in the world. Wang Lao-san nodded and gently tapped the table. He really might control a sea area with top-quality seafood. Send someone to keep an eye on him. The next time he goes out to sea, we'll follow him and ask him where he got all this top-quality seafood. Then, Mr. Zhao's eyes flashed with a cold light as he made a throat-slitting gesture. Good. If this kid really knows a treasure trove, then we'll make a fortune again. Wang Lao-san grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and raised his glass. Come on, brother, bottoms up. Done. Unbeknownst to Ying Shaolong, while he was plotting against Wang Lao-san and Boss Zhao, they were also watching him closely. The next day, he took a taxi directly towards the first market. This time, we're not only going to make Wang Lao-san and Boss Zhao pay a price, but we're also going to get some abalone, lobster, and butter crab. When Ying Shaolong got out of the taxi at the first market, he sensed that someone was following him. He raised his eyebrows slightly a cold look appearing in his eyes. Ah! A few minutes later, a scream came from behind. A young man slipped and fell to the ground, his face hitting the ground hard, breaking several of his teeth and screaming in pain. Were they sent by Wang Lao San and General Manager Zhao? Based on Lu's information, Ying Shaolong guessed and headed towards the breeding farm. A dozen minutes later, he arrived at a beach where sections of the sea were enclosed by nets. He could see that each enclosed area was teeming with fish. This is a fish farming area, so the fish are naturally more concentrated here. Ying Shaolong asked some fishermen around and confirmed the location of Wang Lao San and Zhao Zong's aquaculture farm. He then arrived at a secluded seaside. He glanced around at his surroundings, then leaped into the sea. Wang Lao San was a notorious fishing tyrant, and his fishing grounds were in a very good location. With a swift movement, Ying Shaolong swam quickly towards Wang Lao San's fishing grounds. The fishing grounds are connected to the sea and are blocked by steel wire nets. After confirming that it was Wang Lao San's fishing ground, Ying Shaolong easily broke through the wire mesh and entered. He was somewhat expectant, wondering how much he could improve this time, depending on how many fish were in Wang Lao San's fishing grounds. Wang Lao San's farm is divided into 3 areas, one for newly purchased wild seafood, and another for newly purchased farm fish. When Ying Shaolong entered a fishing ground, he was somewhat dumbfounded. Fish everywhere. A quick glance reveals nothing but fish. This was dozens of times larger than the schools of fish that Ying Shaolong encountered in the ocean. How many fish did Wang Lao San and his group actually buy? Ying Shaolong was somewhat dumbfounded, but soon an extremely ardent look appeared in his eyes. The fish in this fishing ground were far beyond his imagination. He originally thought it would be at most tens of thousands of kilograms, but now it seems that it is more than tens of thousands of kilograms. I've struck gold. If I refine all of these, how many dragon scales can I condense? Ying Shaolong's eyes were filled with excitement. After hearing that Wang Lao San and Boss Zhao had purchased a large amount of fish and seafood, he had the idea of refining it. Now it seems that Wang Lao San and Boss Zhao have given me a huge surprise. This time, I've made a fortune. Without any hesitation, he immediately began refining it. Refine. There's no need to worry about the catch. You can refine one fish after another. The 7th dragon scale, which had become ethereal due to the consumption of energy, quickly solidified. Following closely behind the 8th dragon scale, the 9th dragon scale, and the 10th dragon scale. 5 hours later, Ying Shaolong had condensed all 15 dragon scales. The increase in his strength also greatly increased the speed at which he refined the materials. Nowadays, it takes only 5 minutes to process 1 ton of fish. Even after 5 hours of refining, there were still plenty of fish left in the fish pond. Night fell quickly, and Ying Shaolong had condensed 50 dragon scales. The speed increase is too fast, and half of the fish caught in this huge fish pond is still there. Ying Shaolong roughly estimated that the catch in his fishing ground was over 200 tons. A very frightening number. But now, all of these 200 tons of fish will be transformed into Ying Shaolong's strength. Unbeknownst to Ying Shaolong, Wang Lao San and General Manager Zhao had invested 80 million yuan to purchase the seafood in order to collaborate with the foreign brand. They even took out a loan of 20 million from a bank. Now, it has all become his wedding dress. The first fish pond contains farmed fish, while the second fish pond contains some wild fish that were purchased and are of higher value. The third fish tank contains some lobsters and mantis shrimp. Overnight, all of them were refined by Ying Shaolong. As the sun rose in the east, Ying Shaolong swam out of the fishing grounds, his figure flashing as he instantly rushed more than 100 meters away. He came to a secluded shore and strolled out of the sea. His body was covered with shimmering dragon scales. Even its face seemed to be covered by armor, shimmering with 7-colored light, and a faint dragon's might emanated from it. At this moment, Ying Shaolong resembled a humanoid dragon, brimming with terrifying power and might. The Ancestral Dragon technique, first level, first chapter. The chapter on condensing dragon scales has already condensed 107 dragon scales, and only the last dragon scale is needed to complete it. Ying Shaolong felt himself filled with explosive power, enough to blow up a car with a single punch. Both their physical strength and their ability to control water have been terrifyingly enhanced. In the blink of an eye, the seawater within a radius of 2,000 meters was under his control. The golden dragon's eyes gleamed, able to see through every movement within a 2-kilometer radius. Am I even human anymore? Ying Shaolong felt his own power and murmured to himself. He now feels that he can kill someone in the blink of an eye. Chapter 31, Smash the fishing boat and let it sink. He didn't know how strong Ying Shaolong was now. In the ocean, he can swim more than 100 meters per second, and on land, even if he swims slower, he can still reach 70 or 80 meters per second. That's a bit scary. The strongest point of condensing dragon scales is defense. With dragon scales covering his entire body, Ying Shaolong felt that blocking bullets would be a piece of cake. I'm just one dragon scale away from perfection. Right now, I've only just begun to understand it. Ying Shaolong murmured, his body trembled, and the water stains on his body instantly disappeared. The first level of the Ancestral Dragon technique. The first chapter, condensing dragon scales. The second part, refining the dragon bone. The third chapter, gathering dragon tendons. There's a fourth and a fifth chapter. He now suspects that the Ancestral Dragon technique is a legendary cultivation method at the level of cultivating immortality or divinity, and may even be stronger than cultivation methods of immortality. As he walked and pondered, he soon arrived at the first market. After having a quick breakfast, he made a phone call. When he rented the boat last time, Ying Shaolong got the owner's phone number, so he called him in advance this time. He then walked toward the dock. As soon as he arrived at the dock, Ying Shaolong sensed that someone was watching him. They're still not giving up. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow, glanced around, and saw a furtive young man staring at him. He then made a phone call. Boss, I saw that kid. He's at the dock. It looks like he's going to rent a fishing boat to go out to sea. His improved strength also greatly enhanced his hearing. The young man's voice on the phone clearly entered his mind. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly. Is the lucky star coming? He murmured. In his eyes, Wang Lao-san and General Manager Zhao were simply his lucky stars. Without them, I wouldn't have been able to improve so quickly. Having rented the same fishing boat as before, Ying Shaolong didn't rush to leave, but waited quietly on the boat. Only after noticing the arrival of General Manager Zhao and Wang Lao-san did he start the fishing boat. Boss! The young man who was monitoring him immediately went up to him. Boss, that guy has rented a fishing boat and is going out to sea. Have the brothers take all the fishing boats and follow. Wang Lao-san and General Manager Zhao exchanged a glance, a hint of excitement in their eyes, and Wang Lao-san waved his hand to give the order. It's the boss. The henchman next to him immediately responded, and Wang Lao-san and boss Zhao also boarded a fishing boat. Although there were some unexpected incidents when they sent people to monitor the situation yesterday, they have now succeeded. That kid seems to know about a treasure trove. Even Wang Lao-san and boss Zhao are extremely envious of places that can catch such top-quality seafood. To this end, he mobilized all 8 of his fishing boats, setting them out together. A grand and mighty procession. Wang Lao-san and boss Zhao stood on the deck, smoking cigars and smiling as they looked at the small fishing boat ahead. It was as if they were looking at a small prey waiting to be slaughtered. 8 fishing boats? It seems that Wang Lao-san and boss Zhao have used all their fishing boats. Very good. Ying Shaolong glanced at the fishing boats behind him, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It's time to end a feud between me and them. He steered his fishing boat toward a remote sea area. On the fishing boat behind, Wang Lao-san stared ahead with a gleam in his eyes. This kid went to a remote place. In that sea area, which used to be overfished, fishermen generally agree that there are few fish. It seems that this kid is lucky and has found a treasure there. Should we wait a while before making our move? Or should we make our move now? President Zhao asked, squinting slightly. Drive a little further. There are many fishing boats and yachts passing by here. Be careful not to get spotted. Wang Lao-san was very familiar with the nearby waters. He spoke calmly, but his eyes were filled with murderous intent. This time, we'll make him sink into the ocean completely. Trying to fight us. Ying Shaolong drove the fishing boat for 3 hours. It was quite far from the dock and in a remote area. There wasn't a single ship in sight in the nearby waters. Wang Lao-san and his gang are quite cautious, aren't they? But if you guys don't make a move, I'll make the first one. Ying Shaolong glanced at the 8 fishing boats behind him, walked to the front of the fishing boat, and jumped directly into the ocean. He moved swiftly, fixing his gaze on the 8 fishing boats, his eyes flashing with a cold light. It sank. On the fishing boat behind, Wang Lao-san and Zhao Zong stood on the deck, but they did not rush to take action. Buzz! Buzz! Just then, Wang Lao-san's phone rang. He glanced at it and immediately answered. What is it? Boss, something terrible has happened. All the fish and seafood we put in the fishing grounds have disappeared. The moment the call connected, his subordinate's voice came through. This startled Wang Lao-san slightly. His eyes widened, and he roared in disbelief. What? What did you say? How could the seafood in the fishing grounds have disappeared? Boss, we don't know either. When we were preparing to catch and process them today, we didn't catch a single one. Furthermore, we discovered that at the exit of the fishing ground, there was a large hole in the wire mesh that was blocking the way, and the seafood may have escaped from there. The sound of fear and trepidation came from his subordinates. Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. How could there be a hole in the fishing nets at the fishing grounds? Wang Lao-san instantly flew into a rage. They had invested 80 million yuan and spent a great deal of effort to purchase those seafood catches. Now, there's not a single one left. How is that possible? They cannot afford such a loss. It's important to know that the fishing nets used in aquaculture farms are made of steel wire mesh, which won't break even after being soaked in seawater for 10 years. Boss, We don't know either, the subordinate replied, sounding aggrieved. Fuck. Wang Lao San roared furiously, his eyes bloodshot. Upon hearing this, General Manager Zhao was also startled and stared at him nervously. Thump. Suddenly, they heard a loud bang from the fishing boat below them, which startled them again. Boss, something's wrong. Mr. Zhao, the fishing boat seems to have hit a reef. It's made a big hole and is taking in water like crazy. Inside the cockpit, the fishing boat driver ran out in terror and shouted. What? These words caused Wang Lao San's expression to change drastically once again. The fishing boat is sinking. Quickly get another fishing boat to come and pick us up. General Manager Zhao ordered in a panic. Yes, the fishing boat driver replied immediately and began contacting the other 7 fishing boats. What? How is this possible? Boss, our other 7 fishing boats are also sinking. Less than 10 seconds later, a terrified voice came from his subordinates. Wang Lao San and General Manager Zhao stared wide-eyed, filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? They screamed in terror, but the fishing boat beneath them was sinking too quickly. Boss, Mr. Zhao, quick! Put on your life jackets, quick! The fishing boat driver quickly brought out life jackets and put them on. The two hurriedly put on their clothes, and a few dozen seconds later, their fishing boat was already submerged by the sea. They drifted on the sea, watching this scene with bewilderment and confusion. Splash! Suddenly, a wave crashed towards them in a rather eerie manner. Extremely painful sounds came from Wang Lao San and Boss Zhao, who felt their arms and limbs being violently impacted. I felt excruciating pain in my limbs and lost all sensation. Meanwhile, Ying Shaolong, a kilometer away, watched all this with a detached expression, a cold glint in his eyes. All of this was naturally his doing. He easily destroyed 8 fishing boats. He did not completely eliminate General Manager Zhao and Wang Lao San. How could he bear to kill his lucky star? The fish and fishing boats they bought are now all gone, and they will be destitute in the future. They are alive, but their situation is even worse. Chapter 32, Fighting a Swarm of Sharks in the Sea. As he watched the 8 fishing boats sink completely, Ying Shaolong moved swiftly and swam more than 100 meters away in an instant. Now, he can shatter the thick steel plates of a fishing boat with a single punch. If this were hit on a person, it could turn them into mincemeat. After completely resolving the trouble with Wang Lao San and Boss Zhao, Ying Shaolong felt much more relaxed. He emerged from the sea, stepped onto the fishing boat, and steered it away quickly. However, what Ying Shaolong didn't know was that not long after he left, Wang Lao San and several of Zhao Zong's men completely sank them into the ocean. Even if Ying Shaolong knew, he would only think that they deserved their fate, and that even his own subordinates were kicking him when he was down. Back on the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong was in a good mood, his gaze sweeping over the boundless sea. The fishing boat is still too slow. When I have money in the future, I'll buy a yacht. He doesn't need a fishing boat to fish, so a faster yacht would be more suitable. Standing on the fishing boat, Ying Shaolong's golden dragon eyes scanned the surroundings, and he could even see the seabed. His gaze can penetrate 2,000 meters of seawater. What does that mean? The deepest point in the ocean is only a little over 10,000 meters. The water depth in the sea area is only a little over 300 meters now. Standing on the fishing boat, he could clearly see the ocean floor, the crabs crawling on the seabed, and the fish swimming. Ying Shaolong tried to manipulate the seawater, turning it into ropes, and tied them to the swimming fish below. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, he had caught several hundred fish and crabs. The heaviest of the fish weighed several dozen kilograms. Catching fish is so convenient. Ying Shaolong couldn't help but sigh. No top fishing boat in the world could compare. Let's condense the last dragon scale first. With 108 dragon scales, only one more is needed. Ying Shaolong intends to refine it to perfection and then directly refine and absorb the fish he catches. No need to go out to sea. Standing on the fishing boat, all kinds of fish are caught one by one. An hour later, Ying Shaolong watched as the last dragon scale on his body solidified, and as the dragon scales slowly connected together. A phantom image of a divine dragon coiled around him. The illusory dragon slowly disappeared into his body, perfectly merging with his skin. The dragon scales also disappeared into the skin. Ying Shaolong felt that he had become much stronger. He casually pinched a steel ball, and the steel ball kept changing shape in his hand. The first chapter, condensing 108 dragon scales, is complete. The second part, refining the dragon bone. He refined the dragon bones, transforming his own 206 human bones into dragon bones. The fishing boat continued its journey. Ying Shaolong stood on the boat, scanning the ocean as if he were on a treasure hunt, encountering many surprises from time to time. For example, I came across dozens of red star-shaped fish, which cost over 100 yuan per kilogram. 3 precious large yellow croakers were discovered. Some crabs are very expensive. Ying Shaolong kept the high-value fish and seafood, and refine the rest. After the fishing boat had been sailing for 5 or 6 hours, Ying Shaolong had already traveled more than 200 kilometers. The seabed here is over 1,500 meters deep. This belongs to the deep sea. At this moment, Ying Shaolong looked out at the ocean ahead and saw a group of sharks. A ferocious shark is hunting a small school of fish. This group of sharks numbered over 20, with the smallest being about 2 meters long. The largest one is 6 or 7 meters long. It must be a tiger shark. Sharks are incredibly ferocious, with their mouths wide open, revealing menacing teeth. They have few natural predators in the ocean. Ying Shaolong's eyes gleamed, and with a swift movement, he leaped directly into the ocean. He was going to hunt these sharks. One reason was to refine it, and the other was that he wanted to use this group of sharks to practice his skills. Splash! Ying Shaolong entered the ocean and immediately rushed towards the shark swarm. He did not unleash his dragon might, but quickly arrived in front of the shark swarm. A shark saw Ying Shaolong, its eyes filled with coldness and ruthlessness, and charged towards him fiercely. This shark is very fast, reaching speeds of 15 or 16 meters per second. Its massive size, weighing over a ton, exudes savagery and bloodshed. If it were before Ying Shaolong broke through, he would never have approached this shark. But now, in his eyes, the shark's speed is much, much slower. He clenched his fist and slammed it towards the 4-meter-long shark. With dragon scales shimmering on his arm, Ying Shaolong punched the shark in the head, the powerful force penetrating directly into the shark's body. A stench of blood wafted through the air. This made Ying Shaolong frown slightly, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Taking advantage of the fact that the shark was not completely dead, he quickly refined it. After death, no more energy can be refined from it. This shark is 4 meters long and weighs over 3,000 kilograms. This shark is equivalent to what Ying Shaolong used to catch in 4 or 5 hours at sea. Swish swish. As Ying Shaolong refined the substance, the blood in front of him attracted the surrounding sharks, whose cold gazes were fixed on him as they attacked. Ying Shaolong's gaze sharpened, his body trembled, and a phantom of a divine dragon appeared on his body, unleashing a dragon's might that swept outwards. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. The sharks seemed to have encountered their natural enemy, or perhaps their king, and they wagged their tails in fear. They struggled, trying to escape. However, the largest shark, which was 6 or 7 meters long, was the least affected. Like a giant beast, it opened its huge mouth and bit at Ying Shaolong. The bloody jaws of the shark, with their rows of incredibly sharp teeth, exude a chilling and terrifying aura. Ying Shaolong's gaze sharpened, and a water spear materialized in front of him, instantly piercing through the shark. Puff! Its terrifying penetrating power pierced directly through the shark's skin and entered its body. The 6 or 7 meter long shark was severely injured, but instead of fleeing, it became even more ferocious and mad. Snort! Ying Shaolong gave a light snort, and a water net appeared, enveloping it. The shark was trapped in the net and struggled to break free, but it couldn't. Ying Shaolong scanned his surroundings, and one by one, water nets materialized, enveloping the sharks in the vicinity. Soon, he had caught all 23 sharks in his net. Trapping 23 sharks is not difficult. Ying Shaolong sensed that he still had a lot of strength left. Currently, sharks pose no threat to him in the ocean. Of course, Ying Shaolong didn't know whether ancient giant sharks existed in the ocean, or whether there were such ancient monsters as the legendary megalodon. If such a colossal ocean beast truly existed, he might not be a match for it. The ocean is mysterious. Humans have explored only 5% of it. What kind of giant beasts lie in its deep sea remains unknown to humankind. Ying Shaolong trapped the 23 sharks and began to refine them one by one. The largest shark weighs 3 tons, or 6,000 kilograms, while the rest weigh between 2 and 3,000 kilograms, or 4 and 5,000 kilograms. There were a total of 23 fish, which is equivalent to 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms of other fish. It took Ying Shaolong an hour to completely refine the 23 sharks. To his dismay, only one piece of dragon bone was refined and hidden within his body. To refine all 206 pieces, you need far too much fish and energy. Chapter 33: Enlightenment of the Albatross and the Bluefin Tuna. After refining the first dragon bone, Ying Shaolong felt that his strength had increased significantly. Splash! Emerging from the ocean, Ying Shaolong returned to his fishing boat with a smile on his face. Feeling a bit hungry, he grabbed a lobster and a crab, preparing to eat some seafood. The fishing boat continued its journey, and Ying Shaolong leisurely watched the ocean while eating seafood. He caught fish, crabs, and shrimp one by one. You might even occasionally encounter sea turtles or dolphins. He didn't capture sea turtles and dolphins, which are docile animals, to refine. Taking a bite of a lobster and a bite of a crab is incredibly relaxing. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Just then, a seabird's cry rang out. Ying Shaolong looked over and saw a seabird land on his fishing boat. The seabird looked a bit dazed, but it was quite large, about a meter long, and stared blankly at him. This is an albatross. Chirp chirp. Seeing Ying Shaolong looking at it, the seabird weakly cried out again and spread its wings. Ying Shaolong noticed that the albatross had bloodstains on one of its wings, indicating that it was injured. Come over. Looking at the dull-wit albatross, Ying Shaolong waved his arm, and a gentle stream of water flowed towards it. The albatross did not resist, its large eyes watching as the water enveloped it. You're lucky. Ying Shaolong smiled, glanced down, and with a wave of his arm, caught more than a dozen sea fish, which he then refined. Using the energy refined by the Ancestral Dragon technique, imbued with a trace of divine dragon power, he directly injected it into the albatross's injured wing. The wound is healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Hee, I could become a divine doctor in the future. Ying Shaolong smiled as he looked at the scene. His golden dragon eyes swept over the albatross's wings, which were now completely undamaged. Moreover, nourished by energy, its wings became even stronger. Chirp chirp. The albatross let out a joyful cry, flapped its enormous wings, and happily flew into the sky. Ying Shaolong saw this, smiled faintly, and scanned the surrounding sea area before continuing his search for valuable sea fish. Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. However, less than a few minutes later, the albatross flew over again, carrying a sea bream in its mouth, and came to Ying Shaolong's side. Snap! It placed the sea bream in front of Ying Shaolong, flapped its wings slightly, and offered him the fish as a token of gratitude for his life-saving act. Ying Shaolong looked at the intelligent albatross with surprise and reached out to touch it. The albatross did not resist, and even rubbed its head against his hand. As Ying Shaolong looked at the albatross, an idea suddenly came to mind. Cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique can enlighten countless aquatic creatures, giving them wisdom and the ability to cultivate. Albatrosses are seabirds and members of the marine food chain. Could we enlighten this albatross? Ying Shaolong thought to himself, and immediately put his idea into action. He scanned his surroundings, grabbing sea fish one by one, and then injecting the refined energy into the albatross's body. To enlighten aquatic creatures, one must first use the power of a divine dragon to transform their bodies. Once a certain level is reached, a trace of intelligence will naturally emerge within them. Ying Shaolong kept grabbing sea fish and refining them into energy, which he then injected into his body. After being infused with the power, the albatross instinctively submits to him and becomes very dependent on him. As streams of energy entered its body, this albatross, which was 1 meter in size and had a wingspan of over 2 meters, began to undergo some changes. Its sharp beak became even sharper, and its eyes gleamed with a shrewd light, more piercing than ever before. The albatross's claws are not sharp, but under the transformation of energy, they began to grow longer, reaching a full half-meter in size, and became incredibly strong. Its size has grown from 1 meter to about 1.5 meters. With its wingspan extended, it is about 4 meters long. As more and more energy was injected into its body, this albatross exuded a kingly aura. Chirp chirp. 2 hours later, after Ying Shaolong had caught tens of thousands of caddies of fish and refined all the energy, he injected it into the fish's body. The albatross cried out, its cry piercing the sky. In that cry, Ying Shaolong heard a special meaning. Owner. A peculiar signal wave entered his mind. He could tell that the albatross's call meant it was calling for its master. It has developed intelligence. Ying Shaolong's eyes gleamed as he looked at it. You can understand me? Chirp chirp, chirp chirp. The albatross immediately cried out, meaning, yes, master. Ying Shaolong spoke with it for a few more minutes and discovered that its intelligence was roughly equivalent to that of a 7 or 8-year-old child. Their IQ is already very high. All right. Ying Shaolong smiled. This was the first marine creature he had enlightened. From now on, you'll follow me. I'll give you a name, Shao Xian. Yes, master, the albatross called out, then chirped happily. Little albatross has a name now. He has a name now. Looking at the adorable little letter, Ying Shaolong patted its head and said with a smile, go play. Splash. Upon hearing this, Shao Xian happily spread its wings and took flight. In an instant, it flew more than 100 meters, a speed that slightly surprised Ying Shaolong. However, he quickly thought of a frigate bird, which is the fastest bird, capable of flying about 120 meters per second. It's normal that Xiaoxin, having received enlightenment and improvement, could achieve such a rapid pace. Furthermore, after being enlightened, Shao Xian will instinctively absorb the energy between heaven and earth and draw energy from food to improve himself. Of course, given the current scarcity of spiritual energy in the world, the rate of improvement will be very slow. Shao Xian flew out of Ying Shaolong's sight in a dozen seconds, but he didn't care. the enlightened marine creature would recognize him as its master. Ying Shaolong continued to catch various kinds of fish and seafood. Splash! Splash! However, an hour later, Ying Shaolong suddenly saw a huge creature flying towards him. It wasn't exactly enormous, but rather, Xiao Xian flew over, and most importantly, it was holding a 3-meter-long fish in its sharp claws. The fish was entirely blue and looked to weigh around 500 pounds. It was still struggling in the air. However, after being enlightened and improved, Xiao Xian still managed to catch the 500-pound fish at a very fast speed, without being greatly affected. Bump! Xiao Xian flew to the boat, tossed the fish from its paw onto it, and looked at Ying Shaolong. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Master, this fish is delicious. When Ying Shaolong saw the appearance of this large fish, his eyes widened slightly and gleamed. Good heavens, that's really good heavens. Bluefin tuna. Ying Shaolong was both surprised and delighted. He patted Xiao Xian's head happily and said, Good, good, Xiao Xian is really amazing. Chirp, chirp, I'm the best. Xiao Xian, like a primary school student who had just received an award, proudly raised her head. Chapter 34, Rescuing People at Sea, and then wanting to take them as disciples. Bluefin tuna, one of the world's finest seafoods, is arguably the most expensive fish in the world when considering the price per fish. Records show that a bluefin tuna weighing over 500 pounds sold for more than 20 million yuan. Of course, there are also special reasons for this. But selling a 500-pound bluefin tuna for 5 million is no problem at all. Earning 10,000 yuan per kilogram is still a piece of cake. He never expected that Xiao Xian, who had been out for just over an hour, would actually get him such a precious fish. It was truly worthwhile to enlighten you. Ying Shaolong praised Xiao Xian once again. Upon reaching the bluefin tuna, Ying Shaolong bled it, froze it, and stored it. He then asked Xiao Xian to look for it and see if he could catch another one. Little Xian immediately spread its wings and flew towards the ocean. However, when Xioxin returned more than 2 hours later, she shook her head somewhat dejectedly. It's okay if we can't find it, we'll just forget about it. After all, it is a rare bluefin tuna in the ocean, and it is not so easy to find. Ying Shaolong patted it, showing no disappointment. Looking at his haul, he felt he had done enough. He had been out for 2 days, and it was time to go back. Of course, before going back, he had to go to that area of reefs and corals. Go get some abalone, spiny lobster, and butter crab. Ying Shaolong turned the fishing boat around and headed towards that area of the sea. The fishing boat traveled for 5 hours before reaching that shallow sea area. During those 5 hours, he caught tens of thousands of kilograms of fish and began to refine the second piece of keelbone. In this shallow sea area, Ying Shaolong didn't need to jump into the ocean at all. His golden dragon eyes swept across the area, and the lobsters and butter crabs within a 2-kilometer radius were clearly displayed before his eyes. Using the art of water control, they directly pulled it up. This speed is dozens of times faster than when Shaolong came last time. In just 1 hour, he caught more than 100 spiny lobsters and more than 200 butter crabs. There's a lot of red coral here, and it's quite valuable. We need to find a way to sell it. Maybe we should open another red coral shop. Ying Shaolong scanned the coral area, muttering to himself. He sent a message to Manager Liu, asking him to check if there were any shops for rent around Longxiang Pavilion. He plans to rent a shop to sell high-end red coral. 2 hours later, Ying Shaolong felt he had gained enough and prepared to go to the final area. The area with abalone. Abalone is even simpler. Get a dozen or so abalone and use energy to enhance them. Although it consumes some energy, it's negligible for Ying Shaolong now. The sea voyage was perfect. Ying Shaolong stood on the fishing boat and stretched. It's 3 a.m, but this area of the sea is surprisingly lively. Ahead was a huge cruise ship, 6 or 7 stories high, lit up with colorful lights at night, looking extremely luxurious. There were more than a dozen yachts floating on the sea, their lights also on. The happiness of the rich is something you can never imagine. We still need to work hard. Ying Shaolong smiled faintly. Bang! Just then, his gaze suddenly sharpened as he saw a sack being thrown off the cruise ship ahead. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow. Good heavens, what's this for? Sinking into the sea? Ying Shaolong was about 1,500 meters away from the cruise ship in front of him. The cruise ship was still moving when the sacks were thrown into the sea and sank immediately, clearly containing heavy items. He raised an eyebrow, hesitated for a moment, then his mind raced, and the burlap sack from the seabed quickly arrived on his fishing boat. There's also a very faint heartbeat. Ying Shaolong sensed the presence inside the sack, and he was right. There's a person inside. He is not a busybody, but he is not a cold-blooded person either. Out of curiosity, Ying Shaolong opened the sack, and a somewhat familiar face appeared in his sight. What is this? Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, not expecting such a coincidence. An old man, the one who had eaten at a shop before and who helped them identify the insects planted by Boss Xiao's men at Longxiang Pavilion. This old man helped Longxiang Pavilion solve a major problem at the time. He never imagined that he would be the one sunk into the sea. Ying Shaolong immediately tore open the sack and found that it contained stones, which was clearly intended to kill him. He scrutinized the old man with his dragon-like eyes, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "He's been poisoned." He placed his arm on the old man's body, channeled the power of the dragon, and stared at the old man with his golden pupils, which could see right through his body. The toxins in the body are all visible in the eyes. However, to his surprise, he discovered that the old man's skin, bones, and tendons were unusually tough, much tougher than Ying Shaolong had expected. This is definitely not a body that an ordinary person can possess. Ying Shaolong's eyes flashed, and his face showed surprise. His muscles, bones, and skin are more than 20 times harder than those of an ordinary person, as hard as iron. Could it be that there are extraordinary people or martial artists in this world? He muttered to himself, recalling historical records of fierce generals who charged in and out of an army of several thousand men 7 times. This is something that seems completely impossible to ordinary people. There are many records of such fierce generals, and even records of ancient alchemists and immortality cultivators. If I can obtain the Ancestral Dragon technique, then this world is no ordinary world. It's just that ordinary people can't access it, Ying Shaolong thought to himself. Looking at the old man in front of him, Ying Shaolong did not hesitate any longer. He poured the power of the divine dragon into his body to clear the toxins from his body. In addition to the deadly poison, the old man also suffered a severe blow to the chest, causing his heart to rupture. These are minor matters. As long as Ying Shaolong is willing to expend some of his divine dragon power, he can easily heal them. Ying Shaolong is the kind of person who will repay even the smallest kindness with the greatest gratitude. If the old man helped him, he will spare no effort to save him. Moreover, the amount of divine dragon power consumed is not much. It can be replenished by refining a few thousand kilograms of fish. Just as the deadly poison was cleared away, and before his ruptured heart could heal, the old man woke up and immediately vomited out seawater mixed with blood. Whoosh! The old man gasped for breath, looking warily at Ying Shaolong in front of him. Who are you? Are you one of my wicked disciples, man? Hello, fellow villager. Don't be nervous. I'm the one who rescued you. I just pulled you out of the sea. Ying Shaolong looked at him and replied with a smile, "We've met before. Thank you for saving me, but my heart has ruptured, and I won't live much longer, haha." The old man sized up Ying Shaolong, let out a bitter laugh, and said unwillingly, "I Gongsun Hong have lived half my life and built up a great foundation, but I misjudged him and raised a thankless wretch. Before I even died, he wanted to poison me and kill me. Cough, 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 cough. I'm not reconciled. I'm not reconciled." He continued, glancing at Ying Shaolong beside him and reaching out to grab his arm. "You saved me, which means we are destined to meet. I will pass on my martial arts to you, take you as my disciple, and give you great fortune. If you succeed in your martial arts and can help me take revenge, then help me kill that wicked disciple." As he spoke, he became somewhat agitated and couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood, his face deathly pale. "I can hold on for another day or two. In the next day or two, I will give you my full guidance." Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback when he heard his words. His expression was somewhat strange. He checked the old man's physical attributes, and although they far exceeded those of ordinary people, he was still capable of crushing him with a flick of his wrist. With such skill, he wants to take me as his disciple? Chapter 35, Gongsun Hong, the World of Martial Arts. Cough, cough. Ying Shaolong looked at the old man who was coughing up blood and felt speechless. He patted the old man on the shoulder and said, "Old man, you should take revenge yourself. I will heal your injuries first." As he spoke, he didn't linger any longer, and a surge of divine dragon power flowed into the old man's heart. The power of the dragon, and even higher level energies, possessed the power to seize the creation of heaven and earth. Ying Shaolong nourished its heart with the power of the divine dragon, and the cracks on it quickly healed. The elderly man, who had just coughed up blood and was pale-faced, was now somewhat dazed. He could feel his heart rapidly recovering. "Old man, you spoke up for my shop and helped me in Longxian Pavilion." Ying Shaolong looked at the old man and said, "This may be fate. You helped me, and I saved you." As he spoke, he smiled. The old man in the shop spoke up for them, and it was clear that he wasn't a bad person. After restoring the old man's heart, Ying Shaolong hesitated for a second before trying to strengthen it. Sure enough, the power of the dragon could strengthen his heart. At this moment, the old man was even more bewildered. He felt that his body was not weak at all, but rather more energetic and stronger than before. The pounding of his heart made him feel that his strength had been greatly enhanced. He stared wide-eyed at the young figure in front of him, incredulous. He vaguely remembered this young figure. He was the owner of Longxian Pavilion. Is this young boss a very powerful martial artist? The poison in my body was also cleared away by you, my benefactor? The old man quickly realized that he had been poisoned. The poison was a rare marine snake venom, and its potency was astonishing. Even a martial artist like him was severely injured by it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed and seriously injured by his own wicked disciple. Yes, Ying Shaolong nodded, making no attempt to hide anything. He himself was quite special, but the old man in front of him was no ordinary person either. My benefactor, are you a miracle doctor? Was the improvement in my heart condition thanks to you? The old man felt that his body had been completely recovered, and not only that, but he was even stronger than when he was at his peak. Previously, he was only at the tendon refining stage, but now he has directly reached the organ refining stage. Ying Shaolong smiled, but did not answer. Thank you so much for saving my life. The old man understood immediately and knelt on the boat, bowing deeply. Old man, don't be so polite. We're destined to meet. You helped me through this, so this is my way of repaying you. Ying Shaolong quickly helped him up. It's different. The old man quickly waved his hand, then blushed again, remembering that he had just wanted to take Ying Shaolong as his disciple. Although he didn't know how strong Ying Shaolong was, the fact that he could easily save him and elevate his strength to a higher level meant that Ying Shaolong's strength was beyond his reach. My benefactor, my name is Gongsun Hong. You can just call me Lao Hong. I am deeply grateful. The old man introduced himself. May I ask your name, my benefactor? Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong replied with a smile. You're old, just call me Shaolong. My benefactor, you can just call me Old Hong. If it weren't for you, I would have sunk into this sea today, Gongsun Hong said hurriedly. Well, Ying Shaolong nodded, not insisting, and looked at him curiously. Old Hong, I see that you have a strong physique. What kind of cultivation do you have? Gongsun Hong was slightly surprised and replied, My benefactor, I'm a martial artist who practices martial arts. Are you not one of those powerful or influential families? Are you a rogue cultivator? Yes, I got a secret manual when I was a kid and practiced it haphazardly. Ying Shaolong made up a story on the spot. Old Hong, tell me about martial arts. My benefactor, you are truly a prodigy. At such a young age, you possess such medical skills and abilities unprecedented in history. Gongsun Hong flattered him, saying respectfully, Martial artists refine their skin, bones, tendons, and internal organs, eventually reaching the realms of Grandmaster and Great Grandmaster. Thanks to your help, I have now entered the realm of refining internal organs. May I ask what realm you are at now, my benefactor? Refining the skin, bones, tendons, and internal organs? Ying Shaolong murmured to himself, then thought of his first chapter on refining dragon scales, the second on refining dragon bones, the third on refining dragon tendons, and the fourth on refining dragon liver and organs. He looked at Gongsun Hong and replied, I should be in the bone refining realm now. Gongsun Hong's expression froze upon hearing this. That's fucking the bone refining realm. He believed that being able to expel his own toxins and enhance his strength, the kind of strength that was said to be at the legendary innate realm, was something he also convinced of. However, since his benefactor said that bone refining was bone refining, Gongsun Hong gave a forced smile. Why are ordinary people unaware of the existence of martial artists? Ying Shaolong continued to ask curiously. In this world, there are no legends about martial artists. This is related to the spiritual energy and resources of heaven and earth. Gongsun Hong explained, the spiritual energy in the world is not constant. Sometimes it is thin and sometimes it is abundant. More than 100 years ago, the spiritual energy in the world was so thin that one could not even cultivate without the help of other treasures. In recent decades, the spiritual energy has slowly begun to recover, and only then have rare and precious treasures been born. The reason why ordinary people don't know about it is because spiritual energy is scarce and treasures are rare. If everyone knew the cultivation methods, there wouldn't be enough resources and spiritual energy. That's why ordinary people don't know that martial artists exist. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong nodded slightly. It's all for the purpose of monopolizing the market and preventing more people from competing for spiritual energy and cultivation treasures. Gongsun Hong nodded. Yes, although ordinary people don't know about martial artists. In fact, martial artists control most of the world's resources. There are martial artists behind the top families. All families and forces have a rule that their techniques cannot be passed on to outsiders. Ying Shaolong understood that once the cultivation method was made public, everyone in the world would start practicing it together, and the spiritual energy would be absorbed instantly, leaving no one able to cultivate. Therefore, ordinary people are unaware of the existence of martial artists, and this world is controlled by the strong. Are there any martial arts families or powerful forces in Jianghai? Ying Shaolong asked curiously. Old Hong, are you considered strong or weak? There are martial arts families in Jianghai, and they control several of the top companies and groups in Jianghai. Gongsun Hong nodded. As for my strength, I used to be in the top 5. Now I can be in the top 3, and I can even compete for first place. First, Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong nodded slightly, feeling that he should be quite strong now. At least someone like Gong Sun Hong can be easily defeated by me. If we were in the ocean or any place with water, I could kill as many as come. Ying Shaolong chatted with Gong Sun Hong as they hurried toward the dock. When it got light, they arrived at the dock. This time, Ying Shaolong didn't call Lala move, but instead had Manager Lu drive over in a car. Old Hong, you should go back and rest. I also have things to take care of. Ying Shaolong spoke to Gong Sun Hong, then looked at Xiao Xian, you should go back to the sea too. Don't go too far. I'll come find you again next time. Chirp chirp. Yes, master. In response, Xiao Xian immediately spread its wings and flew away at an incredibly fast speed. Gong Sun Hong then noticed the strange albatross, his gaze sweeping over it with a hint of shock. He is my benefactor. Gong Sun Hong nodded even more respectfully and turned to leave. When Gong Sun Hong stepped out of the dock, he straightened his posture slightly, exuding the imposing presence of a superior. You wicked disciple, I will kill you with my own hands. His eyes were filled with murderous intent, his fists clenched, and the sound of his bones clashing together was like thunder. Gong Sun Hong was like an old servant in front of his benefactor, but in the Jianghai region, he could stomp his foot and the Jianghai would tremble. Chapter 36 Red Coral Shop. Cheap? Boss, please have a seat. Manager Lu arrived and loaded the spoils into the car. He reminded Ying Shaolong and started the car, saying, Boss, I found a shop you asked me to look for on Jianghai University Street. It's a coincidence that there's a shop for sale diagonally opposite our Longxian Pavilion, and the price is reasonable. Oh, is that so? Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow. At this stage, we still need to raise some more money. He currently has over 12 million yuan, but he wants to buy quite a few things. A yacht. Yachts are very expensive, ranging from a few million to hundreds of millions. Ying Shaolong wants to buy one, so he won't have to rent a fishing boat every time he goes out to sea. Having a yacht would be much more comfortable. He also wants to buy a house, preferably a villa by the sea, so that it's easy to go out to sea. However, a seaside villa in a big city like Jianghai costs at least 40 to 50 million yuan, and in good locations, it can cost over 100 million yuan. In addition, there is grandfather and older brother. His older brother gave up his previous studies to support them and earn money so that he could study and for his grandfather. At the very least, he should get his brother a villa, help him find a wife, and find himself a sister-in-law. All things considered, there is still a lot of money needed. How much have you sold in the store these past 2 days? Ying Shaolong asked Manager Lu. Boss, the sales revenue for the 2 days is 1.05 million. Manager Lu replied, it is basically stabilized now. It's impossible for someone to buy abalone worth over $1 million every day. This kind of abalone is not often offered by Longxian Pavilion. Its rarity makes it valuable. With this kind of sales, Longxian Pavilion's daily sales of 500,000 yuan are also quite terrifying. Based on this calculation, one could earn tens of millions a month. The Red Coral Shop needs to be opened as soon as possible. The total value of the coral I acquired is over 100 million. If I can sell all of the coral, I'll have everything I need. Ying Shaolong thought to himself that he had decided to rent the shop today. Upon arrival at the restaurant, all the seafood was moved inside. This time, Longxian Pavilion added top-grade bluefin tuna, which is sure to be another hit. Boss, this is the shop that's for rent. It used to be a shop selling seashells, conchs, pearls, and the like, but now it's for sale. Manager Lu pointed to a shop diagonally opposite their Longxian Pavilion. It's only a little past 7 o'clock. The store isn't open yet, and Ying Shaolong is very satisfied with this location. The two stores are only a dozen meters apart, which will make it much more convenient to visit each other in the future. Ying Shaolong called the store directly and quickly reached an agreement that the store could be vacated today. Boss, you're finally back. Around 9 o'clock, Sun Minghan arrived at work. When she saw Ying Shaolong, her eyes lit up and she happily walked up to him, saying, Boss, you've worked hard these past few days. Looking at the sweet Sun Minghan, Ying Shaolong felt much better and called out to her, Come on, I got some bluefin tuna this time. We haven't eaten yet. Let's go try some together. Boss, you're so good to me. How can I ever repay you? Sun Minghan said softly, touched, as he was about to treat her to another delicious meal. I know how to repay you. Upon hearing his words, Ying Shaolong paused for a second, his eyes flickering as he looked at her. Sun Minghan felt a pang of anxiety, but an expectant look also appeared on her face. How about you be my assistant, Minghan? I'm planning to open another store, and I'll be even busier then. I hope you can help me out a bit more. Ying Shaolong said to her. Sun Minghan was slightly taken aback, feeling a mix of disappointment and happiness as she nodded. Of course, no problem. Just let me, your secretary, handle anything. Ying Shaolong nodded. If there's anything, let the secretary handle it. If not, cough, cough, cough. After spending at least tens of thousands of yuan on breakfast, the owner of the shop for sale called. Ying Shaolong rushed over because the shop sold items like conch and pearls, and the decor was quite nice. He didn't really need to renovate. he could just start selling coral directly. With everything agreed upon, Ying Shaolong took all the red corals. Last time I retrieved some red coral from the sea, and with this one, there are a total of more than 20 red coral trees. In addition, he plans to make some red corals that are not very aesthetically pleasing into necklaces. Making a necklace was simple for Ying Shaolong. He put it in water and used his water manipulation skills to carve it into beads. Most red coral jewelry on the market is in the form of necklaces and bracelets. With Ying Shaolong's current strength, turning irregularly shaped red coral into necklaces and bracelets is a piece of cake. Currently, although Ying Shaolong does not know exactly what level a martial artist his strength is comparable to, he has gained a detailed understanding of martial artists. A martial artist who has reached the peak of the skin refinement realm can be impervious to blades and spears. Cold weapons can hardly penetrate their skin. Once you reach the peak of the bone refining realm, you can withstand bullets, but ordinary bullets cannot kill you. At the peak of the tendon refining realm, even armor-piercing bullets are useless against him, and his speed increases dramatically. As for refining internal organs, which is Gong Sun Hong's current level, he can take on 2 fully armed battalions single-handedly. Extremely powerful. This is the power of a martial artist. When Ying Shaolong heard Gong Sun Hong's introduction, he thought, the refining organs realm, that's about it. After displaying the complete red coral tree in the store, Ying Shaolong then laid out the 5 necklaces he had made. Seeing the remaining materials, he decided to make some bracelets, aka grade red coral necklaces, 5 necklaces, ranging in price from 1 million to 3 million, depending on the size of the beads. The necklace is relatively inexpensive. The real expensive items are the complete red coral trees, which range in price from 3 million to 9 million. Hey, honey, come to the shop and see what they sell. A voice came from the doorway as Ying Shaolong was making bracelets. Gentlemen, the store is not officially open yet, and prices and other information for the goods are not listed. Ying Shaolong saw a couple come in and gave them a heads up. Oh, it's nothing, we're just looking. The young man said casually, but when he looked at the necklaces inside, his face showed surprise. Honey, look, their necklaces are so beautiful. It's actually quite good. The girl looked over and nodded. Ying Shaolong paid no attention to the couple and let them look around. Jianghai University Street is a tourist area with many tourists and a very large flow of people. Hey, honey, didn't you say you wanted me to buy you a necklace? How about I buy one for you? This necklace is really pretty. The young man looked at his girlfriend beside him and continued speaking. I don't want to. The girl immediately shook her head. It looks great. Don't you think it looks good too? I think it would look amazing on you, the young man said with a smile. No way. It's so embarrassing to wear a necklace that doesn't even have a brand name. The girl immediately shook her head in disgust and looked at the young man. Brother Sean, I want a Van Cleef Arpels necklace. Buy me a Van Cleef Arpels necklace. This, the young man said with some helplessness. That Van Cleef Arpels necklace is not worth that much money at all. It's just a brand. What do you know? It's an international brand. It makes you look so prestigious. All my girlfriends wear designer necklaces. How embarrassing would it be for me to wear some cheap, no-name brand? The girl was a little angry. Although our love can't be measured by money, I don't want it to be too cheap. Anyway, I want a Van Cleef Arpels necklace. Okay. I'll buy it for you. The young man said somewhat helplessly. Thank you, Brother Sean. The girl laughed and took the young man's arm. Brother Sean, if you like this necklace, I can give it to you. How much is it for sale? As the girl spoke, she looked at Ying Shaolong and pointed to a red coral necklace. 3 million. Ying Shaolong looked at the necklace he was pointing to and said calmly. Chapter 37. The buyer, Gong Sun Hong's generous gift. 3 million? As soon as Ying Shaolong finished speaking, the girl let out a shrill voice, stared at him with wide eyes. Boss, do you know what you're saying? What nonsense are you spouting? The girl glared at Ying Shaolong and questioned him loudly. AKA grade red coral. You can search it online if you don't know what it is. Ying Shaolong glanced at the girl indifferently, a hint of mockery on his face. Your love cannot be measured by money, but you can't buy such a cheap necklace as Van Cleef Arpels either. This red coral necklace is more suitable. 3 million. Fair and square. What red coral? What kind of rubbish is this? How dare you ask for 3 million? The girl's face turned ugly when she heard Ying Shaolong retort to her words verbatim. She pointed at the necklace and questioned loudly. You have no taste, you don't know anything, and you can't even look it up on your phone? Ying Shaolong looked at her coldly. They actually said his necklace was cheap in his own store? What Van Cleef Arpels? A so-called international luxury brand? Excuse me, go and see what natural red coral is. The girl kept saying that love can't be measured by money, yet she kept mentioning international brands. It's ridiculous. Your shop is a total ripoff. I'm going to post this online and expose you. Hearing his words, the girl got even angrier, took out her phone, and started snapping photos of each necklace. Asking her for 3 million for a necklace? Isn't that ripping people off? Even international luxury brands like Van Cleef Arpels only charge tens of thousands of yuan for a necklace, with the most expensive pieces costing only a few $100,000. This necklace from a tiny, rundown shop costs 3 million. Thank you for the publicity. Ying Shaolong smiled, not minding it, and continued making the bracelets. Honey, let it go. The young man beside her looked at the scene and awkwardly took her hand. What do you mean forget it? This shady shop is outrageously overcharging. I'm going to expose them online, the woman said angrily, taking pictures with her phone as she spoke. Look at this, everyone. This piece of junk necklace costs 3 million? It's highway robbery, a total rip-off. As she spoke, the woman took her phone and went to the door again, pointing it at Ying Shaolong's shop. Netizens, take a look. This is the shop, located on Jianhai University Street. It's a rip-off, a complete rip-off. They charge 3 million for a worthless necklace, claiming it's some kind of AKA grade red coral. Ugh, everyone, please don't come to this shop. Please don't come. The woman was recording and talking at the same time, and her voice was very loud. Passers-by looked at her with surprise. AKA grade red coral. A middle-aged man next to him raised an eyebrow. Beside him were two young men in suits, clearly bodyguards. The middle-aged man glanced at the shop next door, hesitated for a moment, and then walked straight in. The store is not officially open yet. Ying Shaolong sensed that more tourists had entered and looked up to glance at the middle-aged group. This shop is a scam, a complete fraud. They're charging millions for a single necklace. The girl who had spoken earlier warned the middle-aged couple as they entered. So many red corals? And of such high quality. The middle-aged man ignored the woman and looked at the red coral trees in the shop with a shocked expression. He approached and examined them carefully. Boss, are you selling these red corals? The middle-aged man asked Ying Shaolong. Sell. Ying Shaolong looked at the middle-aged man and knew that he was a discerning person. Seeing that the middle-aged man was accompanied by two bodyguards, he also knew that the man had an extraordinary background. How much is this red coral tree? The middle-aged man swept over 20-odd red coral trees, pointing to the most beautiful one, the one with the heaviest weight. 9 million. No bargaining, Ying Shaolong said, looking at the table. 9 million, that's acceptable. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. Is a bank transfer acceptable? Okay. Ying Shaolong smiled, took out his phone, and opened his bank account. He hadn't expected that he would sell a red coral tree before even officially opening for business. This made him sigh, realizing that red coral was still more profitable, much easier than making money at Longxian Pavilion. I never expected to find such a high-quality red coral shop here. Boss, you have so much red coral here. The middle-aged man paid the money and said with a slight sigh. It's all right. Ying Shaolong smiled slightly. If you still want to buy red coral, you can come find me. Okay. The middle-aged man nodded, took the packaged red coral, and left. A $9 million deal was quickly concluded. The girl next to him, still holding her phone, was stunned. What did she see? A middle-aged man with bodyguards, who looked to be of high status, bought a red coral in this store for 9 million? That's 9 million. Doesn't this mean that the so-called red coral necklace could actually sell for 3 million? Her face changed drastically. She was extremely embarrassed, and at that moment she wished she could crawl into a mouse hole. Let's go, let's go. The young man beside him also looked rather grim, and pulled her away. Ying Shaolong glanced at the woman and smiled. You should thank this snobbish woman. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to attract that middle-aged man to come in. He shook his head and quickly made the remaining red coral into a bracelet. The 6 bracelets were the cheapest items in the store. Prices ranged from 200,000 to 500,000. In comparison, the price is relatively affordable. I sent a message to Sun Menghan, asking her to make a store sign and some price tags. Once these are completed, the business can officially open for business immediately. In the afternoon, Ying Shaolong had an employee watch over the red coral store while he leisurely rested in his office. He glanced at the balance in his hand. It had already reached over 22 million. This is no small number. I need to figure out a way to tell my grandfather and brother that I have money now, and then give them some money. Ying Shaolong pondered to himself. Boss, there's an old man named Gongsun Hong who wants to visit you. Around 5 o'clock, a waiter came to report. Gongsun Hong? Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow. Let him in. Yes, boss, the waiter replied. Click-clack. Soon, the receptionist led Gongsun Hong in. My benefactor. Gongsun Hong walked in and cupped his hands in greeting. Ying Shaolong looked at him and smelled a strong stench of blood and murderous aura emanating from him. He had killed people, and more than one. Is it resolved? Ying Shaolong asked. It's solved. The ingrate we've raised for over 30 years has colluded with outsiders. Gongsun Hong nodded, holding a bag in his hand. He took out the contents and handed them to Ying Shaolong. My benefactor, I have no way to repay your life-saving grace. This is a small token of my appreciation. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback when he saw what was placed in front of him. A black card with a piece of paper underneath containing some savings information and the amount on the card. 500 million. A contract for 50% of the shares of Tianhai Airlines. Chapter 38, a net worth of over 2 billion. My benefactor, I don't know what you need, so I'm giving you a card with some money on it. I didn't mean to let anyone access your information. It's just so you can process the transaction directly under your name. Furthermore, Tianhai Airlines was founded by Lao Hong. If it weren't for you, my benefactor, I would not only be dead, but the entire company would also belong to that ingrate. Please accept this 50% share as a token of my gratitude. Gong Sun Hong said to Ying Shaolong. After killing that wicked disciple today, Gong Sun Hong immediately came to repay his kindness. Gong Sun Hong was a grateful person. This time, he was saved, and not only did he not die, but his strength was also increased and his lifespan was extended by more than 10 or 20 years. Most importantly, the benefactor who saved him is of unfathomable strength, and if he could get close to this benefactor, it would be of great benefit. Therefore, he directly transferred half of his company's shares. This, Ying Shaolong was also shocked. Not to mention the 50% stake in Tianhai Airlines. The 500 million yuan in cash alone was enough to shake him. That's 500 million. There's too much. I didn't save you for these valuables. Ying Shaolong shook his head and refused. Saving people was just something he did on a whim, and saving lives was only because Gong Sun Hong had helped Longxian Pavilion in the past. My benefactor, I've already had these transferred to your name. Please accept them. Gong Sun Hong insisted. These are just a small token of my appreciation, and you deserve them. I will not feel at ease if you do not accept them. In that case, I'll accept it. Ying Shaolong didn't refuse again. Some people's lives are very valuable, especially since he had helped Gong Sun Hong break through. Benefactor, Tianhai Airlines mainly deals in cruise and yacht tourism and 5-star hotels. There's a 5-star hotel building in the center of Jianghai City, and there's also a 5-star seaside hotel not far away. Gong Sun Hong smiled as he saw Ying Shaolong accept the gift and introduced. In addition, there's the largest cruise ship in Jianghai and 10 yachts for rent. The total value of these is around 3.5 billion. Ying Shaolong was also somewhat alarmed when he heard this. The company's fixed assets are around 3.5 billion yuan. If I own half of them, wouldn't that be equivalent to owning 1.75 billion yuan? With the 500 million yuan in his bank account, his net worth directly reached more than 2 billion yuan. This had to amaze him. My benefactor, you are welcome to visit the company anytime. Gong Sun Hong continued. Furthermore, I have already registered your identity within the company. When you go to any of the company's cruise ships, yachts, or hotels, just show your ID card, and all the employees will obey your orders. All right, Lao Hong, you're very kind. You don't need to keep calling me your benefactor, just call me by my name. Ying Shaolong nodded and said to him, call him young mastering. In the world of martial arts, those ancient martial arts families all use the traditional terms for young masters and young ladies. Gong Sun Hong said with a smile. All right, Ying Shaolong nodded and smiled. It's lunchtime. Come on, Lao Hong. Let me show you some of the top quality seafood at Longxian Pavilion. Also, I need your help with something. Yes, young mastering. Gong Sun Hong was thrilled to be invited and immediately replied. As long as it's within my power, I, Old Hong, will go through fire and water for you. Ying Shaolong smiled. This Gong Sun Hong had a dang Jianghu, a term referring to the world of martial arts and chivalry, air about him. He was led to a private room and instructed the kitchen to prepare a top-quality abalone, some bluefin tuna, and other seafood. He really needs Gong Sun Hong's help. It's about his brother and his grandfather. Ying Shaolong told his brother and grandfather that he had saved a wealthy man in the sea, and now the wealthy man wanted to repay him by giving him a sum of money and offering him a very high salary to work at his company. After Gong Sun Hong said a few words to his grandfather, the grandfather believed it. Immediately afterwards, Ying Shaolong transferred 1 million to his grandfather and the others. Later, we will use other methods to gradually increase the amount of money given to them. Young mastering, the seafood in your restaurant is truly delicious. Next time, I'll bring some fine wine with me. Having settled things with his grandfather and brother, Ying Shaolong felt relieved and chatted with Gong Sun Hong while eating. The seafood at Longxian Pavilion is top-notch. Even though Gong Sun Hong is a martial artist and has plenty of money, it was the first time he had ever tasted such exquisite seafood. Sure, Lao Hong, if you like it, you can come often. Some of the top-quality seafood is all sourced from the sea by me. Ying Shaolong said with a smile that now that he had received a sum of money from Gong Sun Hong, he was not short of money. The income from Longxian Pavilion is no longer important. Even the red coral shop that just opened today doesn't matter anymore. Let fate decide. Ying Shaolong wasn't the kind of person who loved money. He was content with having enough. Then I won't stand on ceremony with young mastering. Gongxai Ong smiled. Gong Sun Hong had lived for over 70 years. He was trying to curry favor with Ying Shaolong, and the two chatted easily and pleasantly. While Ying Shaolong was talking with Gong Sun Hong, Longxian Pavilion was already packed with customers. Longxian Pavilion is now incredibly popular online, and all netizens and tourists visiting Jianghai know about this assassin seafood restaurant. Everyone knows that those who can afford to eat here are people who are not short of money. Everyone has vanity. So many tourists come here to take photos. Similarly, for wealthy people who want to enjoy rare seafood, Longxian Pavilion is the best choice. Before 7 o'clock, Longxian Pavilion was already packed with customers, and people started to queue up. Wow, there's so many people. A group of about 10 people entered the store. 2 women looked inside and said with surprise, "The business at Longxian Pavilion is really good. This is my first time visiting this store." The young man in the center looked at the 2 women and said with a smile, "You and you. What would you like to eat today? Order whatever you like." "Thank you, young Master Tian," the 2 women said with smiles. "Waiter, do you have any private rooms?" A young man standing next to the young man approached the waiter and asked, "I'm sorry, sir, there are no private rooms available at the moment. They're all full. There are 6 tables ahead of you in the queue," the waiter said, glancing at the information and shaking his head. "Young Master Tian, this place is extremely popular. There will be a wait. There are 6 tables ahead of us." The young man approached Tian Xiao and reported. Tian Xiao frowned slightly. "Let's talk to the waiter and see if we can cut in line." 2 women took the initiative and walked up to the waiter. "Waiter, we are popular influencers on Douyin with millions of followers. We want to film a video in your store to promote your business. Could you let us cut in line? Here is our Douyin account." "Huh." The waitress was also taken aback when she saw it, but she didn't dare to make a decision on her own and immediately reported to her supervisor. "Please wait a moment. I need to ask our boss." Manager Liu came over after receiving the news and said with a smile that since the boss was in the store, he couldn't make the decision himself. Hurry up, we're all hungry," the 2 women urged with smiles. You and you are so popular online right now. The boss should give you some face," a few young men and women said with laughter from the seats next to them. "In Jianghai, no one has more influence than you bunch of rich kids." The 2 women smiled and shook their heads. The influence of online celebrities is huge. As online celebrities with millions of followers, when these 2 go out to eat, some hotel and restaurant owners not only give them discounts, but some even give them free meals in order to promote their products. Now they're only asking to cut in line, and they think the boss won't refuse. Chapter 39 in Jianghai, everyone has to give me face. Bang bang. "Boss." Inside the private room, Manager Liu knocked on the door and came in, standing in front of Ying Shaolong. "What is it?" Ying Shaolong looked at him. "Boss, there's already a queue inside our store, and there are 2 female internet celebrities with millions of followers outside who want to cut in line, saying they can help us promote our store." Manager Liu reported to Ying Shaolong. "Boss, what do you think?" "No one is allowed to cut in line, whether they are internet celebrities or stars." Ying Shaolong shook his head and said directly to him, "He doesn't have a very good impression of internet celebrities." "Okay, boss, I understand." Manager Liu nodded and then left. "Excuse me, ladies." Manager Liu came out and looked at the 2 internet celebrities, you and you, with an apologetic expression. "You 2, I'm really sorry. In order to save other customers, we do not allow queue jumping in our store. You can take a number and walk around the area. Come and eat when it's your turn." "Huh? We already said we could help you advertise for free, and you still won't listen?" The 2 women frowned, slightly displeased. "I'm sorry." Manager Liu shook his head. "Oh dear, Mr. Tian, the owner of this shop is too inflexible. We have no choice but to wait, but we don't know how long we'll have to wait." The 2 women looked at Tian Xiao helplessly and spoke. You'll do it." In Jianghai, many people still give me face. Tian Xiao smiled faintly and walked up to Manager Liu. "My name is Xiao Zishan. Tell your boss to arrange a private room for us." You. In Jianghai City, our young Master Tian's name carries a lot of weight." A young man looked at the 2 internet celebrities, you and said with a smile. "Really?" You didn't know much about Xiao Zishan and looked at the handsome young master with a puzzled expression. They were invited by the top-ranked fan in front of them, but the top-ranked fan had great respect for this young Master Tian. The young men and women around him were also very respectful to him. "Sorry, sir, our boss said that everyone has to wait in line." Manager Liu was slightly taken aback when he saw the young man who walked up to him and gave him orders. He then said, "Our young master told you to tell your boss, so just go and tell your boss. There's no need for so much nonsense. Go now." The young man beside Tian Xiao spoke impatiently to Manager Liu. "Ladies and gentlemen, my boss made it very clear to me that you should queue in the normal order." Manager Liu frowned and responded coldly. Smack. However, as soon as Manager Liu finished speaking, the young man slapped him across the face. "Don't you understand what I'm saying? Tell your boss to come over here and arrange a seat for our young Master Tian. You all." Manager Liu was stunned by the heavy slap, and a red mark instantly appeared on his face. "A mere shop manager, you don't know what's good for you. Hurry up and go, or I'll cripple you," the young man continued coldly. Manager Liu, seeing the fierce-looking young man in front of him, covered his face with a hint of fear, and walked towards the private room where Ying Shaolong was. The young master stood there calmly, a smile playing on his lips. He didn't say much, nor did he need to do anything. His underlings did it for him. This is a small matter. I don't need to do it myself. Young Master Tian, wouldn't that make the other party? The two female internet celebrities, Yu and Yu, were slightly startled and said with some concern when they saw Tian Shao and his group acting so recklessly. This is Jianghai. There's nothing to worry about. Young Master Tian looked at them and smiled confidently. His expression was one of nonchalance and calmness. Ladies, don't worry. It's just a slap to teach that guy a lesson. It's nothing. The young man who did the slapping said with a smile. With our young Master Tian here in Jianghai, there's nothing we can't handle. Tian Shao's strength in Jianghai is beyond doubt. In the past, when I went out to eat with Tian Shao, the boss and manager would always come to accompany me. The other young men and women also spoke without paying attention, their words full of flattery. A slap to that clueless manager of Longxian Pavilion is all it takes to teach him a lesson. Around them, some waiters and guests looked at them with fear and shock. Boss. Inside the private room, Manager Liu came in again, pale-faced, and recounted what had just happened with some grievance. Bump. When Ying Shaolong saw the marks on Manager Liu's face, his gaze turned cold. Take me to see him. Young Mastering, leave it to me. Gong Sun Hong stood up and said to Ying Shaolong. No need, Lao Hong. Please sit here for a while. I'll take a look. Ying Shaolong shook his head at him and led Manager Liu toward the front desk. Arriving at the front desk, Ying Shaolong glanced at the crowd around him and looked at Manager Liu. Who hit you? Him. Manager Liu pointed to the young man who had hit him. Ying Shaolong looked over, and the young man and his companions also saw Ying Shaolong and his group. Wow, I didn't expect the owner of Longxian Pavilion to be so young. The young man who had hit Manager Liu looked at Ying Shaolong with surprise and said with a smile, Did you hit Manager Liu? Ying Shaolong walked over, looked at the young man expressionlessly, and asked, No clue what's going on. Our young Master Tian is here. Smack! Bump! The young man spoke nonchalantly, but before he could finish, Ying Shaolong slapped him across the face. The immense force distorted his face, and his teeth flew out one by one. His body collapsed to the ground, his head spinning, feeling as if he were about to die. Beside him, Tian Shao, with his hands in his pockets and an air of superiority, suddenly focused his gaze, and his expression changed slightly. A pair of icy eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared at Ying Shaolong. A sharp aura emanated from him as he coldly uttered, Boy, you actually dared to hit my man? Are you preparing your own coffin? Ying Shaolong sensed Tian Shao's aura and heard his words. A flash of golden dragon eyes passed through them. Smack! The next instant, Ying Shaolong slapped Tian Shao across the face as well. That day, Shao also didn't react in time. Teeth flew out of his mouth, and his face became distorted. Bump! Click-clack! Ying Shaolong raised his foot and kicked his leg, the sound of bones breaking echoing. Ui! Tian Shao let out a miserable scream and fell heavily to the ground, howling incoherently. Hiss! Everyone around was stunned. Is the owner of Longxian Pavilion really that powerful? The group that had come with Tian Shao trembled, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the scene unfold. Especially the two internet celebrities named Yu. Their faces turned a little pale. This is what Tian Shao said. In Jianghai, everyone has to give him face. Are you sure you're not going to give him a big shove? Carry those two out and get out. Ying Shaolong said coldly, looking at the other 7 or 8 young men and women. Quickly, help Tian Shao and the others up. The group of young men and women were covered in cold sweat. They quickly helped Tian Shao and the others up and left. They never expected that the owner of Longxian Pavilion would dare to lay a hand on young Master Tian, whose background in Jianghai was incredibly powerful. Even more unexpectedly, their actions were so ruthless. After watching them leave, Ying Shaolong said to Manager Liu, Manager Liu, take 50,000 yuan and go to the hospital for a checkup. Boss, it's all right, I'm fine. Manager Liu shook his head and said gratefully, It's just a minor injury. Thank you, boss. Ying Shaolong patted him on the shoulder and walked towards the private room. As for the so-called young Master Tian, Ying Shaolong didn't care. Young Master Tian was a martial artist, and he could sense that his strength was only at the skin refining realm. Such a weakling. Yet he dares to act arrogantly in Dragon Fresh Pavilion? They beat him up and then made him prepare a coffin? Act recklessly. Chapter 40 Jianghai, Shao Family. Young Mastering, something has happened. Is there anything I, Lao Hong, can do for you? Ying Shaolong returned to the private room and asked with a smile on his face. It's a small matter. Ying Shaolong shook his head and continued chatting with Gong Sun Hong. I will kill him. I will kill him. At the entrance of Longxian Pavilion, Shao's Hishin was helped out, his face contorted with pain from the intense pain in his legs and face. Half of his teeth were knocked out, and his right leg was broken. His eyes were bloodshot. and he growled angrily. Thinking of Xiao Zhishan, the eldest son of the Xiao family. What is the status of the Xiao family in the entire Jianghai region? There are only one or two families stronger than the Xiao family. As for Xiao Zhishan, even if he can't do whatever he wants in Jianghai City, everyone has to give him face. But now he was publicly humiliated and seriously injured in a store. This fueled his anger. Young Master Tian. The group of young men and women around him looked at him with some fear when they saw his mouth full of blood and his ferocious expression. Take me home. Xiao Zhishan felt excruciating pain all over his body, especially in his legs, where the bones were broken. Yes. The group immediately agreed and drove Xiao Zhishan to the Xiao family manor. The Xiao family manor is a luxurious area covering dozens of acres in a prime location in Jianghai. Before the majestic Golden Gate, for bodyguards dressed in black, stood ramrod straight. A group of young men and women brought Xiao Zhishan to the manor gate. When the bodyguards saw Xiao lying in the car, their expressions changed drastically, and they immediately made a phone call. Whoosh! Soon, a dozen or so middle-aged women came out of the courtyard. Mom and Dad. Xiao Zhishan saw one of the middle-aged couples and opened his mouth to call out. Zhishan, my child, are you all right? The woman rushed over with heartache and stroked his face. A middle-aged man in a white coat immediately walked over and began to examine the patient. Young Master. The young master's right leg is broken, which may affect the subsequent bone refining. 7 teeth were knocked out, and the facial bones were displaced. The most serious injury is to his leg, which needs to be rested. The middle-aged man in the white coat reported to the burly, tiger-eyed, bearded middle-aged man. Damn it, who are they? How dare they hurt my son? The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard roared in a low voice, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Dad, he's not from a prestigious family. He's a seafood restaurant owner. It's him, Dad. You have to avenge me. I want to kill him. I want him dead. Xiao Zhishan said menacingly. A seafood shop owner actually dared to harm my nephew. He must have a death wish. Brother, just bury him. A bald middle-aged man said coldly from the side. Anyone who dares to harm a member of the Xiao family in Jianghai, kill them, a woman said coldly. The opponent can injure Zhishan, so he must be a martial artist. Take your men and head over there. The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard gave orders to his subordinates. Prepare a coffin. I want to personally send him into it. Xiao Zhishan ordered the bodyguard beside him, his voice filled with hatred. Soon, more than a dozen luxury cars arrived in front of the Xiao family manor, and there were more than 30 young men dressed in black. They all had bulging waists, clearly carrying weapons. Xiao Zhishan was helped into a wheelchair, lifted into a car, and quickly drove towards Jianghai University Street. The two internet celebrities, Yu and Yu, stared in disbelief and shock at the scene. They couldn't help but ask the group of young men and women around them, just who is young Master Tian? How come his family is so powerful? Young Master Tian's family is based in Jianghai, and they can practically control everything. That kid is doomed. Another young man, whose teeth had been knocked out, replied with a hint of anger and a sense of satisfaction. It's going to bleed. A young man who knew the strength of the Xiao family said slowly. This startled Yu and Yu. They got into the car and followed behind a dozen or so other vehicles. A dozen or so cars sped along. It was already dark, and night had completely fallen. Inside the Longxian Pavilion, Ying Shaolong and Gong Sun-hong got along very well. This 70-year-old man was a bit of a child. Having lived a long time, he had learned a lot, and Ying Shaolong was also very curious about the world of martial artists. Listening to Gong Sun-hong boast is quite amusing. At 10 p.m., about a third of the guests were still eating and chatting inside Longxian Pavilion. Bump! Suddenly, a loud bang came from the entrance of Longxian Pavilion. Manager Liu, who was at the front desk, was slightly startled and immediately looked over. The next moment, his pupils contracted slightly, and in his line of sight, a coffin was placed at the entrance of the shop. There were more than 40 people standing in front, surrounding the Longxian Pavilion. Get your boss out here. Sitting in his wheelchair, Xiao Zhishan saw Manager Liu and roared menacingly. Manager Liu was shocked when he saw the scene outside and hurriedly ran into the private room. Boss, something bad has happened. Dozens of people have surrounded our Longxian Pavilion. Manager Liu didn't bother to knock and went straight into the private room, his face full of terror. Boss, it's that young man you hit. He called a lot of people over and even put a coffin at our door. Manager Liu suddenly barged in, and Ying Shaolong was slightly startled upon hearing his words. Inside the private room, Gong Sun-hong was also taken aback, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Is it that guy called Young Master Tian? Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up, and walked outside. Gong Sun-hong followed without hesitation. What happened? Why is there a coffin at the door? I don't know. There are a lot of people outside. Some staff and guests stared in shock at the front desk. Tell them to move away first. I'll handle this, Ying Shaolong instructed Manager Liu. A golden light flashed in his pupils as Ying Shaolong looked outside. Arriving at the door, my gaze swept over it. Outside, there were more than 50 people, including more than 30 young men dressed in black. That day, Xiao sat in a wheelchair, staring at him with hatred, and spat out, "Fine, now get off me, and I'll make sure you die a quick death." "Are you the one who hurt my son?" The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard stared coldly at Ying Shaolong and said calmly, "Kneel down, commit suicide, and enter the coffin. That will lessen your pain. Only your death can heal my son's wounds." The woman beside him stared at Ying Shaolong with a sinister expression. Hearing their words and sensing their killing intent, Ying Shaolong looked at the group of people, then at the coffin in front of him, his pupils flashing with a cold golden light. A surge of anger rose within him. The small Xiao family has brought about its own destruction. When Ying Shaolong exuded a faint dragon's might, Gong Sun Hong, who was following behind, felt as if he had encountered a raging storm, as if a great terror was about to descend. A look of shock flashed in his eyes, and then he looked at the Xiao family members in front of him. Jianghai was not large, and Gong Sun Hong recognized the Xiao family members. The Xiao family was not weak in Jianghai. In the past, his power was not as great as that of the Xiao family, mainly because Gong Sun Hong was all alone and had only one disciple. The old master of the Xiao family is about the same strength as him, but now he has broken through. "Young mastering, let me old Hong handle this," Gong Sun Hong said to Ying Shaolong. Chapter 41. The more you pretend, the faster you'll back down. In front of the Dragon Fresh Pavilion, there was an atmosphere of impending storm. Fortunately, it was nighttime, and there weren't too many tourists around. The small Xiao family has brought about its own destruction. "Young mastering, let me, old Hong, handle this." As soon as Gong Sun Hong finished speaking, his figure appeared beside Ying Shaolong. Ahead, the middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard, along with several other middle-aged men around him, saw Gong Sun Hong's figure. They were stunned for a moment, and then a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. "Old Hong, what should we do in this kind of situation?" Upon hearing Gong Sun Hong's words, Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a chilling tone. To maintain their monopoly, martial artists keep their knowledge secret from ordinary people. Therefore, martial artists have their own world and their own rules. Fighting between martial artists is unrestrained. When someone brings a coffin, someone naturally needs to lie down inside. Gong Sun Hong looked at the coffin in front of him. Then his gaze fell on Ying Shaolong. He said respectfully, "Either we lie down in it, or the other side lies down in it." But clearly, the other side is not qualified to let us lie down in it. "Young mastering, who do you need to lie down in it? Or should we let the entire Xiao family lie down in it?" Ying Shaolong nodded slightly upon hearing this. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Great, he likes it very much. "You still dare to be arrogant now. Father, kill them, kill them." Xiao Zishan stared at Ying Shaolong, and seeing that he and Gong Sun Hong still dared to be so arrogant, he roared with murderous intent. However, at this moment, he did not notice the pale faces of his father and the others, as well as the cold sweat on their foreheads. The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard, along with several other middle-aged men from the Xiao family, felt a surge of turmoil in their hearts upon hearing Gong Sun Hong's words and seeing his face. They recognized Gong Sun Hong immediately. Gong Sun Hong is a recluse in Jianghai City. He has only one apprentice, a mild-mannered personality, and great strength. Although he does not have a family, he is a top figure among the older generation in Jianghai. He was well liked by all the families. But this morning, something sensational happened in Jianghai, and the Xiao family learned about it immediately. In one morning, Gong Sun Hong wiped out his own apprentice and a family that had been rooted in Jianghai for decades. This family is very powerful, not much weaker than the Xiao family. The reason for this was that his apprentice conspired with the family to murder him. As a result, they were all wiped out within a few hours. Gong Sun Hong's displayed strength shocked the various aristocratic families in Jianghai. He was at the refining organs realm, 100% at the refining organs realm. In Jianghai's past, only 2 people had reached this level, but now he can compete for first place. Now, his own sons are being sent to kill the man Gong Sun Hong calls young mastering. What kind of background does the person whom Gong Sun Hong calls young mastering have? What force is it? Even disregarding the mysterious young master Ying's background, Gong Sun Hong alone was enough to wipe out the Xiao family. Bump! No sooner had Xiao Zishan finished speaking than the middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard grabbed him by the neck, lifted him up, and covered in cold sweat. Bump! Click-clack! He threw another punch, this time landing directly on his son Xiao Zishan's arm, and the sound of it breaking echoed through the air. Everything happened too fast, so fast that Xiao Zishan didn't even have time to react. The intense pain caused him to let out a terrible scream. He stared wide-eyed at his father in disbelief. He couldn't understand why his father would beat him, and so cruelly at that. Smack! The next moment, the middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard hurriedly knelt on the ground. Clap, clap, clap. The middle-aged members of the Shao family around them also quickly knelt down. Young master, Senior Gongsun, my son was blind and offended you. It was my son's fault. Please forgive him. The middle-aged man with fierce eyes and a bushy beard spoke with a chilling expression, his gaze sweeping over his men behind him as he roared. Kneel down immediately. Whoosh. All of Shao's men immediately knelt on the ground. The female netizen, named Yu, was confused again. What was going on? Didn't you say you were going to kill the seafood restaurant owner? Didn't they say there would be bleeding? Isn't it said that the Shao family has absolute power in Jianghai? Now, this. Senior Gongsun, young master, it was our Shao family's fault today. Please forgive us. The other middle-aged members of the Shao family, their scalps tingling, continued speaking. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback by this sudden change. This? What's going on? Isn't it changing a bit too fast? Soon, he realized it was Gongsun Hong's reputation that mattered. In his eyes, Gongsun Hong was a complete novice, but in Jianghai he was a figure whose every move could shake the entire region. Xiao Zhishan was completely stunned at this moment. He saw his father and the others kneeling before the boy, and his limbs felt numb. It seems he's really stirred up a hornet's nest. They've messed with someone they shouldn't mess with. Young Master Ying, it's a dog-eat-dog world. If you're the weak one today, you might be the one who dies. Don't pity them. Gongsun Hong looked at Ying Shaolong and asked, what should we do with them? There are too many people. We can't kill them all. Let's just cripple those who said they were going to kill me. As for the rest, forget it. Ying Shaolong's anger subsided somewhat as he looked at the crowd kneeling before him. However, the woman who had threatened to commit suicide and kill him, as well as Xiao Zhishan, would have to pay a price. Kneeling down won't solve all the problems. He was already being merciful by not letting anyone into a coffin. Yes. Gongsun Hong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the Xiao family. Young Master Ying is kind-hearted, but the eldest son of the Xiao family, your wife, and your son will have to pay the price. Should I take action, or should your Xiao family do it? The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard trembled and knelt there. Thank you for sparing our lives, young master. We will do it ourselves. He knew that the current situation was already the best possible outcome. The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard looked at his son with anger in his eyes. What a disgrace to his father and mother. Thank you, young master. Thank you, Senior Gongsun. We won't trouble you to do anything. A middle-aged man from the Shao family stood up, looking relieved. He walked to the middle-aged man with piercing eyes and a bushy beard, gritted his teeth, and said, Brother, I'm sorry, bang, bang, bang. With each punch, they crippled their limbs and shattered their bones. With Gongsun Hong watching over them, they didn't dare to try anything clever. Following closely behind was Xiao Zhishan's mother, that insidious woman, and finally Xiao Zhishan himself. He'll be crippled, completely crippled, with no hope for martial arts in the future, and may even have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Let's go, I still have business to do. Ying Shaolong glanced around and waved his hand. The Shao family breathed a sigh of relief and quickly got up, leaving at several times the speed they had come. They were terrified that the young master's anger might cause them all to perish here. In the world of martial arts, being able to leave safely is already the best possible outcome. Chapter 42 Godlike and Demon-like Medical Skills. The events at Longxian Pavilion did not attract much attention. Even some of the store's employees were unaware of the specifics before it all came to an end. The ending felt rather quick, even to Ying Shaolong. After lightning and thunder, dark clouds loomed over the city, but the downpour did not arrive. Boss, what happened in the store? I heard there's some trouble. Gongsun Hong didn't stay long and left after the matter was over. Sun Menghan came out of the office and asked in confusion. There was some trouble, but it's been resolved. Ying Shaolong didn't tell Sun Menghan the specifics. There is a barrier between the world of martial artists and the world of ordinary people. Ordinary people do not know about the world of martial artists, and martial artists cannot kill ordinary people at will. From Gongsun Hong, Ying Shaolong also learned that there are 5 special legions in the country, guarding the 4 borders to deal with martial artists and cultivators from other countries, and monitoring martial artists within the country to prevent them from indiscriminately killing innocent people. If a martial artist were to attack an ordinary person, it would be a disaster for that person. That's good. By the way, boss, school starts in a few days, and I probably won't be able to work then. Sun Menghan nodded and then said, her expression slightly reluctant. It's all right, Senior Menghan. You can continue being my secretary. Ying Shaolong shook his head. The store is now on track. Senior Menghan, you can come and check it out whenever you have free time in the evenings. Also, if I need anything else, I can ask you for help. It's not easy to find a secretary as beautiful as Senior Menghan. Senior Menghan has also helped him a lot, and he doesn't want to lose her because of the start of the semester. Is this a good idea? Sun Menghan's eyes lit up, but she quickly nodded. I'm fine with it. If the boss needs anything at school, he can come to me. Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded with a smile. Counting the days, there are only 3 days left before school starts, and he will be entering university and beginning his university life. University life is something to look forward to, especially now that I don't lack money. Going to university will be much easier, and I won't have to do part-time jobs anymore. Ying Shaolong was very much looking forward to it. The following morning, Ying Shaolong was leisurely feeding 2 dragonfish at the front desk when Gong Sun Hong suddenly arrived again. Young Mastering, Gong Sun Hong called out as he walked over. Old Hong, you seem to have a pretty leisurely life every day. Ying Shaolong looked at him and said with a smile. It's all right. Gong Sun Hong smiled and said, Young Mastering, this morning, the head of the Shao family came to me, wanting to apologize to you again. They brought a card and a piece of jade containing energy and asked me to give them to you. As Gong Sun Hong spoke, he handed over a bank card and a piece of jade no bigger than the palm of his hand. Ying Shaolong looked down at the jade stone and could sense a pure energy within it. What is this? He looked at it, a look of surprise on his face. Jade contains pure energy that martial artists can absorb. Young Mastering, this kind of jade is extremely rare. The entire Shao family probably doesn't have many pieces. Such a small piece of jade is worth several hundred million. Gong Sun Hong said, in addition, there is 600 million in this card. The Shao family has really gone all out. I hope Young Mastering can forgive and forget. Oh, Ying Shaolong was somewhat surprised. After crippling Shao Zhishan and his family of 3 yesterday, the Shao family sent nearly 1 billion yuan in compensation today. This made him sigh. Why is money no longer money? Ying Shaolong took the jade stone and sensed it. The entire piece of jade contains a considerable amount of energy, comparable to the energy it absorbed from hundreds of thousands of kilograms of fish. It can enable him to refine about 4 dragon bones. This was an unexpected surprise for him. What kind of people are Shao Zhishan and his parents? Ying Shaolong asked Gong Sun Hong as he looked at the apologies. Shao Zhishan can be considered a spoiled brat, arrogant and proud. This is actually quite common in martial arts families. After all, they are martial artists and consider themselves superior. Although they are petty, they have not done anything immoral. Gong Sun Hong replied. As for his father, he is a martial arts talent and the second strongest in the Shao family. If there are no accidents, he will take over the Shao family in the future. He has made some minor mistakes, but none of them are serious crimes. The Shao family has been quite sensible this time and knows to apologize again. Ying Shaolong nodded slightly, then called the Shao family over and have them bring Shao Zhishan and his family of 3 over. Young Mastering, you want to? Gong Sun Hong was slightly taken aback and looked at him. Since they haven't committed any major crimes, let's give them a chance to start anew, Ying Shaolong said calmly. Seeing how sensible the Shao family was, Ying Shaolong decided to help Shao Zhishan and the others recover their limbs. After all, the grudges between the 2 sides are not very serious. Young Mastering is kind. If I tell the Shao family, they will be very excited. Gong Sun Hong smiled and took out his phone to make a call to the Shao family. Less than half an hour later, 2 cars arrived from the Shao family's side. An elderly man walked over first and bowed deeply to Ying Shaolong. I am Shao Changfu. I am grateful to Young Mastering for being able to forgive past grievances and give my son and grandson a chance to start new. I am deeply grateful. Shao Changfu adopted a very humble attitude, his face full of sincerity. This made Ying Shaolong sigh again. In the martial arts world, the strong are respected. He had crippled his children and grandchildren, and now he had to thank him. It's more of a misunderstanding. Ying Shaolong waved his hand. Bring the person over to the office. Yes. Shao Changfu replied immediately. In the back, Shao Zhishan, sitting in a wheelchair, and his parents, who had already given up hope and felt their future was bleak, never expected that Ying Shao, who had severed their limbs, would heal them. This made them look at Ying Shaolong with a godlike or demonic gaze. Young Mastering, my son, grandson, and daughter-in-law have all their limbs shattered. It is extremely difficult for a martial artist's bones to recover. What kind of medicinal herbs do they need? My Shao family will prepare them. Upon entering the office, Shao Changfu respectfully asked. In the martial arts world, losing limbs is not simply a matter of broken bones. It means that the limbs are shattered. In such cases, unless there are powerful drugs and advanced medical skills, it is very difficult to recover. No need. Ying Shaolong shook his head and walked straight to the wheelchair of the middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard. The middle-aged man lowered his head and said respectfully, Young Mastering, we were blind to your greatness yesterday. Ying Shaolong didn't speak, but placed his hand on his shoulder, his eyes flashing with golden light as he examined the location of his wound. Buzz! Immediately afterwards, a surge of divine dragon power entered the middle-aged man's body, helping him restore his shattered bones. Shao Changfu watched in astonishment. He was very clear about his son's injuries. Such severe injuries could probably only be healed by top-tier doctors using special methods. Does this mysterious young Master Ying know medicine? Can he cure diseases? This young Master Ying is a miracle doctor? That seems unlikely. He's too young. The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard felt a tingling and numb sensation in his body. Soon, he felt that he could move his limbs again. Furthermore, I did not feel any discomfort when I exerted force. This caused an excited look to appear on his face, and he slowly stood up. Click-clack. Boom! He clenched his fist and slammed it forward. A gust of wind blew, and his face showed an expression of extreme excitement. Tears welled up in his eyes. Thank you, young Master Ying, for not holding a grudge against me and for helping me recover my limbs. The middle-aged man with tiger-like eyes and a bushy beard immediately knelt on the ground and bowed excitedly. Only those who have lost their limbs know the despair they feel. Now that he has recovered, he is incredibly excited and feels even greater awe for the young Master Ying standing before him. Standing to the side, Xiao Changfu also wore an incredulous expression. What kind of medical technique is this? Chapter 43 School Opening. Ying Shaolong didn't know anything about medicine, nor did he know anything about the legendary acupuncture. However, his dragon power is so domineering that it can heal any injury. Thank you, young Master Ying. After being cured, Xiao Zishan thanked Ying Shaolong respectfully, like a grandson. All right, keep a low profile from now on. Ying Shaolong waved to them, signaling them to leave. The Xiao family members bowed again, not daring to disturb them any further. Gong Sun Hong did not linger and left as well. Brother Gong Sun, what is the background of this young Master Ying? How can his medical skills be so strong? After leaving Longxian Pavilion, Xiao Changfu couldn't help but ask Gong Sun Hong. In just a few minutes, he healed his son and grandson's severe injuries so easily. His medical skills were simply miraculous. I don't know much about him either. Young Master Ying has been kind to me. Without him, I would be dead. Besides, young Master Ying's strength is beyond our imagination. Gong Sun Hong looked at him and answered calmly. Xiao Changfu nodded solemnly. He knew that someone like Ying Shao was not someone the Shao family could inquire about. This time, it was a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. I don't need to say anything more about this kind of thing in the future, do I? Xiao Changfu looked at his grandson and said coldly, Grandpa, I'll never do it again. Without his grandfather's reminder, Xiao Zishan decided to be more timid and low-key in the future, and if he encountered young Master Ying again, he would kneel down first before speaking. In just a few days, I have 1.1 billion in cash on hand. In the office of Longxian Pavilion, Ying Shaolong looked at the 2 bank cards in his hand and sighed inwardly. He wondered if he should buy a villa by the sea or a cruise ship. You could buy it, but you don't need to go in person. Just give it to Lao Hong. He murmured to himself, then looked at the jade stone that contained energy. Even a small piece of jade possesses a great deal of energy. This must be what is known as a rare and precious natural treasure. This treasure is extremely precious. Ying Shaolong held it in his hand and slowly refined it. After a full hour, the entire piece of jade turned to dust, and 5 dragon bones were refined from Ying Shaolong's body. However, there are still 201 pieces left to complete the entire refining process. After refining 5 dragon bones, he could clearly feel that his strength had increased again. However, he didn't know exactly how strong he was now. For the next 2 days, Ying Shaolong rested well in the store. I was busy at sea a lot the past few days, but now that I have some free time, I'm taking a good rest before school starts. Time quickly came to August 31st. Today is also the day for new students to register. Ying Shaolong has to go to university, even though he is now rich and has special abilities. Going to university is not only his dream, but also the expectation of his grandfather and brother. On the first day of registration for new students, Ying Shaolong didn't rush to go in the morning. In the afternoon, he rode his custom-made Harley towards Jianghai University. He had visited Jianghai University before when he picked up Sun Menghan, so he was quite familiar with it. New students are greeted and guided by senior students. When Ying Shaolong arrived at the dormitory with a senior student, the other 3 students were already there. Yo, everyone's here. Even the last guy in our dorm is here. Wow, he's so handsome. He's totally dethroned as the most handsome guy in our dorm. As soon as Ying Shaolong entered, a handsome young man, about 1.8 meters tall and dressed in a very trendy style, looked at him and greeted him with a smile. You haven't shaken my position as the fattest guy in the dorm. Inside, a fat guy who weighs at least 200 pounds grinned when he saw Ying Shaolong. Hello. The last, thin boy, wearing black glasses, wasn't very tall and looked very shy. He greeted Ying Shaolong in a low voice. Hee, hello everyone. Ying Shaolong smiled as he looked at his enthusiastic roommates. His 3 roommates all seemed quite nice. He continued to introduce himself. My name is Ying Shaolong. My name is Song Chun. Fatty's name is Su Yingren, and Glass's name is Zhang Minjing. That's what Song Chun, who calls himself the most handsome guy in the dorm, said with a smile. Hello. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded. We're gonna live together for the next 4 years. It's fate. We'll help you. Su Yingren and Song Chun both had social status certificates, so they immediately came over to helping Shaolong make the bed. Zhang Minjing was also embarrassed to sit down and helped with the arrangements. The bed sheets and such were all provided by the school. It's still summer, so it's quite simple. No need, I could do it myself. Ying Shaolong smiled as he looked at their enthusiasm. Don't mention it, brother. You're so handsome. You should find a girlfriend soon. Don't forget us then, and ask your wife to introduce us to her roommates and best friends. Su Yingren was quite chubby, and when he smiled, his eyes were just slits, which was very comical. Let's make it clear beforehand. Whoever finds a girlfriend first will be the big brother, and the big brother has to take care of the little brother. Su Yingren continued speaking. No problem. Picking up girls is my specialty. Song Chun said with a hint of arrogance. I have a lot of goddesses on my hard drive. I can share them with you guys later. You're just bragging. You're good at picking up girls. Why would you need to store goddesses on your hard drive? Su Yingren looked at him in disbelief. Ying Shaolong overheard their conversation and chuckled, finding the two quite amusing. All right, it's almost lunchtime. Let's go eat. It's on me today. After helping Ying Shaolong tidy up, the group cleaned up the place. Song Chun waved his hand and spoke with great enthusiasm. Sure, let's go. Su Yingren immediately replied, his face chubby, clearly a lazy bum. Ying Shaolong and Zhang Minjing had no objections, and the four of them walked down to the dormitory building. Beep beep. Just as Song Chun stepped out of the dormitory, he suddenly took out a car key and pressed it. A BMW 3 Series not far away made a sound. Isn't he handsome? He looked smugly at Ying Shaolong and the other two. So flashy? Driving a car while still in college? And a BMW at that. Su Yingren looked over and raised an eyebrow. How about it? The ultimate tool for picking up girls in college. I'm not bragging, but I'll definitely be the first in our dorm to get a girlfriend. Song Chun raised his head and said, come on, I'll drive you guys to the cafeteria. After I find a girlfriend, I'll help you guys find girlfriends too. If you can drive this car to show off. TCH, it's just a small BMW. I'll get you a 911 in a while. Su Yingren curled his lip. Then I'll let you guys drive a sport car too. Damn, fatty, don't brag. If you could get a 911, I'd wash your feet every day. Song Chun didn't believe him. He led them into the car and looked at Ying Shaolong and Zhang Minjing. How about it? My car is pretty cool, right? Today I'll take you to the cafeteria for lunch, and after military training, I'll take you out for a nice meal. He handsome. Ying Shaolong smiled slightly, feeling that this roommate was quite nice. Although he had some money, he was a very kind person. He didn't look down on them and even took them out to eat. He even let them drive his car. This person is acceptable, although his car and his wealth are nothing in Ying Shaolong's eyes. Chapter 44 Military Training, School Beauty Brings Water. Song Chun drove them to the school cafeteria in a very pretentious manner, and the group had dinner. Then, he drove the group around the school. For a student to be able to drive a BMW 3 Series at school is already quite impressive. They are able to surpass at least 95% of the students. The four of them explored the school grounds before heading back. You guys had a counselor on WeChat. We need to meet in front of the teaching building tomorrow morning. Also, keep an eye on our school's campus wall. There's all sorts of information on it, and lots of photos of upperclassmen. Wow, some people even confess their love on it. I wonder if there are any pretty girls in our class? I'm really looking forward to it. I'll have to take a good look tomorrow. What can we expect to see tomorrow? Everyone's wearing military training uniforms. We won't be able to tell anything out of them. You can only tell who's prettier when they're wearing military training uniforms. What do you know? Come on, Shaolong, Minjing, come watch some movies. Upon arriving at the dormitory, the lively Song Chun and Su Yingren started chatting, while Ying Shaolong and Zhang Minjing occasionally chimed in. Immediately, Song Chun pulled them over to admire the goddesses on his hard drive. The so-called 4 iron bonds in life are fighting together, studying together, sharing spoils together, and visiting brothels together. That's how male friendships work. The relationship develops very quickly. The four chatted until the lights were turned off before resting. The next morning, Ying Shaolong and his classmates put on their military training uniforms, ate breakfast, and headed towards the assembly point. When they arrived, more than half of the students in their class had already arrived. Ying Shaolong and his classmates majored in management. The gender ratio in the class was not very different, with a total of about 40 students. Everyone's wearing military training uniforms and hats. You can't see anything. Do you guys see any pretty girls in the class? Song Chun whispered to Ying Shaolong and the others. Get lost. We need to make a good impression on girls now. Staring at people will make them think we're perverts. Su Yingren glared at him. All right, stop being so thirsty, Ying Shaolong said to them speechlessly. Hello everyone. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm your counselor. My surname is Zhao. You should all have added me on WeChat by now, right? Not long after, the counselor arrived and said to all the students, everyone, come with me to the playground to begin our 20-day military training. The counselor led them to the playground where military training instructors were already standing in a row. Ying Shaolong and the others went over, stood in line, and waited quietly. Soon, the military training began. It's still summer, and the scorching sun is shining brightly overhead. Wearing military training uniforms is a considerable ordeal for the freshmen. Military training had no effect on Ying Shaolong whatsoever. With his current physique, he could endure not only the sun, but even being in fire for a long time. To his surprise, he found that the extremely obese Su Liyingren had not a single trace of sweat on his body. He raised an eyebrow, a golden light flashing in his pupils. Liyingren is a martial artist too? I never expected that. His eyes flickered with surprise. He hadn't expected that there would be a martial artist among his classmates. All right, everyone, take a 10-minute break. After an hour of training, the instructor clapped his hands and said, "Those who need to go to the restroom, go now. Those who are thirsty, drink some water. Ugh, I'm exhausted. The sun is so strong. God, please let it rain. I'm tired and thirsty, and the supermarket is a bit far from here. I don't want to move." Hey, the military training has only just begun. Seeing that there was no shady place around, the students could only sit down on the spot, each with a bitter face. On the first day of military training, the students had no experience, and not many brought water. Some students felt thirsty, but were even more tired, and the supermarket was far away, so they didn't want to move. What? I'm exhausted. Are you thirsty? Song Chun sat down and looked at Ying Shaolong and the others. Shall we go to the supermarket to buy some water? No, we're not very thirsty. Ying Shaolong and the others shook their heads. Then I'll go again, next time I have a break. Hey, fatty, this doesn't make sense. How come you're so fat and not sweating at all? Song Chun asked in surprise when he saw that Su Liyingren was so fat, but not sweating much. That's because you're weak. Fatty, I have good kidneys and a healthy body, Su Liyingren replied with a smile. This made Song Chun's face darken. He retorted a few times, and then started talking about which girl in the class was pretty and which was beautiful. Come on, students, we went to the supermarket and bought a case of water. We brought some for you. While the group rested for a few minutes, two boys carrying a case of water came over and said to them, "There are only 24 bottles. Ladies first. We boys are strong, so we'll have to wait." Wow, thank you, classmate. I was so thirsty. My classmate is so kind and considerate. Thank you. Upon hearing this, the group of girls immediately looked over and then expressed their gratitude with joy. This made the two boys raise their heads slightly, with broad smiles on their faces. Damn, these two guys. Song Chun looked over, his face darkening, and slowly uttered, "Simps, two simps." What a simp. He only brings it to girls. He's a pervert who can attract anyone. Su Liyingren echoed, shaking his head in frustration. How could I not have thought of that? The two boys handed out water to the girls one by one, and returned to the group amidst the girls' gratitude. Oh, why didn't I think of that? I should have bought water for the girls too. Around them, some boys watched this scene with envy and regret. This is about my happy university life for the next 4 years. Ying Shaolong shook his head slightly when he saw them. They were all a group of vibrant young people. Junior brother Shaolong. Just then, a voice reached his ears. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback and looked in the direction of the sound. About 10 meters to his right, senior student Sun Menghan waved to him. Ying Shaolong looked over, raised an eyebrow, and immediately got up and went over. What, Shaolong, what's going on? Song Chun and Su Liyingren immediately looked over and were slightly surprised when they saw Sun Menghan. Senior Menghan, what brings you here? Ying Shaolong walked over and asked her with a smile. Hee, of course I'm here to bring water to junior brother Shaolong. Dressed in an exquisite Chanel outfit, Sun Menghan looked at him with delight. I'm still Shaolong's secretary, and, as a secretary, I naturally have to do some things. Thank you, Senior Menghan. Ying Shaolong felt a little touched as he looked at the ice water she handed him. You're welcome, it's what I should do. Okay, I can't stay any longer, I have to go to class. Sun Menghan waved at him and skipped away happily. She had her own ulterior motives for bringing water this time. Ying Shaolong waved to her, took the water, and returned to his seat. However, when he turned around, he immediately saw that most of the students in the class were looking at him. What? Brother Long? Who is that senior? What? Brother Long. Song Chun immediately shouted. I know that senior. She's from a year before us. Her name is Sun Menghan. There are over 500 messages on our university's confession wall confessing to her. She's one of the most beautiful campus beauties at Jianghai University. A boy suddenly exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock as he looked at Ying Shaolong. The two boys who had just bought water were also slightly startled. Good grief, they're buying water to curry favor with the girls in their class. As a result, this boy in their class was personally brought water by the school's most beautiful female student. This? Chapter 45 Ying Shaolong from an impoverished family. The differences between people are quite significant. Ying Shaolong took a few sips of the drink that Sun Menghan had brought him, and then handed it to Song Chun. Boys don't care about these little details. Brother Long, from now on you're the boss of our dorm. You're the big brother. Song Chun took the drink and looked at him with envy. I knew Brother Long had extraordinary talent and the makings of an emperor. Sure enough, Brother Long, please tell me, how did you meet the school beauty's wife? Don't talk nonsense. Ying Shaolong shook his head. My relationship with Senior Sun Menghan is not what you think. We just happened to meet while working temporary jobs during the summer vacation. He'll probably be a girlfriend soon. Otherwise, why would Senior Sun Menghan come to bring Brother Long water? Wow, we're so envious. Su Yingren also exclaimed exaggeratedly. With Brother Long's handsome looks, winning over the school beauty will be no problem. Brother Long, the happiness of us brothers is now in your hands. Get lost, Ying Shaolong said speechlessly, waving his hand at them. Around him, some boys would occasionally glance over, and upon hearing his words, their faces would be full of envy. I should have taken a temporary job during the summer vacation. Maybe I'll run into the school beauty queen. This boy in our class is really handsome. Some girls also looked at Ying Shaolong and whispered among themselves. A few minutes later, the military training started again. The morning's military training had just ended when Ying Shaolong received a message from Sun Menghan. Sun Menghan, Shaolong, want to grab lunch together? I can recommend a good food stall in our school cafeteria. Ying Shaolong, sure, but a few guys from my dorm might have to come along. Sun Menghan, it's okay, let's go together. Ying Shaolong, okay. Bang. Ying Shaolong patted Su Liangren's broad shoulder. Come on, Senior Sun Menghan invited me to have dinner together. Let's go. Wow, Brother Long, you said Sun Menghan, the school beauty, isn't your boyfriend? She even invited you to lunch. Upon hearing this, Su Liangren put his arm around Ying Shaolong and looked at him with envy. Brother Long, can you teach us how to pick up girls? Song Chen quickly asked. Get out. The group walked toward the cafeteria, chatting and laughing, while behind them, a group of boys in the class watched with envy. Having lunch with Sun Menghan in the cafeteria at noon attracted a lot of attention. Sun Menghan was a famous school beauty, and her sudden dinner with a freshman caused quite a stir. Senior Menghan, you're so popular. If looks could kill, I feel like I would have been killed many times over. Feeling the gazes of some boys around him, Ying Shaolong couldn't help but speak. Sun Menghan smiled and said, Junior Shaolong is very handsome. He will attract a lot of girls in the future. Here, try this. It's very delicious. As she spoke, she placed a dish on Ying Shaolong's plate. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded. Wah, pick up some food, see? Pick up some food. Su Yingren, Song Chun, and Zhang Minjing, who were watching the couple, felt even more jealous when they saw Sun Menghan, the school beauty, serving food to Ying Shaolong. I see. Come on, Minjing, Xiaochen, let me serve you some food. Get lost. Your drool is all over your chopsticks. Who's going to eat the food you pick up? 3 single guys were fighting amongst themselves on the side. Ying Shaolong didn't seem to care. When he called Sun Menghan to eat at Longxian Pavilion, she initially thought the food was too expensive and was reluctant to eat it, so Ying Shaolong picked out food for her. Later, Sun Menghan would also serve her food and peel seafood. Ying Shaolong finished his meal amidst the envy of many, then waved goodbye to Sun Menghan. Sun Menghan happily skipped away. She could hear some of the comments from her classmates, but she didn't care. She even deliberately invited Ying Shaolong today. It was a little bit of her girlish scheming. Declare sovereignty. Shaolong, my junior, is mine. Wow, Brother Long is famous. Brother Long, you're famous on our school wall. A lot of people are talking about you having lunch with the school beauty Sun Menghan, and how she even served you food and brought you water. Not long after the group returned to their dormitory, Ying Shaolong lay down on his bed to rest when Song Chen's exclamation came from below. I saw it too. The photos are even posted on the school's wall. They look so good together in the photos. Su Yingren then shouted, I'm so envious I could cry. Many seniors at our school say they've broken up with their boyfriends. Brother Long is going to become public enemy number 1. Someone has even dug up Brother Long's name and class. Several people called out, and Ying Shaolong, out of curiosity, took out his phone and opened the school website. Sure enough, today's hot topic is him and Sun Menghan. The initial post discussed their relationship, but later someone dug up his personal information. There was even a freshman who claimed to be from the same city and high school as Ying Shaolong, who gave a detailed account of Ying Shaolong's situation. This includes family circumstances, such as the death of both parents or living in poverty. There were many replies to this post, including quite a few malicious ones. He glanced at it, but didn't pay any attention. What? Someone's being sarcastic. Damn it. They actually slandered our Brother Long. I have to give them peace of my mind. Come on, let's start a thread and take them down. Su Yingren and his group also saw the post and were somewhat angry. This was clearly a case of doxing and cyberbullying, and Song Chun, Su Yingren, and Zhang Minjing immediately joined in to fight back. Don't worry about it, Ying Shaolong said to them. People who criticize him are just jealous of him. There's no need to bother with such people. We have to take them down. Su Yingren and the others were unwilling, and they typed furiously on their computers. Awesome. That post was deleted by the administrator. Not long after, Song Chun and his team won a great victory and said with a smile, Jianghai University is a key university after all. How could it allow doxing of other students? Besides, there are still many high-quality students in the school who speak up for Ying Shaolong. However, in just one day, the name Ying Shaolong became a minor sensation at Jianghai University. During the afternoon military training, some classmates were also talking about Ying Shaolong. Although my family wasn't well off, I was lucky, someone said enviously. It's no use. Senior Sun Menghan and him are probably just ordinary friends. After all, with Senior Sun Menghan's looks, she could easily find a rich second-generation heir. Someone said sourly. With Ying Shaolong's keen hearing, he could hear everything clearly. However, he may have been genuinely poor before, but now, sorry to say, he has over 1.1 billion in his account. Is this what you call being from a poor family? He found it somewhat amusing. Perhaps this was what it meant to keep one's achievements hidden. Military training lasts all day, and there are still group activities in the evening. On the first night, the students introduced themselves to each other and got to know each other. During military training, all we did was train, eat, and sleep. There were no other activities. The next 2 days of military training helped Ying Shaolong adapt to university life. It's finally raining. God has opened his eyes. We don't have to do military training tonight. On the third day, it rained lightly during the day and then poured at night. The students in military training received good news. The night training was canceled. This excited everyone. Guys, I have some good news for you. I've arranged to get together with Yuan Ziokin and her dorm mates from our class. It's on me today. Chapter 46. Luckily, it didn't hit the motorcycle, but it did hit the BMW. Song Chun is a restless person and a well-known social butterfly in the class. In addition, he came from a well-off family and was good-looking. In just 2 days, he added all the girls in his class on WeChat. Wow, a get-together with Yuan Ziokin's dorm? Chunga is awesome. Yuan Ziokin is pretty, and most importantly, Kai Qianqian is in the same dorm as her. Kai Qianqian is the prettiest girl in our class. Su Liangren's eyes lit up as he excitedly said, it's already arranged. They both agreed. Yuan Ziokin and Kai Qianqian are arguably the 2 prettiest girls in our class. We'll see who has the best skills. Song Chun chuckled, his eyes shining. Brother Chun, which one do you like? Su Liangren asked him. I still think Yuan Ziokin is cuter, Song Chun replied. I think Kai Qianqian is more attractive. She has over 1 million followers on Douyin, and her figure is really hot. Su Liangren commented with a lecherous look. Kai Qianqian looks like the kind of worldly girl who's hard to handle, Song Chun analyzed, then casually waved his hand. Brother Long, Minjing, let's go out to eat today, I'll drive. You're driving? A car can only carry 5 people at most, and there are 8 of us from both dorms. What? You can't take girls with you. Let's walk, okay? How ungrateful. Su Yingren stared at him with wide eyes. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Song Chun looked at him speechlessly. I think so. Su Yingren nodded, as if to say, you're right. I have a motorcycle here that can carry 1 person. The 6 of you can squeeze in, Ying Shaolong said from the side. What? Brother Long also has a motorcycle? That's perfect. It'll be great to squeeze in. Song Chen's eyes lit up. Brother Pang, you drive later. I'll squeeze in with the girls in the back. Get lost, let's go. Let's hurry over while the rain isn't too heavy now. Otherwise, it won't be convenient for Brother Long to ride his motorcycle when the rain gets heavier. Ok. As they talked, the group headed downstairs. Song Chun drove them towards the girls' dormitory. Although it was very close to Jianghai University Street, he wanted to show off, so he naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to do so while driving. Ying Shaolong also followed behind their vehicles on his motorcycle. I've already messaged Yuan Ziokin, and they'll be coming down soon. Arriving at the girls' dormitory, Song Chun got off the car and said to Ying Shaolong behind him, looking at his motorcycle with a surprised expression, Wow, Brother Long, your motorcycle looks pretty cool. Not bad. Ying Shaolong smiled. Handsome, so handsome. Song Chun looked at it and said, I'll get one too. I don't know much about motorcycles, Brother Long. Can you introduce me to some? I don't really understand either. Ying Shaolong shook his head. Hey, Song Chun, you guys actually came by car? Just then, 4 girls walked over from the front and said in surprise when they saw them. The 4 girls changed out of their military uniforms and into their own clothes, and they looked noticeably prettier after dressing up. 2 of the girls were rather ordinary looking, while the other 2 were quite attractive. The 4 girls, Yuan Ziokin and Kai Qianqian, were visibly surprised when they saw Song Chen's car. Yes, I was worried about heavy rain tonight, so I drove to pick you up. Song Chen walked over with a smile. We happen to have a car and a motorcycle so we can squeeze in. Song Chen, we didn't know you had a car. Gu Jiangxiu from our class just invited us to dinner. He said he had a car and could pick us up. We were worried about heavy rain tonight, so we asked him to come along. Of the 4 girls, Kai Qianqian, who had the best figure, looked at Song Chun and said, We're all in the same class, it's okay, right? Song Chun frowned slightly, then quickly smiled and nodded. It's okay, it's okay. Kai Kian. At this moment, a voice came from behind, and a young man got out of the car and walked towards them. He glanced at Song Chun, then at the BMW 3 Series, and raised an eyebrow. Not bad, Song Chun. You actually have a car? And a 3 Series at that, worth over 300,000 yuan. Not bad at all. It's alright. Song Chun looked at him, her gaze falling on his car, and her expression instantly turned sour. The other car was also a BMW, but it was a BMW 5 Series, a class higher than his. Let's go eat together, Kai Qianqian. You guys ride in my car. Mine is a better car. Gu Jiangxia smiled slightly, then glanced at Ying Shaolong sitting on the motorcycle, his face showing surprise. Hey, Ying Shaolong, you have a motorcycle? But there's going to be a downpour tonight. If it rains, you'll be soaked to the bone. If I had known you were driving, I wouldn't have ridden. Ying Shaolong looked at him and shrugged indifferently. Although motorcycles don't provide shelter from the wind and rain, and are cheap, they're pretty cool. Gu Jiangxia said calmly, a hint of jealousy flashing across her face as she looked at the handsome Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong was recognized as the most handsome and had the best temperament in the class. Moreover, on the first day of military training, the school beauty son Menghan brought him water and ate with him. This made many boys in the class extremely jealous. Fortunately, his family was not well off. Nowadays, family background is a very important indicator and criterion for judging a boy. Hearing his words, Ying Shaolong smiled faintly, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It is quite cheap. It's enough to get around. Brother Long, let's go. Song Chen's expression darkened when he heard Gu Jiangxia's veiled criticism of them and his attempt to elevate himself. Ying Shaolong nodded, having no intention of arguing with such a person. Come on, ladies, get in my car. With a slightly arrogant smile on his face, Gu Jiang spoke to the group of girls, then walked to his car and started it. Boom! After starting the engine, he deliberately revved the engine to make a noise. Damn it! What are you pretending for? Su Yingran was annoyed by Gu Jiangxi's smile and said in a low voice, if I didn't want to lose face in front of girls, I would definitely knock him out with one punch. Let's go, he's just a clown. Ignore him. Ying Shaolong shook his head at them. Hey, move aside, move aside. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from ahead. Ying Shaolong and the others looked over and saw a girl practicing riding an electric bike with a young man protecting her beside her. It was probably Gu Jiangxia's sudden acceleration that startled the girl, causing the electric scooter to rush towards them. Careful, baby, let go. The boy next to him changed his expression slightly and quickly grabbed the handlebars to change direction. Bump. The electric car's inertia caused it to crash directly into Gu Jiangxia's BMW, making a collision sound. When Song Chun and the others saw this, they immediately revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Gu Jiangxia's expression changed drastically as soon as he started the car. He quickly got out of the car, and Kai Qianqian and the others followed him out. Oh, Brother Song, we've hit this BMW. The girl practicing cycling was startled and turned pale as she spoke to the boy. It's alright, it's not a big problem. The boy quickly helped the girl up and comforted her, continuing, luckily, I reacted quickly and changed direction, so I didn't hit the motorcycle on the side. If I hit this BMW 5 Series, I can afford to pay for it. Gu Jiangxia had just gotten out of the car when she heard what the boy said. She was stunned and her face turned ugly. What does this mean? Luckily, it didn't hit the motorcycle, but it did hit his BMW 5 Series. Chapter 47, you don't actually think the waiter will give you face, do you? What do you mean by that? Gu Jiangxia stared at the boy, her expression unpleasant, and said in a cold, displeased voice. What do you mean by saying you reacted quickly and didn't crash into the motorcycle next to you, but instead crashed into his BMW? What does this mean? Around them, Yuan Zhaoqin and Kai Qianqian also looked over in surprise. Cough, cough. The boy was a little embarrassed and gave an awkward smile. Brother, I didn't mean anything by it. It was my girlfriend's fault. Look at how much it was scratched, how much it will cost to repair the paint. We'll pay for it. Damn it. This BMW 5 Series costs 500,000, and this piece of paint repair will cost at least 1,000. Gu Jiangxia glanced at the scratched area and said coldly, why did you have to crash into my car? Hurry up and pay for it. We have other things to do. It's not like we're not going to compensate you. Seeing his expression, the boy pursed his lips, took out his phone, and transferred money to him. Oh, Brother Song, even a little bit of paint scratch will cost you 1,000 yuan to pay, a girl standing nearby said with some concern. That's about the price. The boy nodded, then smiled and said humorously, if you had hit the motorcycle on the side just now, let alone 1,000, even 10,000 might not have been enough to stop it. Luckily, I reacted quickly and made you hit this BMW instead. Huh, how could his motorcycle cost so much? The girl asked in disbelief. Don't even look at what kind of motorcycle this is. It's a Harley-Davidson Overseas custom version. This kind of special customization would cost no less than $1 million. Judging from the configuration on his motorcycle, It's worth at least 1.5 million. The boy nodded, introduced her, and continued humorously. So we just lost 10,000 or 20,000 less, which is equivalent to making a profit, hee. Wow, a motorcycle is so expensive. The girl was shocked and couldn't help but look at the Harley motorcycle next to Ying Shaolong. What? The boy's words startled Song Chun, Kai Qian, and the others, who looked at Ying Shaolong and his motorcycle with shocked expressions. Wow, Brother Long, your motorcycle is worth 1.5 million. Song Chun exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but ask. More or less. Ying Shaolong nodded indifferently. He didn't hide anything, nor was there anything to hide. Ying Shaolong is the kind of person who doesn't flaunt his wealth, but he's not a cowardly player who just tries to grow his wealth passively. He doesn't care whether others know he has money or not. Wow, Brother Long, you've been hiding your true strength. Su Yingren was also dumbfounded. So, this motorcycle of yours could buy 3 of Gu Jiangxia's motorcycles? Almost. Su Yingren emphasized the words 3 cars, and Ying Shaolong nodded with a smile. Didn't people say that Ying Shaolong came from a poor family? One of the girls in Yuan Ziokin's dormitory couldn't help but say, her mouth agape. The school walls all say that Ying Shaolong's family is poor. How can someone from a poor family afford a motorcycle worth 1.5 million? Kai Qian and the others also looked at Ying Shaolong with flickering eyes. This motorcycle is yours. Gu Jiangxia was speechless and couldn't believe it. What do you think? Could it possibly be yours? Ying Shaolong looked at him and laughed. This caused Gu Jiangxia's expression to change constantly. A poor family? This is a damn poor family? Brother Long is awesome. Brother Long is really a hidden master. I'm not going to ride Song Chin's beat-up car anymore. I want to ride Brother Long's motorcycle. Su Yingren said excitedly. Get lost with your weight. Take a car and hurry up and leave before it rains. My motorcycle doesn't protect you from the wind and rain. Ying Shaolong glared at him and said speechlessly. Okay, everyone, let's go quickly. We're all hungry. Su Yingren smiled and said to the group of girls. They felt triumphant at that moment. What they had just witnessed was simply exhilarating. Gu Jiangxia then used his own car to show off. Are you not installing it anymore? Okay, let's go. Kai Qian and the others looked at Ying Shaolong and nodded. Come on, it's my treat today. I'll treat everyone to a good meal. Gu Jiang smiled sternly, gritted his teeth, and said to them before getting into the car and leading the way. He wasn't originally planning to treat everyone today, but he felt embarrassed and wanted to get back at them. As the vehicle drove out of the school, Ying Shaolong paused for a moment when he parked it in front of a seafood restaurant on Jianghai University Street. Dragon Fresh Pavilion. Is he inviting them to eat at his restaurant? Ying Shaolong parked the car to the side and walked towards the crowd in front of him. Wow, Gu Jiangxia is treating us to dinner at Longxian Pavilion. It's a nationally renowned seafood restaurant, and the prices there are shockingly high. Gu Jiangxia is too generous. A meal here would cost at least 4 or 5,000 yuan. He's rich. As he walked over, he heard the surprised voices of Yuan Ziokin and the other 3 girls. Gu Jiangxia is really generous, treating us to this assassin's restaurant. Song Chan waved to Ying Shaolong and whispered to him. A meal at this restaurant for all of us will cost at least 4 or 5,000. This kid must have been discouraged by Brother Long, so he's going all out to save face, Su Yingren said with a smile. Everyone's here now. Gu Jiangxia smiled broadly again and waved to Ying Shaolong and the others. Let's eat at Longxian Pavilion today. It's on me. Okay, I was going to treat you today, but since you're going to treat, then go ahead and treat me. Song Chen looked at him and nodded. He really couldn't afford to treat him to a meal at Longxian Pavilion. I'll come again next time. When I'm treating the beauties in my class to dinner, we naturally have to go to the most top-notch and luxurious seafood restaurant in Jianghai City, Longxian Pavilion, right? My family took me there once when school started, and the food was delicious. Gu Jiangxia smiled faintly and then looked at the girls. I may not be very rich, but I'm different from others. I'm quite generous, and I spend as much as I can on my friends. Gu Jiangxia, you're being too generous. It's making us all feel embarrassed, a girl said, her eyes sparkling as she looked at him. It's nothing, let's go. Gu Jiang waved his hand with a smile. I'm tired of eating cafeteria food every day. Let's have some seafood today. Thank you for treating Gu Jiangxia. You're such a kind person. Several girls followed behind, laughing and thanking them. That bastard knows he's not as rich as Brother Long, so he pretends to be generous. This kid's pretty smart. Song Chun said disdainfully, and the group followed behind him into the store. Ying Shaolong smiled. Although Gu Jiang's joke contained a hidden meaning, his boasting about Longxian Pavilion meant they were good friends. I'm sorry, sir. The restaurant is full. You will need to wait. There are currently 8 tables ahead of you in the waiting area. There are still 8 tables left? How long will it take? It will take at least 40 minutes, but we can't be sure about that. Oh, it'll take this long. Ying Shaolong and his group followed behind. As soon as they entered the store, they heard the conversation between the waiter and them. Gu Jiangxia's expression was rather unpleasant at the moment. He had promised to treat everyone at Longxian Pavilion, but now he had to wait in line for at least 40 minutes. What's the point of eating this? They needed to go back to their dorm that night, but they couldn't wait much longer. Good grief, they invited us to dinner, but didn't even bother to book a table in advance. Now we're in an awkward situation, Su Liangren said with a smug look. Let's forget about it then. Let's go eat somewhere else. Longxian Pavilion is too popular. Several girls expressed their regret, smiled at Gu Jiang, and turned to leave. Gu Jiangxia nodded helplessly. Let's eat here. I'll let the waiter know. When Ying Shaolong saw them about to come out, he spoke to them. The girls were slightly taken aback. Gu Jiangxia was also taken aback. Then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Ying Shaolong, what are you thinking? This is Longxian Pavilion, the most luxurious seafood restaurant in the country. Cutting in line is not allowed here. A few days ago, there was a post online that 2 internet celebrities with millions of followers couldn't even cut in line. I even heard that yesterday, a celebrity had to wait in line. Here, no matter who you are or how rich you are, you have to wait in line when the place is full. You want to tell the waiter? Do you think the waiter will give you face? Gu Jiang smiled and shook his head. Chapter 48. Hello, boss. Gu Jiangxia felt a deep envy towards Ying Shaolong, who was both handsome and wealthy. He won't let go of the opportunity to strike at Ying Shaolong. What kind of place is Longxian Pavilion? This is a unique seafood restaurant in China, offering the finest seafood. Furthermore, there are rumors online that if Longxian Pavilion is full, everyone has to queue, regardless of how big an internet celebrity or how famous a star you are. He admitted that Ying Shaolong might not be from the poor family they imagined, and that someone who could afford a 1.5 million yuan motorcycle was no ordinary person. But compared to Longxian Pavilion, what is it? Forget it, Ying Shaolong. Let's go eat somewhere else. Kai Qianqian looked at Ying Shaolong with a flicker in her eyes and spoke. Su Yingren and Song Chun also tugged at his arm. Ying Shaolong glanced at Gu Jiangxio, smiled, and shook his head. He looked at the busy waiter at the front desk, waved and called out, Hey Xiaoa, take us to the private room. The busy receptionist was slightly taken aback when she heard the familiar voice. Seeing Ying Shaolong's delighted expression, she quickly came over and said, Okay, boss, you haven't been to the store for several days. I've been in military training lately, so I haven't had time. Ying Shaolong smiled. I just happened to be having dinner with my classmates today. Boss, you should come often. The hostess smiled, then looked at Kai Qianqian, Su Yingren, and their group, and politely gestured, Distinguished guests, please come in. This. Ying Shaolong chatted and laughed with the waiter. This left Kai Qianqian, Su Yingren, Gu Jiangxia, and the others stunned. They listened to the conversation between the waitress and Ying Shaolong, and watched her enthusiastic welcome, and were somewhat stunned. Boss, is Ying Shaolong the owner of this Longxian Pavilion? This? What, Brother Long, what else are you hiding from me? Su Yingren walked to his side with burning eyes and grabbed his arm. Get lost. Let go of me right now, and stay away from me. Ying Shaolong's face darkened when he saw Su Liangren's burning gaze and the fat, oily hand gripping him, and he shook him off. Daddy Dragon, what? Daddy Dragon, you're actually the owner of Dragon Fresh Pavilion? My God. Song Chun immediately gave Ying Shaolong a super seniority, staring at him with a shocked expression and exclaiming, Let's go, don't embarrass ourselves here. Ying Shaolong glanced at them with disdain and quickened his pace toward the private room. My God, I never imagined that Ying Shaolong was such a well-hidden rich kid. Several girls' eyes flickered, and their expressions were somewhat excited. Ying Shaolong owns a motorcycle worth over 1 million yuan, which led them to believe that his family must be very wealthy. However, they never expected that the Longxian Pavilion was also owned by his family. Of course, in their eyes, this store was owned by Ying Shaolong's family. They would never have imagined that someone their age would own a seafood store that was popular all over the country. Gu Jiangxia's expression began to drift off. Ying Shaolong is actually the young master of Longxian Pavilion. If you're treating someone, you'll have to wait a long time. But Ying Shaolong just says one thing and tells you to go straight to the private room. He just mock you, saying, You don't actually think the waiter will give you face, do you? He also sarcastically added that even internet celebrities shouldn't try to cut in line. Result? His face darkened, and he wished he could disappear into the ground. I followed them into the private room in a daze. Brother Long is awesome. Even internet celebrities and stars have to queue up for this restaurant. Brother Long took us to such a luxurious private room with just one sentence. As soon as Gu Jiangxia entered the private room, he heard Song Chin's slightly sarcastic words. As Song Chin spoke, he looked at Gu Jiangxio with a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth. How about it, Gu Jiangxio? Isn't our Brother Long awesome? Awesome, Brother Long is awesome. Song Chun looked extremely embarrassed. He took a deep breath and forced himself to agree. Based on Ying Shaolong's current performance, he is far superior to him. The other party completely crushed him. There was no way he could argue with it. When Song Chun and Su Yingren saw him admit defeat, they laughed heartily. Ying Shaolong, your family is so rich. I never expected that the young master of Longxian Pavilion is actually our classmate. The group entered the private room, and whether Kai Qianqian did it intentionally or unintentionally, she sat down next to him and looked at him as she spoke. It's all right, it's all right. Ying Shaolong shook his head modestly. Brother Long is too low-key. A typical case of playing dumb to fool others, Song Chun exclaimed from the side, then excitedly added, we're going to take advantage of the big spender today. It's not that I'm being low-key, it's that you're always thinking about showing off. Ying Shaolong joked with Song Chun, then looked at the waiter beside him and ordered, bring a 6-pound lobster, 9 butter crabs, 1 half-head abalone, and let the kitchen mix and match the rest. Yes, boss, the waiter replied immediately. In Longxian Pavilion, this private room is not open to the public. It is reserved by Ying Shaolong to entertain his own people. All 3 roommates are nice, and he's not a stingy person. Besides, this amount of money is nothing. Ahem, Brother Long, I was just trying to highlight your understated luxury and refined taste, wasn't I? Song Chun chuckled, his eyes shining with curiosity as he asked. Brother Long, how much does a 6-pound lobster, 9 butter crabs, and 1 half-head abalone cost in your restaurant? Half the price of your car, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. Damn, I'm not talking anymore, I have to eat a lot later. Song Chun exclaimed with wide eyes. Luckily, I can eat a lot. Su Yingren patted his fat belly, his eyes narrowing into slits. So, this meal today will cost over 10,000? My God! Yuan Ziokin and the other girls were shocked. They looked at Ying Shaolong and thanked him, saying, thank you, Ying Shaolong. This is the first time we've ever eaten such an expensive meal. It's probably the most expensive meal we've ever eaten in our lives. Ying Shaolong is really amazing. He's a good person and handsome. None of my former rich second-generation classmates can compare to him. Kai Qianqian's eyes lit up slightly as she continued. This meal is so expensive. I could barely afford 1 meal with the money I earn in 2 months. Her words surprised everyone. Song Chun looked at her in shock. Wow, Kai Qianqian, you're amazing. It's all right, I have over 1 million followers on Douyin now. Kai Qianqian nodded with a smile. Of course, it can't compare to Ying Shaolong. You two are both really amazing, a girl said enviously. They were all classmates, and soon they started chatting enthusiastically, with most of the conversation revolving around Ying Shaolong and Kai Qianqian. After all, the two of them are the best. As for Gu Jiangxia, he sat there somewhat awkwardly, occasionally interjecting a few words. The food is here, everyone, please eat first. Soon, dishes were served one after another, and Ying Shaolong gestured to everyone. Wait a minute, Brother Long. Let me take a picture to commemorate this, and then post it on my WeChat moments to show off. Yes, this meal costs over 100,000 yuan. We must keep it as a souvenir. As Song Chun spoke, several girls echoed her, taking out their phones to take pictures and posting them on their WeChat moments. All right, let's eat. I can't wait. After everyone finished taking photos, Su Liangren rolled up his sleeves. Okay, let's eat. Ying Shaolong nodded. 1 butter crab for everyone. Is this yellow oil crab 2,000 yuan apiece? Yuan Ziokin asked, picking up one. More or less. Ying Shaolong nodded. Ying Shaolong, let me peel it for you. I'm good at peeling crabs. Kai Qianqian, who was sitting next to him, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 49, Rejecting the Class Beauty's Confession. Kai Qianqian suddenly offered to peel crabs for Ying Shaolong, which surprised him slightly. No need, thank you. Ying Shaolong shook his head. I'll do it myself. How can I let a girl do it? It's all right. Kai Qianqian shook her head and insisted. Ying Shaolong treated us to such a lavish meal. Of course I have to do my part. Seeing her insistence, Ying Shaolong had no choice but to accept it. Around them, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others watched this scene with envy. Kai Qianqian was voted the class beauty by the boys in her class, and as a social media influencer with over 1 million followers, she was coveted by many boys. Now that the class beauty is peeling crabs for Ying Shaolong, how can they not be envious? Xiao Chun, let me peel it for you. Su Yingren looked at Song Chun and said, preparing for the single people to stick together for warmth. Get lost. I'm afraid you'll eat me if I peel it. Song Chun refused him ruthlessly. Ying Shaolong shook his head speechlessly, and then the group continued eating and chatting. Kai Qianqian clearly had feelings for Ying Shaolong, chatting with him from time to time and keeping her eyes on him. Ask him how to eat this seafood, how to eat that seafood. Ying Shaolong couldn't refuse, so he answered them one by one. The meal ended with everyone feeling satisfied. When they came out, it was raining heavily. Ying Shaolong left his motorcycle in the shop and rode back to his dormitory in Song Chen's BMW. I really envy Brother Long. He's rich and handsome. Kai Qianqian has clearly taken a liking to him. Look how attentive she is to him during dinner. Wow, is Brother Long going to win over the class beauty? As soon as they got back to the dorm, Song Chun and the others started discussing it. I can't help it if he's handsome, Ying Shaolong smiled. Brother Long, looking at Kai Qianqian, you could easily win her over with just a flick of your wrist. Su Yingren said from the side. Forget it. Ying Shaolong shook his head. I have no feelings for Kai Qianqian. Although Kai Qianqian isn't as pretty as Sun Menghan, the school beauty, she's still pretty good, especially since she's an internet celebrity. She earns nearly 100,000 yuan a month from live streaming. She's a rich woman, Song Chen said. Ying Shaolong was indeed indifferent to Kai Qianqian. Kai Qianqian had a good figure, and her looks far surpassed most girls. But compared to senior student Sun Menghan, she is far inferior. Another point is that Song Chen and his friends think that Kai Qianqian being an internet celebrity is a plus, as she can earn nearly 100,000 yuan a month from live streaming. But he can't accept that. Kai Qianqian's DM videos are all of her self-dancing, attracting a large number of older men with her figure. Ying Shaolong even felt disgusted by this. If I were Brother Long, I would date Sun Menghan, the school beauty, on one hand, and Kai Qianqian on the other, becoming a dashing playboy. Su Yingren longed for it. You're out of the question, wake up. I, on the other hand, am a possibility, Su Chen retorted. Zhang Minjing, who was not good with words, smiled and said, Brother Long has become a hit in our class. Everyone in the group is talking about him now. A motorcycle costs 1.5 million. A meal he treats us to costs over 100,000, and he's the young master of Longxian Pavilion. Brother Long is practically the legendary Prince Charming. It's no wonder he's so popular in our class. If I were a girl, I would have drugged Brother Long. Song Chen spoke up. Ying Shaolong looked at him speechlessly, then looked at the class group chat. Unlike the hype of the previous days, today Ying Shaolong treated Kai Qianqian, Yuan Ziokin, and the other girls from his dorm to dinner, and the girls, along with Song Chun, posted about it on their WeChat moments. This naturally caused a huge sensation in the class group. In particular, his classmates all thought that Ying Shaolong came from a poor family. It turned out he was the young master of Longxian Pavilion, and he spent over 100,000 yuan treating Kai Qianqian and her dorm to a meal. A meal costing tens of thousands of yuan is simply a pipe dream for them, who are still freshmen. This shocked the students in the class group chat, who discussed how awesome Ying Shaolong was. Having money naturally attracts attention. Ying Shaolong glanced at the messages in the group, but didn't pay them any mind. Not long after, Kai Qianqian sent him a message and asked to chat. Ying Shaolong gave a perfunctory reply and then said he was going to sleep and rest. The next day, the rain stopped and the sun came out again, blazing down. Everyone started gathering in the morning. The young master of Longxian Pavilion is handsome and rich. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Is senior son Menghan his girlfriend? Do I still have a chance? I heard that's not true, but with senior son Menghan being so beautiful, becoming Ying Shaolong's girlfriend probably won't be that easy. Some of the girls were talking quietly. The other students in the class also glanced at Ying Shaolong from time to time. Some classmates even took the initiative to greet him. Ying Shaolong responded with a smile to each one. The crowd quieted down only after the military training began. 10-minute break. The instructor called out after an hour of training. Phew, I can finally rest. The students cheered and sat down on the playground. Hee, I'll go get Ziokin a bottle of water. Ying Shaolong and the others sat down directly, with familiar people sitting in a circle and chatting. Song Chun suddenly stood up, chuckled, took out the drinks he had prepared, and walked towards Yuan Ziokin. You beast! Are you already making your move? Su Yingren looked over and muttered enviously. I'll go get some water for Qing Qing. Another boy nearby also set off. After these few days, the students in the class have a pretty good understanding of each other. Some of the bolder, more youthful-spirited individuals have already identified their targets and begun taking action. In college, guys need to take the initiative to get results. Tisk tisk, speaking of which, where's my spring? Su Liangren's gaze swept around, and he muttered to himself, I need to lock onto a target as soon as possible, otherwise all the good cabbages will be eaten by pigs. If the ones in my class don't work, I'll have to look in other classes. Upon hearing his words, Ying Shaolong shook his head speechlessly. They're all incredibly thirsty. Ying Shaolong, here's some water. Just then, a figure walked up to Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong looked up and saw Kai Qianqian holding a bottle of water, handing it to him with a big smile. I'll go. Did our class beauty bring water to Ying Shaolong? This scene was witnessed by all the students around, who were all dumbfounded. Now, in the class, it's always the boys who bring water to the girls. The meaning is self-evident. They both wanted to pursue each other. However, their class beauty, Kai Qianqian, actually brought water to Ying Shaolong. What does this mean? Is the class beauty trying to pursue Ying Shaolong? A woman pursuing a man? All the boys in the class looked on with envy. It's so sour, so incredibly sour. It's even more sour than eating a lemon. Thanks. Ying Shaolong was also taken aback, but he waved his hand and said, I'm not thirsty. You can drink it yourself. His refusal startled Kai Qianqian. Her expression froze, and after a few seconds of hesitation, she forced a smile. Okay. Kai Qianqian never expected that Ying Shaolong would reject her in public. The rest of the students in the class were also dumbfounded. Good heavens, good heavens. What does this mean? The class beauty bringing him water was clearly a gesture of goodwill, an indication that she wanted to develop a relationship with him. Yet Ying Shaolong directly rejected it. Chapter 50. Be gentle. No one expected that Kai Qianqian, the class beauty, would take the initiative to bring water to Ying Shaolong. To everyone's surprise, Ying Shaolong refused. Everyone who saw this was stunned. It's truly a case of some suffering from drought while others are drowning in floods. Su Yingren looked at this scene and felt like crying. Look at Brother Long. He directly rejected the class beauty, and then look at myself. Why? Some people sighed and lamented, while some boys felt heartbroken. There are quite a few students in the class who have a crush on the class beauty. Now, the class beauty has given her heart to someone else. As the students were reminiscing, the military training quickly resumed, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The morning passed quickly. After lunch, Ying Shaolong and the others returned to their dormitory. Buzz! His phone vibrated. He opened it and saw a message from Kai Qianqian. Kai Qianqian, Shaolong, why did you refuse my offer to bring you water today? Wah, I'm so sad. Can we have dinner together tonight? Thank you so much for treating me to dinner yesterday. Just the two of us, how about it? Looking forward to it. Upon seeing this message, Ying Shaolong shook his head and replied, No need, we're all classmates. Inside the girls' dormitory, Kai Qianqian saw Ying Shaolong reject her again. She bit her lip and replied, Shaolong, do you hate me? Poor thing, don't you like me? When Ying Shaolong, who was in the boys' dormitory, saw her message, he said directly, I don't dislike you. We're just classmates. Don't overthink it. He spoke very definitively, expressing little liking for Kai Qianqian. He felt the girl was scheming, had a worldly air about her, and probably had boyfriends before. Oomph. Kai Qianqian snorted coldly upon seeing Ying Shaolong's reply, her expression extremely unpleasant. You really think I can't live without you? There are plenty of rich kids in the world, and plenty of handsome guys too. Kai Qianqian said angrily, and when she thought about how Ying Shaolong had rejected her in public that morning, she became even angrier. What's so great about him? He just owns a seafood restaurant. At most, his family has a few $100 million in assets. Brother Long, what did Kai Qianqian say? Does she really have no interest? Inside the dormitory, Song Chan was chatting on his phone when he suddenly asked Ying Shaolong a question. I feel nothing. Ying Shaolong responded. She just sent me a message, but I rejected her directly. Sigh. Su Yingren sighed as soon as he finished speaking. Song Chun smiled at Su Yingren and then said, Brother Long, I talked to Yuan Ziokin about you. Yuan Ziokin said it would be better if you refused. She said that Kai Qianqian's live stream was a bit explicit. Female anchor? How many good girls can there be? Ying Shaolong wasn't surprised and looked at him. You started chatting with Yuan Ziokin? He. Song Chun chuckled strangely, offering no reply. Everything was shrouded in his eerie laughter. Sigh. Su Yingren sighed heavily again and walked straight outside in frustration. I'm going to go outside for a stroll and find my own spring. Ying Shaolong and Song Chen couldn't help but smile when they saw this. Guys, am I fat? More than half an hour later, Su Yingren suddenly returned to the dormitory, looking dejectedly at Ying Shaolong and the others, and asked, What's wrong, fatty? Song Chen looked at him and asked curiously. The word, fat brother, immediately broke Su Yingren's defenses, and his face darkened. To be honest, Renji, you're almost twice as good as me. Zhang Minjing, who was slightly thin, replied with a smile. Oh no, I need to lose weight, I need to start losing weight, I need to start exercising, and I need to eat less from now on. Su Yingren cried out, his face filled with grief and indignation. What's gotten into you? Ying Shaolong asked him. I just asked the girl for her WeChat, and she told me to lose some weight first, Su Yingren replied, looking utterly dejected and on the verge of tears. This made the three of them, Ying Shaolong, and Ying Shaolong, twitch at the corners of their mouths. Ying Shaolong laughed and said, I do agree with you losing weight. I saw some clubs recruiting today. I'm thinking of joining a dance club or martial arts club. That way, I can lose weight more effectively, Su Yingren said thoughtfully, his eyes slightly closed. What fat bro? The dance club is famous in our school for having lots of beautiful girls with great figures. The martial arts club is also quite famous. The president is the campus belle of Jianghai University. Song Chen widened his eyes slightly and looked at Su Yingren. Fatty wants to join the club. Let's do it together. A university experience isn't complete without joining clubs. Su Yingren chuckled. This way I'll be more motivated to lose weight. Ying Shaolong looked at their lewd behavior and was slightly speechless. Let's go, Brother Long, Minjing together. Song Chun and Su Yingren are both action-oriented. Right after finishing military training and having lunch in the afternoon, they dragged Ying Shaolong and the others to visit each club. Ying Shaolong was also fine and followed behind them. Let's go to the martial arts club first. The club president, Han, is a school beauty who can rival senior Sun Meng Han. I heard there are a lot of beauties in the club. In our school, only the martial arts club can rival the dance club. In the afternoon, Su Yinggren gathered a lot of information and fantasized. When the time comes, I'll tremble with fear, and President Han might just succumb to my powerful charm and offer himself to me. Stop dreaming. Ying Shaolong patted him on the shoulder. As they chatted, they soon arrived at the martial arts club's training ground. Within the university, each club has a large space, all of which are provided by the school to cultivate students' interests and hobbies. When Ying Shaolong and his group arrived at the martial arts club, they found that there were quite a few new students there. There were also some senior students practicing inside. The martial arts club is a relatively popular club in universities. Oh, Ying Shaolong, are you here to join the martial arts club too? When Ying Shaolong and his group arrived, they happened to run into several other girls from the class. Upon seeing him, several girls immediately greeted him with smiles. I've come to take a look, Ying Shaolong replied with a smile. Hee, Ying Shaolong, you can join the martial arts club. You'll definitely look cool when you perform. Several girls said with a smile. Ying Shaolong's reputation in the class is now unparalleled. He comes from a wealthy family, is handsome, and is easygoing, making him very popular with the girls in his class. The boys in the class also wanted to be friends with him. After all, Ying Shaolong spent tens of thousands of yuan treating his classmates to meals. He was so generous. Who wouldn't want to have such a rich friend? It's something you can brag about if you tell others. Is that Ying Shaolong? The one son Meng Han, the school beauty, serve him water and food. It's him, that handsome guy. I heard his family is very rich. He's the young master of Longxian Pavilion. He spent over 100,000 yuan treating his classmates to dinner. Wow, Ying Shaolong is so handsome. Is he going to join the martial arts club? I want to join too. A freshman nearby overheard their conversation, looked over, and whispered something in their ear. Ying Shaolong is too dazzling. After all, among all the freshmen, the one who received water from the school beauty on the first day of military training was the envy of countless freshmen. It is said that he is also the young master of Longxian Pavilion. His various identities made Ying Shaolong not only very popular in his class, but also among the freshmen and even the entire school. Even those who had never seen his face knew his name. Newborn Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong had become accustomed to the surrounding discussions. These kinds of discussions often occurred during meals these past few days. There's no way around it. Being handsome makes you the center of attention wherever you go. Grinning face. Ahead, some senior members of the martial arts club, hearing the discussion, looked curiously in Ying Shaolong's direction. President Du, that kid is Ying Shaolong. Son Meng Han from our class brought him water and ate with him. In the center, a boy dressed in black martial arts attire whispered a report to President Du, who was dressed in gold martial arts attire, beside him. Oh, the boy called President Du looked at Ying Shaolong, sized him up, and said coldly, I don't know why Meng Han would bring this kid water. He's not worthy. He's really not worthy. He's just a rich second generation, a pretty boy, without any manly spirit. He's obviously a coward and can't compare to you, President Du, at all. The boy next to him laughed and chimed in. President Du, should I embarrass him a little? Oh, President Du raised an eyebrow, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, be gentle. Chapter 51, Sweeping through the martial arts club. All right, fellow students, everyone come over here for a moment. Inside the martial arts club, a senior student dressed in black martial arts club attire walked up to the group of freshmen and clapped his hands with a smile. There were about 70 or 80 freshmen around him, and they all looked over when they heard what he said. I know everyone is wondering which club to join and whether or not to join our martial arts club. The senior in black smiled, a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth, and continued, the strength of our martial arts club at Jianghai University is beyond doubt. To give you an example, there used to be a taekwondo club at our school. Because one of their members bullied a girl in our club president Han took down the entire taekwondo club, and now the taekwondo club is gone. You've all probably heard about this, right? Joining our martial arts club, I can't guarantee anything else, but it will definitely give every girl the ability to protect herself and make the boys more masculine. Of course, words are not enough. We need to demonstrate our abilities to convince our juniors, right? As the senior in black spoke, the surrounding freshmen nodded repeatedly, also full of interest. They knew something about the martial arts club. On the campus wall website of Jianghai University, a student created a ranking of campus beauties. Currently, for girls are far ahead and are known as the 4 most recognized campus beauties. Han, the president of the martial arts club, is one of them. She's not just a pretty face, she's truly capable. Within the martial arts club, no man could rival her. Meanwhile, when a male member of the taekwondo club was dating a female member of the martial arts club, he was caught flirting with other girls. Not only did he deny it, he also beat the girl so badly that she ended up in a hospital. As a result, the martial arts club president, Han, was furious and challenged the entire taekwondo club. They completely destroyed the taekwondo club. This incident also caused President Han's popularity to soar, proving that women are just as capable as men. The martial arts club is now one of the top student clubs at Jianghai University. Is there anyone willing to come out and have a friendly match? The senior in black smiled, his gaze sweeping over all the freshmen around him, and asked with a smile. None of the freshmen responded. Going up there would obviously make you a target. Hee, don't worry, everyone. Fighting is prohibited among students. We were just having a simple sparring session. We have protective gear, so we won't get hurt. The senior in black wasn't surprised that no one answered. He smiled and glanced at the crowd around him. Then I'll just call on a random guy. As he spoke, his gaze fell on Ying Shaolong, and he gestured, this freshman, this classmate, the one who's quite handsome and has a fair complexion. Come here for a moment. Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong is indeed handsome, and his face is quite fair. Didn't he get tanned during these few days of military training? The surrounding freshmen smiled and looked at Ying Shaolong when the senior pointed at him. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow. Brother Long, shall I go? Su Yingren, who was standing to the side, was slightly taken aback, but said with a smile. No need. Ying Shaolong shook his head. Come on, classmate, hurry up. Stop acting all coy like a girl. We men must be manly. The senior in black stood in front, urging them on with a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing his words and walked over with a smile. His face is too pale, and he looked a bit thin. He is quite handsome, but he lacks masculinity and is too effeminate. He needs to work out. The senior in black saw him and continued speaking calmly, clenching his fist and showing his muscles. We men can't be gigolos. We have to be real men. Is he deliberately targeting Brother Long? Behind them, Zhang Minjing watched this scene and whispered to Su Yingren and Song Chun. The two frowned slightly and nodded, a little. Then, senior, show us what a real man is. Ying Shaolong looked at the senior in black and asked himself if he had ever provoked him. However, if he doesn't speak properly, Ying Shaolong won't tolerate it. Now that he cultivates the Ancestral Dragon technique, his skin is as smooth as a baby's, so tanning is completely impossible for him. Put on your protective gear, and we'll have a quick sparring session to show everyone. The senior in black looked at him, grinned, and said with a smile. No need, just come on over. Ying Shaolong shook his head and looked at him calmly. Senior, aren't you wearing protective gear? Haha, I don't need it, but you have some guts. The senior in black laughed and glanced at the group of freshmen. But don't be like him, it will hurt a lot if you get punched without protective gear. You might feel pain for a while, but don't worry, I won't hurt you or attack your head. He then looked at Ying Shaolong, his eyes gleaming, and continued to remind him with a smile. Ying Shaolong shrugged. I'll be the referee. Let's shake hands and get started. President Du, dressed in gold, stood to the side, watching with a mocking expression, and spoke. The senior in black nodded to President Du, walked up to Ying Shaolong, and extended his hand to him. Ying Shaolong shook hands with him. Hee kid, stay away from school beauty, son Menghan, or you'll be embarrassed later. He suddenly moved closer and whispered to Ying Shaolong. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong raised his eyebrows. It turned out to be Menghan's suitor. I'm about to attack. Everyone watch closely, take out your phones and film. I can bring him down in 5 seconds. The senior in black glanced at the group of freshmen and spoke confidently. Some of the new students nearby quickly took out their phones to take pictures. Very good. This is exactly the effect the senior in black wanted. The next moment, he moved and rushed directly towards Ying Shaolong. He has indeed undergone training, and his speed, reaction time, and physical fitness are much better than those of ordinary students. But in Ying Shaolong's view, he wasn't even a martial artist. Bump! Ying Shaolong gently turned to the side and landed a punch on his chest. He did not use force, nor did he intend to hurt the other party. Even so, the senior in black froze, wincing in pain as he clutched his stomach and slowly knelt on the ground. His face was contorted in pain. What? Senior, you're so weak. Is this the average skill level of everyone in your martial arts club? Ying Shaolong looked at the senior in black, a slight smirk playing on his lips, and said sarcastically, Wow, what's going on? Ying Shaolong knocked down the martial arts club senior with one punch? That's an instant kill. What the heck? No way. He was supposed to demonstrate for us, but he got instantly killed by Ying Shaolong with one punch. It crashed. How embarrassing. The surrounding freshmen stared in disbelief at the scene. Good grief, the senior from a martial arts club gave them a demonstration, only to be instantly killed by a single punch. This is so embarrassing. Haha, Brother Long is awesome. This martial arts club is such trash. They were just saying that Brother Long is a pretty boy, skinny, and lacks masculinity, and this is what they say. Su Yingren laughed loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire martial arts club. This caused President Du, who was dressed in gold, to turn cold and his face to turn extremely unpleasant. Chapter 52 Sweeping through the martial arts club. What? This is a complete disaster. This senior, said Ying Shaolong, was no good, but he got instantly defeated. Indeed, this senior from the martial arts club is a real braggart. Some freshmen, upon hearing Su Lianggren's words, couldn't help but mutter under their breath again. Ahead, some veteran members of the martial arts club frowned and looked over, their faces showing surprise. The senior in black who just made a move is a veteran member of the martial arts club. They call him Senior Ahao. His strength is considered quite strong within the martial arts club. How could he be knocked down with a single blow? I didn't expect this junior to have practiced martial arts. He actually pretended to be weak to take advantage of others. President Du, dressed in gold, walked up to the senior in black with a stern face and reached out to help him up. President Du, I never expected him to be so amazing. The senior in black clutched his stomach, his face contorted with embarrassment, and spoke to President Du. President Du shook his head slightly. I practiced blindly on my own, thinking that my senior could give me some pointers, but I didn't expect to be so bad. Ying Shaolong looked at the two seniors, one in black and the other in gold, and smiled faintly. I was not as skilled as you, so I can't give you any pointers, but I will give you some pointers. President Du looked at Ying Shaolong and said calmly, I am Du Chongfeng, the vice president of the martial arts club. Of course, I will not bully you. I will defeat you with one finger. Vice-président Du Chongfeng? I know Vice President Du Chongfeng. I know. I heard that she is President Han's cousin and is quite powerful. President Du Chongfeng is quite handsome, but he claims he could defeat Ying Shaolong with just one finger. Isn't that a bit too confident? Vice President Du Chongfeng? I think I heard that he didn't succeed in pursuing senior Sun Menghan. The surrounding freshmen all turned their gazes to Du Chongfeng, their faces showing surprise. Some of the girls even had a sparkle in their eyes. Du Chongfeng is 1.8 meters tall, has an extraordinary temperament, and is considered handsome and dashing, making him the dream lover of many girls. Some students were talking about it, and one of the boys told a piece of gossip. This surprised the surrounding new students. Did Vice President Du Chongfeng pursue senior Sun Menghan? It seems that the school beauty, senior Sun Menghan, is now very close to Ying Shaolong. Is this a duel between love rivals? This piqued the interest of everyone around them even more. Our President Du is going to make a move? In our martial arts club, President Du is the strongest after President Han. That freshman actually said our martial arts club was weak. But when our club President Du took action, the result was different. Back then, our President Du knocked down a member with one finger, which became a famous scene. Is that famous scene going to be repeated today? Some senior students gathered around with great interest, eager to see their club president, Du, make a move. At the same time, they looked at Ying Shaolong with sympathy and some schadenfreude. They all knew that President Du's abilities were far beyond what a Hao could match. Defeat a person with one finger? That's too exaggerated. Upon hearing President Du's words, Song Chun looked incredulous. What kind of President Du is this? He's such a show-off. Su Lianggren frowned slightly, a look of doubt on his face. Oh, you're going to point fingers at me? Ying Shaolong glanced at Du Chongfeng, who was staring at him, and smiled, a flash of golden dragon eyes passing by. Warrior. This Du Chongfeng is a martial artist, and his skin refining realm is about to reach perfection. Martial arts club, you need to be respectful. One finger will let you attack first. Du Chongfeng stared at Ying Shaolong calmly, raised one finger, his face full of arrogance and nonchalance. He wanted to defeat Ying Shaolong with a single finger, and then let the whole school know the gap between him and Ying Shaolong. He also told Sun Menghan that Ying Shaolong was not even as good as one of his fingers. Can. Ying Shaolong nodded, a smile on his face. He walked up to Du Chongfeng and said with a smile, you're only using one finger now, so you can attack first. I'll let you make the first move. Once I do, you won't have a chance to make a move. Du Chongfeng stood with one hand behind his back, still looking at him with an arrogant expression, completely disregarding him. All right, then I'll make my move. Ying Shaolong didn't want to watch him show off anymore, so he raised his fist and reminded him. Oh, Du Chongfeng chuckled dismissively, staring at him indifferently. Ying Shaolong threw a punch at Du Changfeng's stomach, and Du Chongfeng also extended a finger and suddenly struck back. However, Ying Shaolong's speed suddenly increased. Bump! A penchant d'aide évité en Du Changfeng's stomach. His calm and collected expression immediately changed, and he looked as if he were constipated, his face contorted in pain. Like the senior in black from before, he bent over like a shrimp and slowly fell to the ground. Pain! It hurt so much. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body was trembling. At that moment, he realized that Ying Shaolong was a martial artist. Moreover, it's at least at the bone refining level. They are at least one level higher than me. And yet, he dared to boast that he could defeat a bone refinement level martial artist with a single finger? This? Confused? Everyone around, whether they were new or returning students, was completely bewildered. What's going on? Just now, President Du was showing off by saying he could point at Ying Shaolong with one finger and defeat him with one finger. So what happened? How is this any different from what the senior students said earlier? They all arched up like lobsters, clutching their stomachs in pain. This is ridiculous. Hey, your martial arts club is so trashy. Not only is it trashy, but all the members are such show-offs, especially the president. He's really good at it. Ying Shaolong waved his hand and said sarcastically, why don't we just stop calling it martial arts and start calling it the pretentious club? That's a good name. This martial art club is really good at putting on airs. At first, they said Brother Long was a pretty boy with no manliness. Haha, does lying down and howling mean manliness? I've learned something hot. Ahead, Songchen was also there, laughing heartily. What he just witnessed was absolutely hilarious. Indeed, this martial arts club feels too. It's just a performance. There's no real skill involved. The thug's excitement boxing is good for getting some exercise. Some freshmen, watching this scene, pursed their lips and couldn't help but comment. They saw that the martial arts club president, Du, was so arrogant, thinking he could defeat Ying Shaolong with one finger and that he was incredibly powerful. That's it. They're gone. Ying Shaolong waved his hand, feeling it was pointless. With his strength, dealing with them was like bullying children. This is boring. I'd rather join another club. Su Yingren said with a smile, his eyes gleaming. Ying Shaolong smiled, and the group walked outside. You've already beaten them up, and you still insult them with your words. Are you just going to leave like this? Just then, a clear, cold voice rang out. Ying Shaolong and the others were slightly taken aback and looked ahead. Some of the students around were also slightly startled as a woman walked over from the front. The woman was dressed in ordinary black clothes, but her figure was anything but ordinary. She has short hair and is very tall. Even in flat shoes, she is still over 1.8 meters tall. What's most striking is her long, beautiful legs. She has the perfect model figure. Unlike other models, she has a perfect figure with a prominent bust and buttocks thanks to her martial arts training. She was like a proud and aloof swan, gazing at Ying Shaolong and the others. Chapter 53. I made the school beauty cry, and then came the sudden bad news. It's President Han. Wow, the martial arts club President Han is so tall and has such a perfect figure. The noise at the door attracted everyone's attention. She is over 1.8 meters tall and has a perfect figure. Her eyes were beautiful, but also very cold. President Han is indifferent to any boy, and there are even rumors at school that President Han doesn't like boys. Ying Shaolong looked at the president of the martial arts club and raised his eyebrows slightly. What? Can't we leave yet? Looking at President Han, he asked indifferently. If you apologize, you can leave. President Han looked at him expressionlessly. Hey, President Han, you need to get this straight. It's your club that's causing trouble, and you're asking us to apologize? Su Yingren looked at her and said directly, this is not a reason for you to insult the martial arts club. President Han stared at Ying Shaolong. You don't have to apologize. We're the same kind of people. Let's have a spar. If you win, you can leave. Ying Shaolong shook his head and walked straight ahead to her, saying, move aside. It's not good to spar with a girl. Snort. President Han's gaze turned cold, and his slender hand struck directly at his chest. What? Ying Shaolong sighed and shook his head. Bump. He struck back, landing a punch directly on President Han's stomach. The same move, the same instant kill. I'm leaving, he said to Su Yingren and the others without turning his head, and continued walking outside. The next moment, President Han's body trembled violently, and like the senior in black and President Du, he couldn't help but curl up like a lobster. She clutched her stomach, squatted on the ground, and almost fell. Su Yingren and Song Chun were somewhat bewildered, staring blankly at President Han, who had almost collapsed to the ground. They walked over her, and even considered reaching out to help her up. After all, President Han is a campus belle at Jianghai University. So beautiful, yet she was knocked to the ground by Brother Long's punch? What the hell? Wow. The surrounding freshmen and seniors were also stunned to see President Han squatting on the ground, hugging his stomach. The entire martial arts club was silent. President Han seems to have been beaten and is crying. I don't know which boy said it, but suddenly he said it. At this moment, tears welled up in Han Qian-shuang's eyes from the pain. Although the opponent's attack had not injured her, the pain in her stomach was unbearable. Upon hearing the voices of the students ahead, her expression changed drastically. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to stand up. Seeing that her classmates were all looking at her, her expression changed again, and she turned around and left immediately. Wow, Brother Long, you're too awesome. Such a beautiful woman, and you made her cry. Brother Long has made her belly so big. Brother Long, you're too fierce. President Han is the school beauty. How could you be so heartless? It hurts me to see her like this. Han Qianshuang quickened her pace, and just then heard what was being said ahead. Her breathing became rapid, and she couldn't help but clutch her stomach again. She looked at the figure with a fire in her eyes. However, while she was angry, she was also filled with shock. She hadn't even reacted to the punch the other person had just thrown, which meant that the other person was much stronger than her. Tendon refining? How is that possible? So young, yet he's already reached the tendon refining realm. I don't want to get involved either. These guys in the martial arts club are all such show-offs. Ying Shaolong looked at Song Chun and the others beside him and said with a smile, so what if she's the school beauty? Brother Long's level is high. So what if she's a school beauty? She's just a pretty face. He'll still beat her up. Su Yingren said with admiration. Haha, Brother Long, you'd better watch out. You hit our President Han and School Beauty Han. You're gonna be all over the school now. You'll inevitably be attacked by School Beauty Han's fans. Song Chun and the others said with a smile. Ying Shaolong shook his head, not paying any attention. Freshman Ying Shaolong swept through the entire martial arts club, and even President Han was brought to tears by him. It's freshman Ying Shaolong again. Han, the school beauty, was knocked down by his punch and cried. It broke my heart to see this. There are pictures to prove it. You shameless bastard. How dare you hit Han, the school beauty? You'd better watch out when you walk alone at night. I'm furious. This freshman is too ruthless. How could he bring himself to hit a beauty like Han, the campus belle? Is he a fencer? Just as Song Chun and the others had guessed, the name Ying Shaolong became popular once again. When they returned to their dormitory after military training that evening, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others looked at the posts one by one, reading them with smiles on their faces. Ying Shaolong washed up and shook his head speechlessly. Brother Long, you're a martial artist. Which family do you belong to? While Song Chun and Zhang Minjing were washing up, Su Yingren leaned over and asked a question in a low voice. No family. Ying Shaolong shook his head and patted him on the shoulder. You're too bad. Keep trying. As he spoke, he gave his shoulder a squeeze. Su Yingren cried out in pain, his face contorted in a wail. I wanted to, but my constitution is just too weak. You're too fat. You should lose some weight, Ying Shaolong said. The two did not discuss much about martial arts, and Ying Shaolong did not ask about Su Liangren's family. Ying Shaolong now knows a little about cultivation. In the early stages of refining the skin, bones, and tendons, one's physical constitution is tested. Those with stronger physical constitution find cultivation easier. Of course, the cultivation method also plays a role. Ying Shaolong's cultivation methods are somewhat similar to those of martial artists, yet completely different. Furthermore, the divine dragon power he cultivated can strengthen a person's muscles, bones, and skin. Of course, this requires the power of the dragon, just like healing injuries. Boss, did you really beat up President Han today? Sun Ming Han sent a message at this moment. Ying Shaolong saw this and started chatting with him with a smile. In the past few days, the two have been chatting frequently. Before long, some classmates also received the news and sent messages to inquire. There's no way around it. The martial arts club president, Han, is just too popular at school. His popularity is just too high. Ying Shaolong simply responded that he didn't fight. It was just a friendly spar. He didn't take the incident of hitting the school beauty to heart. She forced him to do it, and he had no choice at the time. Moreover, he didn't hit her hard and didn't hurt her. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, just as Ying Shaolong got up, his phone suddenly rang. Hey, brother. Ying Shaolong answered the phone immediately when he saw that it was his brother calling. Shaolong, are you in class? Do you have time to come home? Your brother is in trouble. His grandfather's voice suddenly came from the phone, exploding in his mind like thunder. Grandpa, what's wrong with my brother? Ying Shaolong asked anxiously, his eyes narrowing. Your brother's leg was broken, and his eyes are hurt too. The trembling voice continued, causing Ying Shaolong's eyes to redden. Grandpa, don't worry. I'm going home right away, right away. His face changed drastically, his voice trembled, and a blazing golden light flashed in his eyes. He immediately ran outside. Hey, Brother Long, what happened? Brother Long, what's wrong? Behind them, Zhang Minjing and Su Liangren's surprised voices rang out. Chapter 54 Locomotive Crashes in a High-Speed Rail. Brother, you did very well on the college entrance exam. How did you tell Grandpa that you didn't get into university and that you're not going to study anymore? Shoo, keep your voice down. Don't let Grandpa hear you. Grandpa is old and in poor health. It's too tiring for him to run the shop all by himself. I'm not going to school anymore. Shaolong, you continue your studies and get into a good university in the future. Brother, this won't do. If you don't go, I won't go either. No, don't talk nonsense. If you do, I'll beat you up. You should focus on your studies. I'll take care of Grandpa and the family matters from now on. Brother, I got into Jianghai University. I'll work during the summer vacation. Good, good. Little brother, you're really amazing. You don't need to work anymore. Just focus on your studies and play at home during the summer vacation. We have enough money for your schooling. Our restaurant is doing pretty well right now. No, brother, I want to share some of the burden with you. Besides, you're over 20 now. It's time to find a girlfriend. Finding a girlfriend naturally costs money. I'm an adult now. I can earn money myself. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Just focus on your studies. I'll find a girlfriend after you graduate. No rush. Alright, stop talking. Focus on your studies. It's our dream for you to go to university. Our family will have to rely on you, a university graduate, in the future. As the morning sun rose, Ying Shaolong rushed out of the dormitory, feeling intensely hot all over. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, a raging fire within his chest, soaring straight to the heavens. Images of himself and his brother flashed through his mind, and the thought of his brother's face intensified his murderous intent. He is Ying Shaolong, and his older brother is Ying Shaotian. Both of them were children their grandfather picked up. He and his brother are not related by blood, but their bond is stronger than that of blood relatives. There's a saying that the eldest brother is like a father, and in their small family, the older brother also takes on the responsibilities of a father. When they were young, their family was poor, but their grandfather always worked and never mistreated the two brothers. As he grew up, his grandfather got old, and his older brother took on the responsibility of supporting the family, never mistreating him. Now, he's in university, seizing opportunities, and his life is finally getting better. He recently transferred 500,000 yuan to them. However, his grandfather's phone call has shattered everything. My brother's legs were broken, and he also went blind. His body was trembling slightly. Boom! He boarded the motorcycle, its roar echoing through the school in the early morning. Ying Shaolong, his eyes bloodshot, sped off. Cousin, it's that Ying Shaolong. He left, and he seemed to be in a hurry. Not far from the boys' dormitory, Du, the president of the martial arts club, walked over with Han Qinshuang, who was exceptionally tall and cold as ice. Yesterday, after being defeated in one blow, Han Qinshuang felt both ashamed and angry, but also very curious about Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong was younger than her, yet his strength far surpassed hers. She wanted to get to know him and hoped to learn from him again. So this morning, she asked her cousin to introduce him to Ying Shaolong. Seeing the figure speed off on the motorcycle, Han Qinshuang frowned slightly. Since I missed my chance, I'll let it go. I'm going to go into seclusion to cultivate and see if I can break through. Once I do, I'll challenge him again, Han Qinshuang said after a moment's thought. Breakthrough. President Du, standing to the side, was slightly surprised. Cousin, no way you're about to break through? No one can bully my family. If anyone does, they shall die. At the same time, Ying Shaolong gripped the motorcycle tightly, and the moment he drove out of the school, he suddenly increased the speed to a terrifying level. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The motorcycle roared like a ferocious beast with a violent, explosive sound. Ying Shaolong stared coldly at the road ahead, his chilling killing intent causing the surrounding temperature to drop slightly. The locomotive speed increased continuously, from 80 kilometers per hour to 150 kilometers per hour in less than 10 seconds. Keep in mind that this is on a busy city road with cars coming and going. The golden dragon eyes were fixed on the road ahead, and every rustle of grass within a 2-kilometer radius was visible to him. Boom, boom, boom. What? Riding that fast? Are you in a hurry to be reborn? What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Wow, that speed. There's a saying that goes, when a knight bends over, no car can catch up. When a knight falls, no hospital can save him. The terrifying speed provoked anger and shock from some people on the surrounding roads. A motorcycle arrived at the highway at a speed of about 150 per hour. Yanjiang City is Ying Shaolong's hometown, a small third-tier city with a population of over 2 million, located 400 kilometers away from Jianghai City. The motorcycle reached the highway, and its speed suddenly increased again, with the speedometer rapidly increasing. Soon, the speed reached a terrifying 300-plus kilometers per hour. What does 300 kilometers mean? The person flies ahead, while the soul chases behind. What kind of speed is that? Damn, I was going 140 kilometers per hour, and I couldn't even see that motorcycle's taillights for a few seconds. What kind of speed was that? Drivers on the highway only heard one loud bang before they could no longer see the motorcycle going at top speed. The high-speed rail network of Daxia is exceptionally advanced in the world, with its extensive network connecting most of Daxia's territory. A high-speed train is speeding along the side of the Jianghai Expressway. The average speed of high-speed trains is over 300 kilometers per hour. Early in the morning, some passengers sat on the high-speed train, some of whom were tourists looking out the window out of boredom. Huh, what's that? A motorcycle? A young man, holding a mobile phone and taking pictures of the scenery outside, suddenly widened his eyes, pointed outside, and exclaimed in disbelief. Third brother, what are you barking like a dog? The two young men sitting next to him asked when they heard his exclamation. Damn it, look outside. There's a motorcycle passing our high-speed train on that highway. Damn it. The young man who was filming stared in disbelief at the outside world, then looked at the speed display in front of the high-speed train, which read 355 kilometers per hour. Their high-speed train is traveling at 355 kilometers per hour. And wouldn't the motorcycle traveling with them also have to reach that speed? Holy crap, it really is? This guy's got some nerve, crashing a motorcycle into a high-speed train? Damn, look, that locomotive is still going faster. It's going to be faster than our high-speed train. The other two youths looked on, their faces filled with shock, and roared in disbelief. The other passengers in the carriage looked on curiously, and were instantly drawn to it as well. If we're not careful, the banquet will have to start. At that speed, if there's a car accident, even Jesus couldn't save them. The passengers in the carriage were shocked and took out their phones to take pictures. Oh my God, that locomotive is going to crash our high-speed train. Soon, the passengers noticed that the motorcycle was gradually overtaking them. Chapter 55 Dragons have reverse scales. I never imagined that one day I would be shot. On the highway, a motorcycle sped along at a terrifying speed. Inside the high-speed train's cab, the driver noticed the locomotive on the highway next to him and muttered to himself with a blank stare. Ying Shaolong drove the motorcycle to its maximum speed. If you were facing the vehicle directly, you could vaguely see a golden light shimmering on it. At the front of the car, a phantom image resembling a divine dragon roared angrily. At this moment, Ying Shaolong gradually calmed down. However, those deep golden pupils still contained endless killing intent. Dragons have reverse scales. Touching will surely lead to death. Grandpa and brother are his Achilles heel. The locomotive overtook one moving vehicle after another, whether it was a sport car or a high-speed train. Ying Shaolong covered a distance of over 300 kilometers in just over 50 minutes. In Yanjiang City, the Yangtze River flows through it. At the entrance of the First People's Hospital of the city, a motorcycle speeds by. After parking the car on the side of the road, Ying Shaolong looked at the hospital in front of him and took a deep breath. Brother, I'm here, he muttered to himself as he quickly drove into the hospital. The First Municipal Hospital is the best hospital along the river. Based on the location his grandfather had given him, he quickly ran towards a hospital building. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the hospital was already crowded. One by one, they walked inside with worried expressions. Make way, get out of the way. As soon as Ying Shaolong entered the elevator, an anxious and cold voice came from behind him. What are you doing? The elevator isn't full. Why are you rushing us? Inside the elevator, some patients and their families heard this and spoke up in displeasure. Get out. All of you, get out of here. However, an increasingly angry and cold voice rang out, and a middle-aged man in black stepped into the elevator, his face full of murderous intent as he swept his gaze over everyone in the elevator. His invisible aura startled everyone slightly. Behind a middle-aged man in black were 10 other people. In the center, a young woman was holding a child, her face full of anxiety, while beside her stood several elderly men who looked quite distinguished. The group of people in the elevator were slightly startled and looked at the dozen or so people with bodyguards, their faces showing fear. Let's go. The people inside the elevator were intimidated by their imposing presence and retreated, their faces pale. Ying Shaolong was at the very back of the elevator, leaning against the wall, his head slightly tilted back and his eyes closed. Get out, didn't you hear me? The middle-aged bodyguard looked at Ying Shaolong at the very back, stepped inside, and impatiently reached out to grab him. Ying Shaolong slowly opened his eyes, looked at the middle-aged man in black, and then glanced at the crowd. I'm in a bad mood, don't bother me, Ying Shaolong said slowly, his eyes cold. Boom! The moment he finished speaking, an extremely terrifying dragon's might swept over the bodyguard in front of him and the obviously leading old man behind him. He is in a very bad mood right now. He wants to kill someone now. Therefore, he released the dragon's might without any reservation this time. This was the first time he had unleashed all his power without restraint. The oppressive aura emanated from a middle-aged man dressed in black and the old man. In that instant, the middle-aged man in black and the old man behind him felt as if a prehistoric behemoth had walked out of the distant past. They were as if they were in the midst of a raging storm. The next moment, they felt as if the sky had collapsed and was pressing down on their bodies. Puff! The middle-aged man in black shuddered violently. Blood began to flow from his 7 orifices, and he collapsed to the ground instantly. The old man's expression also changed drastically, as if he had seen a great terror. His face turned extremely pale. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hunched over slightly, and he gasped for breath. The sudden scene startled everyone slightly. The young woman holding the child, along with the rest of the young and middle-aged people, were all horrified. Just now, the terrifying pressure did not descend upon them, but the figure of the young man in front of them suddenly seemed like a god, making him feel somewhat suffocated. Cough, cough. The old man was panting heavily, coughing up blood, and staring in horror at Ying Shaolong in the elevator. Cold sweat streamed down his forehead. He hurriedly said, I'm sorry, young master, we have offended you. Please pull Ahau out. Yes. The young and middle-aged men around them were also shocked and quickly pulled the middle-aged man in black out of the elevator. Ying Shaolong looked at them expressionlessly and pressed the button for the 6th floor of the inpatient department. The elevator doors slowly closed and began to ascend. Father, Dad! At the elevator entrance, several middle-aged people hurriedly looked at the old man who was vomiting blood, their faces also pale. We've encountered someone we can't afford to offend. The mere pressure from him was enough to injure me. What level is this? The old man, pale-faced, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, relieved to have survived the ordeal, and hurriedly looked at the middle-aged man in black. Bleeding from all 7 orifices, his internal organs must be injured. The pressure alone could injure Ming, who is only at the bone-refining realm, so severely. Just who is that person? How can there be such a terrifying young powerhouse in our Yanjiang city? The old man looked at the middle-aged man in black, his body trembling slightly. The Gao family is one of the top 3 prestigious families in Yanjiang city, a family of martial artists. However, they never expected that their slight strength would provoke such a terrifying existence. The opponent didn't even make a move. The sheer power emanating from him was enough to make this dignified expert in organ refinement cough up blood. What level of cultivation is the other party at? The rest of the group was also deeply wary and fearful, and for a moment they were at a loss. Take you in to see a doctor first, the old man said, his expression shifting. Old gal, what happened? At this moment, an elderly man in a white coat ran over quickly. His name tag read Dean. The elevator arrived on the 6th floor, and Ying Shaolong didn't take the little incident from earlier to heart at all. If the other party doesn't know what's good for them, he won't hold back and will kill them. So what? He quickly stepped out of the elevator and arrived at a hospital room. Pushing open the door, I saw my grandfather, with a full head of white hair and an aged face, sitting in front of the hospital bed, his hands supporting the bed, his body trembling from time to time. On the hospital bed, that familiar figure lay there, his eyes wrapped in gauze and his legs bound with white cloth. Grandfather! Ying Shaolong's heart skipped a beat as he watched this scene, even though he now possesses great power and considerable wealth. But when she saw her grandfather and brother now, her eyes instantly turned red. Shaolong, why did you come so quickly? Grandpa raised his head, tears still in his eyes, and slowly stood up. Ying Shaolong quickly stepped forward and helped his grandfather's hunched body. Grandpa, don't worry. I can heal my brother's injuries. You don't need to worry. Chapter 56, One Thought to Heaven, One Thought to Hell, Part 1. Shaolong, what did you say? Grandpa Ying was slightly taken aback when he heard his grandson's words. Grandpa, I've had some amazing experiences these past few months, and I'm able to heal my brother's injuries. Ying Shaolong looked at his grandfather without hiding anything, then looked at his brother who was lying unconscious on the bed and reached out to touch his leg. The golden dragon's eyes shone brightly, and in his vision, he could see the broken part of his brother's leg. With 5 or 6 broken bones in both legs, it's hard to imagine how many blows my brother suffered, given how incredibly strong human bones are. The power of the dragon entered his leg, rapidly healing the fractures in his bones. In a short time, thanks to the power of the dragon, the fractures healed completely. Shaolong, what's going on? Grandpa Ying looked at him with curiosity and astonishment. Ying Shaolong healed his brother's leg injury and placed his hand on his face. The older brother, whose eyes were covered with gauze, was not only blind, but his face was also red, swollen, and bluish. Ying Shaolong infused his face with the power of the divine dragon, and the red, swollen, and bluish area quickly disappeared. What is this? Grandpa Ying was incredulous when he saw this scene. Grandpa, I had some extraordinary encounters. There are people in this world with special abilities, Ying Shaolong said, glancing at his grandfather. Now that his brother has returned after his accident, he will no longer hide anything from his grandfather and brother. In addition, he would teach his older brother and grandfather martial arts, and even strengthen their bodies. I really didn't expect this. Grandpa Ying was shocked, and his face showed excitement. When I found you by the river, you were crying very loudly, and the clothes you were wrapped in were also very luxurious. I knew you would be extraordinary in the future, but I never expected this. Hee, Grandpa. No matter how extraordinary or how much I change, I'm still your grandson, and you are my dearest grandpa. Ying Shaolong looked at his grandfather and smiled. Grandpa, let me make sure my brother recovers completely first. Good. Grandpa Ying nodded emphatically, looking at him with satisfaction. Having lost his spouse and children in middle age, his greatest comfort is raising 2 sons, each more filial than the last. When Ying Shaolong saw his grandfather smile, he also smiled and channeled the power of the dragon into his brother's eyes. However, Ying Shaolong, who had not studied medicine, did not know how to treat the injury to his eyes, and could only nourish them with the power of the divine dragon. At this moment, the older brother, Ying Shaotian, hummed softly and slowly raised his arm, trying to grab at the area where the eyes were. Shaotian has woken up. Grandpa Ying's face lit up with joy. revealing an excited expression. When Ying Shaolong was sent to the hospital, he was still in a coma. Apart from what the doctor told him, Grandpa Ying knew nothing else. "Brother, don't move. Let me help you untie it," Ying Shaolong said to him, directly cutting open the gauze and removing it. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback when he saw him and asked. Then he looked at himself, touched his eyes, and moved his legs. I think I was injured. How come I don't have any injuries? Am I dreaming? Is this a hospital?" A look of confusion crossed his face. He clearly remembered that last night, when he returned home, he was stopped and severely beaten. His legs were immobile, and eventually he lost his sight. "Shaolong, what happened? What happened last night?" Grandpa Ying asked him. "Last night Ying Shaolong frowned slightly, looked at his grandfather and younger brother, and then shook his head. "Grandpa, brother, I'm fine." "Bullshit. You're fine? How could your legs have been broken and your eyes blinded? If your brother hadn't had some special opportunity to save you, you would have been crippled, and you still say you're fine?" Upon hearing his answer, Grandpa Ying glared at him angrily, his body trembling slightly. "Tell me, what happened?" "Grandpa, it's me." Ying Shaolong felt somewhat dazed. Was this all a dream? His own brother had saved him? "Brother, tell me everything." Ying Shaolong looked at his brother and asked expressionlessly. "Brother, I'm all grown up now." Looking at his angry grandfather and younger brother, Ying Shaolong said in a deep voice, "As far as I can remember, when I returned home yesterday, 4 people rushed over. They broke both my legs and held my head down in front of the car headlights for more than 10 minutes. In the end, I felt like I couldn't see anymore and finally passed out." Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong's eyes flashed with murderous intent. "Brother, do you know who this person is?" "I don't know them, but they said that Xiao Ku is a lousy cook, so she should stay away from him," Ying Shaolong said after a moment's hesitation. "That girl, Kiki?" Grandpa Ying's face showed surprise. "What happened between you and Kiki?" "It's still the same as before," Ying Shaolong stammered. "Kiki?" Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback. Seeing his elder brother's expression, he asked in surprise, Is this your sister-in-law?" "Brother, don't talk nonsense. Kiki's family is very well off. I'm not good enough for her." Ying Shaolong hesitated for a few seconds, shook his head, and then looked at him curiously. "Brother, Grandpa said you had a stroke of luck, that you healed your legs and eyes. What's going on? Let's talk about it in detail when we get home," Ying Shaolong said. He planned to tell his grandfather and brother some things, but he didn't intend to talk about the Ancestral Dragon technique. The cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon technique requires the dragon's soul to enter the body. Apart from him, no one else can cultivate the Ancestral Dragon technique. Furthermore, he wouldn't tell anyone about such a miraculous event. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure is a crime, and he wasn't invincible yet. "All right." Although Ying Shaolong looked puzzled, he still nodded. "Let's go home first." Grandpa, who had been worried all night, finally smiled with relief. Ying Shaolong nodded. Since it was only the first day in the hospital, there wasn't much to pack, so the 3 of them headed straight outside. Click! Just as the grandfather and his 2 grandsons stepped out of the ward, the director of the First People's Hospital of Yanjiang City, along with the old man from before and others, approached from the right. The Gao family members looked at Ying Shaolong and were slightly startled, their faces filled with deep fear. "Young master, our Gao family has been very rude just now. Please forgive us." Old Gao's expression changed, and he walked up to Ying Shaolong and the others. Under the astonished gazes of Grandpa Ying and Ying Shaolong, he knelt down directly in front of them and respectfully apologized again. "Bang, bang." The Gao family members also knelt down. The director of the first municipal hospital next to him narrowed his eyes slightly and bowed slightly with a shocked expression. Chapter 57. 1 Thought to Heaven, 1 Thought to Hell. The Gao family members were somewhat shaken, as everything that had just happened was still vivid in their minds. Now, when they encountered the boy again, they immediately kneeled down and apologized once more. Such a powerful being is simply not someone the Gao family can afford to provoke. In fact, if the other party wanted to wipe out the Gao family, they only needed to lift a finger. Yes, it only takes a few taps. Even the Gao family ranks among the top 3 in Yanjiang City. Ying Shaolong looked at the kneeling Gao family members without any change in expression. When he saw the director of the first municipal hospital standing to the side, his eyes flickered slightly. He hesitated for a moment, then looked at his grandfather and the others. "Grandpa, eldest brother, you go home first. I'll be back later." "Okay." Grandpa glanced at the Gao family members kneeling on the ground, didn't ask any more questions, nodded, and pulled Ying Shaolong away. The eldest brother, Ying Shaolong, was still in a daze and couldn't help but look at his younger brother. When the Gao family saw that Ying Shaolong had stayed behind, their hearts tightened and their faces were covered in cold sweat. "Young master, my Gao family truly had no intention of offending you. My grandson is seriously ill and his life is in danger. We are extremely anxious." "It's all right, get up. What happened earlier is over." Old Gao explained with some fear, but Ying Shaolong interrupted him and said to them, thank you, young master. Old Gao quickly expressed his gratitude and stood up shakily. Ying Shaolong walked up to him and placed his hand on his body, which made Old Gao's heart tighten again. A surge of divine dragon power flowed into his body, instantly healing the injuries caused by the dragon's might. Thank you, young master. Thank you, young master. Old Gao felt relieved upon sensing the change in his body and quickly expressed his gratitude. No need. Take me to your grandson and the middle-aged man in black whom I injured. Ying Shaolong said calmly. Old Gao was slightly taken aback, unsure of what the mysterious young expert was thinking, and immediately replied, yes, young master. Faced with such a powerful figure, the Gao family had no room to resist. Ying Shaolong followed them into a luxurious hospital room, where a young woman and a young man were guarding the bedside, and an infant lay on the bed. The young man and woman were startled when they saw the terrifying boy suddenly arrive, and immediately stood up. Old Gao waved to them, looked at Ying Shaolong, and couldn't help but ask, young master, what do you want to do? I'll treat your injuries and illnesses. Now there are things I need you to do. Ying Shaolong walked up to the baby and placed his hand on the baby to sense it. The baby did indeed have a problem. His face was pale, and his pupils were bloodshot. He channeled some divine dragon power into his body. Visibly, the baby's complexion returned to normal, and its blood-red pupils began to return to normal. What? The young man and woman who had been watching intently were slightly startled by what they saw. Thank you, young master. Thank you for healing our child. The two of them immediately knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly in gratitude. The director of the first municipal hospital and Elder Gao, who were standing nearby, also widened their eyes in shock upon seeing this scene. They knew their grandson's condition very well. Although they were martial artists with various skills far beyond those of ordinary people, the baby was seriously ill, and they could only send him to the hospital for treatment. However, the president of the first municipal hospital just personally inspected the situation and issued an emergency notice. Now, this mysterious young master casually treats him. What kind of tactic is this? Young man, what do you need from the Gao family? Old Master Gao nodded quickly and said respectfully, our Gao family will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. It's a small matter. Help me investigate something and find a few people, Ying Shaolong said, looking at him. Bring the injured middle-aged man over, and I will heal him. Thank you very much, young master. Our Gao family is deeply grateful for your great kindness. Old Gao said gratefully. Father, a Ming has arrived. At this moment, a middle-aged man helped the injured man in black walk over. Ying Shaolong walked over and easily performed the treatment, then looked at Elder Gao and said, find a quiet room. Young master, this is fine. Old Gao moved a chair over and placed it behind Ying Shaolong, glancing at the director of the first municipal hospital before gesturing for him to leave. After the dean left, the Gao family members stood in front, bowing respectfully. Please give your orders, young master. My name is Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong sat in his chair and looked at them calmly. My brother's name is Ying Shaotian. Last night, his legs were broken in front of our house, and his eyes were blinded by car headlights. The address is Ying's restaurant in Fengjia Village, Jiangbian Avenue. Find the 4 people who injured my brother and their information. Also, investigate the woman named Xiao Kiki. The Gao family members were slightly taken aback upon hearing this, but quickly replied, young Master Ying, this is a small matter. Leave it to us, and we will give you all the information within half a day. Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded, stood up, left a phone number, and left directly. The Gao family members saw Ying Shaolong to the door, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. A single thought can kill us. A single thought can give us life. Master, just what kind of being is this young Master Ying? Ming, the middle-aged man in black who was being treated, asked Old Gao with trembling heart. Old Gao's eyes flickered, and he shook his head. One thought can lead to heaven or hell. It's like a prison. Even those of the Tongxiao realm don't have this kind of power. This young Master Ying is not someone we can afford to offend. In fact, we need to do everything we can to curry favor with him. You know, there isn't a single Qi opening realm expert in our entire Yanjiang city. Is this young Master Ying a descendant of an ancient force? A middle-aged man felt a chill run down his spine, his face filled with horror. How could someone dare to bully his brother? He's courting death. Go investigate. Use all available resources to find out the information young Master Ying needs as quickly as possible, Old Gao ordered. It's father. It's master. The Gao family members responded with a sense of awe. Father, that young Master Ying shouldn't be a murderer. She has such powerful medical skills. Could we ask her to take a look at our family? The young woman by the sickbed suddenly spoke. It seems I need to build up my own power. After leaving the hospital, Ying Shaolong pondered for a moment. What had happened to his brother had given him some thoughts. I may be strong, but what about my grandfather and brother? This time, by chance, I ran into the Gao family. I can order them to investigate, but what about the future? One's own family members need protection. Some things also require some subordinates to handle. It's a pity that I'm still too weak. If I could transform into a dragon, I could completely transform aquatic creatures into human form and give them powerful abilities. He muttered to himself, pondering as he hurried home. Yanjiang City is a third-tier city, and Ying Shaolong's family lives in a remote urban village called Fangzhou Village. In front of Fangzhou Village is a road, where my grandfather ran a restaurant for decades. Behind Fangzhou Village lies the Yangtze River of Daxia. When Ying Shaolong arrived, his grandfather and brother were waiting at home. Chapter 58. Touch it, and you will die. Is this for real? Little brother, you actually obtained the inheritance of a divine physician and the method of martial arts cultivation? There really are martial artists in the world who can fly over rooftops and walk on walls. Inside the dilapidated winter's house, Ying Shaotian stared dumbfounded at his younger brother. Hearing his account, I was filled with shock. Warrior? Martial arts? Flying over rooftops and scaling walls? This actually exists. Yes, sir. Ying Shaolong nodded with a smile. He didn't mention the Ancestral Dragon technique, but casually fabricated a story about how he obtained the inheritance of a divine physician. In any case, he can now treat any injury with ease, as the power of the divine dragon's creation can heal it directly. Calling him a miracle doctor is not an exaggeration. What happened to all those people who knelt down earlier? Grandpa Ying asked in astonishment. It's nothing, just a small conflict. After I helped one of their children get better, the problem has been resolved. Ying Shaolong smiled and gave a perfunctory reply, then said, Grandpa, brother, I will teach you a cultivation technique later, and you can practice it. Cultivation? Ying Shaoshan's face showed excitement and anticipation. Both my grandfather and I can cultivate. With my help, it's possible. Ying Shaolong nodded. Logically speaking, if my brother hadn't had a great stroke of luck, it would be very difficult for him to cultivate at his current age. As for Grandpa, his skin, bones, and internal organs have aged, so there is no hope for him to cultivate. However, he can use the power of the dragon to help them nourish their bodies, thereby enabling them to quickly refine their skin, bones, tendons, and internal organs, and even open their orifices. I never imagined that at my age, I would still be able to come into contact with cultivation, Grandpa Ying said with a slight sigh. Hee, Grandpa, you should cultivate diligently, and you'll easily live to be over 100 years old in the future. Ying Shaolong smiled. Grandpa Ying laughed and said, I don't need to live long. As long as I can see you two get married and have children, I will be satisfied. Now we might have to rely on you, brother. Ying Shaolong looked at his elder brother. Brother, this world is controlled by the strong. You cultivate martial arts, so there's no question of whether you're good enough for your sister-in-law. Keep it up. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaotian blushed and said, Don't worry about my affairs. Aren't you in military training? Now that everything's alright, you should go back to school and not let it interfere with your studies. It's okay, bro. I took a few days off during military training. Ying Shaolong shook his head. I'll stay home with you for a few days. He naturally didn't ask for leave from school. Military training is very important for freshmen, but nothing is more important than his older brother's matter. When he was in school, if someone bullied him, his older brother would protect him and help him beat up the bullies. Now that he's grown up, he can help his older brother. He looked at his older brother and then at his grandfather. Only after settling them in could he go to school with peace of mind. In the afternoon, Ying Shaolong taught his elder brother and grandfather martial arts at home. He possessed the martial arts cultivation method, which he obtained from Gong Sun Hong. When he asked Gong Sun Hong for the cultivation method, it was also to prepare it for his grandfather and elder brother. He used the power of the dragon to cleanse his grandfather and elder brother's bodies, enabling them to quickly enter the perfect state of skin refining. The repeated depletion of the dragon's power today has caused the sixth dragon bone he refined to completely dim. He didn't mind. The amount of exertion was acceptable. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His phone rang at 6:30 p.m. Young Master Ying, we found the culprit who hurt your brother, and we've also found information about Xiao Kiki. I'm not far from your house right now. Should I send it to you as a document, or should I deliver it to you in person? As soon as the call connected, old Gao's voice came through. I'll come find you, Ying Shaolong said directly, asked a few questions, and then hung up the phone. He glanced at his grandfather and brother, who were engrossed in their cultivation, and then walked out of the room. Not far away, a luxury MPV was parked on the side of the road, and Ying Shaolong walked over. Young Master Ying. Once in the car, Mr. Gao handed over a document. This is the information you need. Ying Shaolong nodded and flipped through it. Information on the 4 people who harmed the brother has been clearly obtained, including some surveillance video images. The 4 are bodyguards, Song Liang, a martial artist from the Song family, a family of martial artists. Ying Shaolong raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the information above. The Song family can't really be called a martial arts family. Song Hexing somehow obtained a cultivation method and cultivated to the bone refining realm. With this strength, he has built a business. He owns several bars in Yanjiang City and is worth 4 or 500 million. Old Gao said respectfully. His son is even weaker, only at the skin refining realm. Is the reason why Song Liang crippled your brother, young mastering, related to Xiao Ke? Ying Shaolong frowned slightly as he looked at Xiao Qiqi's information. I learned from my grandfather that my eldest brother and this Xiao Ke have a good relationship, and it seems that they both have feelings for each other. The Xiao family was a moderately wealthy family with assets of over 100 million yuan in Yanjiang City. Although they were doing well, they had never been exposed to the world of martial arts. Old Gao continued, but recently, the Xiao family developed an internet product that has made them rich overnight, earning over 1 billion yuan in just a few months. The company's market value will be at least several billion yuan in the future. A family without martial artists suddenly becoming rich will naturally attract attention. Of course, martial artists must also abide by some rules. They cannot directly rob. The Xiao family only has one daughter, Xiao Qiqi, who is quite beautiful. Obtaining Xiao Qiqi is equivalent to obtaining the entire Xiao family. Recently, Xiao Qiqi has been on good terms with your brother, young Master Ying, which has brought disaster upon them. Ying Shaolong raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard his words. He hadn't expected that his older brother would actually meet a rich and beautiful woman. Judging from the photos and information about Xiao Qiqi that Gao Lao found, Xiao Qiqi is quite a beauty. Although she may not be as stunning as Sun Menghan or Xiao Yuqing, she is still considered pretty. Of course, my older brother is also quite handsome, has never been in a relationship, and is rather simple and honest. Where are Song Liang and Song Hexing of the Song family, along with their 4 bodyguards? After reviewing all the information, Ying Shaolong asked a question. Young Master Ying, we have located 2 people, both inside their villa. Old Gao replied respectfully. Passed. Ying Shaolong gave the order. Old Gao immediately nodded and instructed his son, who was driving, to quickly move the vehicle away. Most of the wealthy people in Yanjiang City live in the Hejiang Villa district, which is located right next to the mighty Yangtze River. The vehicle was parked in front of the Song family's villa in Hejiang. This is a Chinese-style villa, with a traditional Chinese gate and courtyard. Young Master Ying, please sit here. I will go and collect the heads of the Song family members. Old Gao said respectfully to Ying Shaolong. When I was in school, someone bullied me, and my brother helped me fight him off. Ying Shaolong shook his head and refused. He got out of the car, a faint killing intent emanating from him. He muttered to himself, now if someone bullies my brother, I'll kill him myself. Dragons have scales that cannot be touched. To touch them is certain death. Chapter 59. Great Revenge Achieved, Establishing Power. Click-clack. Ying Shaolong gazed at the magnificent villa gate ahead and stepped forward. 800 meters away lies the Yangtze River Basin, where the river is 15 kilometers wide and the current is relatively rapid. At this moment, within the Yangtze River, a current resembling a venomous snake swayed and swam toward Ying Shaolong at an unbelievable speed. When Ying Shaolong stood in front of the gate, the stream of water strangely drifted into his palm. Standing at the back, Old Gao suddenly sensed something and was slightly startled when he saw a strangely appearing ball of water. Ying Shaolong placed his palm on the door, and the water flowed directly inside. Bump! The gate opened automatically, revealing a traditional Chinese courtyard. Each villa in Hejiang is worth over 50 million yuan, which is considered one of the most luxurious residences in a third-tier city. The courtyard was filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. Woof woof, woof woof. The moment the door opened, the sound of barking dogs rang out, followed by 2 huge black shadows rushing towards them. 2 vicious dogs, each the size of an adult when standing, with dark, gleaming pupils and sharp teeth. Ying Shaolong looked over, flicked his finger, and 2 water droplets instantly pierced through the 2 vicious dogs. A whoop! The 2 vicious dogs fell to the ground, letting out their final screams. How's Xiao Qiqi doing? Are you confident you can take her down? Inside the luxurious villa, Song Hexing and his son Song Liang sat in the dining room, sipping drinks and chatting. Don't worry, I dealt with a clueless competitor yesterday. I'll arrange a hero saves the damsel in distress scene in the next couple of days, and it'll be a piece of cake. Song Liang took a sip of red wine and confidently swirled the glass. Dad, I may not be good at anything else, but when it comes to picking up girls, hurry up and get it done, don't delay. A lot of people are eyeing the Xiao family's piece of fat meat right now. If we're too late, it won't be our turn, the bald Song Hexing said with a smile. It will be done within 3 days, Song Liang said confidently. Woof woof. Just then, a series of urgent barks suddenly rang out. Song Hexing's ears twitched, his gaze sharpened, and he immediately stood up, looking at his subordinates outside. Someone has come uninvited. Let's see who it is. After finishing speaking, Song Hexing hesitated for a moment, then got up and went over as well. Boo! Song Liang stood up, still holding a wine glass in his hand, and followed behind in confusion. There were 6 bodyguards in the villa, and they immediately headed outside. As soon as I stepped out the door, I saw a young man following an old man. The young man was in front, and the old man was behind, making their identities obvious. "You're asking for death. How dare you break into our CEO Song's home?" The 6 bodyguards' eyes narrowed as they saw the 2 dogs lying on the ground, and they shouted coldly, "It really is you." Ying Shaolong glanced at the information in his hand. Then his gaze fell on the 4 bodyguards. The water that was floating in front of him turned into droplets and instantly pierced through the 4 bodyguards. 8 drops of water pierced the pupils of the 4 people. The remaining, dense water droplets seeped through their legs. His older brother had both legs broken and was forced to hold his head in front of the car headlights, causing him to go blind. They tormented me for a full half hour. "Just kill them, it's too easy." In an instant, screams rang out. The 2 bodyguards who hadn't been attacked were stunned. Seeing their companion bleeding from both eyes and legs, they were horrified. They reached straight for their waist. But the next second, 2 drops of water pierced through their brows. "Who is it?" "I, Song Hexing, have not offended you, have I?" Song Hexing had just stepped out of the room when he saw this scene. His expression changed drastically, and he immediately glanced at Ying Shaolong and Old Gao. When he saw Old Gao, he immediately recognized him. Puff, puff, puff. But as soon as he finished speaking and was about to open his mouth, drops of water suddenly shot towards him. Seeing these water droplets, which were far more terrifying than bullets, Song Hexing tried to dodge, but found that he couldn't dodge them at all. Water droplets pierced his legs and eyes, and intense pain surged into his heart. Song Liang, who was standing next to him, was the same. Screams of agony escaped their lips. Old Gao. Noisy. Song Hexing was terrified and filled with doubt. He had not provoked the Gao family. However, before he could finish speaking, a gust of river water rushed into his mouth, rendering him completely unable to speak, and he couldn't even let out a scream. "The young man you injured yesterday was my brother, so today all of you will die." Ying Shaolong looked at them expressionlessly and said coldly, just staring at them. Song Liang, who was unable to speak, looked completely incredulous upon hearing Ying Shaolong's words. The young man whose legs were broken and who was blinded by his men yesterday actually has a powerful younger brother? How is that possible? That young man was just a low-level cook. It was just an ant that could be crushed with a flick of the wrist. They wanted to ask questions, to wail, to beg for mercy, but no sound came out. Despite the pain, Song Hexing knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging for mercy and kowtowing in Ying Shaolong's direction. Ying Shaolong remained completely unmoved, simply watching quietly. Time ticked by, and a full 10 minutes later, Ying Shaolong finally approached the 6 tormented people. He placed his palm on Song Liang's body and attempted to refine it. In less than a second, Song Liang vanished into nothingness. Seeing this scene from behind, Old Gao's pupils contracted, and his heart was in turmoil. Is this young master a demonic cultivator? How can he be so terrifying? He was shocked and lowered his head, becoming even more respectful. Following the same method, Song Hexing and his accomplices disappeared one by one. The refined dragon power actually allowed me to polish 2 dragon bones. Ying Shaolong was pleasantly surprised as he absorbed the refined energy. However, considering that Song Hexing was at the bone refining realm and Song Liang was at the skin refining realm, neither of them were ordinary people, I felt relieved. "Let's go." Ying Shaolong looked at Elder Gao and said calmly, "It's young mastering." Old Gao dared not ask any more questions and followed them into the car. After struggling and hesitating for a moment, he said, "Young mastering, I have a relative by marriage, a family of 18 people. They were once afflicted by a special demonic art, which softened their bones and rendered them all useless. I wonder if young mastering can treat them? If you can cure them, my Gao family is willing to offer half of our assets. In addition, we will follow your lead and obey your orders." Oh, having just avenged his elder brother, Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing Elder Gao's words, his eyes flashing. "Take me to see him. It's young mastering." An excited look flashed in Old Gao's eyes as he continued. "Young mastering, the rise of my Gao family is also due to the cultivation method given to us by our in-laws. 15 years ago, more than 200 members of my in-laws' clan were slaughtered by the demonic path. The special demonic technique allowed only 18 members of my in-laws' clan to survive. Among these 18 people, even the weakest at the peak of their cultivation was at least at the refinement stage." Ying Shaolong was slightly surprised to hear this. The refining organs realm was a relatively strong realm, and in Jianghai, it was considered one of the top realms. "We're short-handed right now, so let's build up our own power base." He had some ideas in his mind. Chapter 60, Yangtze River Shipwreck. Ying Shaolong was not interested in the Gao family's assets, but he was very interested in the 18 subordinates. Yanjiang City is his root, the place where he grew up. My brother and grandfather are here. Therefore, it is necessary to establish a force of our own in the riverside city. After driving for a few minutes, the vehicle stopped in front of a villa in the same villa area. Compared to the Song family's villa, the villa here is larger and more luxurious. Upon entering the villa, in the courtyard, 18 figures sitting in wheelchairs came into view. Besides them, there were also members of the Gao family. Young Mastering. The Gao family members immediately bowed and respectfully greeted him. The group of people in the wheelchair also called out, looking at him with curiosity. In the center sat an elderly man with a full head of white hair. He had a large frame and would be at least 1.9 meters tall if he stood up. Although he was in a wheelchair, his aura was still undiminished. The white-haired old man looked at Ying Shaolong with hope and slowly said, "Back then, my Long family was not a top family in the central region of the Great Xia, but we still had a reputation. I have seen all kinds of talented people from various forces, but I have never seen such a young and innate expert." "Yeah." Ying Shaolong looked at the old man, walked straight over, placed his palm on his body, and said indifferently, "It's a pity that I am not a Xiantan, innate person, but have just begun to refine my bones." The white-haired old man was stunned, and the corners of Gao Lao and the others' mouths twitched. Bone refinement? God's bone refining. Killing with internal energy, killing with water, innate abilities, young mastering is joking. Old Gao laughed from his side, then looked at him. "Young mastering, is there any hope of curing my in-law? The one who injured us was a Xiantian cultivator. If it were young mastering..." The old man in the wheelchair spoke up, but soon his body trembled, and an excited expression appeared on his face. He slowly raised his right arm. "Young mastering, it can be cured." Ying Shaolong withdrew his arm. The bones of the old man in the wheelchair had been corroded by special energy. The power of the dragon could heal them, but this would be quite taxing on him. If all 18 people are cured, it will consume the energy of at least 3 dragon bones. Go find someone to buy all kinds of fish, live ones, as many as you can, and let me know when you bought them. Ying Shaolong pondered for a moment, then looked at them and said, "I will heal your injuries then." After saying that, Ying Shaolong walked outside. "Yes, it's young mastering." Old Gao replied hastily and followed him outside. Behind them, the Long family members, sitting in wheelchairs, had expressions of excitement and anticipation on their faces. "The surname is Long. What a coincidence." Ying Shaolong returned to the car, thinking to himself. Healing them, Ying Shaolong didn't want to expend too much of his divine dragon power, so he sent them to buy fish. In this way, one can make a huge profit, gain more power, and avoid any losses. I returned home in a good mood. It was only a little past 8 o'clock. "Little brother, where did you go? I was just about to call you." "Perfect timing. Let's have dinner." As soon as he got home, Ying Shaotian saw him with the food in hand and said with a smile, "Wash your hands and eat." "I went for a walk outside." Ying Shaolong smiled and then sat down to eat with his family of 3. The meal was very ordinary, a fish dish and 3 stir-fried dishes, but the family felt very warm and cozy. "Why are you playing on your phone while eating? What's wrong? Is that girl Coco looking for you?" Grandpa Ying said with a smile as he watched his eldest son eating while grinning at his phone. The older brother, chuckled sheepishly without answering and ate a couple of mouthfuls of rice. "I knew it." Grandpa Ying smiled, looked at him, and asked with a face full of satisfaction, "I heard that Miss Kiki is going to have a birthday. Prepare a good birthday gift. Although our family is not rich, we can't let the girl down." I know, Grandpa, don't worry." The older brother nodded. "Coco's birthday is tomorrow, and she invited me." "Big brother, take me with you then. I want to go see your sister-in-law," Ying Shaolong said immediately. "Don't shout nonsense. It's not true yet." The older brother glared at him. "I'll take you to see it the day after tomorrow. Don't stay at home too long. Even though you're capable now and have gained opportunities, you should still focus on your studies." I know. I'll be leaving in a few days," Ying Shaolong replied immediately. Sometimes the older brother nags like other people's mothers. Going to university used to be his dream, but he gave it up for the sake of the family. Naturally, he hopes that his younger brother will study hard. After the family finished eating, Ying Shaolong offered to clear the table, while his older brother left with his phone. Ying Shaolong smiled as he watched his elder brother's figure. He didn't have much money to give his brother right now, nor did he plan to buy him luxury cars, villas, or nice clothes. Sincerity begets sincerity. Whether you can become my sister-in-law depends on whether you are sincere to my brother. Ying Shaolong murmured to himself, thinking of Xiao Kiki, whom he had never met. So what if she's a rich heiress? If she's not sincere, she's not worthy of Ying Shaolong's older brother. After packing his things, Ying Shaolong chatted with his grandfather for a few words and then went out. "Go and see the Yangtze River. When I was a child, I would get a beating from my grandfather every time I went to the riverbank. Now I can go and have a good look. The Yangtze River has many legends and is home to many kinds of fish." Ying Shaolong walked towards the riverbank, hoping to improve his strength. The Yangtze River is a legendary river in Daxia. Throughout history, the Yangtze River has been the subject of numerous legends, such as tales of water ghosts, water monsters, and dragons falling from the water. The city of Yanjiang is named after the Yangtze River. Arriving at the riverbank, we found it to be a rather remote place, deserted and without even a light. His gaze swept across the surging river ahead, and with a flicker of his eye, he leaped into the water. Bump! Once inside the river, unlike the ocean, the water was much muddier, which greatly affected his vision. Many people had drowned in the river in the past, so Grandpa forbade him and his older brother from going near the river. The river is very deep here. The waters on the riverside city side are over 200 meters deep. Wow, there are quite a few fish in the Yangtze River. Ying Shaolong swam several hundred meters in an instant, his eyes gleaming as he surveyed his surroundings. A wide variety of carp, grass carp, silver carp, and catfish were on display. Within a radius of 2 kilometers, there were at least several thousand kilograms of them. Ying Shaolong's dragon might shook the waters, and all the fish trembled, swimming toward his position as if controlled. Refine it a bit to improve my strength. Ying Shaolong has only produced 8 dragon bones so far, which is still a long way from the goal of 206. After quickly refining the several thousand kilograms of fish, he swam towards the center of the room. While refining the substance, he scanned the bottom of the river and even spotted a yellow eel that weighed about 40 pounds and was 2 meters long. These rare items can fetch tens of thousands of yuan each. However, he directly refined the eel. After swimming in the river for more than 5 hours and covering more than 50 kilometers, Ying Shaolong looked at the riverbed ahead and was slightly startled. A shipwreck, approximately 50 meters long, came into view. Shipwreck? Chapter 61. The water monster walks like a dragon, subdued. A sunken ship at the bottom of the river? Ying Shaolong's eyes lit up as he looked at the ancient, half-submerged, decaying shipwreck. Countless ships have sunk in the Yangtze River, and naturally, countless treasures have been found among them. Ying Shaolong never expected that he would encounter a sunken ship. Let's see if there's any treasure inside. He was full of interest and quickly swam over. This is a wooden boat of unknown age. Only half of the boat is visible, and nothing can be seen inside. There are also some fish swimming around. Ying Shaolong surveyed the scene, then waved his arm, causing the surrounding water to surge towards the sunken ship below. He attempted to use his water manipulation skills to excavate the shipwreck from within. Click-clack, click-clack. Some sounds came from the decaying ship, and Ying Shaolong discovered that his water control technique could not make it rise. His skills are still a bit lacking. Dig it open and take a look. He was thinking to himself that he would control the water flow and dig it out little by little. Buzz, buzz. Just then, a wild and untamed aura suddenly wafted over, causing Ying Shaolong to become wary. His gaze sharpened, and he immediately looked towards the spot ahead. The entire sunken ship is over 50 meters long. He is currently at one end of the bow, while at another end, there's a powerful aura. This aura far surpassed that of any creature he had encountered, including Gong Sun Hong, who was at the organ refinement level, and a shark swarm. The next moment, a huge head emerged from the bow of the ship. This head is a full 2 meters in size, similar to a snake's head, with a triangular shape and a gray color. At this moment, the icy pupils on the giant snake's head stared coldly at him. What is this? Ying Shaolong's expression changed slightly as he looked at the monster that had suddenly emerged from the mud. This. The enormous monster suddenly spat out a blood-red tongue and charged its head toward him. At the same time, its enormous body was revealed to Ying Shaolong. This is a huge monster that is over 20 meters long. Its body resembles a giant python. But strangely, it has 2 fleshy claws. The 2 claws are not large, only 2 meters in size, and are located 5 meters below the head. It carried a terrifying aura, its cold, emotionless pupils fixed on Ying Shaolong as it attacked him. It has claws, somewhat similar to the legendary walking dragon. Ying Shaolong looked at the fully formed water monster, recalling the rumors about the Yangtze River monster. His eyes flashed, and a cold look appeared in them. You're courting death. Boom! With a wave of his arm, the water in front of him condensed into a 5-meter-long spear, which swiftly attacked the dragon. When Zhou Jiao saw this terrifying spear, his extremely cold pupils changed. It hurriedly shook its massive body, trying to escape. Puff! However, it was too late to dodge, and the spear pierced its body. What a tough body. Ying Shaolong was slightly surprised to see that the spear had not pierced through his body. He is incredibly terrifying in the water. I dare not say anything else, but Ying Shaolong felt that he could kill a Xiantian expert in the water. Although he didn't know how strong the innate experts were. Hiss. The dragon, in pain, swayed its massive body and looked at Ying Shaolong again with fear in its eyes. It swayed its body, preparing to escape. Can it escape? How could Ying Shaolong possibly let it go? If such a huge creature were refined, wouldn't it greatly increase the power of the divine dragon? Can it be used to refine a lot of dragon bones? Zhou Jiao was fast, but Ying Shaolong was even faster. He rushed forward quickly, and a dozen spears gathered around his body. Puff! Seeing Ying Shaolong pursuing them at terrifying speed, Zhou Jiao's pupils revealed a human-like fear, and he opened his snake mouth. A stream of black venom shot towards Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong's gaze sharpened as he saw that the surrounding water was enveloping the venom, preventing it from contaminating him. Swish swish. One water spear after another attacked the dragon. Puff puff puff. The spears struck the dragon, leaving huge bloody holes in its body. Hiss hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. Wah! Don't eat me, don't eat me. Suddenly, Zhou Jiao stuck out his tongue and made a series of strange sounds that reached Ying Shaolong's ears, causing him to be slightly startled. After cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique, he could faintly sense the voices of other intelligent beings. After enlightening Xioxin and giving him wisdom, he was able to understand what Xioxin was saying. Is this dragon-walking creature intelligent? But thinking about it, it makes sense. This dragon is very powerful and has a high probability of developing intelligence. You attacked me first, and now you want me to kill you? Ying Shaolong waved his arm, and the surrounding water formed a large net that enveloped Zhou Jiao. Hiss 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 hiss. I only attacked you because you trespassed on my territory. A weak voice continued to emerge from the ferocious dragon's mouth, which was completely inconsistent with its appearance. Hiss 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 hiss. Please don't eat me, okay? I'll never attack you again. I'm giving you my territory. Zhou Jiao looked at the large net around him, then pitifully looked at Ying Shaolong again. Oh! Ying Shaolong looked at the walking dragon, his eyes flashing as he pondered. Refine it or keep it. Legend has it that a snake transforms into a swarm of serpents after 100 years, a serpent into a serpent after 500 years, a serpent into a dragon after 1,000 years, and a dragon into a dragon after 10,000 years. This serpent should not be considered a dragon, and may not even be considered serpent. When the Ancestral Dragon technique is cultivated to the end, one can transform into the Ancestral Dragon. And the dragon race, besides the Ancestral Dragon, also has other divine dragons. Other beings need the bloodline of a dragon to evolve into a divine dragon. If I become the Ancestral Dragon, I can transform other beings into dragons. Or I can keep this guy and find a companion for Shao Xian. Ying Shaolong stared intently at the walking dragon. If you were to say that you wanted to use this guy as a mount, that would be pretty impressive. With a size of over 20 meters, it is absolutely enormous. I may not eat you, but from now on you must obey my orders and respect me as your king, Ying Shaolong said, staring at it. Hiss 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 hiss. As long as you don't eat me, you are king. Zhou Jiao immediately lowered his head, indicating his submission. I will imprint the dragon's mark into your mind. Do not resist. Ying Shaolong's body radiated light, and dragon scales faintly appeared. One of the illusory dragon scales transformed into a divine dragon mark and flew towards the head of the dragon-walking dragon. The dragon's intelligence was not created by Ying Shaolong's enlightenment. To make it 100% obedient, it needs the mark of the divine dragon. Once the mark of the divine dragon is planted in its mind, it will respect itself. Zhou Jiao dared not resist, keeping his head down and remaining motionless. As the dragon's mark entered its body, a phantom of the dragon flashed in its pupils. It raised its head and looked at Ying Shaolong. Hiss hiss hiss, hiss hiss hiss. Holy Dragon King, I am your subordinate. Ying Shaolong raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing the title Zhou Jiao. Chapter 62, The Winner's Sister-in-Law. The title Dragon King is quite fitting. Ying Shaolong looked at the dragon in front of him with a smile on his face and reached out to place his hand on its head. Using the power of the dragon, he healed the wound and asked, How many years have you lived? Why do you live under this mud? Hiss 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 hiss. Zhou Jiao looked at him with a puzzled expression. All right, from now on I'll call you Zhou Jiao. Ying Shaolong saw that it didn't seem to know the passage of time or anything, so he didn't ask any more questions. Zhou Jiao is very strong, but its intelligence is not much higher than Shao Xian's. It's just a child's IQ. Having subdued the dragon, he turned his gaze back to the location of the sunken ship and immediately swam over. The dragon swayed its enormous body, and its more than 20-meter-long body made the dragon appear somewhat small beside it. Let's see if there's any treasure. Ying Shaolong looked at the sunken ship expectantly and used his water manipulation technique to dig it out little by little. Hiss 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 hiss. All the good food inside is gone. The dragon swam over and suddenly said, Delicious food. Ying Shaolong was slightly surprised. Delicious food? This shipwreck is at least 100 years old. Did Zhou Jiao find something delicious to eat inside? What is it? Is it a type of jade with energy? Did it evolve into its current form because of the jade? He guessed in his mind that it would take half an hour to completely excavate the shipwreck, use water control techniques to clear away the silt on it, and reveal the appearance of the shipwreck. More than a dozen skeletons, already decomposed, There were some porcelain pieces on it, but they were completely broken. To Ying Shaolong's slight disappointment, there were no expensive items such as antiques or blue and white porcelain inside. However, next to a skeleton, I did see an ancient hairpin and a necklace. This hairpin is carved in the shape of a coiled dragon and is made entirely of the highest grade jade, emerald, with rubies inlaid on it. The necklace is an emerald necklace, weighing at least 10 grams. Based on Ying Shaolong's current understanding of this type of jewelry, the hairpin should be worth around 5 million, and the necklace even more, at least over 10 million. Besides these, there were a few pieces of gold, but Ying Shaolong didn't care about them. After all, we have money now. Forget it, we're not short of money anyway. He shook his head and looked at Zhou Jiao. Let's go explore other places. Hiss. Zhou Jiao immediately swam over, and Ying Shaolong stood directly on his head. His head, which is 3 meters in size, is more than enough for him to stand on. Ying Shaolong pointed in a direction, and Zhou Jiao swayed its body and swam quickly in that direction. The night passed quickly. Ying Shaolong rode his mount, Zhou Jiao, and refined many fish in the Yangtze River before beginning to refine the 9th dragon bone. When he returned in the early morning, his brother had just finished making breakfast. When he left yesterday, he told his brother and grandfather that he was going to cultivate. So when he returned the next day, his brother and grandfather did not ask any questions. Shaolong, it's time to eat. After you finish eating, you should take a nap, Grandpa Ying said to him. Okay, Grandpa, I got some fish from the river. My older brother can cook fish for lunch. Ying Shaolong nodded and rested for a while after finishing his meal. When he woke up, it was already afternoon. He saw a message from his older brother on his phone and opened it to read it. It means that he was shopping with Xiao Kiki and came to invite him to Xiao Kiki's birthday party that evening. Ying Shaolong replied and went into the courtyard where he saw his grandfather practicing martial arts. Shaolong, are you hungry? If you are, I'll make you lunch, Grandpa Ying asked when he saw him wake up. I'm not hungry. I'm going with my older brother to my sister-in-law's birthday party tonight to see her. Ying Shaolong shook his head and smiled. Hee, good. Let's see how your brother and that Miss Xiao Kiki are doing. Grandpa Ying nodded happily, then said, Shaolong, did you get the knife fish in that basin? Yangtze River knife fish are extremely valuable. You can't even see one year now. Yes, we were lucky to run into them in the river. Ying Shaolong nodded. The fish he brought from a river were naturally the most precious. The Yangtze River knife fish is known as the king of freshwater fish in terms of price and is one of the 3 delicacies of the Yangtze River. Its price is comparable to that of large yellow croaker. Last night, he wandered all night, covering hundreds of kilometers, but only encountered 7, weighing a total of 5 pounds. These 5 ribbon fish would be worth at least 40 or 50,000 yuan if sold. Grandpa, little brother. Not long after Ying Shaolong finished chatting with his grandfather, his older brother rushed back. Hey, big brother, you look so handsome today. Ying Shaolong looked at his older brother with a surprised expression. The man in the casual suit had neat hair, a strong physique, and a handsome face. The older brother blushed and said somewhat embarrassedly, It was bought for me by your sister Coco. She also took me to get my hair done. It was very expensive. Oh, Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow, sized up his elder brother. His outfit must have cost tens of thousands of yuan, and asked, Brother, have you prepared a gift for sister-in-law? It's already been sent, but... The older brother frowned slightly, a worried look on his face. The gift I gave was a necklace worth several thousand yuan, but Xiao Kiki's family seems to be very well off. The clothes he took me to buy today cost 50 or 60,000 yuan. So expensive? Grandpa Ying was also somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, he said, Kiki has taken a liking to you, so she won't care about our family's financial situation. Doesn't she like to eat fish? Your brother caught some ribbon fish in the river. Ribbon fish are very valuable. Cook them and send them to her tonight. Is that so? The elder brother's face lit up with joy as he looked at Ying Shaolong. Brother, where are the fish? It's in the kitchen. Ying Shaolong pointed to the kitchen, looking at his honest-looking older brother, and hesitated slightly. Never mind. I'll tell my brother and grandfather about how rich I am after I see my sister-in-law tonight. Although judging from the behavior of the sister-in-law whom he had never met, she must love his brother very much. Ying Shaolong still wanted to see for himself. After all, it's my brother's lifelong marriage, so I have to be the one to oversee it. Little brother, it's past 6 o'clock. We need to hurry over there. The older brother cooked fish in the kitchen for an hour and came out around 6 o'clock, saying to him, Okay, go see your sister-in-law. Ying Shaolong smiled and agreed, then rode his motorcycle with his older brother to an open-air garden restaurant. The upscale restaurant has an elegant ambience, and the slightly cool weather today is very refreshing. I'll make a call first. When you see me, don't call me anything, just call me Sister Kiki. The older brother instructed him as they got out of the car. Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded, looked around, and noticed that there were quite a few supercars parked nearby. Soon, a woman came out of the restaurant. The woman was about 1.63 meters tall and had a beautiful appearance. She smiled when she saw them. Coco, the eldest brother, greeted her with a smile. Shout on. Xiao Ku smiled and took Ying Shaoxin's arm, then looked at Ying Shaolong. This must be Ying Shaolong's younger brother, right? Yes, hello, Sister Kiki. Ying Shaolong nodded with a smile. Come on in. Xiao Ku smiled and nodded, then leaned close to Ying Shaotian and whispered, Shaotian, there's a group of people who came uninvited and are quite annoying. You don't need to pay attention to them later. Okay. The older brother asked in confusion, then nodded. Chapter 63 Birthday Gift. Who is that young man? Why is Miss Xiao Ku so close to him? Inside the garden restaurant, a group of young men and women dressed in designer clothes gathered together. When Xiao Kiki entered arm in arm with Ying Shaotian, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Some of the young people frowned and asked casually, their eyes showing displeasure. The Xiao family was originally just a wealthy family in Yanjiang City, but their sudden wealth caught the attention of many other prominent families. Although martial artists are not known to ordinary people, most of them have not separated themselves from society. Money is still very important. The Xiao family has only one daughter, and she is quite beautiful, which has aroused the interest of many martial arts families in Yanjiang City. If I marry her, the Xiao family's future assets of several billion will be mine. Therefore, in the past few days, many disciples from aristocratic families have wanted to get in touch with Xiao Kiki. Today is his birthday, and 6 or 7 men and women came uninvited. These 6 or 7 men and women are all well-known rich second-generation individuals in Yanjiang City. Wow, Coco, who is this? You two are so close. Shouldn't you introduce them? A girl saw them come in and immediately walked over with a smile. Ying. Xiao Ku smiled at the girl, then looked at everyone and said, let me introduce you all. This is my boyfriend, Ying Shaotian. Hello everyone. My name is Ying Shaotian. The eldest brother nodded to everyone, slightly nervous. Oh my, is this the handsome guy Coco's been talking about all the time? He really is handsome. Not bad at all. Hey, he's pretty handsome, and his name is nice too. You'd better treat our Coco well in the future. For girls gathered around, smiling broadly as they spoke. Okay. The older brother chuckled and nodded repeatedly. All right, you girls, behave yourselves. Xiao Kiki glared at her girlfriends. Oh my, you've only just confirmed your relationship, Kiki, and you're already throwing your heart away when it comes to the opposite sex? A woman joked. Shut up. Xiao Ku rolled her eyes at her and snorted. Humph. Go and have someone bring the cake over. All right. Miss Xiao really knows how to order us around. The woman smiled and waved to the waiter. Oh, right. Let me introduce you to Shaoxin's younger brother, Ying Shaolong. Xiao Ku smiled and introduced him to them again, thinking of Ying Shaotian. Hello, ladies. Ying Shaolong greeted them with a smile. There were more than a dozen people in the restaurant. The 4 girls were obviously close friends with Xiao Ku. There were also 6 or 7 men and women sitting nearby, all looking over at them indifferently. Clearly, this person came uninvited. Ying Shaolong was very polite to his best friend, who could potentially become his future sister-in-law. This little brother is so handsome too. It's a pity he looks too young. A woman looked at Ying Shaolong and joked playfully. Ying Shaolong chuckled speechlessly. He really wasn't young. Brothers and sisters, I know that guy. He's just a lowly cook. I don't know how he tricked my cousin, but I'm sure they'll break up soon. My cousin and him are from completely different worlds. Not far away, 6 or 7 men and women were sitting. When the young men heard Xiao Kiki introduce her boyfriend, their expressions turned somewhat unpleasant. They had designs on the Xiao family, and their families allowed them to get to know Xiao Kiki. However, being proud and arrogant, they were unhappy to see that Xiao Kiki had a boyfriend. A young man noticed their displeasure and, with a fawning smile on his face, spoke up. Kiki is still young, so it's normal for her to be deceived. A woman nodded slightly and patted the young man beside her. Come on, little brother, get to know Miss Kiki properly. Okay, cease. The young man smiled and nodded. They were all martial artists and could tell that Xiao Ku was still a virgin. Given the Xiao family's wealth, it wouldn't be a problem for her to have a boyfriend. He's just a poor kid. We can't let Coco get fooled. A young man next to him also stood up with a smile and followed. Seeing this, the other young men and women naturally didn't want to be left behind. Happy birthday, Xiao Kiki. A woman stepped forward and congratulated Xiao Ku. Thank you, Sister Lu. Xiao Ku nodded politely as she saw the woman and her companion approaching. Is this your boyfriend? What does he do? The woman called Sister Lu looked at Ying Shaotian and asked knowingly. My family owns a restaurant. Xiao Kiki replied with a smile. Cousin, isn't he just a chef? The young man next to Xiao Kiki looked at her and said with a smile. You've been eating at his restaurant a lot lately. How did he manage to win you over? Cook. Sister Lu glanced at the young man with satisfaction, then narrowed her eyes slightly as she looked at Xiao Kiki. Kiki, you are a talented woman in our Yanjiang city. When you look for a boyfriend, you should find someone who is your equal. Don't be fooled. She spoke and laughed, her laughter slightly grating. Yes, cousin, as the saying goes, among all the rogues in the world, chefs are kings. Your uncle won't approve of your boyfriend. Xiao Kiki's cousin continued to chime in. Xiao Ketchen, when did it become your business to meddle in my affairs? I didn't invite you to my birthday party today, so get out. Xiao Kiki's expression darkened upon hearing their words. She looked at her cousin and said angrily, Cousin, Xiao Ketchen opened his mouth. Go out. Xiao Ke looked embarrassed and glared at him angrily. We're family, after all. Why should we do this for an outsider? Xiao Ketchen said weakly, though he was clearly afraid of Xiao Kiki. Seeing her still staring at him angrily, he left with a face full of resentment. Xiao Ke took a deep breath, took Ying Shaolong's arm which was standing next to her with a somewhat unpleasant expression and looked at him resolutely. Brother Xiaotian, don't listen to my bastard cousin's nonsense. My parents will agree with the person I choose. They know you, and I trust my judgment. The eldest brother smiled and nodded heavily. Little Coco, your cousin is only doing this for your own good. It's just a well-intentioned reminder. Sister Lu said with a smile. I think you should listen to your cousin's advice. Yes, Miss Coco. When looking for a boyfriend, you should find someone from a similar social class, someone within the same social circle. Otherwise, it will be difficult to get along, a young man next to her said casually. That's none of your concern, Xiao Kiki replied expressionlessly, glancing at them. Coco, don't be angry. Honest advice is hard to hear. Sister Lu smiled faintly. Seeing Xiao Kiki's displeasure, she didn't continue to offend her. She took out a gift. This is a gift from your sister, a bracelet worth 200,000 yuan, as your birthday present. Sister Lu, this is too expensive. Xiao Ke shook her head when she saw the gift. Take it. It's just a gift worth 200,000 yuan. It's not expensive for us. You can't refuse, little sister. Sister Lu casually placed the gift in her hands. Thank you so much, Sister Lu. Although Xiao Kiki wanted to refuse, her father had told her that there were some families in Yanjiang City that she couldn't afford to offend, and Sister Lu was one of those families. Hello, Coco. I heard you like roses. This is a rose carved from rubies, a masterpiece, worth over 500,000 yuan. I hope you like it. Coco, this is a Patek Philippe ladies diamond set watch that I bought for you with all my pocket money. I hope you like it. The young people immediately presented gifts. Wow, these items are all so valuable. This lady's diamond-encrusted watch must be worth close to $1 million, right? This ruby rose is worth over 500,000. Xiao Kiki's best friends are all her high school and college classmates. Although their families are well off, there's still no match for the prominent families in Yanjiang City. They were shocked when they saw the gifts brought by the young men. Thank you. Xiao Ke didn't feel any joy at receiving the gift. She forced a smile and thanked them. I wonder what gift Coco's boyfriend gave her. Can we see it? The girl called Sister Lu suddenly looked at Ying Shaotian and asked with a hint of mockery in her eyes. Ying Shaotian stood to the side, slightly at a loss, but he quickly took a deep breath. Kiki, I know you like to eat fish. My brother caught a few precious Yangtze River knife fish in the river. I've cooked them. You could try them later. As he spoke, the older brother took the insulated box from Ying Shaolong's hand. Brother Xiaotian, you've already given me a gift. Why did you make a fish dish as well? Xiao Kiki's face lit up with joy. She immediately took the fish and leaned against him, saying, I love the fish you make the most, Brother Xiaotian. It's even a knife fish, which is quite rare. I don't have much money either, so I'll just leave it at that if you like it, Ying Shaotian said softly. Fish caught from the river? You really are a country bumpkin. Sister Lu was also slightly taken aback, then smiled gently. The young men, standing nearby, also wore mocking expressions. No matter what kind of fish it is, in their eyes it's all trash that's not presentable. Sister Lu, please show some respect to people. Xiao Ke's expression changed slightly when she heard the words mountain folks. They had insulted her boyfriend time and time again, which made her a little angry. Kiki, you're really bewitched. I'm only doing this for your own good. Don't be fooled. Sister Lu looked at Xiao Kiki indifferently and shook her head lightly. Coco, you two are from completely different worlds. You're a cook, but you're from a completely different world. Sister Lu's younger brother also chimed in with a faint echo. The other young men watched this scene with amusement. They didn't take Xiao Kiki's boyfriend from the mountains seriously. He wasn't qualified to compete with them. They could crush it with just a flick of their fingers. The feelings between us are not as materialistic as you think, Xiao Kiki said coldly, looking at them. Beside him, Ying Shaotian looked at the group of arrogant, richly dressed young men and women, and his expression turned very unpleasant as he saw their sarcasm towards him. He knew Xiao Kiki's family was wealthy, but he didn't expect them to be this rich. The gifts these people gave him ranged from hundreds of thousands to nearly $1 million. This was a number he couldn't even imagine. Looking at Coco, who was protecting him, he felt a little inferior and insecure. Are they from the same world? Slap! At this moment, Ying Shaotian felt a tap on his shoulder and looked at his younger brother. My sister-in-law is right. Love should be pure and shouldn't be mixed with anything else. Ying Shaolong smiled and suddenly spoke. His words surprised everyone. But soon, a contemptuous laugh rang out. Ying Shaolong ignored the sneer and took out 2 pieces of jewelry from his pocket. Love is about sincerity for sincerity. But besides the fish my brother made, he also prepared 2 gifts, a hairpin, and a necklace. The emerald hairpin and necklace. I feel that the relationship between my elder brother and sister-in-law shouldn't be measured by money. Unlike others, I won't directly state the price. As he spoke, he handed the hairpin and necklace to Xiao Kiki. Chapter 64, Settling Scores Before Autumn Arrives. Ying Shaolong's sudden address of sister-in-law and the hairpin and necklace he handed over made Xiao Kiki pause slightly. But when her gaze fell on the hairpin and necklace, she slightly opened her mouth. She came from a wealthy family, so she naturally knew about items like jewelry. The hairpin and necklace before us are quite valuable, just considering the quality of the emerald alone. This is too valuable. An emerald hairpin and necklace, worth at least tens of millions. Xiaoko opened her mouth slightly, took a deep look, then looked at Ying Shaotian and Ying Shaolong, and shook her head. I can't accept this. Over 10 million? No way. Wow. Coco, your boyfriend is pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Xiao Kiki's close friends also stared wide-eyed, their faces full of disbelief. Their families are not poor, but they only have tens of millions of assets. Now, Xiao Kiki's boyfriend gave her a birthday gift worth tens of millions? The group of young men and women, led by Sister Lu, were also stunned, staring in astonishment at the hairpin and necklace. They were all discerning people and naturally recognized that the hairpin and necklace were worth over 10 million. Sister-in-law, please accept this gift. It's only worth a little over 10 million. It's not expensive for us. Please don't refuse. This is my brother's heartfelt gift. Ying Shaolong repeated what Sister Lu had said earlier to Xiao Kiki. He then nudged his older brother, handed him the jewelry, and gestured for him to put on. At this moment, Ying Shaotian was also completely dumbfounded. He looked at his younger brother, thought about his extraordinary encounter, and accepted it. He took the necklace and said, Kiki, I'll put it on you. Xiaoko was stunned. She knew that Ying Shaotian could not afford such an expensive gift. She glanced at Ying Shaolong beside her, a question lingering in her mind. It suits you very well, sister-in-law. It looks beautiful on you. Ying Shaolong smiled as he saw his elder brother put the item on his sister-in-law. Although tonight's birthday banquet was unexpected for Ying Shaolong, he was very satisfied with his sister-in-law. The older brother is quite happy that he found such a girlfriend. With a glance sweeping over the group of young men and women, Ying Shaolong had already made a mental note of them, intending to settle scores later. Wow, I'm so envious, Coco. The cake's here, let's cut the birthday cake. Just then, Xiao Kiki's best friend's voice rang out, and the cake was brought over. Although Xiao Kiki was full of doubts, she still happily pulled Ying Shaotian along to cut the cake. Damn it, didn't this kid say he was just a cook? How could he produce a gift worth over 10 million? Could it be that Xiao Ku gave her the item beforehand, and then had him take it out and give it to me? The young men and women, including Sister Lu, looked rather grim. They exchanged glances and began to speculate. However, no matter what, it's impossible for them to suppress the cook in front of Xiao Kiki. This made them look rather grim. Brother, where did you get that necklace and hairpin? They're so valuable. Kiki just whispered that she was going to return them to me. The birthday banquet that followed was very harmonious. During a break, the eldest brother pulled Ying Shaolong aside and whispered something. Hee, brother, tell your sister-in-law to keep it without worry. It's just over 10 million. I have plenty of money here. I'll tell you when we get back, Ying Shaolong whispered to him. The older brother seemed a little dazed, then nodded. The birthday party lasted until 10 o'clock. After it ended, Xiaoko waved goodbye to them. Brother, you have to tell me all about this when you get home, the older brother said to him, sitting on the back of the motorcycle, full of questions. Okay, bro, hold on tight. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded. There wasn't much of a problem with his older brother and sister-in-law. Once it was resolved quickly, he would go back to school. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. A few minutes after Ying Shaolong had been driving, suddenly, the roar of supercars could be heard. Sizzle. Two supercars suddenly overtook them from the side, drifted directly in the middle of the road, and blocked their way. The two supercars stopped, their headlights turned on, and the blinding light shone on Ying Shaolong and his brother. An arm dangled from the car window, and inside the car, cold gazes were fixed on them. Behind them, three supercars also stopped, surrounding them in the center. Who are they? The sudden scene startled the eldest brother slightly. Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly. He hadn't expected that the other party would come looking for them on their own initiative, even though he hadn't sought them out. He drove his motorcycle without stopping. Boom, boom, boom. Ying Shaolong even revved the engine, his eyes gleaming, and charged straight at a supercar. The supercar's body was already very low, and under the astonished gaze of the young man inside, the motorcycle approached the sports car, lifted up, and rode directly onto the motorcycle. Bump! The immense force crushed the windshield of the supercar, producing a cracking sound as the windshield shattered instantly, and the motorcycle came to a stop. Ying Shaolong stared expressionlessly at the young man in the car. Was he looking for trouble? In the back seat, the eldest brother stared blankly at Ying Shaolong's actions. The young man inside the supercar was also completely bewildered and shocked, but he quickly revealed a ferocious expression. What the hell are you talking about? You're fucking asking for death. Bump. He stepped out of the sports car, pointed at Ying Shaolong, his face filled with murderous intent. He never expected that this country bumpkin would dare to ride his motorcycle on his beloved vehicle. Boom, boom, boom. Ying Shaolong stared at the young man with a cold smile on his face. He revved the motorcycle and swerved, sending it hurtling towards the young man. Bump. The young man was even more surprised that the other party would attack him with a motorcycle. His face changed drastically, but he was unable to dodge in time. He instinctively used his hands to block, but the powerful impact knocked him to the ground. The young man screamed and clutched his arm. With his strength only at the skin refining stage, he couldn't withstand such a powerful impact. Younger brother, you're asking for it. Inside the other supercar, Sister Lu was also surprised that these mountain folk dared to attack them directly. She angrily rushed out of the car. Her narrow, sinister eyes were fixed on Ying Shaolong as she strode toward the fallen youth. Ying Shaolong rode his motorcycle down from the supercar. At the same time, he got off the motorcycle and walked expressionlessly toward the woman called Sister Lu. How dare you hurt my brother? I'll kill you. When Sister Lu saw that Ying Shaolong dared to walk over, her expression turned ferocious, and she reached out to grab him with her 5 fingers like claws. I didn't want to spoil the atmosphere just now, and I was planning to settle accounts with you later, but I didn't expect you to dare to come over. Perfect. Ying Shaolong looked at her coldly, stepped forward to meet her, and slapped her directly with his palm. Bump. This Sister Lu is also a martial artist, but her strength is somewhat laughable in Ying Shaolong's eyes. Before her attack could even begin, Ying Shaolong's hand had already landed on her face. In an instant, the immense force contorted the woman's face, and all her teeth flew out. She fell straight to the ground. Sister Lu let out a shrill scream. Her mind went blank, and she covered her face in pain. Ying Shaolong did not show any mercy just because he was a woman. So what if he was a woman? Anyone who dared to hurt or insult his family would pay the price. Are they mocking them for being from the mountains and fields? Hee. Chapter 65, The Beginning of Turmoil, Advancement. The ruthless and decisive scene left the young men and women in the 3 supercars behind completely dumbfounded. They came together this time, originally intending to threaten Ying Shaotian and make him stay away from Xiao Ko. They thought that, given their status and position, it would be good enough if the other party didn't kneel down under threat. But they did not expect that in just over 10 seconds, the other party would launch a vicious attack, severely injuring the 2 Lu siblings. The Lu family is quite powerful in Yanjiang City, ranking among the top 5. The Lu siblings are also martial artists. Although they, like the others, have not yet reached the bone refining realm, the eldest daughter of the Lu family has already reached the perfection of skin refining. How could he be knocked down with just one slap? That Ying Shaotian's younger brother is a martial artist. Damn it, I knew that a guy who could come up with gifts worth over 10 million was no ordinary person. Let's not get involved in this mess, let's go. The young men and women in the other 3 cars changed their expression slightly, but without the slightest hesitation, they started their vehicles and drove away quickly. Hearing the car, Ying Shaolong glanced back, but didn't stop it. Tonight, the main people mocking them, besides Xiao Kiki's cousin, were this woman and the young man. As I walked toward the motorcycle, the older brother was still sitting there, staring in disbelief at everything. The domineering younger brother in front of him made him feel a little dazed. Was this really his younger brother? Brother, you hit them. Are you all right? The older brother couldn't help but ask. Brother, it's all right. They're not ordinary people either. In the world of martial arts, strength reigns supreme. Ying Shaolong shook his head. Let's go home. I'll tell you in detail when we get home. The eldest brother glanced at the Lu siblings lying on the ground, swallowed hard, and nodded blankly. Ying Shaolong rode his bicycle quickly towards home. On the road, the Lu siblings lay on the ground screaming in agony, while passers-by gathered around, their faces filled with shock. Ying Shaolong didn't take the 2 men he had beaten to heart. He didn't care who the other party was. In Yanjiang City, no one could get away unscathed after insulting his family. Ying Shaolong took his elder brother home and told him about some things related to the martial arts world, as well as some rules. The older brother was stunned and somewhat shocked. They were even more shocked when they heard that Ying Shaolong had billions of assets. Brother, this is a bank card with 500 million yuan in it. Don't feel any pressure when you're with your sister-in-law, Ying Shaolong said with a smile, handing him a bank card. 500 million? The eldest brother clicked his tongue in surprise and quickly shook his head in refusal. Big brother, we're brothers. Do you remember when we were kids, you helped me fight off those who bully me? Do you remember when their parents came over and wanted to beat you up? Haha, you protected me when we were kids, and now that I'm all grown up, I can protect you. We're brothers. Ying Shaolong patted his elder brother on the shoulder and said emphatically, Shaolong, you've grown up so fast. The older brother looked at him intently, realizing that his younger brother had grown up and was no longer the little guy who used to follow him around. Ying Shaolong smiled. His brother had protected him for over a decade, and now he would protect this family in the future. The martial arts world had a great impact on the eldest brother, and he returned to his room to process it alone. They didn't tell Grandpa what happened tonight. He's getting old, and they didn't want him to worry about family matters anymore. Ying Shaolong didn't go to the river tonight. He had already processed most of the fish within a 70 to 80-kilometer radius yesterday. The Yangtze River still cannot compare to the ocean. The dragon remained lying in the mud, and would not swim up unless Ying Shaolong summoned it. However, tonight is not peaceful for Yanjiang City. The Liu family of Yanjiang City is a family with assets of several billion yuan. In Yanjiang City, a small third-tier city, this is already among the top 5 families. Who is it that dares to attack Yangyang and the others so severely? Is this a challenge to the Liu family? Inside the Liu family's villa, a middle-aged man looked at his son and daughter, who were wrapped in gauze on the bed, his face filled with anger. Dad, the other party is also a martial artist. He knocked out my sister's teeth. Dad, we can't let him go. We can't let him go. The young man with his arm wrapped in gauze clenched his fists and roared with a ferocious expression. All right, in the world of martial arts, one must be cautious, for a single misstep can lead to the destruction of one's family and home. Ahead, an elderly man leaning on a cane gave a soft hum and spoke. Father, Xiao Jing and Yang Yang have been beaten like this. Are we just going to let it go like this? The woman beside her asked unwillingly. Don't take action before you've figured out what's going on with the other party. The old man said expressionlessly. Besides, don't even think about the Xiao family's piece of the pie. The Zhou family has already said they're going to the Xiao family to propose marriage. What? Hasn't the Zhou family been developing in other cities in recent years? Why are they also eyeing the Xiao family? The old man's words caused the expressions of the middle-aged men in the room to change slightly. The Zhou family is quite interested in the Xiao family's business, and coincidentally, the mysterious young master of the Zhou family, Zhou Quanshan, has also taken a liking to the Xiao family's daughter. The old man said, the Zhou family has already sent a signal in Yanjiang City. Once they make their move, we have no chance to get a piece of this pie. The Zhou family is the richest family in Yanjiang City and the #1 martial arts family. It is said that they have an even stronger backer behind them. In Yanjiang City, the Zhou family is invincible, and no one dares to provoke them. With the Zhou family making a move, the other powerful families are no longer qualified to compete. I've heard that Zhou Quanshan, the young master of the Zhou family, is extremely vengeful, and the Xiao family's daughter has a boyfriend. Given her personality, it's possible. We probably won't even need to take action to avenge Yan Yang and the others. Let's just wait and see. The Liu family members were talking. The night passed quickly, and the next morning, when Ying Shaolong got up, his elder brother had already prepared breakfast. After finishing his meal, the older brother happily went out to meet Xiao Kiki on their date. Ying Shaolong accompanied his grandfather as he practiced martial arts in the courtyard, offering him some guidance. Buzz! Around noon, his phone rang. It was a call from old Gao. Young Master Ying, we have prepared about 8 million caddies of fish. Is that enough for you? If not, please give the Gao family some more time to raise more. The report came over the phone from Elder Gao. Ying Shaolong was slightly surprised when he heard the number. That's enough. That's more than enough. I'll give you a spot to put the fish directly into the river. Put in the river? Okay, young Master Ying. Although old Gao was puzzled, he immediately agreed. 8 million caddies, I never expected the Gao family to be able to get so many fish. Ying Shaolong's eyes gleamed as he left his house and went to the riverbank. In a remote location, he went directly into the river. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dragon's might emanated from his body and spread outwards. Soon, the dragon swam out of the mud and came to his side. Let's go over there. Ying Shaolong pointed in a direction, and Zhou Jiao quickly swam there. Located along the Yangtze River, rows of large trucks were parked on the roadside, while the Gao family stood by the river, their faces filled with doubt. Father, why did young Master Ying tell us to release the fish we went to so much trouble to buy into the river? A middle-aged man from the Gao family couldn't help but ask. Do as young Master Ying instructs. Old Gao shook his head in confusion, but they only needed to do as the mysterious and powerful young Master Ying told them to do. Such a powerful mind is beyond their comprehension. Soon, vehicles began releasing the fish into the river. Ying Shaolong arrived at the bottom of the river, sensing everything above, a burning look appearing in his eyes. How much can I improve my strength with 8 million caddies of fish? He was somewhat expectant. Chapter 66, when momentum is ripe, even ants are powerful. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As fish swam into the river, Ying Shaolong's body trembled, and his dragon might directly enveloped the fish. Under the dragon's might, fish swam toward him, gathering around him as if paying homage to the Dragon King. Ying Shaolong immediately began refining it. The swimming fish quickly transformed into the power of a dragon. The dragon power refined from it is much less than that from other fish. Is it because it's a farmed fish? It seems it would be better to refine it in the ocean. They soon discovered that the amount of dragon power a fish could refine was less than a quarter of what it used to be. Fortunately, there are enough of them. Ying Shaolong sat cross-legged at the bottom of the river, closing his eyes and refining it little by little. Not far away, Zhou Jiao lay prone in the mud, his eyes watching curiously. 8 million caddies of fish is not so easy to digest. Time quickly came to night, and Ying Shaolong took advantage of a break to make a phone call to his elder brother and grandfather. Then it began to continue absorbing. After a whole night, when the sun rose again, all the fish had been refined by him. 30 dragon bones were refined, which is much less than expected, but it's still quite a lot. As Ying Shaolong sensed his current strength, a smile appeared on his face. His strength, the range of his dragon might, his dragon eyes, and his water control have all been greatly improved. He can now control the seawater within a 3-kilometer radius. However, some of the dragon's power will be used to heal the dragon family members. Ying Shaolong moved slowly as he emerged from the bottom of the river. He took out his phone and dialed old Gao's number. Have your in-laws prepare. I'll be there in 5 minutes. Yes, it's young Master Ying, old Gao replied excitedly. The place wasn't far from the Gao family villa. When Ying Shaolong arrived, the 18 middle-aged and elderly men in wheelchairs looked at him with hopeful eyes and excited expressions. Young Master Ying. Old Gao came forward and greeted him respectfully. Ying Shaolong waved his hand and looked at the 18 members of the Long family. I will heal you. From now on, you will obey my orders. If you disobey, I will kill you with my own hands. Young Master Ying has healed our injuries. You will be our family's benefactor. Even if it means our death, we will never hesitate. The burly, white-haired old man in the wheelchair in the center spoke in a resounding voice. Ying Shaolong nodded lightly, walked to the old man, and directly injected the power of the divine dragon into his body to heal his decaying bones. The powerful divine dragon's creative energy allowed it to recover to its peak condition in just 1 minute. After sensing that not even a single dragon bone had been consumed, Ying Shaolong looked at the excited old man and asked, "What was your strength before?" Reporting to young Master Ying, at my peak, I was in the Tongxiao realm, and I had opened 6 of the 8 extraordinary meridians. Only the Ren and Du meridians were not yet open. If I could open the Ren and Du meridians, I would have a chance to reach the Xiantian realm. But unfortunately, I have been weakened for 10 years, and I am afraid I will never be able to reach the Xiantian realm again. The white-haired old man spoke respectfully, his face full of regret. It will take me some time to recover to my peak condition. Ying Shaolong nodded slightly. After refining the skin, bones, muscles, and internal organs, the next step is to open the meridians, which is to refine internal strength. Internal strength breaks through the closed meridians of the human body. Breaking through the 8 extraordinary meridians leads to the innate realm. Break through the 8 extraordinary meridians. He murmured to himself, and with a thought, the power of the divine dragon entered his meridians. The white-haired old man's 6 meridians had been opened, but because he had not cultivated for 10 years, all the internal energy within them had dissipated. After the power of the dragon flowed through him, the energy within his body quickly recovered. When it reached the final Run and Du meridians, the power of the divine dragon encountered resistance. Buzz! With a thought, Ying Shaolong began to consume the divine dragon power within his body. As a large amount of divine dragon power surged in, his incredibly resilient Run and Du meridians were slowly opened. The process was quick, but it consumed a piece of the refined dragon bone. Fortunately, he was prepared for this. He was refining these fish, mainly to cultivate his own power. After Ying Shaolong helped him break through the Run and Du meridians, he had a sudden thought and condensed a divine dragon mark, which he then implanted into his body. He did this to prevent any accidents. Human hearts are unpredictable. Only by completely controlling them can he feel at ease. The dragon's mark was imprinted in their minds, ensuring they would never betray them for all eternity, and they would not hesitate to die. The white-haired old man sensed the changes in his meridians and realized that his Ren and Du meridians had been directly opened. His eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Thump! He immediately knelt on the ground, trembling with excitement. Your subordinate, Long Shan, thanks the Dragon King. Your Majesty, you have actually— All right, don't tell anyone about this, Ying Shaolong interrupted him. Influenced by the dragon's mark, they also respectfully call themselves Dragon Kings. The fact that I can help others open up their Run and Du meridians must not be spread, otherwise it will cause a huge uproar in the martial arts world. It is the Dragon King. Long Shan bowed his head and answered heavily. Second brother has recovered. My second uncle has recovered. On the side, the rest of the Long family members saw that Long Shan had fully recovered and was exuding a powerful aura, and some of them were moved to tears. They all looked at Ying Shaolong with awe and respect. Next, Ying Shaolong healed the rest of the Long family members one by one. Of the 18 people, 13 were at the refining organ stage and 5 were at the opening aperture stage. Ying Shaolong used the power of the divine dragon to help those at the refining organs stage reach perfection. Once the internal organs are fully refined, they will advance to the stage of opening the acupoints. This is a step they must take on their own. Just like his grandfather and brother, even with the power of the divine dragon, Ying Shaolong could only help them refine their skin to perfection. They needed to adapt and break through on their own before he could help them refine their bones. Ying Shaolong helped all 5 members of the Long family who were at the Tongxiao realm to open their 8 extraordinary meridians. It may only take a few months for them to all step into the Xintian realm. This also made Ying Shaolong realize the power and abnormality of the Ancestral Dragon technique. Alright, once you've adjusted to your strength, await my orders. Ying Shaolong gave him instructions, then looked at Elder Gao. Send someone to take me back. It's young Master Ying. Old Gao replied immediately. Your subordinate respectfully sees off the Dragon King and thanks the Dragon King for his life-saving grace. Our Dragon family awaits the Dragon King's command. The entire Long family knelt on the ground and bowed deeply. Ying Shaolong waved his hand, a smile appearing on his face. 15 dragon bones have been used for refining, and now there are 23 dragon bones refined in my body, and their own power achieved. Not far from the Hejiang Villa district in Yanjiang City, there is a small mountain peak, lush and verdant, filled with the sounds of flowers and birds. Nestled against the mountains and overlooking the Yangtze River, the site covers several acres and consists of several villas connected together. Such a place can no longer be called a villa. It would be more appropriate to call it an estate. This place is known to most people in Yanjiang City as the home of the Zhou family, the richest family in Yanjiang City. Have you found it yet? Inside one of the villas, a young man looked at the middle-aged man beside him and asked impatiently, Young master, time is too short. We've only found out that the ant-like winner has a connection with the Gao family, but we haven't found out the specifics of that connection yet. This might be a scheme by the Gao family. They want to swallow up the Shao family's piece of the pie. The middle-aged man bowed and quickly reported, The Gao family? The Gao family that has only risen to prominence in the last 10 years? The Gao family is quite powerful. The young man coldly ordered, No matter what, I'm very unhappy that they're coveting the woman I've already chosen. Take the heads of those guys from the winning family and send them to the Gao family tonight. Give them a warning and let them know who's the real king in Yanjiang City. Yes, young master. The middle-aged man replied immediately, then turned and left. The woman I've already chosen. How dare any ant covet her? They're courting death. Seeing the middle-aged man leave, the young man took a sip of the finest tea and narrowed his eyes slightly. He, Zhou Quanshan, the son of the richest man in Yanjiang City, is a second-generation rich kid in a class of his own. How could he tolerate his fiancée having a boyfriend, even if they've already broken up? Even though the ants didn't taint his chosen woman, he would still crush them with a flick of his wrist. Chapter 67 Within reach of each other, an enemy nation. The sky was cloudless and the weather was nice. Ying Shaolong was in a great mood as he walked home. You're such a grown man. Why are you crying? Sigh. However, as he stepped into the house, he heard his grandfather's slightly angry voice. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, then immediately walked over. Inside the room, the eldest brother sat there with his head down, his eyes slightly red. He walked over in surprise and looked at his grandfather and eldest brother. What happened? Kiki broke up with your brother. Grandpa Ying sighed and replied, How could that be? Were we on a date yesterday? And on my birthday night, everything was fine, wasn't it? Ying Shaolong frowned slightly and looked at his elder brother. Brother, what exactly happened? Is it because of your wife's family? Did you tell him about his martial arts background? I told her, but she still said it wasn't appropriate. The older brother opened his mouth and said, She was fine yesterday, during the day. This, Ying Shaolong was puzzled, looking at his elder brother, not knowing how to comfort him. Buzzing. Just then his phone rang. Seeing that it was Gao Lao calling, Ying Shaolong got up, went outside, and answered the call. Young Master Ying, I just received some news about your elder brother. The call connected, and old Gao's voice rang out, causing Ying Shaolong to pause slightly. What news? The Zhou family just invited our Gao family to the engagement banquet of their son, Zhou Quanshan, and the daughter of the Shao family. This matter is a bit strange and sudden. I feel that the Zhou family wants to take over the Shao family's property and force the Shao family, so I immediately reported it to you, young Master Ying. Old Gao spoke up. An engagement banquet between the Zhou and Shao families. Ying Shaolong's gaze sharpened upon hearing this. What is the Zhou family's strength? Young Master Ying, the Zhou family is the richest family along the river and the strongest family along the river, without exception. The Zhou family patriarch's strength in refining internal organs is very strong. Old Gao immediately reported, Of course, they're nothing in front of you. I understand. Ying Shaolong narrowed his eyes slightly. Young Master Ying, the engagement ceremony is at 5 o'clock this afternoon. We are already on our way to the Zhou family manor. Is there anything we can do for you? Old Master Gao asked. Unnecessary. Ying Shaolong hung up the phone immediately, his eyes flashing with a cold light. The Xiao family's sudden wealth attracted the covetous eyes of martial arts families, but Ying Shaolong had no interest in such matters. However, since it concerns my elder brother and sister-in-law, I have no choice but to intervene. Slap! Slap! Suddenly, his ears twitched, his eyes flickered, and he immediately walked outside. Outside the door, he heard 3 people walking towards their house, one of whom was walking lightly and making a very soft sound. Only martial artists can walk like this. Upon arriving at the door, Ying Shaolong looked at the 3 of them. 2 young men, standing upright on either side. Each carried a black bag, the contents of which were unknown. The middle-aged man in the center smiled, but when he saw Ying Shaolong, he immediately narrowed his eyes. What a coincidence! The middle-aged man looked at Ying Shaolong, his smile growing even brighter, and asked, Are your grandfather and eldest brother both home? Ying Shaolong looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes flickering, and nodded lightly. They're all here. That's good. The middle-aged man nodded, gesturing to the 2 young men beside him. The 2 young men smiled coldly and pulled out 2 jet-black weapons from a black bag in their arms with one hand. Guns, submachine guns. It also has a silencer on it. Don't shoot the head. We'll have to cut it off later, the middle-aged man instructed with a smile, watching the scene unfold with a detached expression. Yes, the 2 young men replied, their eyes cold, and pulled the triggers. Puff, 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 puff. The next moment, a hail of bullets shot towards Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong watched coldly, and the moment the other party fired, he gently raised his palm. Dragon scales appeared on his palm. Bang, bang, bang. A series of sounds, like metal clashing, rang out as bullets landed on that palm, without penetrating any further. The 2 armed youths froze, completely stunned, as they watched the scene unfold. The smiling middle-aged man's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. Clap, clap, clap. Ying Shaolong clasped his hands together, grasping the bullets one by one, and looked at the 3 of them with the indifference of someone looking at dead people, golden light flashing continuously in his pupils. Within his pupils, it was as if a volcano was about to erupt. Within arm's reach, everyone is an enemy nation. Is this the innate realm? That's impossible. The middle-aged man looked dazed, let out a frantic growl, and his face was full of disbelief. Only martial artists at the refining internal organs realm can easily withstand bullets. Within the realm of Tongqiao, one's body is protected by internal energy, making one immune to any bullet attacks. The boy in front of them easily caught bullets one by one in his palm. Catching a bullet with your bare hands at such close range, that can only be found in the legendary realm of the innate. Someone asked, what is innate? By nature, within arm's reach, everyone is an enemy. Ying Shaolong took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of them, his terrifying dragon aura pressing down on their bodies. Who sent you? The dragon's might, as powerful as a prison, assaulted their souls. The middle-aged man's face was filled with despair and fear, a fear that came from the depths of his heart, which made him open his mouth and utter with difficulty. The Zhou family, young master Zhou Quanshan. Very good, Zhou family. Ying Shaolong's eyes revealed a strong, killing intent. They forced the Xiao family to marry their daughter to them, and now they want their heads? Is it simply because the eldest brother and Xiao, Kiki, dated for a few days? Oh, Ying Shaolong chuckled, looked up at the bright sky, and softly said, Today is truly a perfect day for killing people. Behind them, water from the water tank in the courtyard carried 3 black bags as it swam over. Ying Shaolong opened the bag, and water flowed onto the bodies of the 3 people. 3 bloodless human heads entered the bag one by one. The remaining 3 bodies, carried by the water flow, slowly burrowed into the distant soil to be dealt with later. He took out his phone and dialed Longshan's number. Dragon King. The call was quickly answered, and Longshan's respectful voice came through. Send a few people to my house to protect my grandfather. The rest of you go to the Zhou family to prepare. Slaughter the entire family, Ying Shaolong said coldly. At this moment, the killing intent in his heart soared to the sky. It's the Dragon King, came the cold reply. Ying Shaolong hung up the phone, tied the bag, and walked into the house. Brother, come on, let's go out for a bit. It's about sister-in-law. He looked at his older brother, then at his grandfather, and continued. Grandpa, I'll take my older brother out for a bit. The older brother paused for a moment, then stood up and walked over. What is it? It's good to go out for a stroll. Xiao Tian, go out with your brother to clear your head. Grandpa Ying waved to them. Brother, what's wrong? The 2 walked out, and the older brother looked at him, looking unhappy. Brother, there must be a reason why sister-in-law broke up with you. Her family has recently become very wealthy, which has attracted the covetousness of some martial arts families. The Zhou family, the richest family along the river, is forcing the Xiao family to form a marriage alliance with them, Ying Shaolong said directly to his brother. What? The eldest brother's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Hee, big brother, let's go pick up your sister-in-law and take her home. Ying Shaolong smiled, but the smile was somewhat sinister. Chapter 68. Stepping onto the Zhou family residence. By order of the Dragon King, all members of the Long family are to proceed to the Zhou family and prepare to exterminate them. Third brother, take 2 men to the Dragon King's house and protect the Dragon King's grandfather. This is our first battle, and we must show the Dragon King our loyalty and strength. As Ying Shaolong led his elder brother toward the Zhou family, inside the villa where the Long family members were. Longshan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. His whole body exuded a powerful aura, and he roared with excitement. Yes! The members of the Long family shouted in unison and immediately took action. A motorcycle sped towards the Zhou family manor. The vast estate, with its luxurious gates, was now occupied by more than 20 luxury cars. A quick glance revealed none were below 2 million. The license plates were all identical leopard numbers. You can even find 6 1s to 6 9s here. All the powerful and influential people in the city along the river have gathered here. All the prestigious families have arrived. This is because this is the Zhou family manor, the home of the richest family in Yanjiang City. The Zhou family has been rooted in Yanjiang City for a century. More than a decade ago, Yanjiang City was also a powerful family. But for some unknown reason, overnight, the family that had a master of organ refining was wiped out by the Zhou family. From then on, the Zhou family became the kings of Yanjiang City. There is no doubt that even all the martial arts families ranked 2nd, 3rd, and below combined would not dare to provoke the Zhou family. Some say that the Zhou family has powerful backers, but this has never been confirmed. A motorcycle was parked in front of the huge and majestic gate of the Zhou family manor. Ying Shaolong got out of the car with his elder brother and walked straight toward the gate. At the entrance, 4 guards stood there coldly, their eyes fixed on them. Which aristocratic family are you from? You're a bit late. As the two approached, a guard looked at them and said coldly, It's not too late to bring a gift. Ying Shaolong looked at them, tugged at the bag in his hand, and said casually, Go to the right, don't wander around. A middle-aged bodyguard pointed in a direction without asking any further questions. In their view, no one dared to cause trouble for the Zhou family. Little brother, are we just gonna go straight there like this? The older brother looked at him with some doubt and couldn't help but ask. Of course, in the world of martial arts, strength is paramount. You can just watch what happens next, brother, Ying Shaolong reminded his elder brother. What follows may be very bloody. Ying Shaolong and his group walked to the right. The Zhou family manor was very large and had a beautiful view. From this high vantage point, they could see the Yangtze River. Ahead, in an open space, there were some balloons and flowers, and about 70 or 80 people had gathered there. A small river runs through the entire manor, and schools of koi and around to swim in it. Ying Shaolong glanced around and saw that 90% of the people were martial artists. At the mere word of the Zhou family, all the martial artists in Yanjiang City gathered together. Ying Shaolong and his group walked over, looking around, but did not see Xiao Kiki. The people in front were all chatting. The engagement ceremony hadn't started yet. Grandpa, Dad, it's that guy who beat me and my sister. Ahead, amidst a crowd, Lu Hongyang, with one arm bandaged, was drinking red wine in a bad mood. 2 days ago, not only did he have his arm broken by a guy, but Xiao Kiki, whom he wanted to get his hands on, was also targeted by Zhou Quanshan of the Zhou family. Feeling down, I suddenly saw a familiar figure. He stared at the figure, his expression constantly changing, filled with anger, and immediately spoke to his father and grandfather beside him. The old man of the Lu family held a cane in his hand. Hearing his grandson's words, he frowned slightly and looked to his left. Who is this person? How dare they come here? Old Master Lu wondered. Grandpa, we can't let him get away with this. Lu Hongyang stared angrily at Ying Shaolong and said, Shut up. This is the Zhou family home. Besides, we haven't even figured out their identities yet, so it's not wise to make a move, the Lu family patriarch shouted at his grandson. Lu Hongyang opened his mouth, but dared not say anything more. The Zhou family has arrived. Our protagonist has arrived today. The Xiao family has been incredibly lucky this year, not only becoming extremely wealthy, but also managing to climb up the social ladder by getting involved with the Zhou family. Indeed, even though the Xiao family is very wealthy now, it's still a step up for their daughter to marry into the Zhou family. Whispers could be heard from the surrounding area. A group of 30 people walked towards us from the artificial bridge ahead. The group of 30-odd people was divided into 2 groups. There were about a dozen people on one side, with Xiao Kiki in the center. She was dressed very beautifully today, with a middle-aged couple holding her hands on either side. The other group of about 20 people was led not by old Master Zhou, but by 3 young men and women and a middle-aged man. The 4 were dressed in matching black outfits with the words longevity printed on them. They casually glanced around, their expressions haughty and superior. Zhou Quanshan, standing beside the four, was dressed in the same clothes and had a smile on his face. Even the Zhou family's patriarch was behind them. Some people from the martial arts world were slightly taken aback when they saw this scene, and their faces showed a thoughtful expression. The Hall of Longevity? Old Master Lu's eyes gleamed as he gripped his cane tightly. Indeed, the Zhou family has a good reputation in Yanjiang City. After the emergence of the Hall of Longevity, they will expand outwards from Yanjiang City as the center. The young man dressed in black longevity attire glanced ahead and said with satisfaction, "This is all thanks to the protection of our sect," Zhou Quanshan said with a slightly ingratiating tone. "Hee, today is your big day, so don't worry about us. We'll just watch from the sidelines." The young man in the center smiled, waved to him, and then walked directly to a seat to the side. The other three were also following the young man, clearly indicating that he held the highest position among them. "Young master, please make yourselves at home." The old man of the Zhou family stepped forward, exchanged a few polite words, and came to Zhou Quanshan's side, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. The Zhou family's rise to this position is largely due to their grandson, who, over a decade ago, was accepted as a disciple by a powerful, reclusive force because of his excellent aptitude. After the young men left, Zhou Quanshan straightened his chest slightly, a hint of arrogance on his face, and strode forward. Coco. At the same time, Ying Shaolong and his group naturally noticed the arriving crowd, but their attention was focused on the Xiao family. When the older brother saw Xiao, Kiki, and her eyes were red, swollen, and bloodshot, he looked anxious and muttered. Kiki cried. "She might have really been forced to do it. Brother, just go ask and you'll find out." Seeing his sister-in-law's red eyes, Ying Shaolong smiled and walked straight ahead. The older brother was taken aback, then followed behind. "Sister-in-law, were you coerced today?" As Ying Shaolong walked, he asked the question. The surroundings were quiet at this moment, and his sudden voice startled everyone, causing them to look at him in astonishment. Chapter 69 Joyful Events, Funeral Events. The Zhou and Xiao families made their appearance. The entire venue fell silent. A sudden remark startled everyone, who looked at Ying Shaolong and the others in surprise. "Sister-in-law, were you coerced today?" This sentence caused everyone present to narrow their eyes slightly. Ahead, the Xiao family residence. Xiaoke's eyes were vacant, as she mechanically followed beside her parents. Suddenly, she heard this voice and was slightly startled. She looked over immediately, and when she saw Ying Shaolong and Ying Shaotian, her expression changed slightly, and tears instantly streamed down her face. But the next moment, an anxious look appeared on her face. Xiaoke's parents looked over and felt their daughter trembling. Their expressions instantly turned ugly, and they had a bad feeling. "It's that guy." Located at the rear, Xiao Kechen looked at Ying Shaolong and Ying Shaotian, his expression changing slightly. He quickly stepped forward, pointed at them, and said coldly, "What are you? How dare you spout nonsense here? You trash want to climb up to my cousin? You're not even worthy to be the Zhou family's dogs." "Shut up." Xiao Kiki scolded her cousin, her face turning ugly as she heard his words. "Kiki, don't speak." But as soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Kiki's father's expression changed drastically, and he quickly stopped her. "Cousin, I didn't say anything wrong." Xiao Kechen's eyes flickered slightly. "This toad is trying to eat swan meat. He actually pestered me all the way here. How can a cook compare to young Master Zhou?" As he spoke, he looked at Zhou Quanshan with a fawning expression. "Young Master Zhou, these two dare to cause trouble. I'll have them thrown out." The Zhou family members stood to the side, looking at the suddenly appearing Ying Shaolong and Ying Shaotian. They looked at Xiao Kiki to the side, their brows furrowing slightly, their expressions somewhat cold. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Quanshan's eyes, and his expression turned gloomy. The way the other person addressed him, Xiao Kiki's behavior, and the expression on her face were undoubtedly a slap in the face to him. On the day of their engagement, Xiao Kiki's ex-boyfriend showed up, which was a disgrace to Zhou Quanshan, although he didn't know why those two guys were still alive. What's going on? The surrounding members of prominent families in Yanjiang City watched this scene with strange expressions. "You dare to cause trouble at my Zhou family's residence? Heh, you have quite the courage. You're the first ones to do so." A middle-aged man from the Zhou family, a hint of murderous intent flashing across his face, looked towards the area behind him. "Invite them amicably to the river." Behind them, more than 20 bodyguards slowly walked over. Their gazes were cold as they stared at Ying Shaolong and Ying Shaotian. The so-called invitation to the river was, of course, to drown them. Coming to the Zhou family to cause trouble. Aren't they just asking for death? The surrounding martial artists from various aristocratic families raised their eyebrows and looked on indifferently. No. Xiaoke's expression changed drastically when she heard that more than 20 bodyguards from the Zhou family had arrived, and she couldn't help but shout. Her words caused the expressions of everyone in the Zhou family to change once again. "Oh, what's wrong, Miss Xiao?" Why are you so agitated? What? Do you feel wronged by marrying into my Zhou family? The Zhou family patriarch looked at her with icy eyes. Grandpa Zhou, I'm so sorry, so sorry. My daughter is lucky to have married into the Zhou family, Xiaoke's father said hurriedly, his forehead covered in cold sweat as he kept pulling on his daughter. Xiaoke was caught in the middle. She looked at her pale-faced father, then at her beloved in front of her, and couldn't help but lower her head, tears streaming down her face. Snort. The old man of the Zhou family snorted coldly. Grandpa, it's all right. Guests are guests, and we've already come. A cold smile crept across Zhou Quanshan's gloomy face as he casually surveyed his surroundings, his brows furrowing slightly. The setup for the venue today isn't quite right. Young master, it was my subordinate who arranged it. It was my incompetence. An old man immediately stepped forward and hurriedly said. The surrounding group of martial arts families from Yanjiang City looked at the young master of the Zhou family, the future leader of the Zhou family, with confusion. It's all right, it's not too bad. It's just that it lacks a touch of red on such a joyous occasion. Zhou Quanshan spoke calmly, glancing at Ying Shaolong and the others. The old butler paused slightly upon hearing this. Indeed, the Zhou family has been peaceful for too long. Today is a joyous occasion, and it should be lively and festive, the Zhou family patriarch added calmly. His gaze also fell on Ying Shaolong and his group. The surrounding martial arts families felt a chill run down their spines. Old Zhou, let the Liu family handle this prize. At the front, old Master Zhou, leaning on his cane, suddenly stepped forward, cupped his hands in greeting, and said with a smile. When the Zhou family patriarch came out, the eyes of the martial arts families around him flickered. My Xiong family can also serve the Zhou family. Another old man suddenly stepped forward and said respectfully, glancing at the young and middle-aged men dressed in longevity robes. The group spoke casually, but their conversation was about murder. Sure. Grandpa Zhou smiled and nodded. Seeing his sister-in-law's reaction, Ying Shaolong's face showed satisfaction. He listened to the Zhou family's words and smiled, glancing around. Indeed, the arrangement here is too poor. It's not suitable for a wedding, but for a funeral. Bang! 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 After he finished speaking, he swung his arm and threw the black bag at the Zhou family members. The bag ripped open in midair, revealing 3 bloody human heads. When Zhou Quanshan saw the severed head, his gaze sharpened and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. It's oldie. As the severed head landed in front of the Zhou family members, a middle-aged man from the Zhou family spoke up, his eyes narrowing. The Zhou family patriarch's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he stared coldly at Ying Shaolong. Our Zhou family is celebrating a happy occasion today, and bloodshed is not enough. Puff, puff, puff. Suddenly, screams rang out throughout the manor. The sudden screams following the sight of the 3 severed heads caused all the prominent families of Yanjiang City to widen their eyes in shock and look on in disbelief. They saw that the heads of the 7 members of the Xiong family had rolled off the ground, and blood was flowing freely. What shocked them was that the person who made the move was from the Gao family, who were located on the side of the Xiong family. Is that enough? Old Gao wiped the blood off his hands, glanced indifferently at the Zhou family members, and then walked towards Ying Shaolong. The 10 members of the Gao family who arrived stood behind them. They made their move only because of young Master Ying, because the Xiong family had just said they wanted to kill young Master Ying. Old Master Zhou was taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but instead of being angry, he burst into laughter. Very well, very well. For more than 10 years, no one has dared to provoke the Zhou family. I knew long ago that these 2 boys were related to your Gao family, but with your little Gao family. Snort. Old Master Zhou roared, unleashing a murderous aura befitting a master of internal organ refinement. He resembled a humanoid tyrannosaurus, his gaze sweeping over all the members of the surrounding aristocratic families. Is the Gao family not enough? Are there any other aristocratic families joining in? All the prominent families in Yanjiang City were shocked by this scene. However, when they felt the imposing presence of old Master Zhou, they were even more terrified and quickly lowered their heads. Wow, interesting. This is quite interesting. A young man and a middle-aged man dressed in longevity robes on the side watched this scene with interest on their faces. They watched this scene as if it were a play. Chapter 70 turned the sky upside down in Yanjiang City. Old Master Zhou, our Fong family wouldn't dare. Old Master Zhou, our Wei family wouldn't dare. Elder Zhou, in Yanjiang City, the Zhou family is the king of all families. Our Liu family is willing to obey the Zhou family's orders and eliminate some villains. All the prominent families, sensing the imposing presence of the Zhou family patriarch, hurriedly spoke up. The old man of the Liu family even surrendered and was willing to obey the orders of the Zhou family. They came from various prominent families and moved closer to the Zhou family, standing on the Zhou family side. For a time, there were 60 or 70 martial artists from Yanjiang City on the Zhou family side, while on Ying Shaolong's side, there was only the Gao family. However, the Gao family members watched this scene without showing any change in expression. On one side, the Shao family members watched this bloody scene with pale faces. Those who were not martial artists had never seen such a scene before. However, when the Shao family members looked at the Zhou family's group and saw those familiar faces, their bodies trembled. Those standing on the Zhou family side included almost all the big shots in Yanjiang City, each of whom was a renowned figure. Facing them was practically facing the entire city along the river. Furthermore, the Shao family had not expected the Zhou family to be so terrifying, far more so than their apparent status as the richest family in Yanjiang City. With a single sentence, he commanded the entire riverside city. Are there only fools like you who don't know what's good for them? Grandpa Zhou watched this scene with satisfaction, staring coldly at Ying Shaolong and his group with disdain on his face. We can wipe them out without the Zhou family even lifting a finger, the old man of the Lu family said again, his tone clearly ingratiating. That's right, Elder Zhou. Just leave it to us. Whether we dismember them or take their heads, it's all up to you, Elder Zhou. Old Master Zhou, the Gao family's strength is only comparable to our Wei family's. Today is a joyous occasion for the Zhou family, so let's not dirty our hands. All the prominent families in Yanjiang City are waiting for your command, Old Master Zhou. As soon as the Old Master of the Lu family finished speaking, the heads of the martial arts families all spoke up. They looked at Ying Shaolong and his group, and when they saw the Gao family, it was as if they were looking at a dead man. Their obsequiousness towards the Zhou family stemmed not only from the Zhou family's overwhelming strength, but also from the presence of those figures dressed in distinctive attire. As a martial arts family rooted in Yanjiang City, they also know some secrets. For example, there's a mysterious force called the Hall of Longevity hidden in the riverside city. This kind of power is truly terrifying. Choosing sides at this time could lead to death if you choose the wrong side. Those of you who have nothing to do with this should stand aside. Ying Shaolong looked at the martial arts families in the entire Yanjiang City, his expression unchanged, and said calmly, Haha, we in the Zhou family represent the entire Yanjiang City. How dare a mere brat be so arrogant? Today, this old man will slaughter you. The old man of the Lu family, leaning on his cane, laughed wildly and stared at Ying Shaolong. The rest of the martial arts families looked at him with mockery and disdain. This foolish kid has no idea what he's up against, a young man scoffed. The sky over Yanjiang City? Hearing their words, Ying Shaolong smiled and slightly raised his head. Since that's the case, then today, I will turn the world upside down in Yanjiang City. The old master of the Zhou family narrowed his eyes slightly, laughed wildly, and waved his arm. Don't delay the auspicious time. Wipe them out. Upon receiving the order, the members of the prominent families in Yanjiang City immediately stepped forward, a slight smirk playing on their lips, ready to kill. Yes, it's us. I'm sorry, Dragon King, we're late. However, at that moment, figures rushed towards them from behind at an alarming speed. Each of them carried a chilling, killing intent, their oppressive aura impacting everything around them. The martial artist from Yanjiang City who had just taken a step forward suddenly felt his pupils shrink slightly, his breath catch in his throat, and his mind go blank. Long Shan, who was in the lead, appeared behind Ying Shaolong and bowed his head slightly. It's not too late. Ying Shaolong shook his head slightly and looked at the group of martial artists from Yanjiang City in front of him. They said they represent the heavens of Yanjiang City and want to destroy me. In 10 seconds, we turn the world upside down in Yanjiang City. Long Shan swept his gaze over the group of martial artists in Yanjiang City and said coldly, Okay. Ying Shaolong nodded lightly. Anyone who offends the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan shall die. Kill. The 15 members of the Long family had a fierce killing intent in their eyes. Someone actually wants to kill their king? Boom, boom, boom. Of the 15 people from the Long family who arrived, 4 were at the open aperture stage and 11 were at the perfected organ refinement stage. Without the slightest hesitation, they immediately made their move. The ground trembled with each step they took. That powerful aura made the group of martial artists from the opposite riverside city feel suffocated and left them all dumbfounded. What's going on here? 15 people. The weakest among them is the one who has refined his internal organs. Their strongest force in Yanjiang City is nothing more than organ refining. How do I fight? Their faces turned deathly pale instantly, filled with terror. Even the Zhou family members were horrified, their faces filled with disbelief. The arrogance from before had completely vanished. The more ruthless they acted before, the more pathetic they are now. Refine the internal organs and open the orifices. How is this possible? Old Master Zhou's expression changed drastically. He could sense that each of the people in front of him was stronger than him. Young Master, he cried out in despair, pleading with the young man dressed in longevity robes beside him, "Help." The Zhou family had already been defeated as soon as Longshan and his men arrived. On one side, the young and middle-aged people who were eating fruit and watching the show changed their expressions slightly when they saw the Longshan group suddenly appear. 4 of them have reached the Qi opening stage. The middle-aged man's gaze sharpened as he spoke. The young man beside him frowned slightly, stood up abruptly, and snorted, "Stop." His voice echoed throughout the Zhou family manor. Upon hearing this, Ying Shaolong looked at the young man as if he were an idiot. Longshan and his men naturally wouldn't stop. With their strength, they covered such a short distance in an instant, reaching the front of the group of martial artists from Yanjiang City. The terrifying strength and suffocating power filled them with terror, and they hurriedly tried to dodge. However, the vast difference in strength meant they couldn't dodge at all, and the swords and blades slashed directly at them. No, don't kill me. In just 1 second, more than 20 martial artists were instantly killed. They were completely powerless to resist. At this moment, all the martial artists in Yanjiang City were stunned. The gap is too big. It's like an adult beating a child. Their faces were filled with horror and fear. Wasn't this young man a member of the Gao family? When did the Gao family become so powerful? Sensing the despair that filled them, they now understood what the boy meant when he said that choosing the wrong side could cost them their lives. Not good. Everyone in the Zhou family was also filled with shock, and Zhou Quanshan was no longer as composed and arrogant as before. When the old master of the Zhou family saw Longshan charging towards him and felt his power, he knew that he could not resist him, not even a single move. He looked pleadingly at the young master of the Hall of Longevity and the others. Snort. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity snorted, locked on a Longshan, and made his move. Bump. However, he was still a little too slow. Even though Longshan has just recovered and hasn't fully adapted to the power in his body, his 8 extraordinary meridians have all been opened by Ying Shaolong. The long sword in his hand, carrying a sharp force, slashed directly at the Zhou family patriarch. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity threw a dagger in an attempt to stop him, but only managed to deflect the long sword slightly. The long sword had already struck the Zhou family patriarch, killing him instantly. Chapter 71 turned the world upside down in Yanjiang City. As the old master of the Zhou family saw the long knife pierce into his body, he felt his life slipping away and let out a scream. The auspicious time has arrived. Longshan stared at him expressionlessly and said coldly. A bitter smile appeared on the face of the old man of the Zhou family. An auspicious time? His consciousness gradually faded. Damn it! Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity focused his gaze, waved his arm, and drew a sharp sword hidden behind his back, launching a direct attack on Longshan. Longshan stared at the middle-aged man, his gaze hardening as their swords clashed. Bump! Longshan stepped back a few meters, shook his head slightly, and muttered, "I've just recovered and haven't mastered my power yet." He's been in a wheelchair for 10 years and hasn't wielded a sword in 10 years. Now he's less than half his peak combat strength, and he needs a few days to get used to it. The middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity, who had also retreated a few meters, narrowed his eyes and his expression turned somewhat unpleasant. "Stop! Are you trying to make enemies of the Palace of Eternal Life?" When the young master of the Hall of Longevity saw the Zhou family patriarch being killed and realized that the other party was completely ignoring him, his face showed anger. Accustomed to being high and mighty, he was enraged that someone dared to defy his will, and he shouted loudly, "The Palace of Eternal Life?" Upon hearing the name, Ying Shaolong looked puzzled, as he knew nothing about hidden families. However, judging from the man who fought Longshan, the strength of the Longevity Palace is definitely not weak. Yanjiang City, Changsheng Palace on Yanliang Mountain. Longshan knew this power, and stared coldly at the middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity before speaking. "Good to know, but stop now." The middle-aged man stared at Longshan, his gaze sweeping over the surroundings, and said with a solemn expression. Longshan's strength exceeded his expectations, and with the other powerful figures on the other side, he was no match for him. However, their Changsheng Palace is stronger than their opponent, so they still have leverage. How strong is this Hall of Longevity? Ying Shaolong asked curiously. Although your power is not weak, and you have several experts who have reached the Qi opening stage, you'd better not provoke my Longevity Palace. The young master of the Hall of Longevity fixed his gaze on Ying Shaolong and replied directly, "Tell your men to stop immediately." Ying Shaolong chuckled and waved his hand, signaling Longshan and the others to stop. "Should we just let this go, brother?" Longshan and his group stopped fighting, but in that brief moment, they had already killed half of the martial artists in Yanjiang City. The surviving martial artists stared at Ying Shaolong with fear on their faces, retreating backward until they reached the Zhou family's location. The older brother pale-faced, spoke to him after witnessing such a bloody scene for the first time. Brother, the Zhou family sent people to kill us today. Ying Shaolong looked at his elder brother and said, anyone who dares to touch you or grandpa must die. You can handle this matter, brother. Upon hearing this, the elder brother's expression shifted slightly. He nodded and said nothing more. You've killed enough people already. Let's just drop this matter. The young master of the Hall of Longevity looked at Ying Shaolong and spoke. Give up? The Zhou family must be destroyed. Ying Shaolong looked at him and answered calmly. You. Zhou Quanshan was trembling all over, his eyes bloodshot. Looking at his dead grandfather, he hurriedly walked up to the young master and said, Young master, our Zhou family has been paying a lot of money and goods to the palace every year. My grandfather has now been killed by them. Young master, you must do justice for us. Our Zhou family is under the command of the Longevity Palace. Young master, the opponent is quite strong, the middle-aged man said quietly as he approached. The young master nodded indifferently and looked at Ying Shaolong. Friend, let me introduce myself. I am the young master of the Longevity Hall. As for the others, they are dead. Let's let this matter drop and give the Longevity Hall some face. Ying Shaolong laughed. If they want to kill me, if they want to kill my family, I will only stop when they are dead. So, you're saying you're not giving face to the Hall of Longevity? The young master's gaze turned cold, and he narrowed his eyes as he stared at him. I'd like to know which powerful family or clan you come from. Without power, I alone am a powerful family, Ying Shaolong replied calmly. The young master's expression was grim. The Zhou family is under the jurisdiction of my Longevity Palace. If you dare to destroy them today, you should be prepared to go to war with our Longevity Palace. Bah? Ying Shaolong sneered and looked at Longshan and the others. Make your move and kill this so-called young master of the Longevity Palace. Trying to show off in front of him? He stopped Longshan simply out of curiosity about the power of the Hall of Longevity. He thought he was afraid of them. The Hall of Longevity and the Hall of Immortality, along with the Zhou family, are enemies. Kill. Yes. Longshan and his group immediately responded, and with a swift movement, they charged towards everyone once again. Damn it. Are you trying to make enemies of the Hall of Longevity? The middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity also had a drastic change in expression and roared angrily. The young master's expression also changed drastically. He never expected that the other party would actually want to kill him, and even dare to kill him. They're actually going to kill him too? He was furious. You want to kill me? My palace of eternal life will annihilate you all. Young master, I have sent all their faces to the Hall of Longevity. If we lose even a single hair today, they will be hunted down by the Hall of Longevity, no matter where they flee. A woman next to him reported with a grim expression. The young master gritted his teeth. Fine. They actually dared to kill the young master of the Hall of Longevity. Oh no, that mysterious young man isn't even afraid of the Hall of Longevity. We're doomed. We're completely finished. No. We surrender. We are willing to surrender, and we are willing to help young master deal with the Zhou family. At this moment, all the martial artists in Yanjiang City were terrified and completely collapsed. The lifeline that was the Palace of Eternal Life has been severed. That mysterious youth even tried to kill the young master of the Hall of Longevity, let alone them. Seeing the powerful figures charging towards them, they were filled with despair, loudly begging for mercy and wanting to submit. Ying Shaolong watched all of this coldly, without the slightest fluctuation. This is the law of the jungle in the martial arts world. If he hadn't had that extraordinary encounter, his elder brother would have become a cripple, blind in both eyes. If he didn't have his current strength, he, his brother, and his grandfather would all have been killed by the Zhou family. If he were weak, he would be the one to die today, and those who killed them were a group of martial arts families from Yanjiang City. Ying Shaolong showed no mercy. If someone wants to kill me, I will fight back and kill them. How is this possible? On one side, the dozen or so people from the Shao family were completely stunned. Their faces were deathly pale as they stared at this bloody and unbelievable scene. With a single slash, a blade of energy several meters long was unleashed, and the user leaped more than 10 meters high. Blood flowed freely, and heads rolled off the ground. What shocked them most was the rapid massacre of the Zhou and Lu families, the most important figures in their city of Yanjiang. They used to be so high and mighty, but now they're treated like chickens and dogs. Kiki, is this the same gentle young man who called us sister on your birthday night? To comfort Xiao Kiki, the Xiao family called over two of her best friends. At this moment, her two best friends looked at the young man who stood proudly in the middle of the scene, who had caused this incident and killed people with a wave of his hand, and were somewhat dazed. That night, the boy was warm and gentle, and very sweetly called them sister. Now he's turned the world upside down in Yanjiang City. Chapter 72, The Dragon Emerges. Xiao Kiki's expression became somewhat dazed upon hearing her best friend's words. The young man kept smiling and kept calling her sister-in-law. She thought Xiaoshan's younger brother was a very nice person and quite cute. But now, Xiaoke's parents were stunned and numb, staring blankly at the scene. Is this the cruelty and power of the truly powerful families in Yanjiang City? I'm not reconciled. No, no, the Hall of Longevity is very powerful. You've provoked them. They'll destroy you. They'll kill you. In the middle of the scene, Grandpa Liu, who was holding his cane as a weapon, watched this scene with a look of despair and collapse on his face. He immediately recognized the Hall of Longevity and wanted to curry favor with the Zhou family, wanting to fight for them. But now, the power of that mysterious youth is too terrifying. They even intend to kill the young master of the Hall of Longevity. How could this happen? How could this be? Before he could think any further, a long sword pierced his body. He, who had always been very cautious, died because he stood in the wrong position. At this moment, everyone in the Zhou family witnessed this horrific scene and began a frantic escape. They were no match for the other side at all. The enemy has 15 people, the weakest of whom is at the organ refinement level. How can we fight them? It's impossible to win. Run away, run away, run away. However, they couldn't escape at all. Zhou Quanshan frantically fled towards the direction of the young master, his face filled with panic. The high and mighty young master swallowed hard, took out his phone, and frantically dialed his father's number for help. If the other party really wanted to kill him, the single guard beside him wouldn't be able to stop him at all. He didn't want to die. Young master, run. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity, who was at the Qi refining level, risked injury to repel Longshan. He looked at the young master, rushed over quickly, picked him up, and desperately fled towards the Yangtze River in the distance. Young master, Uncle Hong, what should we do? Zhou Quanshan and the other 2 disciples of the Hall of Longevity cried out in terror. Their Uncle Hong completely ignored them. Given the current situation, if he doesn't escape, he'll die here. Now, all he can do is desperately try to take the young master away. Don't even think about escaping. Longshan saw the middle-aged man trying to escape with the young man and chased after them with murderous intent. Ying Shaolong looked in the direction they were fleeing, and a smile appeared on his face. A sweep of the scene revealed that the sky over the so-called Riverside City had collapsed. No, don't kill us. If you dare kill us, the Hall of Longevity will make you suffer unbearable pain and exterminate your entire family. The female disciple of the Hall of Longevity roared madly. Zhou Quanshan retreated, his face filled with regret and despair. He never imagined that his desire to seize the Shao family's property and possess the woman from that family would bring them utter destruction. With a flash of swordlight, several disciples of the Hall of Longevity lost their lives. That's a bit wasteful. Ying Shaolong looked at it and muttered to himself, if I were to refine it directly, I could make quite a few dragon bones. His gaze fell upon the fleeing middle-aged man and young master of the Hall of Longevity, and he strolled over to them. Brother, take sister-in-law home. You can handle the funeral arrangements here at the Gao family's place. After he finished speaking, the figure had already walked more than 300 meters away. It's young Master Ying. The Gao family members responded respectfully upon seeing Ying Shaolong's figure. All the martial artists from the surrounding Riverside City fell to the ground. Old Gao cupped his hands in greeting to Ying Shaotian and walked towards the Shao family. Congratulations to everyone from the Shao family on your upcoming entry into the world of martial arts and your future in-law relationship with young Master Ying. From now on, this Yanjiang city will be honored by young Master Ying and you all. Old Gao said very politely. This time, the Shao family has risen to prominence overnight by getting in touch with Ying Shao's elder brother. Given the relationship between Ying Shao and his elder brother, the Shao family is bound to rise to prominence in the future. The Shao family members were somewhat dazed and excited upon hearing this. The feeling of rising to the top in one step made it hard for them to believe it. Xiao Ketchen's eyes revealed excitement and exhilaration. Bump. However, the next moment, Old Gao stepped forward and slapped Xiao Ketchen across the face, sending his teeth flying and causing him to fall to the ground. It would be better for him to live as an ordinary person in the future. Xiao Ketchen heard a voice that terrified him. On one side, the middle-aged man from the Hall of Longevity carried the young master of the Hall of Longevity on his back and desperately ran towards the river. He sensed the pursuit behind him, and his face turned extremely ugly. In recent years, spiritual energy has gradually recovered, and many treasures have been born in the world. Their Hall of Longevity is ready to emerge. Unexpectedly, they encountered such a calamity before they were even born. The Hall of Longevity will be established with your blood. He roared furiously. Oh, is that so? Ying Shaolong smiled faintly upon hearing this. He was only 10 meters away from the middle-aged man. What? How is this possible? Upon hearing Ying Shaolong's words, the middle-aged man glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and his expression changed drastically. How did he get behind me? How did this boy come to be? He couldn't believe that such a young boy could be faster than him. We've reached the riverbank. Once we jump in, they'll have a hard time catching us. The middle-aged man was deeply moved, but when he saw the Yangtze River ahead, his eyes lit up. I'll remember you. You just wait. I'll have my father and my grandfather wipe out your entire clan. The young master of the Longevity Palace roared ferociously at Ying Shaolong as they were about to escape. You're celebrating too soon. Ying Shaolong stopped and calmly watched them jump into the river, then softly uttered, "Walk the dragon." Splash! The next moment, a huge head emerged directly from the calm river surface. A terrifying tail lashed out at them. What's this? The middle-aged man stared in horror at the enormous creature that suddenly emerged from the river and roared in alarm. Bump! The immense force struck him directly, and the middle-aged man felt his bones shatter and his internal organs burst. The young master of the Hall of Longevity behind him was filled with disbelief. The two flew towards Ying Shaolong at an even more terrifying speed. Ying Shaolong stretched out his hand, and a stream of water from the river enveloped them and flew towards his palm. He grabbed the middle-aged man with his palm and began to refine him. The severely wounded middle-aged man, eyes wide with endless doubt, turned to dust. The young master of the Hall of Longevity stared blankly, seemingly suffering a great mental blow. Boom! Clap, clap, clap. A sudden clap of thunder sounded, and raindrops began to fall from the sky. Ying Shaolong looked up at the sudden rain, and it was already dark. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The cell phone rang on the young master of the Hall of Longevity. Ying Shaolong looked at him, who was stunned with fear, and took it out of his pocket. Looking at the caller ID, he answered directly and said calmly, "Hello, your son has offended me, so he must die." What? Who are you? I'm warning you, spare my son, or I'll kill all your relatives. Spare my son, and everything will be fine. During the phone call, the middle-aged man heard his words and made a frantic threat. Smack! Ying Shaolong tossed his phone aside, looked at the increasingly heavy rain, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Rainy days, very good. Give directions to the Hall of Longevity. Chapter 73, The Palace of Eternal Life, cuts off immortality. Night falls. The rain was pouring down harder and harder. In the black Yangtze River, a colossal creature sped across the water. Two figures were standing above, one of whom was being carried. Longshan stared in shock at the dragon beneath him. A legendary mythical beast. As far as he knew, such strange beasts usually only existed in deep mountains and forests and deep seas. Unexpectedly, their dragon king possessed such a terrifying beast. The young master of the Changshan Palace was being held by Longshan, his body trembling. What he was seeing was beyond his comprehension. A terrifying beast. And then there's this terrifying boy, who looks even younger than he does. Zhou Jiao moved very fast in the river, and soon they arrived at a remote place along the Yangtze River. To the right and ahead are mountain peaks covered with lush trees. This is Yanliang Mountain in Yanjiang City, which is also the original mountain forest that Yanjiang City has preserved. Some say that there is still a large number of wild animals, as well as venomous snakes and insects, in the primeval forests of Yanliang Mountain. Yanliang Mountain is isolated, with only one road leading up the mountain, making it a place rarely visited by people. The Hall of Longevity is located within Yanliang Mountain. Give directions. The dragons might press down on the young master of the Longevity Palace, causing his soul to tremble and his mind to be unable to resist in the slightest. He pointed to a location. Hiss, 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 hiss. The Holy Dragon King, upon coming ashore, is feeling unwell. When the dragon swims ashore, although it has two front claws, it wriggles its body on land like a snake. Its massive body darted into the mountains and forests. What does a height of over 20 meters mean? Equivalent to the height of a 4- or 5-story building. It is an absolute behemoth. Some small trees were directly crushed by its massive body. His primal aura caused the surrounding birds and beasts to fall silent and tremble. The dragon can travel tens of meters in a second, which is extremely fast. I'll give you some rewards later. Ying Shaolong squatted down and patted its head. Hiss, 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 hiss. Although Zhou Jiao didn't know what the reward was, he still made a happy sound. The rain fell on him, but Ying Shaolong did not use his water control technique to stop it. He likes water, perhaps because of his cultivation of the Ancestral Dragon technique. Dragon, king of the ocean. His strength will reach its peak in rainy weather and in water. In just 10 minutes, one after another, ancient red buildings came into view. There were lights in the building, and faint footsteps could be heard. Ying Shaolong's gaze swept across the area. Behind this deep mountain, there were more than 30 buildings, with at least 100 rooms. Splash, splash, splash. All disciples, take up your weapons and assemble. At the same time, inside the Hall of Longevity, cold shouts rang out. What happened? It seems that the young master and the others went out and were attacked by some unknown force. Even the old master was alarmed. Who dares to touch our young master? They're courting death. Our Hall of Longevity has been in seclusion for a long time. How dare they touch our young master? We'll wipe out their entire family. An aura of malevolence instantly filled the entire Hall of Longevity. Inside the main hall in the center of the Hall of Longevity, a thin old man with a wisp of beard stood in the pouring rain, his face gloomy. The raindrops fell from the sky, but slid away from him, an invisible barrier blocking the raindrops. Beside him was an anxious middle-aged couple. They were filled with anger and murderous intent. Splash, splash, splash. From the surrounding buildings, disciples of the Hall of Longevity arrived, swords in hand. Old Temple Master. They bowed respectfully upon seeing the gaunt old man. Come down the mountain with me. The gaunt old man, carrying a sword on his back, spoke coldly and strode directly outside. Yes, the disciples replied. Palace Master, what danger has Zhong'er encountered? How dare someone touch our young Palace Master of the Longevity Palace? Do they want to be wiped out in blood? A high-ranking member of the Longevity Palace approached the middle-aged man behind the old Palace Master and asked with a murderous look on his face. The specifics are still unclear. The Palace Master of the Hall of Longevity shook his head with a gloomy expression. The torrential rain, with its fierce force, created a somewhat somber atmosphere. A group of more than 70 people walked outside. These are all the martial artists from the Hall of Longevity. Although their numbers are not large, there are more than a dozen experts at the Qi opening level. The Palace of Eternal Life. At the entrance of the Hall of Longevity, Ying Shaolong and his group stood atop the giant head of the dragon, looking at the plaque in front of them with cold expressions. They really have quite the arrogance. Does your Longevity Palace have any innate realm experts? He asked, looking at the young master of the Longevity Palace. Yes, our Longevity Palace has many innate experts. We are very, very strong. Release me now or else. Bump. Lie. Ying Shaolong interrupted him directly, placing his palm on his body and refining it into the power of a divine dragon. His pupils shone with a golden light, and his body was covered with dragon scales that were faintly visible. Faintly, the dragon scales coalesced into the phantom of a divine dragon. Ying Shaolong stared at the gate. He could sense that a group of people had come out, and the figure at the front contained terrifying energy. It was much stronger than Longshan, but not as strong as Ying Shaolong had imagined. He frowned slightly. Has it not reached the innate realm yet? Click, click, click. Just then, the gates of the Hall of Longevity opened, and a group of figures appeared before Ying Shaolong. At the same time, the group from the Hall of Longevity also saw Ying Shaolong and his group in front of them. When they saw the enormous body of the dragon, their expressions froze, and a look of shock appeared on their faces. What kind of monster is this? It's a strange beast. This is a legendary strange beast. The powerful disciples of the Longevity Palace changed their expressions drastically, staring warily at the flood dragon that exuded a primal aura. At the forefront, the gaunt old man's gaze sharpened as he stared at the enormous dragon. The sword on his back was drawn from its sheath and placed in his hand. He coldly stared at Ying Shaolong. I ask who you are and which faction you belong to? Is my grandson in your hands? Your grandson is dead. Ying Shaolong looked at the gaunt old man and answered calmly. You actually killed Zhong'er? Before the old man could speak, the middle-aged man beside him stared at Ying Shaolong with a face full of anger and murderous intent, his state of frenzy. Not only will he die, but you will all die too. Ying Shaolong's pupils shone with golden light as he spoke coldly. The dragon's eyes can see into the heavens and the netherworld. As its strength increases, the dragon's eyes can vaguely see even more things. For example, if someone has bloodstains all over their body, it means they have killed people. The thicker the bloodstains, the more people they have killed. The people of the Hall of Longevity constantly talk about wiping out entire families. Yet Ying Shaolong showed no remorse whatsoever in killing them. If you don't nip the problem in the bud, you'll only cause trouble for yourself. You kill my grandson, you must pay with your own flesh and blood. Do you really think that with this strange beast you could destroy my Palace of Longevity? The gaunt old man's eyes were sharp as swords, and his expression was cold and sinister. The flesh and blood of strange beasts are a great tonic, comparable to powerful natural treasures. Today, I will use this strange beast to help me take the final step. Clang! As soon as he finished speaking, he moved instantly, striking first. Chapter 74, A Surge in Strength. The Longevity Sword Technique. The gaunt old man moved like an invisible assassin in the rainy night, his speed astonishing. The netherworld dragon's pupils were fixed on the old man, as if it wanted to make a move. However, at this moment, Ying Shaolong's golden pupils locked onto his body, and the surrounding rainwater gathered strangely and rapidly, forming the shape of a 5-meter-long divine dragon. The raindrops coalesced into a divine dragon, which attacked the gaunt old man directly. A mere chart. The gaunt old man's gaze sharpened, and the long sword in his hand emitted light, its sword energy reaching several meters in length, as he slashed directly at the divine dragon. Kill them. Upon seeing his father make a move, the Lord of the Hall of Longevity's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he roared. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang, clang. One after another, sharp swords were drawn, and they attacked Ying Shaolong directly. At that moment, Ying Shaolong also started to move. The gaunt old man was very fast, reaching speeds of 70 or 80 meters per second. The sword energy was sharp and fierce, directly severing the divine dragon formed from the rain. However, his speed was still almost twice as slow as Ying Shaolong's. The rain that fell from the sky became his sharpest weapon. Each drop of water, like a sharp hidden weapon, attacked the old man from every angle. The gaunt old man's expression changed slightly upon seeing this scene. He couldn't understand how Ying Shaolong, who looked so young, could unleash such a powerful attack. However, he did not believe that the boy in front of him was stronger than himself. His body trembled, and a protective shield seemed to form around him. Bang, bang, bang. The water droplets landed on the protective energy, producing a metallic clanging sound. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow and suddenly increased his speed. Now, having refined 23 dragon bones, he can reach a speed of 160 to 170 meters per second on land. Its terrifying speed allowed it to approach the emaciated old man in an instant. The old man's pupils contracted slightly, but he did not panic. He remained calm and composed, and with a flash of sword energy, he thrust his sword directly at Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong snorted lightly, extending his arm without any fear. His right hand was covered with dragon scales, and dragon bones were faintly visible on them. You're courting death. The gaunt old man's eyes gleamed as he saw Ying Shaolong meet his sword with his fist. Bang, bang. However, to his horror, the sword in his hand shattered the next second. An unparalleled power surged into his body. The veins on his sword-wielding arm burst. Bump! In the blink of an eye, a hand grabbed his neck. Haven't reached the innate realm yet? You're a congenital being? How is that possible? The gaunt old man could never believe, even on his deathbed, that there was such a young, innate powerhouse. He is now over 100 years old, and he's only half a step into the innate realm. There's still one last step to take. Oops! Old Palace Master. The other powerful disciples of the Longevity Palace who rushed over were horrified to see their old palace master being suppressed in an instant. Their momentum as they charged forward lessened slightly, their breathing became somewhat rapid, and their eyes widened in disbelief. Ying Shaolong grasped the gaunt old man's body and slowly began to refine it. So slow, it will take at least an hour, he murmured, sensing the immense energy within the gaunt old man's body. Ying Shaolong moved and charged directly towards the group of powerful disciples of the Longevity Palace. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. Kill him. Save the old master. The master of the Longevity Palace roared, his heart clenching. Bump! However, Ying Shaolong, whose arms were covered with dragon scales and bones, was now like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex. With one punch, he directly knocked down a powerful member of the Hall of Longevity. Even experts who have reached the level of enlightenment are no match for him. In less than a minute, all 70-odd powerful disciples had fallen to the ground. Zhou Jiao, standing to the side, didn't even have a chance to make a move. Longshan wasn't particularly shocked by what he saw. In his view, their Dragon King was at least a primordial powerhouse. Longshan, take Zhou Jiao inside and see if there are any enemies left. Ying Shaolong had not killed everyone from the Hall of Longevity. A sliver of their lives remained. He gave Longshan a command and began refining these powerful individuals. Refining them would significantly increase the power of the divine dragon. Yes, Longshan immediately replied, leading Zhou Jiao through the gates of the Hall of Longevity. Time passed slowly, and one by one, the powerful disciples of the Hall of Longevity were refined. In the darkness, golden light emanated from Ying Shaolong's body, and strange dragon bones formed one by one. The Hall of Longevity has one half-step Xiantian expert and 12 Tongxiao experts. The strongest Tongxiao expert has already opened up all 6 meridians. There are 33 experts at the organ refinement level. The strength of the Hall of Longevity is definitely not weak. In fact, it can be said to be very, very strong. This was a huge resource for Ying Shaolong, and one by one, the dragon bones were successfully refined. After refining, Ying Shaolong produced the 150th dragon bone, resulting in a surge in his strength. He felt that he could blow up a house with the slightest movement. His powerful physical strength made him feel that he could withstand the bombardment of a rocket launcher. They withstood the bombing with explosives. Before the battle, I felt that my strength was comparable to that of a Xiantian cultivator. But now, Ying Shaolong calculated in his mind. However, he didn't know just how strong he was. 56 more dragon bones, and it will be finished. He smiled, feeling that this harvest was quite good. Dragon King. At this moment, Longshan walked over and respectfully reported, Dragon King, the entire Longevity Palace has been searched by your subordinates. In addition to a large amount of gold and treasures, we have also discovered over 100 imprisoned women and one imprisoned powerful individual. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback when he heard his words. A woman who has been imprisoned? Yes. Longshan nodded, a murderous glint in his eyes. The disciples of the Hall of Longevity are mostly male. These guys have imprisoned over 100 women for their own convenience. They truly deserve to die. Release these women. A cold glint flashed in Ying Shaolong's eyes. The so-called Hall of Longevity, a hidden force, is actually engaged in cruel deeds behind the scenes. This kind of force is no different from the demonic path. Dragon King, I've already sent the rest of the dragon family here. Also, there is a special prison cell in the Hall of Longevity where there is a special expert. Would you like to go and take a look? Longshan asked. A special expert? Take me to see him. Ying Shaolong asked in surprise. Longshan nodded and led Ying Shaolong through 2 buildings to a special basement. The basement was constructed of incredibly heavy mountain stone with steel poured on top. Down below, the ground was slightly damp, and there were 5 extremely sturdy metal doors, all of which were sealed off. At the very back, a middle-aged man with disheveled hair and a foul odor was hanging in front. His hands and feet were pierced by an iron chain, and his body was covered in wounds, making him look extremely miserable. You destroyed the Hall of Longevity? At this moment, the middle-aged man stared at Ying Shaolong with hopeful eyes, his voice somewhat hoarse. Ying Shaolong did not answer, but looked him over with his dragon eyes, a look of surprise on his face. At your peak, you were stronger than that old man from the Hall of Longevity, and you should have reached the innate realm. How come you were imprisoned here? Chapter 75, Subduing the Innate Being, 7-Star Dragon Abyss Sword. To Ying Shaolong's surprise, a powerful innate expert was imprisoned in the Hall of Longevity. The middle-aged man wore a bitter smile upon hearing Ying Shaolong's words. I, Duan Jiao, have spent half my life practicing chivalry and killing dozens or even hundreds of beasts. After saving the old man from the Hall of Longevity, he not only showed no gratitude, but instead attacked me with poison and imprisoned me here for 8 years, wanting to teach him to reach the innate realm. He laughed bitterly, his face filled with anger and hatred. Dragon King, I've heard of Duan Jiao. Longshan looked at the middle-aged man, leaned close to Ying Shaolong, and reported, according to what my former subordinates have learned, Duan Jiao is ruthless and hates evil. He once joined the Eastern Regency Dragon Army and killed a master swordsman from the Great Japan. Later, he retired from the martial world and killed many people, but his reputation is still quite good. He only killed evil people. I didn't expect you to still know my name. Duan Jiao looked at Longshan with a proud smile on his face, but soon his face turned miserable. But unfortunately, the old Duan Jiao is dead. The current me is a piece of trash. Ying Shaolong looked at this powerful figure and raised his eyebrows slightly. He walked over and gripped the chains. Click, click, click. The chain broke, but Duan Jiao staggered and fell to the side. Having been imprisoned here for 8 years, his innate energy was drained, his bones were pierced and were difficult to heal, and he could no longer even stand up. Longshan reached out and helped him up. You saved me, and I have no way to repay you. I can help you teach your disciples in the future. Although I am crippled, the things in my mind are still there. Please take care of my former family for me. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Duan Jiao was helped up and looked at Ying Shaolong as he spoke. A cripple is useless. I will heal your injuries, and you will obey my orders from now on, Ying Shaolong said, looking at him. My injuries can't be healed. Only my meridians are broken. That old guy absorbs my innate energy to cultivate every day, and I'm already ruined. Duan Jiao shook his head. As an innate expert, he was knowledgeable and experienced. He knew that even the people from the 3 great holy lands of divine doctors couldn't heal his injuries. If I say it can be cured, then it can be cured. Ying Shaolong said confidently, from now on, just follow my orders. As he spoke, he placed his palm on Duan Jiao's body, and a large amount of divine dragon power surged into his body, restoring his meridians and bones. A surge of vitality flowed into Duan Jiao's body, causing him to tremble and his expression to become somewhat frenzied. It took 5 pieces of refined dragon bone to heal his injuries. Buzz! Immediately, Ying Shaolong imprinted a divine dragon mark into his mind. The recovery of his body caused Duan Jiao's pupils to blaze with intense light. He sensed a brand entering his mind. As a Xiantian expert, he vaguely felt that the brand entering his body would change his mind. However, he did not resist. For someone in the depths of despair, being pulled back to safety is an immense blessing, and they are grateful. A phantom image of a divine dragon appeared in his mind. His body trembled, and he looked at Ying Shaolong with awe and excitement. Greetings, Dragon King. Thank you, Dragon King, for healing my injuries. Thank you, Dragon King, for giving me a new life. As he spoke, he knelt down and kowtowed in gratitude, tears streaming down his face. No need, Ying Shaolong patted his shoulder. Focus on recovering your strength, and strive to return to your peak as soon as possible. It's the Dragon King. Duan Jiu replied, bowing his head. Longshan was slightly shaken as he watched this scene. The Dragon King did not know Duan Jiu's name, but he had heard of Duan Jiu's glory and achievements. He once topped the list of geniuses in the eastern region and entered the innate realm at the young age of 40, which shocked the ancient martial arts world. Even some hidden powerful forces wanted to recruit him. After reaching the innate realm, he joined the Sea Dragon army and fought against foreign martial artists. He later left the Heilong army and wandered the world with his sword. His life was legendary. Now, they've even become servants of the Dragon King. This shocked him, but also made him feel proud. Dragon King. All the treasures of the Longevity Palace are in the treasure pavilion. There are a large amount of wealth inside, as well as cultivation jade stones, Longshan said, looking at Ying Shaolong. Good. Ying Shaolong nodded. In the future, the three arrived at a treasure pavilion in the Hall of Longevity. This room is filled with a large number of gold antiques and precious jewelry. In addition, there are more than a dozen pieces of jade placed in individual jade boxes. There are 15 cultivation jade stones in total, 14 of which are of low grade and one of medium grade. Longshan introduced to Ying Shaolong. The rest of the gold antique jewelry, roughly calculated, is worth more than 5 billion. So many. Ying Shaolong looked at all of this and was slightly amazed. Dragon King. All the hidden forces live in seclusion because they have no shortage of money or material possessions. They only want to focus on cultivation. They will only emerge when their resources are almost exhausted or when there are treasures or other valuable items in the outside world, Duan Jiu said from the side. Ying Shaolong nodded slightly. These hidden forces are not short of money. They only need to focus on cultivation and improving their strength. This also highlights the difference between martial arts families outside the martial arts world and hidden forces. When you are in the outside world, you'll be subject to external interference and may only be able to cultivate for 2 or 3 hours a day. But if you are in seclusion, you may be able to cultivate for more than 10 hours a day. For a long time, this has led to a huge gap between the strength of martial artists outside the world and the strength of those in seclusion. The most precious item in the Hall of Longevity is not these jade stones, but that sharp sword, the 7-star Dragon Abyss Sword. It is said to be forged from the bones of a dragon and imbued with malevolent energy. Only a Xiantian expert can suppress the malevolent energy on it. Of course, it is just a legend. Duan Jiu pointed to a sealed sword in front of him. It was because of this sword that I was lured here by that old guy and was ambushed. Oh, Ying Shaolong walked up to the long sword. The sword was sealed in an exquisite dragon pattern box. He took it out, and the scabbard was decorated with a majestic dragon pattern. Clang! Ying Shaolong drew his sword, and a long sword carrying a sharp and murderous aura appeared before him. This sword is incredibly sharp, unlike anything made of steel. It is entirely black, as if it were polished from special animal bones. The sword weighs several hundred kilograms. An ordinary person simply cannot lift it. Ying Shaolong touched the blade with his hand, feeling its sharp edge. He sensed a faint dragon aura emanating from it and exclaimed in surprise, "It is indeed a fine sword, the dragon's sword." He swung the sword a couple of times, clearly enjoying it, and a smile appeared on his face. The entire treasure vault within the Hall of Longevity is worth no less than 10 billion. Ying Shaolong opened each of the cultivation jade stones. The cultivation jade, which Longshan and his group called a low-grade one, contained about the same amount of energy as the one the Shao family had given them. He could refine 5 dragon bones from a single piece of jade. As for that mid-grade jade, Ying Shaolong sensed the energy within it and determined that it was enough to refine at least 15 dragon bones. In other words, once he has absorbed all these cultivation jade stones, he will have perfected the refinement of his dragon bones. Chapter 76: The King of Yanjiang City. Click, click, click. Roar. The night passed quickly, and the heavy rain continued all night without stopping. Ying Shaolong sat cross-legged in a room, a crisp sound like metal clashing emanating from his body. Dragon scales and bones appeared all over his body, and a phantom divine dragon coiled around him. Suddenly, the dragon raised its head and roared. The illusory dragon, with its lifelike scales and bones, gradually disappeared into Ying Shaolong's body. Call! Ying Shaolong stood up, feeling the power within his body, and a smile appeared on his face. The dragon bone has been refined to perfection. After absorbing all the cultivation jade stones, Ying Shaolong completed the refining of his dragon bones and began to condense his dragon tendons. The human body has 485 major tendons. Next, he will condense all 485 major tendons. After the major tendons become dragon tendons, Ying Shaolong will be one step closer to transforming into a dragon. How strong am I now? Ying Shaolong murmured, sensing the explosive power emanating from his body. Now he has not only completed the refining of the dragon bones, but also condensed 3 dragon tendons. The condensation of the dragon tendons has increased the consumption of energy. Go, dragon! Ying Shaolong shouted softly. Hiss, 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 hiss. The enormous body of the dragon immediately swayed over, bowed slightly, and looked at him with awe in its eyes. I told you I'd give you a reward. Come here. Ying Shaolong beckoned it. Zhou Jiao leaned closer, and he placed his palm on it, channeling streams of divine dragon power into Zhou Jiao's body. The current strength of the dragon is inferior to that of a Xiantian expert. Before Ying Shaolong tamed it, it did not know the method of cultivation. Now that the divine dragon imprint has entered its body, it has vaguely found a way to improve its cultivation. Ying Shaolong subdued the dragon for two reasons. Firstly, to prepare for his later transformation into a divine dragon and the creation of an underwater dragon palace. Secondly, the plan is to take him to the rivers and seas to keep Xiao Xian company while catching some lobsters and fish, so that Ying Shaolong won't have to go through any more trouble. A surge of powerful dragon energy flowed into the dragon's body, which it rapidly absorbed. The scales on its body shimmered with luster, and its power grew increasingly terrifying. Two small bulges slowly appear at the head position. Having consumed the energy of 3 dragon tendons, Zhou Jiao's strength has been greatly enhanced. Although he is not yet at the level of Xiantian expert, he is close. With more training in the future, you might really become a dragon and transform into a divine dragon. Ying Shaolong patted its head and said with a smile, Hiss, hiss, hiss. Thank you, Holy Dragon King. Zhou Jiao was excited and grateful, as this experience had been a huge improvement for it. Ying Shaolong smiled and walked outside. Dragon King, everything has been taken care of. We are ready to make this our base. Longshan then led his men over, his face beaming with smiles. He pointed to a plaque held by a middle-aged man beside him. Dragon King, we plan to change the Hall of Longevity to the Dragon King Hall. From now on, we will be disciples of the Dragon King Hall. What do you think? Dragon King's Palace? Ying Shaolong stared at the 3 characters on the plaque for a moment, then nodded in satisfaction. Okay, Dragon King Palace, not bad. In the future, Yanjiang City will be one of the foundations of our Dragon King Palace. Dragon King. At this moment, the Gao family members also arrived. They bowed and said, Dragon King, the situation with the major families in Yanjiang City has been resolved, and we are currently receiving their assets. From now on, Dragon King, you will be the ruler of Yanjiang City, the king of Yanjiang City. Old Gao changed his form of address along with the Long family members, his face showing excitement and respect. The landscape of Yanjiang City has changed, and the Gao family has become loyal subjects of the new emperor. Naturally, they will also be able to reap huge benefits. You can handle it. Ying Shaolong waved his hand, not caring much. Yanjiang City is to be managed by your Gao family and my brother Xiao family. In the martial arts world, although he is now the king of Yanjiang City, his mind is not on Yanjiang City. Yanjiang City is too small. The stars and the sea are his goals. Dragon King, I wish to return my family. I have not been home for 8 years, and I long to go back and visit. Duan Jiao approached and pleaded, At most 1 month, I will come to see you, Dragon King, and serve you for life. It's okay, you can stay home a bit longer. Go ahead. Ying Shaolong patted him on the shoulder. Thank you, Dragon King, Duan Jiao said gratefully, bowing deeply. Have old Gao send someone to drive you. Ying Shaolong said something, and then took a walk around the Dragon King's palace. With its flowing mountain springs, lush greenery, and some captive wild animals, it is a perfect secluded paradise. However, Ying Shaolong is not going to live in seclusion. He is still young. I'm leaving this place to you. After giving some instructions, Ying Shaolong prepared to leave. Dragon King, your subordinate has come to see you off. The youngest of the dragon family's enlightened middle-aged men said respectfully, From now on, your subordinate will follow you and serve as your driver. Ying Shaolong nodded and got into the car to return to his dilapidated little home. Stepping into his home, Ying Shaolong felt very warm and cozy. Grandpa, I'm back. Ying Shaolong called out as soon as he entered the door, just like a student returning from school. Shaolong, you're here. Ha, come on in. Your brother, Miss Kiki, and their family are all here. Come and get to know them. Grandpa had no idea what had happened last night. His happy voice came through. Grandpa, brother, sister-in-law. Ying Shaolong entered the room, looked at his grandfather who had a rosy complexion, and walked over with a smile. Inside the room, besides Xiao Kiki, there were his parents and his uncle and aunt. As Xiao Kiki's family rose to prominence, they naturally took care of his uncle's family as well. However, Xiao Kiki's uncle's family was completely defeated because his cousin insulted Ying Shaolong and Ying Shaotian. When Xiao Kiki's parents, uncle, and aunt saw Ying Shaolong return, they stood up with a slight nervousness. They looked at the young man before them with awe. This young man had turned the world upside down in Yanjiang City and become its king. The Xiao family will also gain glory by associating with him. When his older brother saw him arrive, he went over and put his arm around his shoulder. The two brothers understood each other without saying a word. These are your future sister-in-law's parents and relatives. Quickly greet them. Grandpa Ying was very happy today and said to Ying Shaolong, "Hello, Uncle and Auntie." Ying Shaolong greeted them with the respect due to his elders. "No need, no need." Xiao Kiki's parents hurriedly waved their hands nervously. "Uncle and Aunt, you're welcome." Seeing their nervousness, Ying Shaolong smiled and said, "From now on, we're family, relatives." Xiao Kiki's parents' eyes flickered. They took a deep breath and smiled. "Yes, we are family now, relatives." "Little brother Shaolong, thank you," Xiao Kiki said gratefully, looking at the warm-hearted little brother she had met for the first time. Ying Shaolong smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, as long as you and my brother are happy, that's all that matters." "Ah, good, good. Xiao Dian, go cook. We'll have lunch together with our in-laws and the rest of us as a family." Grandpa Ying happily instructed his eldest brother. The older brother nodded immediately. "Shaolong, go back to school right after lunch today. Don't let it interfere with your studies, understand?" "Grandpa, don't rush." "What do you mean no rush?" "Finish your meal and get back to school right away. Don't think you're all that now. Your studies come first." Ying Shaolong smiled bitterly, but felt extremely happy inside. This is home. Xiao Kiki and his family, who were standing nearby, smiled as they watched this scene. Thinking back now, Wang from Yanjiang City is only 18 years old this year. He was just a freshman in college. Chapter 77 Private Jet, still a young man. "Grandpa, eldest brother, sister-in-law, I'm leaving now. Contact me if you need anything." At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Ying Shaolong was kicked out of the house by his grandfather, who urged him to go to class. Ying Shaolong had originally planned to stay another day, but unfortunately, he had no choice but to leave. He got on his motorcycle, waved to his older brother and grandfather, and turned to leave. This time, he didn't plan to leave on a motorcycle, but instead headed towards the airport. Despite its small size, Yanjiang City has an airport. Of course, Ying Shaolong did not travel to Jianghai City by passenger plane. The Zhou family had a private plane, which was now being taken over by the Gao family. The Gao family was already considered his subordinates. The only private jet in Jianghai City is naturally intended to serve Ying Shaolong, so the plane will fly to Jianghai and land at Jianghai Airport. The airport is not far from Ying Shaolong's home, only a dozen kilometers away. This time, Ying Shaolong wasn't in a hurry and leisurely rode his bike there. Hey. As the motorcycle was traveling about 4 kilometers from the airport, a woman carrying a bag waved to him from the roadside. Beside him, a taxi was parked with its hood open, clearly indicating a problem. Ying Shaolong saw this, stopped, and took off his helmet to look at the source. "Handsome, excuse me, are you going to the airport? My taxi broke down, and this area is remote and hard to get taxi from. Could you take me there? I can pay you." The woman was young and quite pretty. She spoke anxiously to Ying Shaolong. "Sure." Ying Shaolong nodded. "I'm going to the airport anyway. You can sit in the back." Thank you, the woman said quickly. Ying Shaolong didn't pay any attention. He was just helping out along the way. He took the woman on a motorcycle to the airport. After parking the car, Ying Shaolong took out his phone and made a call to old Gao. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I probably would have been late. Are you also taking a flight? Where are you going?" Seeing Ying Shaolong's handsome face and extraordinary demeanor, the woman thanked him while carrying her bag. "I'm going to Jianghai," Ying Shaolong replied to the woman. "Oh, you're going to Jianghai too? What a coincidence." "Me too. There are very few flights from our Yanjiang City to Jianghai, only one every 3 days." The woman exclaimed in delight. "What a coincidence." "It's quite a coincidence." Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded when he saw how enthusiastic the woman was. "It's probably because the distance is so close that there are very few flights." "It should be." The woman nodded. Hong, over here." When they arrived at the airport entrance, several young men and women waved to the woman next to Ying Shaolong. "Hey, beautiful. I'm having such a bad day. If this handsome guy hadn't given me a ride, I probably would have missed my flight." The woman waved her hand, walked over, and spoke. "Oh really?" 4 or 5 young men and women looked at Ying Shaolong. "Thank you, handsome. You're really good looking, hee." The girl called Sister Liang, looking Shaolong up and down and praised him with a smile. Ying Shaolong smiled politely. "Oh, by the way, he's also going to Jianghai." "Isn't that a coincidence?" the woman said with a smile. "Wow, what a coincidence. That's quite a coincidence," the pretty lady said with a hint of surprise. "All right, time's almost up. Hong, hurry up and get your tickets. We need to go." A young man in blue with blue hair looked at Ying Shaolong, then at the smiling Hong, his brows furrowing slightly, and urged him on. Hong nodded quickly and looked at Ying Shaolong. "Come on, handsome. Let's go get the tickets together." "I don't need the ticket." Ying Shaolong smiled and shook his head. "Did you pick it up in advance?" Hong looked at him. "Which seat are you sitting in? Let's see if we can choose a seat that's close by." Hong, we are in first class." The young man in blue spoke up, glancing at Ying Shaolong. "Are you also in first class?" Ying Shaolong shook his head slightly. Seeing him shake his head, the blue-haired youth smiled and said calmly, "That's true. First class is 3 times the price of economy class, so economy class is more affordable." Ying Shaolong glanced at the blue-haired youth, sensing a hint of hostility, and found it amusing. However, first class also has many advantages, such as early check-in, better service from flight attendants, and a variety of free drinks and snacks. The blue-haired youth continued, speaking in a didactic tone. It doesn't matter if your family isn't well off. You're still young. Work hard, and I believe you can also sit in first class. Nearby, several other young men and women watched this scene with smiles on their faces. They all knew that the blue-haired youth was pursuing Hong Hong, and they also knew that he was very rich. I'll try my best. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded, a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. I'll try to be able to sit in first class someday. You'll definitely succeed. You're so young and kind-hearted. You're sure to be successful in the future. Hong Hong encouraged Ying Shaolong, oblivious to the blue-haired youth's underlying message. Ying Shaolong nodded, and the group entered the hall. At this moment, a group of about 20 people walked briskly towards them from the front, led by a middle-aged man. Apart from the middle-aged people, everyone else was wearing airport staff uniforms. The name tags indicate that they are all airport management personnel. The middle-aged man's gaze swept around and quickly landed on Ying Shaolong. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickened his pace. A group of airport management personnel behind him also followed quickly. The blue-haired youth and his companion glanced at the group with curiosity. However, the next moment, a scene that shocked him appeared. The middle-aged man walked straight to them and bowed deeply. Young Master Long Ying, I'm Xiao Liang from the Gao family. The plane is ready. Please follow me. Young Master Ying. Behind him, a group of airport management personnel looked at Ying Shaolong with awe. Ducks are the first to know when the water warms up during spring break. The world in Yanjiang City has changed. They vaguely know that the Gao family is now managing the city's underworld. Although their identities were not enough to know the truth, they knew that the person who commanded such respect from the Gao family was a powerful figure they could not afford to offend. Okay. Ying Shaolong looked at the middle-aged man from the Gao family and nodded lightly. Goodbye, he said with a smile to Hong Hong, and amidst the shock and astonishment of Hong Hong and the others, he walked inside, surrounded by a group of people. There was a passageway that led directly into the airport without any security checks. A private plane was parked inside the airport. A private jet worth hundreds of millions. Everyone was stunned, staring incredulously at the boy's figure. The young man in blue's expression changed drastically as he recalled what he had just said. Work hard and try to get a seat in first class. God to hell, I got into first class, and more than 20 people came to greet me respectfully. I then boarded a private jet. Private planes fly rapidly through the sky. Ying Shaolong didn't take what happened at the airport to heart. He just helped out casually and didn't pay any attention to the blue-haired youth and his companion. Given his current status and position, he doesn't care about these things. The private jet that the Zhou family bought, although not a world-class private jet, is still worth hundreds of millions. It can seat 8 people and is very luxurious and spacious. With red wine and food on the table, Ying Shaolong looked down at the riverside city he was about to leave through the glass. Although a lot has happened in the past few days, but he is still that boy. Not a single thing has changed. Chapter 78 Disciplinary Action. A private plane landed at the airport in Jianghai City. The Gao family had already rented a luxury car to take him to the school. 2 days later, Longshan and his group will also bring Zhou Jiao to Jianghai. As Ying Shaolong stepped into the school gates again, he felt slightly dazed. So much has happened in Yanjiang City these past few days. He wiped out a group of martial arts families in Yanjiang City and destroyed the Hall of Longevity. When he returned, looking at the bustling school, it felt like a lifetime had passed. School is still the best, Ying Shaolong murmured. He was not a bloodthirsty person, nor did he like fighting and killing. He wouldn't have acted if he hadn't been forced into it, or if it weren't for his family. Call your counselor first. Ying Shaolong walked towards the dormitory, found the counselor's phone number, and dialed it. A few days ago, Ying Shaolong left without even asking for leave. This is a big deal for a college freshman, especially during military training. Although I called the counselor afterwards to talk to them, it was completely useless. According to the school's rules and regulations, his behavior would warrant disciplinary action. This is a very serious matter for a college student. Ying Shaolong had no choice but to accept the punishment. Ying Shaolong, the consequences of missing military training these past few days are serious. You're going to get a disciplinary action now. I'm coming right away. The counselor's solemn voice came through. Okay, Ying Shaolong replied immediately. He's a good student. After changing his clothes in the dormitory, Ying Shaolong walked towards the playground. It was a very hot day. When he arrived, he saw the counselor in front of him. I'll take you to talk to the instructor, and then you can go in and continue your military training. The counselor saw him walking over and spoke. Okay, thank you, counselor. Ying Shaolong nodded and said with a smile. You'd better not skip classes or fail any courses in the future, or you'll have trouble graduating. The counselor waved his hand and led him toward the class's military training area. Coach Zhang, Ying Shaolong from our class had something to do, but he's back today to continue military training. The counselor led Ying Shaolong to the class's military training session and spoke to the instructor. The coach nodded and looked coldly at Ying Shaolong. You're the one who skipped class, Ying Shaolong. You have no discipline at all. If you were in military training, you'd be drilled for a month. Humph, get back to the team. Yes, Ying Shaolong replied. Although he is now quite capable, he doesn't want to be detached from society. His current identity is that of a student. Brother Long, over here, Song Chun and Su Yingren called out softly. Ying Shaolong smiled and nodded at them before walking over. Something terrible has happened. A student has fainted. Quickly, school doctor, come here right away, come here right away. Just then, a commotion arose from the side. Ying Shaolong and the others were drawn by the sound, and curious expressions appeared on their faces. Oh my God, another student has fainted. This is the second one. The weather has been so hot these past few days. It's already September, damn it. The students around him whispered among themselves, but didn't pay much attention. Every year during military training, some students suffer from heat stroke. The school has experience with this kind of thing, and some school doctors are on standby. In addition, Jianghai University has a medical department. Moreover, the affiliated hospital of Jianghai University's medical department ranks among the top 3 in Jianghai. Everyone, take a 10-minute break. If you feel unwell, drink plenty of water to avoid heat stroke, the coach said, clapping his hands as he saw a student suffering from heat stroke. Okay, coach, the students replied immediately. Brother Long, you're too awesome. Skipping class like that. But skipping class will get you a demerit, which is a very serious offense. I heard from Liangren and the others that something happened at your home, Brother Long. What's wrong? Have you taken care of it? The coach told them to take a break, and a group of male students sat down. One of the boys asked Ying Shaolong a question curiously. Song Chun, Su Liangren, and Zhang Minjing, who shared the same dormitory, had been in contact with each other over the past few days, and all knew that Ying Shaolong had gone back to deal with family matters. The other classmates were very curious. Ying Shaolong is now a prominent figure in the class, especially after hearing that he beat up Han Qianshuang, the president of the martial arts club. That's absolutely incredible. It's all taken care of, Ying Shaolong replied with a smile. No major issues. Brother Long, what did the school say? Are they really going to give him a disciplinary warning? Zhang Minjing looked at him, worried for him. It's all right. As long as I don't get any more demerits, it won't affect my graduation, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. Brother Long, you come at just the right time. We only have one more day of military training tomorrow, then we can rest. Let's go have some fun then, Song Chun said, patting his shoulder. Ying Shaolong nodded. No problem. Oh no, it's extremely weak. The heartbeat is extremely weak, and the pulse has practically disappeared. How could this be? Quickly, call an ambulance, hurry. Quickly, get an ambulance from our affiliated hospital here to perform CPR, quick. Suddenly, an extremely anxious voice came from the side. The students were slightly startled upon hearing this, and immediately looked over. On the right, a short-haired girl is lying on the ground, where the head of the medical department and a doctor from the university hospital are providing first aid. To everyone else, this was just a normal case of heat stroke. The school doctor suddenly cried out in alarm, and the head of the medical department, upon examining the patient, also paled. What? He's not breathing. How could that be? The students around were also slightly startled and stood up to look. The sudden situation prompted a group of school leaders to rush over anxiously. Although students suffer from heat stroke every year during school military training, no deaths have ever occurred. No matter which student it is, if a freshman dies during military training, it will definitely become a trending topic. This can also have some negative impacts on a school. Oh my God, could something really have happened? Su Yingren and Song Chun were also slightly startled and looked up on tiptoe. Ying Shaolong also looked over, but there were too many students in front of him, so he couldn't see them clearly at all. He hesitated for a moment, then walked straight over, his ears twitching slightly as he listened to the girl's breath on the ground. His breathing was extremely weak, and his heart and pulse were extremely weak. He would probably die completely within 3 or 4 minutes. Based on his assessment, Ying Shaolong quickened his pace. Huh, Brother Long, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others were curious and surprised. They thought Ying Shaolong was going to go over and take a look, so they followed him. Ying Shaolong walked over and saw a group of school leaders and school doctors gathered there. The girl lying on the ground was extremely pale, without any color in her face. His eyes flickered slightly as he continued walking towards the girl. Huh, what are you doing? Which class are you from? Get out of here, get out of here! A school leader, already anxious, shouted at Ying Shaolong when he saw students approaching. What the hell is Ying Shaolong doing there? You're not thinking of getting closer to take a look, are you? What's so interesting about this? Some students behind them saw this and whispered in surprise. Chapter 79 School Leader. I'm sorry, I spoke too loudly. I know some medical skills, I could take a look at this student. Ignoring the reprimand from a school leader, Ying Shaolong spoke up. What do you know? You're just a student. Even the head of the medical department can't do anything about it. What use are you? Get out of the way and go back to your class. The school leader glared at him impatiently. Ahead, some leaders and school doctors looked up at him, but paid him no attention whatsoever. Brother Long, come back, come back. Song Chun and Zhang Minjing didn't expect Brother Long to be so brave, so they quickly pulled him back from behind. Ying Shaolong waved his hand and looked at the girl. There was water on the girl's lips, which was obviously because the school doctor thought it was heat stroke and gave her some water at first. He flicked his finger, and a burst of energy landed on the water stain, which then entered the girl's body. Having completed the refining of his dragon bones, Ying Shaolong's strength has increased significantly, and his ability to utilize the power of the divine dragon has also greatly improved. The water entered Ying Shaolong's body, and the energy contained within it allowed him to sense certain conditions within the woman's body. You student, get out of the way. If you don't move, you'll get a warning. The school leader next to him was also getting angry when he saw that Ying Shaolong still wouldn't leave. This student isn't suffering from heat stroke. He likely has a heart problem. If he doesn't receive treatment within a few minutes, something terrible could happen. Ying Shaolong calmly said that he would not refrain from saving a life just because of the school leader's reprimand. They were classmates from the same school. It's not his style to stand by and watch someone die. The school leader in front of him was slightly taken aback. Upon hearing this, the head of the medical department, who was squatting next to the girl, immediately looked at Ying Shaolong and frowned. This student's condition is indeed very dangerous. She could die at any moment. Do you have a solution? Have. Ying Shaolong nodded and walked over. The school leader next to him opened his mouth, but did not stop him. Ying Shaolong walked to the girl's side, squatted down, and grabbed her arm with his hand. Treating the girl is very simple. Just inject the power of the dragon into her body, and she will be completely cured within seconds. However, there were so many people watching, including the head of the medical department. He didn't want to reveal his special features, so Ying Shaolong pressed on the girl's arm, and then pressed her stomach a few times. Seeing that there were silver needles nearby, he pretended to prick a few acupoints. The head of the medical department frowned as he watched Ying Shaolong's movements, feeling completely lost, as if he were pressing and stabbing randomly. You this? All right. Before the head of the medical department could speak, Ying Shaolong interrupted him, saying calmly. The next moment, the girl, empowered by the dragon, recovered her heart and breathing, and even her eyelashes fluttered. It's really healed. The head of the medical department stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in disbelief. Just now, the girl who seemed to be on the verge of death, the girl he couldn't do anything about, actually recovered in a few seconds? Even her pale face has regained its color. What is this? This is not scientific. Director Yang, is this student really better? The school leader who had just reprimanded Ying Shaolong was dumbfounded and couldn't help but ask. Director Yang examined the girl and nodded with a look of shock and surprise. Yes, she's all better, completely better. She doesn't even need to go to the hospital. She just needs to rest. Is this student really that amazing? Great job, classmate. You're really amazing. This is all thanks to you. Which class are you in? The surrounding school leaders were slightly surprised, but looked at Ying Shaolong with delight. Some leaders even patted him on the shoulder. I never expected you to be so skilled in medicine, and so incredibly skilled at it. The school leader who had just reprimanded Ying Shaolong blushed and said sheepishly, I'm sorry, student. I spoke too loudly just now. Human life is at stake. It's all right. Ying Shaolong smiled and shook his head. Hey, you saved a classmate's life. That's a great achievement. The school will definitely reward you. He smiled and assured him. No need for the reward. Boss, could you please have one of my disciplinary actions waived? Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, Discipline? What kind of discipline? The school leader was also taken aback and asked, I missed a few days of military training. Ying Shaolong smiled. Skip a few days of military training? It's no big deal. You saved a classmate, so it's fine if you skip a few days or don't come to military training at all. He waved his hand dismissively. Just tell me which class you're in, and I'll take care of it. New students in class 1 of business administration. Ying Shaolong smiled and said, As a model student, Ying Shaolong naturally didn't want to be punished. Martial Arts Souls of Yanjiang City, model student. Class 1 Business Administration. What kind of medical skill did you just use? Nowadays, traditional Chinese medicine is declining. Are you interested in transferring to the medical department to promote and develop traditional Chinese medicine? I still need one more student. What do you say? Director Yang of the medical department suddenly grabbed Ying Shaolong's arm and asked. Forehead. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, then shook his head. No. You already possess strong medical skills. How can you not study medicine? Our medical school in Jianghai is very prestigious, and our traditional Chinese medicine is the best in Jianghai. Director Yang held his arm as if he were looking at a piece of uncut jade. Ying Shaolong was speechless. His medical skills couldn't really be considered medical skills. It was simply healed by the miraculous power of the dragon. Ying Shaolong shook his head and declined again. Oh, you child, Director Yang looked regretful, then tugged at his hand. Even if you don't transfer to the medical department, you can still take medical electives and attend some classes. I can teach you sometime. I'll think about it. It should be fine. Ying Shaolong nodded helplessly. Seeing Ying Shaolong's resistance, Director Yang was helpless and said, well, I can't force you, but you can think about it some more. The doors of the medical school are always open for you. You could get a master's degree or a doctorate without any problem. Okay. Ying Shaolong couldn't resist Director Yang's enthusiasm and quickly replied, then waved his hand and said, I have to go back to military training, hee. Let me leave you my contact information first. Director Yang took out his phone. After adding Ying Shaolong, he quickly slipped away. They're so enthusiastic. However, when Ying Shaolong returned to the classroom, even the coach looked at him with shock. Not bad. Although you're a freshman who doesn't follow the rules, you're quite impressive. The coach's face was full of praise, and he gave him a thumbs up. Wow, Brother Long, my Brother Long, you're really hiding your true abilities. You even know medicine. I'm kneeling before Brother Long. We're both students. How come there's such a huge difference between us? All the students had witnessed what just happened, and they stared at Ying Shaolong, dumbfounded. As fellow freshmen, Ying Shaolong unexpectedly saved a student who even the school doctor and the head of the medical department couldn't handle. The head of the medical department even wanted to take Ying Shaolong as a student. It's important to know that the head of the medical department is a renowned medical expert, a professor. Becoming a disciple of the head of the medical department is already a sign of success. But considering that Ying Shaolong is a rich second generation, I'll let it go. Ying Shaolong smiled and shook his head modestly, saying, I only know a little bit of basic medical skills, it's nothing. Chapter 80 Kai Kinkin's boyfriend. Brother Long just got back, and he's already showing off. I'm so envious I could cry. Su Yingren and Song Chun looked at Ying Shaolong with envy and said in unison, if only I were Brother Long. Have you guys noticed that Ying Shaolong looks even more handsome? That scene where he saved people just now was absolutely amazing. Sigh. Ying Shaolong is practically a male god from an idol drama, but unfortunately, he's destined not to be mine. Inside the classroom, several girls were gushing over him, their voices quite loud and undisguised. Kai Qianxian glanced at Ying Shaolong, a hint of resentment flashing in her eyes, but she quickly let out a soft snort. The more outstanding a guy is, the more she hates him if she can't win him over. The afternoon military training was short. After half an hour, it was time for dinner. Hee, Brother Long, you guys go eat. I'm gonna eat with you on Zyokin. Song Chun grinned, patted Ying Shaolong on the shoulder, and walked away with a flourish. Ying Shaolong looked at his excited figure, then looked at Su Yingren and Zhang Minjing. That beast managed to seduce Yuan Zyokin, and now that he has a woman, he's lost all his humanity, Su Yingren said sourly. Song Chun is actually quite capable. Ying Shaolong said in surprise, I've only been gone a few days, and I've already won Yuan Zyokin over. The three of them walked and talked. That evening, the counselor sent Ying Shaolong a message saying that not only had his punishment been revoked, but he had also been recorded as an outstanding student in his file. He said this outstanding student record would be included with his graduation, and he was praised all over, completely unlike his stern demeanor in the afternoon. Although Ying Shaolong didn't care much, being an outstanding student was better than being punished. His act of saving the person did not cause much of a stir at the school. Ying Shaolong returned on a Thursday. Brother Long. The following Friday afternoon, Su Yingren and Song Chun looked at him and said, Brother Long, we made an appointment a few days ago to go on a sea trip this week. Let's go together. Oh, Ying Shaolong looked at them. Tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. I have something to do the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow. Su Yingren walked over and put his arm around him. Tomorrow, I'll rent a yacht and we'll go out for fun together. It's my treat. Brother Long, are you going to bring your sister-in-law, Sun Menghan? Get lost and stop shouting. Ying Shaolong patted the flesh on his belly and continued the questioning. Who else? Hee, there's also Yuan Zyokin and one of the girls in her dorm. Song Chun said. In addition, there are 2 senior female students that Fatty met in the chess club. Huh? A chess club? Ying Shaolong looked at Su Yingren curiously. You joined the chess club? Su Yingren chuckled. Yes, Brother Long, I also know a senior female student. She said that as long as I lose weight down to 170 pounds, she will consider being my girlfriend. I'm very motivated now. Sure, Ying Shaolong said in surprise. Brother Long, you're looking down on me. Su Yingren glared at him. Ying Shaolong smiled, stopped teasing him, and looked at Zhang Minjing, who was reading a book. Minjing, are you coming? Brother Long, I'm not going. I found a temporary job for tomorrow. You guys have fun. Zhang Minjing shook his head. His family was poor, and he didn't want to freeload every time. Moreover, he also wanted to make money. Minjing, how about I find you a job? Ying Shaolong looked at him, as if seeing his former self. Even if he hadn't had that extraordinary encounter, he would still have gone to work on the weekend. He walked over and patted Zhang Minjing on the shoulder. You'll have roommates for the next 4 years of college. But true, lasting friendships are usually only with classmates from your school days. He still cherished the good friendship he shared with his 3 roommates. No need for Brother Long. No need for your help. That would make me even more embarrassed. My main focus during university is my studies, Zhang Minjing said, shaking her head with a determined look. Good. Ying Shaolong smiled, didn't say much, and patted his shoulder heavily. Study hard. Minjing, after you graduate from university, I'll need your help. Zhang Minjing smiled, adjusted her glasses, and quickly lowered her head. This is a promise between men. Brother Long is rich. Follow Brother Long after graduation. Song Chun walked over shamelessly. The group smiled. This was the bond between college roommates. SHHHHHH. Saturday morning was a nice day, though still a bit hot. Inside the dormitory, Song Chun and Su Yinggren whistled as they adjusted their hairstyles and clothes in front of the mirror. All right, let's go, Ying Shaolong said, urging them on as he finished dressing. Brother Long, don't rush. I'm going to dress up to look handsome today. Su Yinggren posed for his outfit, then took out some perfume and sprayed it on himself. Brother Long, there are 8 of us in total. I'll take Yuan Ziokin and her roommate. You ride your bike and take Sun Meng Han, the school beauty, and Fatty will take a taxi with the 2 senior girls. After the 2 hesitated for 5 minutes, Song Chun finally spoke. I left my motorcycle at home. Sun Meng Han and I will take a taxi. Just give me the seat. Ying Shaolong said to them. Okay. The 3 nodded and walked towards the girls' dormitory. When Ying Shaolong and his group arrived, there were quite a few boys waiting below the girls' dormitory. Yesterday, Ying Shaolong asked Sun Meng Han, and Sun Meng Han immediately agreed. Not long after, Sun Meng Han, dressed in Chanel and looking beautiful and innocent, came downstairs. When he saw Ying Shaolong, his eyes lit up and he jogged over. Senior Sun Meng Han. Junior brother Shaolong, it's been a long time. The 2 greeted each other. Despite not having seen each other for several days, there was no sense of estrangement between them. Sun Meng Han would chat with him almost every day. You're getting prettier and prettier, senior, Ying Shaolong said with a smile as he looked at her. Thank you. Sun Meng Han happily clutched her bag, her cheeks flushed. Song Chun and Su Yinggren watched with envy, hugging each other for warmth. Soon, Yuan Ziokin and the senior student Su Yinggren had arranged to meet also came out. Yuan Ziokin and the other 2 were classmates. The 2 senior students that Su Yinggren invited were both of above-average appearance. Looking at the chubby and honest Su Yinggren, although finding a girlfriend might be a bit difficult, his appearance would make girls feel that he is quite cute. In particular, this kid has some money. The group hailed separate taxis and headed towards the seaside. Once in the taxi, Sun Meng Han told Ying Shaolong about the recent business at Longxian Pavilion and other matters, and the 2 chatted all the way. When they arrived at the marina where they rented the yacht, Su Yinggren and Song Chun were already there. A number of yachts, some over 10 meters long and others over 30 meters long and quite luxurious, were moored in front of the dock. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow as he looked at the slightly luxurious rental building in front of him. Tianhaihang Luxury Yacht Rental. That name sounds familiar. He felt a sense of familiarity, and then he thought of the shares that Gong Soon Hong had given him in his company. It seems to be Tianhai Airlines. Seeing Su Yinggren and his group processing their rental ahead, Ying Shaolong walked straight over. Hey look, isn't that Sun Meng Han? Just then, a voice suddenly came from the side. A girl's surprised voice came over. Ying Shaolong and Sun Meng Han looked over and saw 3 boys and 4 girls walking over. Among them was an acquaintance, Kai Qianqian, a classmate. At this moment, Kai Qianqian was holding a boy's arm. She looked at Ying Shaolong, then at Sun Meng Han beside him, and a hint of displeasure flashed in her eyes. The other 3 boys were also sizing him up. Do I know you? Sun Meng Han looked at the group of people and asked with a slight frown. He, Junior Sun Meng Han, were also from Jianghai University. A boy said with a smile, looking at the pretty and pure Sun Meng Han, then adding Shaolong next to him with a hint of jealousy. They also recognized Ying Shaolong, the school's most popular freshman. Qianqian, is Ying Shaolong your classmate? The boy who was being linked arms with Kai Qianqian asked him. Yes, Brother Yuan. Kai Qianqian nodded, her face looking a little pale. She then whispered in the boy's ear, Ying Shaolong is a scumbag. When school first started, he wanted to pursue me, but I rejected him. Oh, the boy raised an eyebrow, sized up Ying Shaolong, and then looked at Sun Meng Han. Junior Sun Meng Han, don't you have any good taste? Back then, Brother Feng pursued you for so long and now. What's it to you? Sun Meng Han interrupted him, her expression displeased, and said coldly. Okay. The boy looked displeased and, not wanting to make a fool of himself, said to the others beside him, let's go. Kai Qianqian glanced at Sun Meng Han and Ying Shaolong and gave a light snort. Ying Shaolong raised an eyebrow and looked at Kai Qianqian. He was right about her back then. Chapter 81 Face. Senior Meng Han truly lives up to her reputation as the campus belle of Jianghai University. She can be recognized wherever she goes. Ying Shaolong watched the group walk forward, then looked at Sun Menghan and said with a smile, Junior, are you praising me? Sun Menghan rolled her eyes at him. They seem to be from some kind of Izay club at school. This club is full of rich kids and has a bad reputation. Ying Shaolong smiled. Sun Menghan was one of the most beautiful campus beauties at Jianghai University, so naturally, she had rich second-generation suitors. Among them were many rich second-generation men who tried to woo her with money, but she still refused them. Looking at senior student Sun Menghan in front of him, Ying Shaolong felt somewhat lucky. He could sense the feelings that senior student Sun Menghan had for him. Although he gave Sun Menghan a lot of money and bought her some clothes, given her looks and reputation at school, if she found a rich second-generation heir, that rich second-generation heir would not mistreat her either. Let's go over there, Ying Shaolong said, looking at her with a smile. Sun Menghan smiled and nodded, and the two walked toward the counter in front. What? You mean the most luxurious yachts are all rented out today, and only the next level up is available? I'm sorry, sir. The best luxury yacht has already been rented by the gentleman next door. You can take a look at the next class, which is just as good. When Ying Shaolong and Sun Menghan arrived, they heard the sound from ahead. He glanced around. It wasn't related to them, but to Kai Qianqian and her group. Ying Shaolong and his group didn't pay attention. They went up to Su Yingren and asked, You didn't pay, did you? Let me pay. No need, Brother Long. I already said I'd treat you. Su Yingren shook his head and signed the lease agreement. Oh, Kai Qianqian, you guys are here to play too. Yuan Ziokin noticed Kai Qianqian and her group, and as her roommate, she immediately greeted them. What a coincidence. Kai Qianqian looked at them and nodded lightly. Kai Qianqian's boyfriend, Zhao Yuan, glanced at them, then looked at the waiter, frowning slightly with displeasure. The next class yacht is much worse than the luxury class. Are you a new waiter? We've rented from you many times. I have a diamond membership here. Arrange a luxury class yacht for me. Sir, I'm so sorry, I haven't been here long. The waiter's heart tightened upon hearing this, and he said respectfully, We really can't do anything about it. Today is Saturday. If you had booked in advance, you would have been a member, and we could have given you priority or even held the room for you. But all the rooms have already been rented out. We really can't do anything about it. Do you know the customers next to you? If you do, we can talk to them. Upon hearing the waiter's words, Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly and looked at Ying Shaolong, Su Yingren, and their group. Brother Yuan, let me ask. Kai Qianqian said to Zhao Yuan, then looked at Yuan Ziokin and Su Yingren. Su Yingren, Yuan Ziokin, could you transfer this yacht to us? You can rent another one. Today is my boyfriend's birthday. Su Yingren frowned slightly upon hearing this. Yuan Ziokin also looked embarrassed. Well, Su Yingren is treating us today. Su Yingren, please do me a favor, Kai Qianqian pleaded, her gaze fixed on Su Yingren. Su Yingren hesitated and wavered. After all, they were classmates. He looked at Ying Shaolong. I can give you 5,000 yuan as compensation, Zhao Yuan said calmly, just to give you face. Ying Shaolong shook his head, glanced at Kai Qianqian and Zhao Yuan, and said indifferently, First come, first served. Upon hearing his words, Zhao Yuan and Kai Qianqian's expressions changed slightly, and they looked at him with displeasure. Ying Shaolong ignored them. If they were truly good classmates, he would naturally not refuse on their birthday. But he could hear clearly what Kai Qian had just whispered in the boy's ear. Furthermore, that Baizé gang had clearly harassed Sun Menghan, so he wouldn't give them any face. What face does the other party have in front of him? It's just a shoe-in, soul. You should know that I'm giving you face by discussing this with you. Zhao Yuan stared at Ying Shaolong and said coldly, then looked at the waiter. Go and call your manager Jiang over. Okay. The waiter, not daring to be negligent towards the diamond member, picked up the phone. Sir, our manager is outside and will be there shortly, the waiter said after hanging up the phone. Ying Shaolong chuckled dismissively when he saw this. What the hell are you pretending for? Upon hearing his words, Su Liangren's face also showed displeasure, and he couldn't help but curse. Say it to me again. Zhao Yuan's gaze sharpened as he stared at Su Liangren upon hearing his words. Do you want me to record it for you to listen to later? Su Liangren retorted directly, not one to tolerate him. Junior Liangren, he's a member of our school's Baizé club. Don't mess with him. As soon as Su Liangren finished speaking, one of the senior students he brought along whispered something. What happened? At this moment, a young man in a suit rushed over. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan, he quickly extended his arm and said, Young Master Zhao, hello. Manager Jiang, I want to rent a luxury yacht, but your staff said the last one has already been rented out by the person next to it. Manager Jiang, it's my birthday today. Could you please do me this favor? Zhao Yuan looked at the young manager and said calmly, Oh. Manager Jiang was slightly taken aback, then looked at the waiter beside him, who nodded. He glanced at Ying Shaolong and his group, sized them up, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then laughed. Haha, young Master Zhao, no problem. You are a major customer of our company, and your family also has cooperation with our company. We will naturally give you face. He smiled and looked at the waiter. Transfer that luxury yacht to young Master Zhao and his group. Okay. The waiter didn't dare to object and nodded. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Ying Shaolong and Su Yingren coldly and said, I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Ying Shaolong, don't think you're so rich. Brother Yuan is much richer than you. Kai Qianqian also smiled broadly, leaning against Zhao Yuan with a hint of smugness. You're still far behind Brother Yuan. She was very happy at this moment. Ying Shaolong had actually rejected her back then. Humph! She found someone even more amazing than him. Zhao Yuan chuckled, put his arm around Kai Qianqian's waist, and looked at Ying Shaolong and the others with a mocking expression. What kind of service is this? We've already rented that yacht. How can you go back on your word? Song Chun, who was standing to the side, said angrily after hearing their words, his expression changing slightly. Is this how you do business? Su Yingren was also furious. I apologize to all the customers. Upon hearing their conversation, Manager Zhang approached and said, Young Master Zhao is our esteemed client. We can transfer you to a second-class yacht and waive 2 hours of the fee. Do we need your money for these 2 hours? Su Yingren glared at him angrily. There's nothing we can do about that. Manager Zhang looked at him indifferently, shrugged, and seemed to think that was just how it was. You think someone like you deserves to be a manager? Ying Shaolong watched all this from the side, his face icy. Or is this the rule of Tianhai Airlines? Kid, watch your mouth. Manager Zhang's gaze turned cold as he looked at him upon hearing his words. These are my rules. We don't need customers like you. Chapter 82, A Phone Call, 10 seconds. Damn it. What do you mean by this? When Manager Zhang finished speaking, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others were all furious. It was the first time they had ever seen such an arrogant manager. The two men stared at Manager Zhang, their anger palpable. Can't you understand human language? Beside Zhao Yuan, a boy sneered. Want to record this so you can have a good listen? Hee. Our brother Yuan is a diamond member here, and his family is a partner of Tianhai Airlines. We were just giving you face, but you didn't appreciate it. You really don't know what's good for you. Another boy chimed in, looking at Ying Shaolong and his group with a smug and disdainful expression. Kai Qianqian raised her head slightly, looking down at her with an air of superiority and mockery. If you're not going to rent, leave now, or I'll have to call security to throw you out. Manager Jiang smiled faintly as he looked at Su Yingren and Song Chun. Forget it, we can't afford to mess with them. Let's go, Junior Liangchen. A senior member of the chess club looked somewhat aggrieved and said helplessly. Several girls, including Sun Menghan, looked rather unhappy. They were quite angry at Manager Zhang's attitude and the sarcastic remarks made by Zhao Yuan and his group. Ying Shaolong stood there, coldly glanced at Manager Zhang, and took out his phone. Buzzing. Young Master Ying. The call was quickly answered, and Gong Sun Hong's voice came through. Old Hong, is Tianhai Aviation Leasing, located at the Seaside Pier, one of our companies? Ying Shaolong asked directly. Yes, young Master Ying. Gong Sun Hong was taken aback, but immediately nodded in response. Get all the management personnel here to the lobby, Ying Shaolong said directly. What happened to Ying? I'll tell them to get out of here right now. Gong Sun Hong sensed the anger in Ying Shaolong's words and was slightly startled. He quickly replied, It's nothing. They're the manager, surnamed Jiang, who said he wanted his bodyguards to throw me out. Ha! Ying Shaolong smiled. I understand, young Master Ying. Leave it to me. I'll notify them immediately. The person in charge will be there in 10 seconds. Gong Sun Hong took a deep breath. Ying Shaolong hung up the phone. His phone call was audible to everyone around him. Manager Jiang was slightly startled and looked Ying Shaolong up and down. Who did you call? What are you pretending for? Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow and said coldly. Su Yingren, Song Chun, Yuan Ziokin, and the others looked over in surprise, and even Sun Menghan looked puzzled. 10 seconds. Ying Shaolong did not answer them, but coldly glanced at the time. What are you pretending for? We don't have anyone with the surname Hong in our company. Manager Jiang thought for a few seconds, then coldly snapped. You all, get out of here right now. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. However, he had barely finished speaking. From the staircase leading to the second floor came a series of frantic footsteps. Immediately afterwards, everyone saw a middle-aged man with a pale face running over quickly. As he ran, he scanned everyone around him. When he saw Ying Shaolong's face, his pupils contracted slightly, but because he was running so fast, he staggered. Bump! He accidentally fell heavily to the ground. Manager Jiang was startled when he saw this and quickly ran over to help him up. Vice President, please be careful. Bump! However, the middle-aged vice president slapped his hand away, ignoring his own pain from the fall, and looked at Ying Shaolong with cold sweat on his face, bowing repeatedly. President Ying, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Slower. Ying Shaolong looked at him and said calmly. Yes. the middle-aged vice president hurriedly replied, because he was sweating profusely after receiving a call from General Manager Gong Soon. As one of the senior executives of Tianhai Airlines, I naturally know a bit about their founder and CEO. They even felt honored because they were high-ranking executives at Tianhai Airlines. He received an angry call from his boss, who had given him another 50% of the company's shares to a benefactor, and now that benefactor was being humiliated by his own employees. How could he not be frightened? President Ying, Manager Jiang, who was standing to the side, widened his eyes when he saw their vice president's trembling and respectful manner toward the young man. Bump! The next second, the middle-aged vice president grabbed an ashtray from the side and smashed it hard across Manager Jiang's face. You son of a bitch, you dare to insult President Ying? Who gave you the guts? As he spoke, he kicked him hard again. Instantly, blood streamed down Manager Jiang's face, and his mind went blank. He was stunned. He was completely stunned. His pupils dilated and his body trembled. The vice president usually valued him highly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the manager. He knew he had messed up and offended someone he shouldn't have. He was terrified and didn't want to lose everything he had. At that moment, everyone around was stunned. Don't make it so bloody. Ying Shaolong looked over, shook his head, and thought, he's just an employee, not worth my time. Yes, Mr. Ying, it's my fault for not training the employees properly. They didn't know you were coming or who you were, the middle-aged vice president said hastily, sweating profusely. You handle things here, but send someone to give us a yacht. Seeing his fearful and apprehensive appearance, Ying Shaolong didn't seem to care much about what had just happened. In addition, I don't want to see them here at our company. Also, he said that his family has a cooperation with Tianhai Airlines. Whatever the cooperation, cancel it. Yes, Mr. Ying. We'll blacklist them immediately and cut off all cooperation. The middle-aged vice president hurriedly replied, glancing at the supervisor who had rushed over upon hearing the news, and immediately ordered, take Mr. Ying and the others to the most luxurious yacht, quickly. Yes. The manager hurriedly came over, looking at young Master Ying with trepidation. Mr. Ying, please. Ying Shaolong nodded, looked at Su Yingren and Song Chun, and waved. Let's go. At this moment, everyone stared at him with wide eyes, their faces filled with shock. Brother Long, President Ying? One phone call, 10 seconds, and the person in charge here came running over to apologize. What is your relationship with Tianhai Airlines, Brother Long? Song Chun walked over dumbfounded, grabbed his arm, and asked in shock. I own half the shares. Just mention my name when you come here to play in the future, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. Wow, Brother Long, half a share? Doesn't that mean this company is practically yours, Brother Long? Su Liangren exclaimed in surprise. Ying Shaolong is richer than we imagined. Yuan Ziokin also clicked her tongue slightly. Ying Shaolong smiled and shook his head, saying nothing. Your father is Zhao Tianhao, right? Get out of here now. At that moment, the cold shout of the middle-aged vice president rang out from behind. Inside the hall, Zhao Yuan and Kai Qianqian stood there blankly. They never expected that Ying Shaolong would own half of the shares in this luxury yacht rental company. Zhao Yuan, in particular, looked extremely grim. His family had a partnership with Tianhai Airlines, and if that partnership ended, his family would inevitably suffer significant losses. In addition, he knows Tianhai Airlines very well. Tianhai Airlines is worth more than 3 billion yuan, which is 3 times the value of his family's assets. Tianhai Airlines is simply incomparable to theirs. However, Ying Shaolong actually owns half of Tianhai Airlines shares. Kai Qianqian was also shocked. She looked at Ying Shaolong's figure, felt her boyfriend trembling slightly, and clenched her fists, her face pale. Chapter 83 Things take their natural course, confirming the relationship. This yacht is awesome, and what just happened was so awesome. Didn't you see the expressions on Kai Qianqian's and her boyfriend's faces? Brother Long is awesome. Father Long is awesome. Wow, there are so many high-end red wines here, and lots of precious ingredients too. We're really lucky to have met Ying Shaolong today. The yacht has its own kitchen, jet ski, and surfboard. It's so luxurious. On a luxurious yacht, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and a group of girls were cheering. Sun Menghan was with them, touching and looking around, and felt it was luxurious. You can come often in the future, and you can spend more time at sea, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. I thought Brother Long was powerful enough just because he was the owner of Longxian Pavilion, but I never expected that he was also a major shareholder of Tianhai Airlines, which has assets worth billions. Song Chun sighed slightly. His family was considered middle class, with assets worth tens of millions. But compared to Brother Long, there's no comparison. Brother Long is being too modest by riding a motorcycle worth over 1 million yuan. Su Yingren nodded in agreement. Ying Shaolong smiled and didn't keep a low profile any longer. I'll get a few supercars in a few days. Alas, why is God so unfair? He gave you such a handsome face, so much money, and such a beautiful sister-in-law, but gave me a body full of fat, Su Liangren said with a face full of grief and indignation. Don't talk nonsense, Sun Minghan said quickly, her face flushed. Don't you know how to lose weight with all that fat on you? A senior student named Lin Rongrong patted his flesh and said with a smile. Reduce it. Su Liangren nodded with a smile. The group chatted and laughed as they went up to the deck, enjoying the sea breeze and gazing at the boundless ocean. The crowd made noise for an hour, and some were so tired that they stood in front of the deck. Song Chun took Yuan Ziokin aside, and they chatted affectionately. It's unclear whether Su Liangren and the others did it on purpose, but they gave Ying Shaolong and Sun Minghan a private space. The sea is so beautiful. Sun Minghan looked at the ocean and happily spread her arms. Ying Shaolong looked at her profile, her eyebrows, red lips, and slender figure. What are you looking at? Sun Minghan turned to look at him, gave a light snort, and then said with a smile, I really didn't expect to meet such a rich second generation like junior brother Shaolong. He has really broadened my horizons. Isn't it easy for you to meet rich kids, senior? Ying Shaolong said with a smile as he looked at her. You're different from them. I used to dislike rich kids, Sun Minghan said. I'm not a second-generation rich kid. I'm a self-made millionaire. Ying Shaolong looked at her and said with a smile. Who would believe that? Sun Minghan gave him a disbelieving look. You're different from other rich kids. You work for yourself. Although we don't interact at work, I know you're quite capable. You work hard, quietly, and diligently. And you even help me. That's the most important thing. By the way, senior, you still owe me 500 yuan. Ying Shaolong looked at her and laughed. I'm not paying you back. Sun Minghan turned her head, remained silent for a few seconds, and then said in a weak voice, Boss, just call me Minghan from now on. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback, looking at her profile. Why did you suddenly call me boss? It's nice to call you boss. You're such a great boss. I don't have to do anything, and I still get paid. I want to be your secretary forever. Sun Minghan glanced at him, then looked away, her neck turning slightly red. Ying Shaolong looked at the girl in front of him. She was so pure, kind, and lovely. Boss, why aren't you saying anything? Sun Minghan turned to look at him when she saw that he hadn't spoken for a long time. I'm thinking about how to make Minghan my secretary for life, Ying Shaolong said, smiling at her. Her words startled Sun Minghan, who then turned her head away, somewhat at a loss. Men should take the initiative. Ying Shaolong reached out and grasped her hand. Sun Minghan trembled, her palms sweating. The yacht stopped, and the captain said we could play in this area, where we could go sea fishing, swimming, jet skiing, and surfing. At that moment, Su Liangren's voice suddenly came from behind. Sun Minghan nervously pulled her hand away from his. Did you bring your swimsuit? How about we go jet skiing? Ying Shaolong smiled and asked her. Yes, I brought it, Sun Minghan said, her head slightly lowered. That's good. Let's change our clothes and go. Ying Shaolong grabbed her hand and led her inside. Sun Minghan blushed slightly, but did not resist. Su Liangren and his group were not too surprised to see Ying Shaolong holding Sun Minghan's hand. On the first day, Sun Minghan, the school beauty, brought water to Brother Long, had lunch with him, and even served him food. Everyone could see that the school beauty was interested in Brother Long. It would be abnormal if the two of them weren't together. Boss, what did you put on me? Sun Minghan changed in her swimsuit, and Ying Shaolong put on his swim trunks. They then rode on a jet ski and cruised across the ocean. Sun Minghan blushed and said awkwardly, which made Ying Shaolong's face darken. Next, the group went swimming, fishing, and eating seafood, playing until 5 p.m. before heading back. We're still not done. Let's all have dinner together tonight, and then go sing karaoke. As everyone sat comfortably on the yacht's sofas, Su Liangren made a suggestion. I'm fine today, but I have something to do tomorrow. Ying Shaolong had no objection and looked at Sun Minghan. I'll listen to you, Sun Minghan said with a smile. We have no objections. The other girls nodded happily as well. The yacht docked in front of the pier, and as Ying Shaolong and his group disembarked, a man walked towards them. Young Master Ying. Gong Sun Hong greeted him respectfully upon arrival. Old Hong, what brings you here? Ying Shaolong smiled when he saw him. It's nothing. No need to come. Hee, young Master Ying. I've ordered an even more luxurious yacht for you from overseas, and it will be delivered soon, Gong Sun Hong said with a smile. Okay, Tangzu, Lao Hong. Ying Shaolong expressed his gratitude, then hesitated for a moment before saying, Tomorrow, Lao Hong, if you're free, you can wait for me here. Okay, young Master Ying. Gong Sun Hong somewhat surprised. You go ahead and do your thing. It's young Master Ying. Ying Shaolong exchanged a few words with Gong Sun Hong. Tomorrow, Longshan and his group will bring Zhou Jiao over. Ying Shaolong wants to establish a foothold in Jianghai. This is the ocean, the place where his destiny originated. Wow, Brother Long, this gentleman with such an extraordinary air is being so respectful to you. Who is he? He even ordered a luxury yacht for you. When Song Chun and the others saw Ying Shaolong and Gong Sun Hong's conversation, They were somewhat shocked and puzzled, and asked questions. Founder of Tianhai Airlines. Ying Shaolong did not hide anything and answered. What? No way, Brother Long. The founder of Tianhai Airlines? Brother Long, you're that awesome. Su Yingren was also dumbfounded. I saved his life, and he's a grateful person. Ying Shaolong said calmly. Chapter 84 Revenge? The fact that the founder of Tianhai Airlines treated Ying Shaolong with such respect shocked Song Chun and Yuan Ziokin. Sun Menghan looked at him in surprise. She had seen this elderly man before. She had eaten at Longxian Pavilion many times. You have so many secrets, Sun Menghan whispered to Ying Shaolong. I'll tell you anything you want to know. Ying Shaolong leaned close to her ear and said. Sun Menghan shyly turned her face away. Ying Shaolong's heart fluttered at the sight of his shy demeanor. The young man is cultivating the Ancestral Dragon technique, and his internal energy is incredibly strong. The group hailed a taxi and headed towards the school. Arriving at Jianghai University Street in front of the school, the group had hot pot and then went to the best karaoke bar nearby to sing. Ying Shaolong isn't a very good singer, but Sun Menghan and Su Yingren sing quite well. Song Chun dragged him into a drinking contest and even invited Yuan Ziokin along, while constantly winking at him. Ying Shaolong knew this kid had no good intentions. Qingyi KTV is the most upscale KTV near Jianghai University. Ying Shaolong and his group were also in this KTV. Inside the Emperor 01 private room of the KTV, Zhao Yuan kept drinking, his face somewhat gloomy. Around noon today, his father called him and angrily berated him. Tell him not to cause trouble and make him stay at home and forbid him from going out. Hearing his father's angry rebukes, he became even more agitated and furious. This time, his father told him that because of his trouble, their family would lose at least $7 or $8 million a year. It's because Tianhai Airlines cut off their cooperation. 7 or 8 million, even with their family's assets of nearly $1 billion, is still not a small amount. In particular, he is the only descendant of the Zhao family. In Zhao Yuan's view, this means that he will inherit tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of family assets in the future. It's all because of Ying Shaolong, especially since today is also my birthday. Brother Yuan, drink less, Kai Qianxian whispered to him. That damned Ying Shaolong, I won't let him get away with this. Zhao Yuan said in a gloomy tone. Brother Yuan, do you have a way to deal with him? Kai Qianxian's eyes lit up as she asked. Zhao Yuan's face froze. He really had no solution. Hey, Zhao Yuan, you're here so quickly? Just then, the door opened and a group of more than a dozen people walked in. 5 boys and 6 or 7 girls. Bad mood. Zhao Yuan looked at them and spoke. What's wrong? It's your birthday today. Why are you in a bad mood? The group sat down with a smile, each with a girl beside them. I want to get rid of someone, guys. Do you have any ideas? Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking. Oh, who upset Zhao Yuan? A boy asked with a smile. A freshman, Ying Shaolong, Zhao Yuan said with a stern face. That Ying Shaolong. Several boys recognized the name and raised their eyebrows slightly. What did he do to offend Zhao Yuan? I don't like him. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth, but didn't say what had happened today because it was too embarrassing. Ying Shaolong's family is well off. He's a tough opponent. A boy shook his head. If you spend money to hire someone to sabotage him, he has money, so he can hire someone too. You can find an opportunity to suppress him, but don't even think about other methods. Whether it's the martial arts community or the wealthy community, there are unspoken rules. For example, if wealthy people have a grudge against each other, they won't say things like, I'll hire an assassin to kill you. Everyone has money. If we really did that, things would get chaotic. Therefore, no one will break the rules, and if someone does, they will face united resistance from the others. The result of resistance is destruction. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan, looking embarrassed, took another sip of wine. Come on, brother, don't be sad. Happy birthday. A boy handed him some gifts. Thanks. Zhao Yuan smiled and raised his glass. Come on, brothers, I've got something good to show you today. At that moment, a boy waved to all of them and said with a smile. What good stuff is it, Lao He? Stop playing games, the boy next to him said with a laugh. Hee, this is definitely good stuff. As the boy spoke, he took something out of his pocket, placed it on the table, and said smugly, how about that? What? Old he, where did you get this stuff? You son of a bitch, don't get too drunk and start firing at us. A boy picked up the pistol on the table and looked at it in surprise. How could that be? As long as it's not fired, it's fine. The boy shook his head with a smile. I've been to shooting clubs before. What are you doing getting into this stuff? Another boy looked at him in surprise. Just having fun, the boy called Lao, he said with a smile. Zhao Yuan looked on in surprise, and the group started chatting. Feeling a bit bored, Kai Qianxian picked up her phone and started playing with it. She exclaimed in surprise and whispered in Zhao Yuan's ear, Brother Yuan, are Ying Shaolong and Sun Menghan also in this KTV? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's gaze sharpened, and he said with a dark face, so be it. Brother Feng is here, Brother Feng. The door to the private room opened again, and a boy came in first. Everyone looked over and immediately stood up and called out, Come, let me introduce you to a very important person today. The man called Brother Feng looked excitedly at the young man behind him and respectfully said to a young man wearing sunglasses, Brother Tian, come in. The young man nodded lightly, followed by two women. He glanced inside and sat down in one of the seats. Brother Feng, who is this? A boy asked in surprise, looking at the young man wearing sunglasses. Chung Feng has the best family background among the members of the Bai Zhe society, with a family net worth of at least 6 or 7 billion. Such a net worth is already quite impressive. It's important to know that this is Jianghai City. Although Jianghai is very prosperous, it still can't compare with the major first-tier cities. In Jianghai City, there are only 7 or 8 families with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. Those extremely wealthy second-generation heirs tend to study or settle in places like Shanghai, the capital, or abroad. Yet now, Chung Feng was being incredibly respectful to this young man wearing sunglasses. I won't go into details about Brother Tian's identity. My family has relied entirely on Brother Tian's family for support, Chung Feng said with a smile, without going into further details. Keep a low profile, the young man wearing sunglasses said casually. Yes, it's Brother Tian. Chung Feng said with a smile. Xiao Feng, didn't you say there were lots of beautiful women here? Call a few over. The young man in sunglasses glanced around and said casually. Brother Tian, the 2 people next to you, and the 2 over there, are all single. What do you think? Chung Feng leaned closer and asked in a low voice. The man in sunglasses frowned slightly. Chung Feng noticed his expression and frowned as well. He immediately walked up to Zhao Yuan and his group, waved to them, and they gathered around. He whispered, Hey guys, do you know any pretty girls? Let's call them over and have some fun. Brother Feng, most of the ones we brought are quite beautiful. The boys exchanged glances and replied, clearly realizing that their Brother Feng was trying to curry favor with the young man beside him. Brother Tian wouldn't even look at their looks. Does anyone know any top-tier beauties? If we can make Brother Tian happy today, Chung Feng, will definitely reward him handsomely, Chung Feng said. Brother Feng, you know almost all the girls we know? Several boys said bitterly. Zhao Yuan, who was standing to the side, suddenly narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Chung Feng with a flickering gaze. Brother Feng, I do know someone. Who? Chung Feng looked at him. Sun Menghan, she's in this karaoke bar, Zhao Yuan said with a slight smile. His eyes gleamed with a hint of vengeful excitement. Chung Feng frowned slightly upon hearing his words. Sun Menghan was undoubtedly a top-tier goddess. He had pursued her before, but had not succeeded. However, it seems that Sun Menghan is with that freshman Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong's family background is also quite powerful, so he might be a bit difficult to deal with, Zhao Yuan added. Ying Shaolong is nothing. In front of Brother Tian, he's just an ant that can be crushed at will. Chung Feng spoke casually, then hesitated for a moment before deciding. First, you need to confirm which private room Sun Menghan is in. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan's eyes lit up. He was well aware of the Chung family's strength. The person who could elicit such a high evaluation from Chung Feng must have a terrifying family background. Chapter 85, As Long as I Kneel Fast Enough. Brother Tian, let me show you a picture of a beautiful woman. Inside the VIP room of King He KTV, Chung Feng, with a smile on his face and holding a photo on his phone, approached the young man in sunglasses, his face full of flattery. Oh! The young man in sunglasses looked at his phone, straightened up from his lazy sitting position, narrowed his eyes slightly, and patted Chung Feng's shoulder. This kind of goddess is too rare. Can you call her over? To be honest, Brother Tian, this beauty is the top campus belle of our Jianghai University. I used to pursue her, but I didn't succeed. Chung Feng smiled and said, This girl is different from other girls. Even money can't guarantee you can get her. She's absolutely pure. As far as I know, she's 100% virgin. She's at King He KTV right now. I'm having someone ask which private room she's in. Oh, such an interesting beauty. Hearing this, the young man in sunglasses became even more interested. With his wealth and status, he could easily get any internet celebrity or minor starlet into bed with just a snap of his fingers. Now that he's met such a beautiful and interesting woman, he's even more excited. You can go over and get to know them, the young man in sunglasses said with a smile. Well, Chung Feng smiled and nodded repeatedly. Brother Yuan, we found them. They're in the Emperor's room 003. At a nearby table, Zhao Yuanling and Kai Qianqian inquired about Yuan Ziokin's private room. Although something unpleasant happened this morning, since they are roommates, Yuan Ziokin didn't hide anything from them. Zhao Yuan nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he walked up to Chung Feng and the others. Brother Tian, Brother Feng, Sun Menghan is in the Emperor's 3 VIP room, which is not far from us. Why don't we just call her over? Will she come if I call her over? Chung Feng looked at him. I'm afraid not. Zhao Yuan paused for a moment, then shook his head. However, he reached out and took the pistol from the boy not far away, a smile spreading across his face. But Brother Phone, Brother Tian, we have this guy. How can we not call him rude? How can you treat a beautiful woman like that? The young man in sunglasses looked over and said indifferently, let's go over there and introduce me to her. Yes, it's Brother Tian. I'm just a rough man. I can't compare to you, Brother Tian. Zhao Yuan quickly replied, trying to please him. Yeah, I prefer Ugman. Lead the way. Seeing his ingratiating expression, the young man in sunglasses patted him on the shoulder. Yes, it's Brother Tian. Zhao Yuan's face lit up with excitement, and he immediately stood up. Come on, let's go over and get to know each other. Chung Feng waved with a smile. The group walked out of the private room, with Zhao Yuan and several boys leading the way, and soon arrived at the Emperor 003 private room. This is the one. Zhao Yuan looked at the door of the private room in front of him, pushed it open, and a sinister look appeared in his eyes. Ying Shaolong caused his family heavy losses and brought him shame. This time, he will make him pay the price. To turn their women into playthings for others. He pushed open the door to the private room and immediately saw Ying Shaolong, Sun Menghan, and the others inside. He grinned and walked straight over. Behind them, the other boys also glanced over, their faces smiling, their eyes landing on Ying Shaolong and Sun Menghan. They were amazed by Sun Menghan's looks and looked at Ying Shaolong with a hint of mockery. The door to the private room was suddenly opened, and Ying Shaolong, Su Yingren, Song Chun, and the others inside frowned slightly and immediately got up to look. What are you doing? Su Yingren, a tall and burly man, stared at Zhao Yuan and the others and directly reprimanded them. Get out of the way and sit over there. Zhao Yuan was still holding the pistol in his hand, and he pointed it at Su Yingren. Inside the private room, the girl's expressions changed slightly upon seeing this. Zhao Yuan, what do you want to do? A girl asked in a frightened voice. Don't worry, we won't do anything to you. As Zhao Yuan spoke, he stared coldly at Ying Shaolong, walked straight over, waved the gun in his hand at him, and curled up the corner of his mouth slightly. Make way. Our brother Tian wants to get to know the school beauty Sun Menghan. Zhao Yuan, get out. You are not welcome here. Sun Menghan looked at the gun in his hand. Her face turned pale, and she grabbed Ying Shaolong's arm, glaring at him angrily. Ying Shaolong looked at Zhao Yuan, his brows furrowing slightly. Do you know that you're playing with fire and getting burned? Playing with fire and getting burned? Let's see who gets burned then. Zhao Yuan approached him, whispered, and pointed the gun at him. You've messed with me, and I'll make you pay. Be polite to beautiful women. At the back, the young man in sunglasses stepped into the private room. His eyes immediately fell on the beautiful and innocent Ying Shaolong, and his eyes lit up. Beautiful, so beautiful. She was much prettier than any of the women he had been with before, especially her pure and innocent temperament, which is incomparable to that of his previous women. Okay, Brother Tian. Zhao Yuan turned around and replied with a smile. Then he pointed the gun at Ying Shaolong and said mockingly, sit to the side, be good, listen to me. Behind them, the young man in sunglasses looked at Sun Menghan with longing, and at that moment he also noticed Ying Shaolong next to him out of the corner of his eye. The private room was dimly lit with colorful lights, but when his gaze swept over it, his body instantly froze. His forehead instantly became covered in cold sweat, and his body began to tremble. It's him. It's him. He would never forget that figure that was both godlike and demonic for the rest of his life. At first, a single sentence he uttered rendered him useless, but he later managed to heal himself. For this, his parents and grandfather gave him a stern lecture. Since that day, he was so scared that he didn't dare to go out for half a month. I waited half a month to come out, but I never expected to run into this guy as soon as I came out. Most importantly, it seems that I have offended this young master again. He trembled, his face contorted with grief, and he took off his sunglasses and slowly knelt on the ground. Brother Tian suddenly knelt on the ground, which slightly startled Chung Feng, who was standing next to him. What's going on? Inside the private room, Su Yingren and Song Chun, who were all ready to make a move, were stunned, as were the group of girls. This? Ying Shaolong naturally saw it too. He saw the young man in sunglasses take off his sunglasses and kneel down tremblingly. He raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that the young man looked somewhat familiar. Didn't you hear me tell you to get out of the way? Zhao Yuan, oblivious to what was happening behind him, watched Ying Shaolong standing there motionless and smiled coldly. If you anger our brother Tian, crushing you will be as easy as crushing an ant. Hee, Sun Menghan, school beauty, don't be afraid. I'm just a rough guy. Our brother Tian is a very gentlemanly man. He just wants to get to know you. As he spoke, he looked at Sun Menghan and smiled. After saying that, he felt a lot of anger in his heart had been released. Once brother Tian took a liking to Sun Menghan, what would Ying Shaolong have to compete with brother Tian? In that time, his woman will become someone else's plaything. Thinking about this, he smiled even more broadly. Young mastering, fathering, ancestoring, What this bastard said has nothing to do with me. Nothing at all. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Xiao Zishan felt as if he'd been struck by lightning and immediately shouted loudly, his voice trembling with tears. He roared as he knelt and walked toward Ying Shaolong, his face filled with grievance and fear. Upon hearing Tianji's voice, Zhao Yuan was startled and turned his head to look in a daze. When he saw brother Tian kneeling on the ground and coming towards him, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Chapter 86 almost scared me to death. Inside the Emperor 003 private room at King He KTV, I am stunned. Everyone was stunned. They listened as the so-called brother Tian roared with a sense of grievance. He stared in disbelief as he crawled on his knees to Ying Shaolong's front. Is this even possible? They came kneeling right over? Xiao Zishan felt wronged. He really felt wronged. He came out today just to pick up girls. He really didn't have any other intentions. They had no intention of provoking this young Master Ying. The last experience was still fresh in his mind. If his parents and grandfather found out that he had offended young Master Ying again, his grandfather would probably have to bring his dog's head to apologize to young Master Ying. So he knelt down and came over, not wanting young Master Ying to misunderstand. Zhao Yuan stared blankly at Zhao Yuan kneeling before him, feeling a chill run down his spine. Chung Feng was someone he couldn't afford to offend, someone whom Chung Feng had to fawn over like a lapdog. He thought that, as Chung Feng had said, it would be as easy for the other party to crush Ying Shaolong as to crush an ant. But now, is it as easy as crushing an ant? Looking at the extremely humble Tian Go, his body went numb and fear welled up in his heart. He knew that he had probably gotten himself into big trouble again this time. Young Master Ying, it really has nothing to do with me. I just came here to have some fun today. This guy said there was a beautiful woman I could meet, so I didn't think much of it and came. I never expected that this goddess would be your girlfriend, young Master Ying, or even your wife. Really, young Master Ying, I'm not lying. Xiao Zishan crawled on his knees to Ying Shaolong's front, looked up at him, and was about to cry. Ying Shaolong was taken aback when he saw his appearance and realized who this guy was. Xiao Zishan from the Xiao family. Get up. Looking at the child who was almost crying from fright, Ying Shaolong said to him, I know you don't have the guts. Young Master Ying, how could I dare to offend you? How could I dare to offend the young mistress? But I was in the wrong today. Xiao Zishan breathed a slight sigh of relief, then stood up and slapped himself in the face again. I shouldn't have come here. Slap, slap. Never mind, never mind. Ying Shaolong waved his hand as he looked at him. It's all right, don't be afraid. Phew, yes, yes. Xiao Zishan finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then bowed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yuan and Xiao Feng with a gloomy look in his eyes. Young Master Ying, these two guys asked me if I should sink them into the sea. Upon hearing Xiao Zishan's words, Chung Feng trembled, his face filled with terror. He immediately knelt down and hugged Xiao Zishan's leg, saying, Brother Tian, it was Zhao Yuan who told me that our school beauty was here. He's the one who said it. It has nothing to do with me. Ying Shaolong glanced at Chung Feng and Zhao Yuan, then patted Xiao Zishan on the shoulder. If it has nothing to do with him, then forget about it. Don't throw them into the sea so easily. They're not from that world either. Just let them live as ordinary people. He said calmly that the martial arts world has its own rules, and that they would not kill ordinary people. However, even without taking action, he knew that Xiao Zishan would not spare Zhao Yuan's family. Although he wouldn't kill them, he could probably bankrupt them. I understand, young Master Ying. Xiao Zishan nodded heavily. Let's go, don't bother us. Ying Shaolong waved his hand. Xiao Zishan nodded hurriedly. Yes, yes, young Master Ying, please have fun. Xiao Zishan walked out, and Chung Feng, Zhao Yuan, and the others naturally followed. Zhao Yuan walked out of the room like a walking corpse, his face deathly pale. Kai Qianxian, sitting nearby, witnessed everything firsthand, her face filled with shock. That Ying Shaolong was 10 times more powerful than she had imagined. Her face was also deathly pale. Call. Stepping out of the private room, Xiao Zishan let out a heavy sigh. His heart was still pounding, and he closed his eyes briefly. I was almost scared to death just now. Around them, Chung Feng and his group didn't dare to breathe loudly, keeping their heads slightly lowered. Xiao Zishan opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Zhao Yuan. He was frighteningly calm as he slowly said, Do you know that you almost killed me just now? Hey, you don't know. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but I, Xiao Zishan, will use the power of the entire Xiao family to make you and your family lose everything and live worse than dogs. Xiao, the Xiao family. Upon hearing this name, Zhao Yuan's pupils contracted slightly, and his legs went weak. His father's words came to mind. In Jianghai, there are a few families that you should never mess with. Once provoked, even a god can't save them. Among them was the Xiao family. He felt a sudden darkness before his eyes, and the world spun around him. No, 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 he cried, on the verge of collapse. Brother Tian, that young Master Ying, he's not someone you can find out about. Chung Feng wanted to ask some questions, but Xiao Zhishan stared at him coldly. Yes, yes. Chung Feng nodded hurriedly, and everyone around him was also shocked. Go and bring some good wine to young Master Ying's private room. Xiao Zhishan was silent for a few seconds, gave an order, then his eyes flickered, and he immediately took out his phone and made a few calls. Meanwhile, inside the private room, Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others stared at Ying Shaolong in shock. Today, Ying Shaolong has brought them too many shocks. Brother Long, do you need another son? Song Chun grabbed Ying Shaolong's arm and looked at him. Get lost, keep singing, keep playing, Ying Shaolong said disdainfully. Young mistress, sing a song. Young mistress, sing a song. Su Yingren handed a microphone to Sun Menghan and said with a smile. Don't shout nonsense. Sun Menghan rolled her eyes at him, her face flushed with shyness, and she looked at Ying Shaolong with her fluttering eyes. Boss, I'm the one who caused you trouble. Then, secretary, what do you plan to repay me? Ying Shaolong asked with a grin. What are you thinking? Sun Menghan couldn't resist reaching out and pinching the flesh on his waist. I wasn't thinking anything, was I? You're overthinking it, aren't you? Ying Shaolong asked, holding her hand. This made Sun Menghan snort again. She couldn't argue with him. Although the arrival of Xiao Zhishan and his group shocked them, it did not dampen their spirits, and they continued playing. They had witnessed Ying Shaolong's mysterious identity several times, so they weren't too shocked. The group happily played until 11 o'clock. Sir, this is a gift from young Master Xiao to the young mistress as an apology for tonight. He hopes that you and the young mistress will accept it. As they stepped out of the private room, 5 or 6 women were standing near the door. They held something in their hands and smiled as they spoke to Ying Shaolong. Ying Shaolong was slightly taken aback. His gaze swept over the items and saw a valuable necklace, several Hermes handbags, and a top-of-the-line custom skincare gift set. This guy knows how to get things done. He smiled and looked at Sun Menghan beside him. Perfect timing. This guy prepared a gift for me. Mrs. Ying, do you like it? Who is your young mistress? Sun Menghan blushed and was somewhat at a loss when she looked at the obviously expensive gift. Chapter 87 Dragon's Domain. Wow, this diamond necklace must be worth at least several million, and these Hermes bags must be worth at least hundreds of thousands or millions. Oh my god, Senior Sun Menghan, you are so lucky. Inside King He KTV, Yuan Ziokin and several other girls looked on with envy at the bags and jewelry. Sun Menghan felt somewhat uncomfortable looking at these precious items. She's not a materialistic girl. Otherwise, she would have agreed to date a bunch of rich second-generation guys long ago. Seeing such a precious gift, she looked at Ying Shaolong somewhat bewildered, as it was her first time in love. I'll carry it back to your dorm for you, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. These are too valuable. Sun Menghan lowered her head slightly and said, Let's go. This is nothing, you can keep it, Ying Shaolong said with a smile. Yes, sister-in-law, Brother Long is such a rich bastard, and this was a gift from someone else, so you should just take it. I even want to be a woman, so I can cling to Brother Long's thick thigh. Song Chun and Su Yingren laughed as they spoke. Yingren, if you were a girl, do you really think you could be attracted to yourself? Senior, please don't be so hurtful. The group joked about it. Sun Menghan looked intently at Ying Shaolong and nodded. After leaving the KTV, since it wasn't far, the group walked back to their dormitory. Song Chun was planning to live with Yuan Ziokin outside, but unfortunately Yuan Ziokin couldn't do as he wished. After escorting Sun Menghan to the dormitory entrance, Ying Shaolong waved goodbye. Sun Menghan waved happily to him and watched him leave. Among the boys who pursued her at the time, Ying Shaolong was not the richest. Moreover, Ying Shaolong did not actively pursue her. But Sun Menghan was moved and took the initiative to pursue him. Right now, he is the best. The 3 returned to their dormitory and went to sleep as well, since Zhang Minjing was already asleep. The next morning, Ying Shaolong got up at 6 o'clock. Song Chun, Su Yingren, and the others were still sleeping, so Ying Shaolong didn't disturb them and walked out of the school. We should get a car. As they hailed a taxi and headed towards the seaside, Ying Shaolong murmured to himself. When he arrived, a large truck was parked at the beach. Longshan and the other 12 members of the Long family were waiting there. Dragon King. Upon seeing Ying Shaolong's arrival, Longshan respectfully bowed and said, Dragon King, the dragon has been released into the sea.